Chapter 1: Clocking in for work. Is some important person coming to inspect the area today? The floor has been mopped 8 times already. I bet the cleaning lady is cursing under her breath. Several interns huddled together and whispered among themselves. His face was full of gossip. I'll tell you in a secret, it's said that our big boss is coming to inspect the hospital. The big boss? Is it Su Zhixia, the #1 socialite in Chongqing? I've heard that this young lady has a fortune of hundreds of millions at such a young age. If we can get on her good side, wouldn't we be set for life? Come on, do you think a rich woman would want you? As they spoke, the group of people all turned to look at Chen Dong in the corner. Chen Dong, dressed in a white coat, stared intently at the surgical manual in his hand. The sunlight streaming through the window shone on Chen Dong's handsome profile, as if gilding him with a layer of light. Speaking of Dongzi, you could clearly make a living based on your looks, so why do you choose to rely on your talent? Yeah. Isn't it better to cling to a rich woman's coattails? Chen Dong simply smiled upon hearing this. I don't like being a kept man. In fact, Chen Dong is not from this world. An accident 10 years ago transported him to this parallel universe. He also unexpectedly acquired a workplace attendance system. You can receive a reward by signing in. Today marks the 35th consecutive day he has checked in at the hospital. Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in. You have received a copy of Zhang Zhongjing's manuscript. Congratulations, host, for checking in for 2 consecutive days. You have received a set of small surgical tools. Congratulations, host, for checking in for 3 consecutive days. You have been granted an appendectomy surgery. As long as you check in consecutively, you will receive a steady stream of rewards. Although Chen Dong was just an intern, even the hospital director knew him and praised him as the most talented doctor he had ever seen since he started practicing medicine. Here it comes, the big boss is here. Chen Dong's friend Zhao Hua quickly tugged at his clothes, signaling him to stop looking. Chen Dong stood up, his expression remaining calm in the face of the crowd's excitement and anticipation. The hospital leaders, who are usually aloof and arrogant, are now waiting at the door with fawning expressions. Even though they had been standing at the door for over an hour, they didn't show any impatience whatsoever. A black BMW X7 stopped in front of the hospital. As the car door was opened, a pair of long, slender, snow-white legs came into view. The woman was dressed in a black business suit, but it couldn't hide her impressive figure. It has curves where they should be, and depressions where they should be, without an ounce of excess fat. Her beautiful face was covered with a hint of frost, and she exuded an aura of power. As soon as she entered, the group of interns around Chen Dong didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Chen Dong, standing at the back of the crowd, glanced around. A look of amazement flashed in his eyes. It must be said that this woman is indeed very beautiful. It's just too cold. It's not his type. The hospital leaders fawned over them, some serving tea, others greeting them. Su Zhixia frowned. Didn't I already say it's just a normal inspection? Don't make such a big fuss. His expression darkened immediately when he saw the group of interns. You didn't take what I said to heart, did you? When the dean heard these words while serving tea, he trembled and almost spilled the tea. He followed Su Zhixia with a forced smile and said cautiously, President Su, that's not what I meant. I just thought it would be more lively with more people. Moreover, these interns are all outstanding graduates from medical school, and we would like them to come and meet you. Upon hearing this, Su Zhixia's expression softened somewhat. When her cold gaze fell on the interns, Chen Dong could feel that the people around him were holding their breath. They all wanted to bury their heads in their chests, afraid of meeting Su Zhixia's gaze. It wasn't that they were too cowardly, but rather that this woman's aura was simply too terrifying. Only Chen Dong stood there with his head slightly raised, neither uttering a sound nor being humble. The moment Su Zhixia's eyes met Chen Dong's, she suddenly froze. Okay, please send the documents that need to be processed to my office. The Su family has countless other businesses. Therefore, Su Zhixia spends most of her time in other places. He spends very little time on site at the hospital. The dean immediately breathed a sigh of relief, unable to hide the excitement on his face. Yes, yes, yes. Fortunately, Mr. Su didn't seem upset at all. Otherwise, this building construction project will probably fall through again. Just as they were about to get on the elevator, Su Zhixia suddenly leaned down and whispered a few words in her secretary's ear. The secretary seemed somewhat surprised, but still nodded. This big boss has such a powerful aura. As expected of the big boss. Didn't you boast about wanting to latch onto a rich woman? Why didn't you rush in just now? Don't joke around. The moment I saw the rich woman, I realized how ridiculous my previous thoughts were. The man sighed heavily, his words filled with helplessness. Zhao Hua nudged Qindong's arm and teased, "If you ask me, if there has to be one among us interns who gets the CEO's attention, it will definitely be you. She has good looks, a great figure, and great talent." Zhao Hua couldn't help but feel jealous. Everyone nodded in agreement. They truly had nothing to say about Qindong. We all graduated from the same university, so why is he so outstanding? However, they couldn't feel jealous, because Qindong had already reached a height that they could only look up to. They knew they could never compare to Qindong in their lifetime. So where does this jealousy come from? President Su wants you to go to her office. The secretary, who had left but returned, suddenly said something quite inexplicable to Qindong. Qindong frowned. What does President Su want with him? However, before he could ask any questions, the secretary hurriedly left. Everyone looked at Qindong with winks and smirks. You kid, you didn't actually get a rich woman's eye on you, did you? Zhao Hua, who had a good relationship with Qindong, asked directly. Qindong rolled his eyes. Don't talk nonsense. The CEO's office. Mr. Su, is there something you need from me? Qindong stood quietly opposite Su Zhixia, his expression indifferent. There is indeed something. Marry me, and you can name any conditions. Chapter 2. Please marry me. Upon hearing this, Qindong almost choked on his own saliva. Mr. Su? What did you say? Su Zhixia took a deep breath and looked at Qindong very seriously. Please marry me. I can meet any condition you set. Cars, houses, money, anything you can think of, I can give you. Qindong experienced a brief mental blank. Was Zhao Hua right? Could it be that the legendary beautiful CEO has really fallen in love with him at first sight? Qindong asked himself if his charm level had reached that point yet. If you'd like, we can register now. Qindong instinctively said, I don't want to. Mr. Su, if you want to get married, you should find someone else. I will not marry someone I have only met once. Just as Su Zhixia was about to say something, Zhang Shua's hurried voice came from outside the door. Young Master Zhang, you really can't go in. President Su is discussing business inside. I have something important to discuss with your general manager Su, don't stop me. As they were talking, the office door was suddenly pushed open. It's him? Su Zhixia's eyes were filled with disgust. Meeting Zhang Shua's apologetic gaze, Su Zhixia nodded slightly. She knew that Zhang Shua couldn't stop this spoiled brat. Zhixia, I heard you were coming to the hospital here today for an inspection, and I thought it was true. The young man in the suit said with a look of surprise. The young man was wearing the latest Rolex watch on his wrist, and his shoes looked like a custom-made Chanel piece. He's obviously a rich kid. Su Zhixia frowned and asked in an unfriendly tone, What are you doing here? Zhixia, what else could I possibly want from you? I kept messaging you last night, asking you to have lunch with me today, but you didn't reply. The young man had a deeply affectionate expression. This made Su Zhixia extremely disgusted. Qindong breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to prepare to leave. Mr. Su, I won't bother you any longer. I'll head to work now. Only after Qindong spoke did the young man notice him. Qindong, don't go. You don't need to pay attention to him. I'll make him leave right now. Think about what I said again. Su Zhixia's attitude towards Qindong was completely different from her attitude towards this young man. Zhang Shaokai was instantly agitated. He had always thought that Su Zhixia was indifferent to everyone, but now, seeing Su Zhixia's attitude towards Qindong, jealousy and anger instantly filled his mind. But before he could explode, Qindong's next words were like a spark igniting a powder keg within him. Mr. Su, I'm just a lowly intern. I don't know why you want to marry me, but I'm not in the mood for romance right now. I just want to hone my medical skills and become the world's #1 doctor. Enough. Zhang Shaokai said angrily, his eyes also becoming bloodshot. In Zhang Shaokai's view, he had pursued Su Zhixia for a long time, but she had rejected him, while Su Zhixia took the initiative to pursue Qindong. Was he not as good as a mere doctor? Who do you think you are? We've given you some face, and you've really taken yourself too seriously? Don't think you can fool Zhixia just because you have a nice face. Zhixia likes you now only because she's attracted to your looks. She'll soon find out what she really wants. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Trying to play hard to get with Jixia? You're like a toad trying to eat swan meat, completely ignorant of your own limitations. Only someone of my status is worthy of Jixia. As Zheng Xiaokai's words became increasingly offensive, Su Jixia's face darkened. Zheng Xiaokai, that's enough. You're not welcome here, please leave. Jixia, wake up. What's so great about this pretty boy? Zheng Xiaokai's eyes were filled with contempt. He's just a lowly doctor. So what if he's the hospital director? His family is in the real estate business. You could bury this poor loser in money. Jixia, don't you know how I feel about you? This poor loser has nothing, what can he give you? Besides, he's just a small-time doctor. People like us can have plenty of doctors willing to be our dogs just by beckoning. This kind of person is on a completely different level from us. Jixia, wake up. Chen Dong frowned. Although he didn't care that Zhang Xiaokai belittled him, since it was helping him dispel the absurd idea that President Su wanted to marry him, he wouldn't allow Zhang Xiaokai to insult the medical profession. Before Chen Dong could even speak, Su Jixia's cold voice rang out, Zhang Xiaokai, shut your dog mouth and get out. Zhang Xiaokai looked incredulous. Jixia, you're not really bewitched by his face, are you? You must not be fooled by a person's appearance, he is not good enough for you at all. Chen Dong was speechless. They kept talking about his face. Was it a mistake for him to be handsome? He clearly made a living based on his talent. Enough, Zheng Xiaokai. I love not only his face, but every part of him. Chen Dong is a very good person. He is not vain and has always worked very hard. Unlike some people who bully others every day just because they have a little money at home. Zhang Xiaokai, I hope you won't bother me anymore, otherwise. Zheng Xiaokai's face was full of astonishment and shock. Jixia, you actually turned against me for a poor loser? Great. Absolutely fantastic. Enraged, Zheng Xiaokai laughed and raised his right hand, suddenly slapping it towards Su Jixia's cheek. You're such a slut. The moment Zheng Xiaokai's palm landed, Chen Dong's entire demeanor changed abruptly. Chapter 3 Be My Private Doctor. To Su Jixia's astonishment, Chen Dong suddenly grabbed Zhang Xiaokai's wrist. Ah! Zhang Xiaokai couldn't help but let out a pig-like scream, which sounded very jarring in the empty office. Su Jixia then realized what had happened and immediately asked Chen Dong with concern, as if Zhang Xiaokai hadn't hit her, are you alright? Chen Dong shook his head, estimating that Zhang Xiaokai would be in pain for 2 or 3 days. Zhang Xiaokai glared at Chen Dong, clutching his right hand. Then, as if he had just realized something, he looked terrified and unconsciously took 2 steps back, his face turning pale. Jixia, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. Chen Dong glanced at Zhang Xiaokai, knowing he wouldn't dare to make another move. After saying that, he left without pausing for a moment. Zhang Xiaokai, you can't afford to offend the Su family. Su Jixia's voice was clear and cool, quite pleasant to the ear, but now, to Zhang Xiaokai, it sent chills down his spine. Zhang Xiaokai's smile froze on his face. Jixia, you. Zhang Xiaokai, call me President Su. I'll pretend today's events never happened, out of respect for Uncle Zhang. Also, Chen Dong is my man. Don't even think about touching him. If you dare to lay a finger on him, I'll make the entire Zhang family pay for your mistake. She felt disgusted to be called by her nickname by someone like that. Su Jixia was too lazy to waste words with Zhang Xiaokai, so she simply kicked him out. She had already said what she needed to say, and if Zhang Xiaokai insisted on being so ungrateful, she wouldn't be someone to mess with. But as for Chen Dong, just thinking about that name made Su Jixia's ears turn pink involuntarily. After Zhang Xiaokai left, this was the scene that Su Jixia's secretary, Zhang Shui, saw when she came in. The CEO, who always had a poker face, suddenly blushed, revealing a shy, girlish expression. Mr. Su, what's wrong with you? Shuer, my marriage proposal was rejected. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. A proposal? When did that happen? How could I not know? Who's blind enough to dare refuse you? Zhang Shui has been by Su Jixia's side for more than 5 years. Their relationship has become more than just that of superior and subordinate. They were more like friends in general, and Su Jixia would tell Zhang Shui anything that happened to her. With that in turn, Chen Dong. Ha? That guy who's even more handsome than Eddie Peng? Su Jixia nodded, he is the person I'm looking for. Zhang Shui knew a little about Su Jixia's childhood. That's why she was so shocked. What? This man is the benefactor you've been searching for? That can't be. I would never mistake Xiaoxue, especially since her face is so distinctive. Zhang Shui fell silent, realizing that what Su Zhixia said was indeed true. Su Zhixia was kidnapped when she was a child due to family reasons, and almost lost her life. If she hadn't met Qindong on his way home from school, she probably would have died when she was 10 years old. Su Zhixia will never forget that calm and composed young man. Grandpa is already looking for a husband for me. I'm going to get married anyway, so why not find someone I like? Zhang Shui shook her head. The difference in your social status is too great. Even if you want to marry him, the old man might not agree. Su Zhixia refused to give up, and said with a determined look in her eyes, I will definitely make him agree. Donzi, what did President Su want to talk to you about just now? Could it be that President Su has really taken a liking to you? Qindong rolled his eyes helplessly. What are you guys thinking about all day long? You might as well study some medical books. What if I don't pass my internship? Where will I go to complain? Zhao Hua patted Qindong on the shoulder. As expected of my brother Dong, you always speak with such conviction. But I'm still very curious, what exactly does Mr. Su want with you? After all, President Su has such an otherworldly air about him, why would he take the initiative to approach an intern? Qindong didn't want to talk about it, he just wanted to go to work in peace. The next day, Qindong's eyes lit up when he heard the system's cold notification in his mind. Congratulations, host, for signing in for the 36th consecutive day. You have obtained the manual hemostasis technique. The manual hemostasis technique is a great thing, it allows him to stop bleeding for patients in the shortest amount of time. However, before he could even study it, he was startled by the shouts outside. Get out of the way. Get out of the way now. A group of doctors got out of the ambulance and rushed into the hospital pushing the stretcher. Several sheriffs were also present. Doctors, please, you must save our captain. He became like this because he was arresting criminals, he can't be allowed to get into trouble. Don't worry, we will do our best. The injured person is suffering from severe chest bleeding and is preparing for surgery. Emergency rescue incidents like this happen in hospitals almost every day. Having seen so many injured people before, the crowd prepared medical supplies in an orderly manner. Inside the operating room, the surgeon, Director Li, froze on his face. The injured person has a large amount of blood in their chest cavity, located below their stomach. This kind of surgery is the most troublesome. If not handled properly, it could cause severe gastric bleeding in the patient. Things will become even more complicated then. Most of the hospital's senior doctors went to the provincial hospital exchange meeting today. The doctors in charge are all relatively young. These young doctors were undoubtedly unqualified to perform the surgery, so the task of being the surgeon ultimately fell to Director Li of the orthopedics department, who had some free time. Director Li is a skilled doctor, but this type of surgery is not his specialty. Just when Director Li was at his wit's end, the nurse who went to the blood bank to fetch blood returned in less than half a minute. Director Li, the blood bank is out of Rh-negative blood. We need to go to a provincial hospital to get it. Rh-negative blood is extremely rare. If we were to transfer the patient to a provincial hospital now, it would take at least 2 to 3 hours, by which time the patient would have already collapsed. However, Dr. Li was not confident that he could stop the bleeding in time given the patient's current condition, which made him even more hesitant to operate directly. The strong smell of blood filled everyone's nostrils. The atmosphere in the operating room became tense and anxious. If this continues, the injured person definitely won't last an hour. I'll contact the dean. The dean is also an expert in this field. Perhaps the dean has a solution. With Director Li's departure, the atmosphere in the operating room became even quieter. No one dared to utter a sound. The man on the operating table was under anesthesia and was now fast asleep. Everyone hid in a corner, watching his life slip away bit by bit. Only Qindong moved his body. His gaze fell on the injured man's chest. There was a bloody hole slashed there with a knife. It looked shocking. Qindong originally didn't plan to take action because it was against hospital rules, but at this moment he picked up the scalpel without any panic. Chapter 4: Hemostasis. Internal organ rupture. Qindong, what do you want to do? The crowd gasped and tried to stop him, but were afraid of hurting the patient while pulling Qindong away. Qindong, however, was completely unaffected by them and quietly extracted the hemostatic medicine from the system. This was a reward he received from the system on his 5th day of check-in. I didn't expect to use it so soon. The wound was very deep, you could almost see the internal organs inside. This was the first time Zhao Hua had ever seen such a scene, and he didn't dare to look at it for long. Chen Dong, without changing his expression, wielded the scalpel and, without the slightest hesitation, cut open the injured person's skin. First, clean the blood from the injured person's chest cavity. However, the location of the bleeding point was still unclear. Chen Dong frowned and extended his index and middle fingers, blindly feeling around. At least to outsiders, Chen Dong was just groping around. In fact, Chen Dong was confident about every position. There's nothing we can do about it, he's a man with his own built-in system. After accurately locating several bleeding points, Chen Dong quickly sprinkled hemostatic powder on the wounds. The bleeding stopped in less than half a second. The entire movement was as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. After some effort, the bleeding was finally stopped. Upon seeing this result, everyone was so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Chen Dong, when did you become so amazing? We all graduated from the same school, so why are you so outstanding? You solved a problem that even Director Li dared not make the first move on so quickly. No one saw the moment Chen Dong used the hemostatic powder. But they could clearly see Chen Dong's smooth movements and decisive courage. If the roles were reversed, they would definitely not have Chen Dong's courage. Director Li returned in a hurry, his face full of frustration. The dean just went out, and I've already called him back. How is the patient now? Seeing them all looking dazed, Director Li immediately realized something bad and his face turned pale. Is the patient all ready? If a patient dies in his care, it will become a stain on his record, and he will never be able to get a promotion or a raise. Director Li almost burst into tears when he thought about this. But then Zhao Hua said, Director Li, the bleeding from the injured person has stopped. The surgery can proceed now. We have already contacted the provincial hospital, and they will expedite the transfer of the rare Rh-negative blood. Director Li was shocked and surprised upon hearing this. You're saying the bleeding from the injured person has stopped? Who did it? Are there still such skilled doctors in hospitals today? Zhao Hua pointed at Chen Dong. It was Chen Dong who did it. Director Li's expression changed. Zhao Hua then added. The whole process took less than a minute. Director Li's face turned pale, his expression one of utter disbelief. How is this possible? This guy must be some kind of monster, right? Director Li's face was gloomy. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he glanced at the patient on the hospital bed and decided to let it go and deal with the kid after the surgery. Let's do the surgery first. Looking at the wound that Chen Dong had treated, Director Li was somewhat surprised. Chen Dong had treated the wound so perfectly. To prevent infection, I applied disinfectant and anti-inflammatory ointment around the wound today. It must be said that although Chen Dong was just an intern, he was very thoughtful. Many surgeons fail to consider this detail. Faced with the facts, Director Li, who was already dissatisfied with Chen Dong, refused to admit that Chen Dong, the intern, was doing a better job than him, the director. Once the blood clots are cleared, the subsequent surgery will be much simpler. Gauze. Tweezers. Put him on a ventilator. Chen Dong, come over here and stitch up the wound. Director Li wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and finally breathed a sigh of relief. 2 hours later. News of Chen Dong's actions in the operating room spread throughout the entire hospital. Apart from the doctors who attended the exchange meeting, almost all the doctors knew about Chen Dong stopping the bleeding for the patient. The young nurses all had eyes sparkling with desire. Whenever they had the chance, they would try to get close to Chen Dong. This left Chen Dong feeling quite helpless. I never expected Chen Dong to be so capable. I always thought he was just a pretty face. I told you long ago, Chen Dong relies on his abilities. You weren't in the operating room, so you have no idea how serious the situation was today. If it weren't for Chen Dong, all the doctors and nurses in our operating room would probably be dismissed today. Is it that serious? Who do you think came today? That's the sheriff's captain. For a time, everyone felt nothing but envy towards Chen Dong. But then, a different voice came through. Chen Dong. Who gave you permission to perform surgery on a patient without my consent today? Chapter 5 Rising Stars in the Medical Field. Director Li reprimanded him coldly, his words filled with dissatisfaction. He was supposed to be the surgeon today, but no one in the entire hospital mentioned his name. Everyone was praising Chen Dong instead. He's just a lowly intern, isn't he? Besides, he was the one who handled the follow-up procedures after the surgery. Chen Dong only stopped the bleeding. How could he have made as much of a contribution? Chen Dong frowned upon hearing Director Li's words. Director Li hadn't said anything on the spot, apparently waiting to settle scores with him now. Chen Dong, you think you're so great just because you've studied for a few years? If I remember correctly, you're still in your internship, right? Have you forgotten the hospital's rules? Interns are not qualified to perform surgery. Seeing Director Li's expression, Zhao Hua knew that he was going to make things difficult for Chen Dong. Zhao Hua couldn't help but speak up to explain for Chen Dong. Director Li, you were in the operating room at the time, so you clearly knew that Chen Dong only stopped the bleeding for the injured person. How can Director Li be so good at distorting the truth? Director Li snorted coldly and said in a gloomy tone, that won't do either. The purpose of having you interns follow the attending physician into the operating room is solely for your learning. Without the surgeon's orders, who gave you permission to help out? What happened today was just pure luck. You really think you're something special, huh? Chen Dong smiled and said, Director Li, the hospital's rules do indeed prohibit interns from performing surgeries. But there was never any rule that interns couldn't help. Besides, today is a matter of life and death. If I don't help, am I just supposed to watch the injured person bleed to death? I can't do that. As a doctor, our duty is to save lives and heal the wounded, not to let patients die in front of us just to follow so-called rules. I'll accept any punishment you want for what happened today, and I don't regret it. When Director Li reprimanded Chen Dong, a group of nurses gathered around to watch. At that moment, Chen Dong stood there and, after saying these words, immediately won the approval of the nurses. Wow, so handsome. How can there be such a handsome man in this world? Listen to what he says. This is the kind of man I admire, saving lives and never bowing to power. Director Li has gone too far. He clearly knew that the situation was urgent. If it weren't for Chen Dong, he would have been dead by now. Director Li would have been held accountable too. Instead of thanking Chen Dong, he's thinking about how to blame Chen Dong. How can there be such a vicious person in this world? Chen Dong is completely innocent. He saved someone but still has to be punished. Hearing the nurses around him pointing and whispering, Director Li turned around and roared at them. What are you all doing gathered here? Don't you have to go to work? The nurses were so frightened that they scattered in panic. After saying that, Director Li turned his anger on Chen Dong. Don't think that just because I'm not your mentor I can't punish you. Tonight you'll stay and organize the hospital's archives. I hope to see all those files entered into the system tomorrow. After Director Li finished speaking, he left without waiting for Chen Dong's agreement. The interns who were with Chen Dong felt sorry for him. Organizing the archives was a task assigned by higher-ups early on, and nobody wanted to clean up this mess. Because the hospital's archives contain files from more than 10 years ago. The data entry system needs to be reorganized. Originally, this mess was supposed to fall on the shoulders of the interns. Unexpectedly, Director Li let Chen Dong finish the job by himself. And it has to be before tomorrow morning. Chen Dong probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Director Li has gone too far. Yes, he's definitely jealous of you. Zhao Hua sighed, I'll stay tonight and work with you. Chen Dong shook his head and looked at Zhao Hua gratefully. No need, you should go back and rest. You have to get up early for work tomorrow. And if Director Li finds out you're helping me, he might take his anger out on you. Zhao Hua sighed deeply. She glanced at Chen Dong with a hint of helplessness. Chen Dong, however, remained unmoved. Working overtime isn't necessarily a bad thing for him. After all, only by staying in the workplace will the check-in time increase. So instead of complaining, it's better to accept it calmly. Mr. Su, it's been a long time since I've seen you with this expression. You're not really sulking over some brat, are you? Besides Zhang Shui, it's hard to find anyone else who would make fun of Su Zhixia like this. Su Zhixia glared at Zhang Shui. You know perfectly well why I'm asking this. He rejected me time and time again. Logically, I should hate him, but for some reason, I always feel that he has a special charm that attracts me. Perhaps it was his spirit of not bowing down to money, or perhaps it was his integrity in the face of power. Su Zhixia looked like a young girl in the throes of first love. This left Zhang Shui somewhat helpless. Come on, don't think about it too much right now. Your dream girl probably won't be able to leave work tonight. Zhang Shui happened to be passing by the department and overheard Director Li's words clearly. That's why I came to tell Su Zhixia. Su Zhixia was furious after hearing what had happened. He slammed his hand on the table. Her usually cool and aloof face was now filled with anger. That Li Da. He's gone too far. Xiao Xue, go and call Li Da over here. Su Zhixia's face darkened, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Zhang Shui responded, knowing that the old man was in for a rough time. They dare to touch even someone the CEO values, they're certainly bold. Chapter 6, Salary Increase and Promotion, Reaching the Pinnacle of Life. When Director Li learned that he had been called to President Su's office, he was quite giddy with pride. Could it be that President Su has seen his recent good performance and wants to promote him and give him a raise? Director Li's old face beamed with joy, his excitement and exhilaration written all over his face. Mr. Su, you wanted to see me? Su Zhixia nodded. Sit down, there's something I'd like to talk to you about. Director Li was secretly delighted, thinking to himself, just as I guessed. I wonder how much the raise will be this time. It's time to replace that Volkswagen at home. I heard that the apartments in DU are about to be launched. Director Li became more and more excited as he thought about it, his eyes shining as he looked at Su Zhixia. He nervously rubbed his hands together. You've been working at the hospital for 7 or 8 years now, haven't you? Director Li nodded. It's been almost 10 years. You've been a long-time employee at the hospital, and I've seen your performance. The vice president told me a while ago that he was planning to go back to his hometown to retire, which left the vice president's position vacant. I haven't been able to find a suitable candidate yet. After thinking it over, you're the only one who's suitable. You're practically a veteran of the hospital, it's just a pity. Su Zhixia stopped halfway through her sentence. Director Li never expected that he would be appointed as the vice president. From director to vice president, that's not a single level of advancement. His old face was full of excitement, and he stood up straight in a flash. Mr. Su. What's the pity? It's a pity that you don't have a good reputation at the hospital. I just did a survey and found that many doctors and nurses have complaints about you. Director Li's eyes widened. President Su, you absolutely mustn't listen to their nonsense. I am usually very kind and approachable. Su Zhixia nodded in deep agreement. Of course I trust you, otherwise I wouldn't have considered you. But if I make you the vice dean, I'd have a hard time explaining it to the others. So you'd better try to control your public image during this period. Su Zhixia hinted, I'll promote you then. Director Li immediately understood and said excitedly, thank you for your kind words, Mr. Su. I will certainly not let you down. Don't worry, Mr. Su. After leaving his office, Director Li remembered that he had asked Dong to organize the archives. This is a fantastic opportunity. Presumably, Mr. Su will be staying at the hospital for a while if he stays up all night organizing the archives. Wouldn't his image in President Su's mind rise dramatically then? Director Li became more and more satisfied, and without delay, he went straight to the archives. I didn't even have the appetite for dinner. Director Li, how did you get here? Dong frowned as he saw Director Li suddenly rush over. What was Director Li up to now? To everyone's surprise, Director Li patted Dong on the shoulder with a smile. Little Chen, I was just making a big deal out of nothing. I just reflected on myself, and I really shouldn't have entrusted you with such a heavy task. Go eat, I'll take care of things here. Upon hearing this, Dong frowned even more deeply. What's wrong with Director Li this time? According to the orthopedic interns, Director Li is so reluctant to even wipe a table himself. Will he personally organize the archives? Director Li didn't give Dong time to think and pushed him out the door. Xiao Chen, go eat. Zhao Hua and the others should still be in the cafeteria. You can explain things to them there. Dong was naturally unaware of Director Li's schemes, but since Director Li liked to tidy up, he let Director Li take care of it. At this moment, Zhang Shui was criticizing Su Zhixia. So you wasted half a day without even mentioning Dong's name? Why are you beating around the bush with that old man? Just tell him directly that Dong is one of yours, isn't that enough? Su Zhixia glanced helplessly at Zhang Shui and whispered, what if he finds out about this and quits? He doesn't want me to affect his work. Zhang Shui was taken aback. It turned out that this was what Su Zhixia was worried about all along. But if you don't tell that old man about this, how will Dong know that you're helping him behind the scenes? Don't you want Dong to remember your favor? Su Zhixia shook her head and said calmly, let's forget it. I'm afraid he'll think I'm too enthusiastic and scare him away. After all, she had been quite anxious these past 2 days. Tisk, even Mr. Su, who is so fearless in the business world, has a day when he is afraid. Zhang Shui couldn't help but tease him. Is it that funny? Su Zhixia said with dissatisfaction, as my best friend, you should be helping me figure out how to win over Qindong. Isn't that simple? Just cook the raw rice into cooked rice. Su Zhixia rolled her eyes speechlessly. Do you think that's possible right now? Qindong didn't even want to see her. How can you force someone to cook something that's already raw? As the saying goes, it's easier for a woman to pursue a man than for a man to pursue a woman. I simply don't believe that someone as beautiful as you, constantly flaunting yourself in front of him, could remain unmoved. Persistence is victory. Zhang Shui gave a thumbs up. Su Zhixia sighed. She had never pursued anyone before. She has been pursued by many men since she was in school. I'm afraid the love letters I've received from elementary school to now could fill the entire hospital. She finally met someone who made her heart flutter. But the other person didn't like her. Is this a human tragedy? However, she wouldn't give up. The only question was how to win Qindong's heart. Chapter 7, I'm Just a Legend. Congratulations, host, for signing in for 37 consecutive days. You have received 1 spirit herb. Qindong was a little confused by what he had signed in today. Just as he was wondering what this spiritual herb was, he noticed that 4 sheriffs were standing neatly at the office door. Qindong was stunned. Before he could react, the police officers all walked towards him. Hello, are you Dr. Qindong? The leader had 3 red stars on his shoulder, clearly indicating a high rank. Qindong nodded and replied with a serious expression, Hello, is there anything I can help you with? The 4 sheriffs saluted Qindong. The leader said, I'm sorry, I'm only thanking you now. I had a last-minute mission yesterday and didn't get to see you. Thank you for saving our captain. If it weren't for you, our captain would already be. Qindong was somewhat surprised, so that's why he came. As doctors, this is what we should do. Qindong smiled and politely declined the sheriff's thanks and gifts. In his view, this was what he should do as a doctor. Unexpectedly, the sheriff and the hospital director specifically praised Qindong. The group of people who went into the operating room with Qindong regretted not being able to capture the scene of Qindong stopping the bleeding. What were they thinking at that moment? I just think Qindong is awesome. If we could take a picture of that scene, we could learn from it. Now look what's happened. All they know how to do is praise Qindong. They were all about to vomit blood. The dean already had a good impression of Qindong, and upon learning of this, he immediately promoted Qindong to a permanent position. He was even publicly praised. Qindong quickly became a prominent figure in the entire hospital. Now it's not just the nurses talking about him anymore. The attending physician and the chief physician were talking about Qindong after dinner. Once his internship was over, Qindong was able to treat patients. Although it's just for people to see about minor illnesses like fever and colds. However, Qindong was already very satisfied. The students who started their hospital internships with him are still doing odd jobs. Zhao Hua was extremely envious. Brother Dong, oh no, from now on you'll be my idol. Will you still take on apprentices? Please teach me. For the sake of our years of being classmates, could you teach me your old technique? Upon hearing Zhao Hua's words, everyone swarmed around Qindong, each wanting to learn from him. Even the group of nurses came over. What are you all doing gathered here? Don't you know that you're not allowed to fool around during work hours? A clear, cold voice came from not far away. Qindong froze, instinctively wanting to leave. But then they heard that person say, Qindong, come with me for a moment, I have something to tell you. Su Zhixia slowly walked to Qindong's side. Qindong had no choice but to nod in agreement. As the 2 figures walked away, the crowd immediately began to discuss among themselves. Last time, my CEO Su's secretary came specifically to see Qindong, and today Qindong actually came in person. President Su specifically called Qindong by name. Could there really be something between the 2 of them? Our protagonist, Qindong, reluctantly followed Su Zhixia to the pavilion in the hospital. Because it was close to lunchtime, there was no one in the pavilion. Mr. Su, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to work. Su Zhixia didn't answer, but instead said affectionately, Qindong, I know you don't want to marry me right now. Can we start as friends? When Qindong looked up, he met Su Zhixia's eyes, which were filled with tears. His heart softened, and he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Good. Qindong sighed inwardly. Being soft-hearted is a disease. Su Zhixia smiled smugly. Even Su Zhixia herself didn't realize that as long as Chen Dong was by her side, she would then reveal the demeanor of a young, feminine woman. Chen Dong, how many girlfriends have you had? Su Zhixia asked casually. Puff. Chen Dong almost choked on his own saliva. Is this how girls chat these days? What, you're afraid to say it? Or are you a scumbag? Su Zhixia stared intently at Chen Dong, but she was extremely nervous, afraid of hearing something she didn't want to hear. We've never talked about it even once. Ever since he transmigrated to this world, he has been working hard to learn. When do we have time to date? No way? How come you've never been in a relationship? Didn't anyone pursue you when you were in school? Su Zhixia could hardly believe it. After all, Chen Dong is excellent in every way. She's good looking and has a great personality. She's also a top student. Any girl would be tempted, right? Chen Dong shrugged. Does pursuing me mean I have to say yes? Su Zhixia chuckled softly, saying nothing, but her eyes shone brightly. If I were to fall in love with Chen Dong, we would be each other's first love, and we would definitely be very happy. Su Zhixia's eyes revealed longing. She was raised as the family heir from a young age. Forget about friends, she doesn't even have freedom. In all my years, I've only had one friend, my secretary, Zhang Shui. Thinking of this, Su Zhixia's eyes dimmed. You seem to have something on your mind. Chen Dong noticed the change in Su Zhixia's emotions and asked her a question. Su Zhixia remained silent. In front of outsiders, she was the most prestigious socialite in the mountain city and the CEO of the Su Group. But who knows the hardships she endured beneath her glamorous exterior? Don't keep things bottled up inside, it'll make you sick. Seeing Su Zhixia like this, Chen Dong didn't know how to comfort her. After all, he had never comforted a girl before. It took me a long time to think before I could say this. Su Zhixia couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's rare to feel so relaxed. What could be on my mind? If I had to, it would be to marry you. It would be a lie to say that you weren't moved when faced with such a beautiful woman's undisguised confession. However, Chen Dong just couldn't understand why Su Zhixia insisted on marrying him. Was it really because she was attracted to his looks? Mr. Su, please don't say that. I'm not that kind of person. Chen Dongyi refused righteously. Okay, I was just kidding. We said we'd start as friends, so shouldn't you change how you address me? From now on, you can call me Zhixia. Chapter 8: The First Patient. The following day, Chen Dong received his first patient. Cough cough cough, doctor, I think I have a bit of a cold and fever. Can you help me see if I can get in for drip? A thin man walked in, his face looking very pale. It's obvious that the illness is quite serious. Chen Dong frowned and inquired about his basic situation. It's been over a week, why didn't you come sooner? I thought it was just a common cold, so I got a few boxes of medicine from the pharmacy and didn't think much of it. But who knew that it hadn't gotten better after more than a week, and it had actually gotten worse? After saying that, the man coughed again. Even his voice was hoarse when he spoke. Chen Dong carefully recorded the patient's condition. Open your mouth. Tonsillitis, no wonder it's getting worse. Are there any other symptoms? For example, do you feel like there's something stuck in your throat? The man nodded, his face contorted in pain, and said, These past few days, I've been eating some plain white porridge, and it feels like there's a stone stuck in my throat. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong immediately reached out and touched the man's throat. This does not appear to be a simple case of tonsillitis. To verify his guess, Chen Dong gave the other party a list. Your inflammation is a bit serious. I need to know if there are any lumps or anything in your throat. You should go upstairs and get an ultrasound first. To everyone's surprise, the man screamed upon hearing this. Why do we need an ultrasound? Doctor, just prescribe some medicine and let me get an injection. I don't want to go through all that. Chen Dong said in a serious tone, This is not a matter of whether you want to or not. Since you have decided to come to the hospital for treatment, you have to listen to me. The man stood there awkwardly. Doctors who don't need it really don't need to perform an ultrasound. Chen Dong looked at the other person's yellowed white shirt and sighed helplessly. Are you the doctor or am I? Do you still want to get treatment? How could he not know that the other party just wanted to save a little money? But this is a matter of life and death. Moreover, all he did was give the other party a referral for an ultrasound. He skipped all the unnecessary tests. If it were any other doctor, they would immediately order him to have a complete blood count, urine, stool, and blood pressure test, and then an ultrasound. Doctor, how about this? You give me an 4-drip first, and if it doesn't get better, I'll go for an ultrasound. The man asked tentatively. Many patients approach this with a tentative mindset. The problem was dragged on, and what could have been solved for a little over 100 yuan ended up costing thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan to treat. Not only did I spend the money, but I also suffered. Chen Dong now suspects that the other person has a typical airway obstruction, probably because there is a foreign object in their throat. If the condition is not treated promptly, it may eventually require surgery. My wife said that an 4-drip of anti-inflammatory fluid would be fine. Chen Dong laughed angrily. You can skip the other tests for now, but you absolutely must have the ultrasound. Otherwise, you can go see another doctor. I don't have that skill. No, doctor, that's not what I meant. Chen Dong slammed the form on the table. Go to the first floor to pay first, then go to the second floor for the ultrasound, and then bring the images up for me to see. I need to know your condition before I can prescribe medication for you. I'm a doctor, not a god. How am I supposed to know your condition if you don't do any tests? The man took the form blankly and nodded repeatedly. He went out that door and never came back. However, Chen Dong didn't take the matter to heart. Because the emergency room is just too busy. Most of them were patients with colds, fevers, and sore throats. Respiratory diseases are the most common, but also the most troublesome. Especially for some younger patients. I always felt indifferent. Chen Dong quickly put the matter out of his mind. When he thought about it again, it was already 3 days later. Dr. Chen, a patient has arrived at the emergency room. Please go and take a look. They say she needs surgery, and now she can't even speak, and she's having a lot of difficulty breathing. Since Chen Dong assisted Wang Jiankai in that surgery last time, almost everyone at the Shancheng hospital knows the name Chen Dong. The nurse looked anxious and kept urging Chen Dong on. Chen Dong nodded, immediately put down what he was doing, and ran to the emergency room. When he saw the man lying on the hospital bed, his face flushed and struggling to breathe, he recognized him at a glance. Is it the man from a few days ago? It seems he really did sneak away that day. Chen Dong shook his head helplessly. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Why don't you listen to the doctor? If I had listened to him that day and obediently gotten an ultrasound, perhaps none of this would have happened then. Li Dazhu lay beside the hospital bed. His wife's face was filled with sorrow, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. What sins have I committed to deserve such suffering? Doctor, please, you must save my child's father. Honey, what will happen to me and our child if you die? At this point, Li Dazhu's breathing was already very weak. He was somewhat delirious. Hearing the woman's cries, Chen Dong's face darkened. Don't worry, he won't die. Although the situation is serious, it's not life-threatening. However, the medical expenses. Chen Dong shook his head inwardly. He had tried everything to reason with the other party, but they wouldn't listen. What could he do? Let me give you a few forms first, and we'll get all the necessary tests done. Chen Dong spoke before the woman could say anything. The tests I order are all necessary. If you don't want to do them, you're just waiting to die. Even a god can't save you. This was the first time Chen Dong had ever spoken so definitively. This was to prevent the family from sneaking away again. Sure enough, the woman hesitated, and even stopped crying. Won't the doctor be very expensive? We don't have that much money. We are just a poor country family. Chen Dong was both angry and helpless, and could only smile and reassure them. Don't worry, these tests will only cost about 200 or 300 yuan. If you have medical insurance and are from a poor household, you can get 90% reimbursed. The woman's face lit up with joy. Really? Thank you so much, doctor. He then rushed off to pay the money. The result was exactly as Chen Dong had guessed. The man had a tumor in his throat. It's about the size of a mineral water bottle cap. Chen Dong sighed. If he had gone for a checkup earlier, things might not have turned out this way. Maybe taking some medicine at that time will make it go away. Now that's the case, he insists on having surgery. Chapter 9: Tumor Removal Surgery. When the woman heard that she needed to have surgery, she almost fainted. To have surgery here? The woman gestured with her throat and looked at Chen Dong in disbelief. Dong nodded. He has a tumor in his throat, and he definitely needs surgery to remove it, otherwise he won't be able to breathe or even eat for the rest of his life. Moreover, at this rate, the tumor will only grow larger and larger. If he doesn't have surgery, he won't last a week. After all, who can go a week without eating or drinking? The nurse next to Dong also noticed the woman's predicament. You don't have to listen to Dr. Chen about other things, but you absolutely must listen to Dr. Chen about this. Although Dr. Chen is young, his medical skills are remarkable. The nurse rattled off a story to the woman about what happened to Dong in the operating room last time. The woman's eyes immediately filled with shock and surprise as she looked at Dong. They seemed to disbelieve that Dong, at such a young age, could have achieved so much. The woman sighed and looked at Dong hesitantly. Dr. Chen, is the surgery risky? In the eyes of a rural woman like her, undergoing surgery was a devastating blow. They usually endure colds and fevers, only buying a few packets of cold medicine from the pharmacy when they absolutely can't stand it anymore. I've never been to such a large hospital before. Let alone using knives. There are definitely risks involved. No surgery is 100% risk-free. But this is just a minor surgery, so don't be nervous. For some reason, the woman always felt that Dong's voice carried an extraordinary calmness. Her heart calmed down with Dong's words. The woman's gaze was firm. Good doctor, I'll listen to you this time. However, Dong is not yet qualified to be the lead surgeon. Therefore, he doesn't need to worry about the surgery at all. Dong had just gotten off work when Zhang Shui came looking for him. President Su is waiting for you at the cafeteria entrance. It's certainly a pleasing sight to see beautiful women eating. But if this beautiful woman has impure intentions, then that's another matter. But Dong had no reason to refuse. When he saw Su Zhixia standing at the door, a large crowd had already gathered around her. I noticed a long time ago that Dong and President Su have been getting very close recently. Their relationship is not ordinary. I never expected that President Su would like someone like Dong. It's true that outstanding people can only stand with outstanding people. In the end, I'm just not good enough for him. Come on, don't you even tell me what kind of person you are? How can you compare to Dong? Dong shocked the entire hospital with his very first surgery. Didn't you see he got promoted after only 1 month on the job? I heard that he obtained his medical license while still in school. We were both interns, so why is he so outstanding? The people looked at Dong with envy in their eyes. I wonder what it's like to have dinner with a beautiful female CEO. If possible, Dong would definitely tell them. It was an extremely bad experience. How has work been these past few days? Dong nodded. Apart from encountering that disobedient patient last time, everything went quite smoothly. I'm sorry, I've been quite busy with work lately and haven't been able to contact you. I hope you're not upset with me. Su Zhixia's beautiful eyes were filled with apology. Dong's lips twitched violently. You don't need to explain to me. After all, we're just ordinary friends. Su Zhixia's eyes dimmed. How did it go today? Did you win the heart of that handsome guy? As Su Zhixia's only supporter, Zhang Shui is very concerned about the progress between Su Zhixia and Dong. Su Zhixia shook her head helplessly. Don't mention it. Then I briefly recounted what had happened that day to her. I think you've been using your brain all on business. You haven't added him as a friend yet, have you? Su Zhixia lowered her head somewhat shyly and said softly, no. How could a girl like her take the initiative again and again? Shouldn't it be the guy who brings up adding someone as a friend? If Zhang Shui knew what she was thinking, she would definitely dunk on her. Since you've already brought up marriage, what's there to be embarrassed about adding each other as friends? Hey miss, could you please add me as a friend first? There's a business cocktail party at the company recently. If you haven't found a boyfriend yet, you can invite Dong to attend with you. And incidentally, let's nurture your relationship. Zhang Shui teased. Su Zhixia blushed and twisted her clothes with both hands. Quickly add him as a friend and ask him. After Zhang Shui's repeated encouragement, Su Zhixia finally mustered up the courage to ask the dean for the contact information of the internal staff. We found Dong's phone number. Su Zhixia never clicked send on that application. Was she in too much of a hurry? Will Dong find her annoying? Should she wait a while before adding her as a friend again? Su Zhixia felt extremely agitated. This is even more worrying than losing a business deal worth hundreds of millions. Today, the company's employees all noticed that their CEO was acting very strangely. Even a usually decisive and efficient CEO can have moments when he's out of sorts. 3 video conferences. Su Zhixia was lost in thought. I have absolutely no idea what these principals are trying to say. The employees below were very curious about what could be causing their CEO such distress. They considered countless possibilities, but they never expected it would be because of a man. Mr. Su, what do you think of my proposal? Holding her phone, Su Zhixia suddenly turned around and, in a moment of surprise, accidentally tapped send. It's over. Su Zhixia was filled with anxiety and had no mood for the meeting. Meeting adjourned. Everyone was left completely bewildered. What's wrong with Mr. Su today? The meeting ended early? When have video conferences ever lasted more than 2 hours? I noticed that Mr. Su seems a bit uneasy today. Could it be that he's not feeling well? Look at Mr. Su's rosy complexion, he doesn't look unwell at all. I think Mr. Su is in love. Really? I've never heard of President Su getting close to that man. Besides, President Su is so outstanding, what kind of man could possibly win her heart? Meanwhile, a certain outstanding man sneezed several times in the hospital. Chen Dong rubbed his nose. Who's thinking about me? He stretched and finally finished working on the documents. Going home after get off work. Su Zhixia held her phone intently, but Chen Dong didn't accept her friend request. Why hasn't he passed the test yet? Su Zhixia suddenly realized that her profile picture was of herself. Could it be that Chen Dong recognized her and deliberately refused to let her pass? Su Zhixia bit her lower lip tightly, nervously scrolling through her phone screen. Ding dong. By the time Chen Dong accepted the friend request, it was already midnight. Actually, it's not Chen Dong's fault. As soon as he got home, he was busy hiding in the system to study medical skills. I didn't even look at my phone. As soon as the friend request was accepted, Su Zhixia immediately sent an emoji. Looking at the cute and adorable emojis on his phone screen, Chen Dong's lips twitched. Su Zhixia's cool and aloof face appeared in my mind. The appearance and the reality are different. Mr. Su, what brings you here so late? After voicing his doubts, Chen Dong tossed his phone aside. Time to go to sleep. Meanwhile, Su Zhixia finally got Chen Dong to accept her friend request after a long wait. But I felt even more anxious. What should I say? Didn't Xiaoxue say that nowadays boys like cute and cuddly girls? Why is he so cold? After hesitating for a while, Su Zhixia went online and searched on Baidu. What kind of girls do boys like? How should I pursue a boy? Baidu results are all over the place. Rich and good-looking. Playful and cheerful. What a jumble of nonsense. As Su Zhixia was swiping, she suddenly saw a brilliant comment. Young people don't know how good rich women are. They mistake a young girl for a treasure. If you want a guy to fall for you, then shower him with money. Chapter 10 Friend Requests. Su Zhixia frowned. Would this tactic work? On a whim, she transferred 99.99 to Chen Dong. The result was like a stone sinking into the sea, with no reply. Little did they know that Chen Dong was fast asleep at that moment. Early the next morning. As soon as Chen Dong entered the office, he saw Su Zhixia sitting inside waiting for him. Why aren't you replying to my messages? Su Zhixia originally wanted to ask Chen Dong if something had happened. But what came out of his mouth turned into a question. Su Zhixia was somewhat annoyed, but the words had already been spoken and couldn't be taken back. Chen Dong frowned in confusion. Huh? That's when I saw the message on my phone. Mr. Su, why are you transferring money to me? I was asleep last night and didn't see it. Su Zhixia breathed a sigh of relief when she realized he was asleep. It's good that you didn't ignore her on purpose. Ahem, this money isn't given to you for nothing. You need to do me a favor. There's a business cocktail party at the company this Saturday. Will you come with me? Chen Dong? But I have to work on Saturday. I've already arranged your shift. It's settled then. I'll come pick you up. Don't worry, there are others, you're not alone. And take the money. After saying that, Su Zhixia left without looking back. As soon as Su Zhixia left the office, she regretted it. Why didn't you stay with him a little longer? And why did she say those things? She clearly only wanted to take Chen Dong with her. The words, once on the tip of my tongue, took on a different meaning. When Director Wang from the emergency room arrived, he saw Qindong sitting alone in a chair, lost in thought. Xiao Chun, it's rare to see you like this. What's wrong? Are you in love? Everyone knows that Qindong is always very serious when he works. Whether there are patients or not. They were all very focused. It's only early in the morning, and you're already spacing out? Qindong shook his head. Director Wang, please stop making fun of me. Director Wang, there's something I'd like to ask you. If a girl keeps pursuing you, what can you do to make her give up? Undeniably, Su Zhixia is indeed a good candidate for marriage. Whether it's family background or physical appearance. She's just not Qindong's type. Qindong likes the kind of gentle, submissive type. It would be so boring to be faced with a cold, indifferent face every day after get off work. Moreover, he has no plans to get married right now. Director Wang smiled, his eyes filled with mockery as he looked at Qindong. Could it be Nurse Zhang from the nurses' station? Qindong said helplessly, No, Director Wang, you've misunderstood. I was just asking on behalf of my friend. Recently, a girl has been pursuing my friend, which is really annoying him. I thought I'd ask you because you seem to have more experience. Director Wang patted his receding hairline and said with a proud expression. You've come to the right person. When I was young, I was the most handsome guy in our school. The girls who chased after me could fill the entire playground. Qindong nodded perfunctorily. Director Wang had said this countless times. Actually, this is easy to handle. Just tell him that you have someone you like, and he will back down. Giving up when faced with difficulties? Qindong pondered these words thoughtfully. Given Su Zhixia's personality, she will probably just face it head-on. Qindong sighed softly, never mind. Let's take it one step at a time. Director Wang patted Qindong on the shoulder with a smile, giving him a knowing look. Alright, stop thinking about these things and get back to work. Qindong nodded and carefully recorded the information of each patient. The emergency room has been relatively quiet these past few days. However, things were not peaceful in one of the operating rooms. Put the patient on a ventilator. Pass me the scalpel. Remember to check if the anesthesia has worn off. This is not considered a major surgery for the first hospital. But Dr. Sun only discovered this after cutting open the patient's neck. The ultrasound report is incorrect. The actual tumor was much larger than that. Dr. Sun's expression changed. Give the patient another injection of anesthesia. If that's the case, it will take much longer than originally planned. So that one injection of anesthesia was far from enough. The tumor happened to grow right next to the major artery. If Dr. Sun's hand trembles even slightly, he might accidentally cut a major artery. Dr. Sun's expression changed slightly. I don't know what to do. It's impossible to stop the surgery halfway through. However, under the current circumstances, rushing into surgery would only increase the risks. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this. An intern nearby whispered, Director Sun, why don't you go to the emergency department and call Qindong over? Dr. Wang was helpless during the last surgery, and it was Qindong who solved it. Director Sun had heard about what happened last time, but this time the situation was completely different. Therefore, Director Sun was unsure whether Qindong could handle it. Director Sun, Qindong is very knowledgeable about tumors. Maybe he can solve this problem. Last time I saw Qindong in his office, he received an email. It seemed to be about some kind of World Cancer Surgery Award. Upon hearing this, Director Sun's old face was filled with disbelief. What did you say? World Cancer Surgery Award? This is Director Sun's dream. Qindong won this award at such a young age. Isn't this award enough to prove Qindong's strength? Quick! Go and call Qindong over here. At the fastest speed possible. Chapter 11 Tumor Resection Surgery. When Qindong was brought to the operating room, he was still completely bewildered, not knowing what he had been asked to do. Director Sun explained the general situation to Qindong, and only then did Qindong understand the whole story. I'll perform the surgery, and you'll assist me from the side. The patient was on the verge of death and could not wait any longer. Therefore, they absolutely cannot afford to waste any more time. Qindong's gaze, however, fell on the patient. This patient is the migrant worker he took over a few days ago. I never imagined the situation would be this serious. The tumor was progressing just as he had expected. It's not that the ultrasound was wrong. Instead, the tumor kept growing. Wearing sterile medical gloves, Chen Dong directly touched the man's throat. If Director Sun can't have surgery, he'll die immediately. It's not for any other reason than that this tumor is right next to a major artery. If the tumor is surgically removed, the risk of the surgery will increase by 50%. After hearing Chen Dong's words, Director Sun became even more hesitant. But if we don't operate and cut the tumor, he will die. Chen Dong, however, kept groping around the man's neck. What is Chen Dong needing? His technique is so professional. Don't you guys think it's a bit like those people who study traditional Chinese medicine? I also felt that he wasn't just groping randomly. It seemed like every touch he made was precisely on the acupoints. The interns were all talking about it. He stared intently at Chen Dong's hands. Several of them had the opportunity to observe the previous surgery, and they regretted not having taken a picture of Chen Dong's technique with their phones. How could I possibly miss it this time? Those who had never seen Chen Dong perform surgery today were practically glued to his face. Even Director Sun was watching intently. They didn't dare to utter a single breath. I fumbled around for a while. Chen Dong nodded and stated his conclusion: this tumor has been growing continuously. If it is not removed today, the patient will not survive past midnight. As he spoke, Chen Dong pressed on the man's neck for several minutes. Then I reached out and touched the tumor. Peel it off little by little. Everyone was shocked by Chen Dong's technique. Removing a tumor with bare hands? I've studied medicine for 7 or 8 years, and I've never seen such an amazing technique. Am I the only one who feels that all those years of tuition fees were wasted? We might as well ask Chen Dong to teach us. Not to mention the interns, even the attending physicians were shocked. He couldn't wait to kneel down and become a disciple. Those young nurses were even more smitten. How can someone be so good-looking and so talented? They really wanted to give Chen Dongxing a monkey. At this moment, Chen Dong was completely unaffected by his surroundings. It must ensure that the tumor does not suddenly rupture during the removal process. Therefore, he was very careful in his approach. If the tumor ruptures during this process, the man will not survive. Because this tumor is full of toxic fluid. A minute passed. 2 minutes have passed. 5 minutes have passed. Chen Dong finally managed to remove the tumor. The dark black tumor also emitted a foul stench. Even though everyone was wearing masks, they almost vomited from the stench. Only Chen Dong handled the aftermath without changing his expression. Chen Dong carefully disinfected, applied medicine, and sutured the patient's incision. The movements were performed in one smooth motion. It was as if they had practiced it countless times. Director Sun stared in disbelief at the wound stitched up with cosmetic needles. Throughout the entire process, Director Sun remained in shock. Director Sun, the surgery is finished. May I leave now? Chen Dong asked politely. He still has patients waiting for him. It's okay now. People in the operating room only woke up after Chen Dong left. I had heard that Chen Dong was awesome, but I didn't believe it at the time. I didn't expect to realize how blind I was after meeting him. I heard a few days ago that Chen Dong was getting very close to President Su, and I was jealous of him. Now I realize that I am not worthy of being jealous. Come on, you guys. When Chen Dong first came to the hospital, he was already driving a Mercedes with a hood ornament. Look at you guys, TSK, a bunch of poor losers. Once he came to his senses, Director Sun cleared his throat. Quiet. Quiet. What kind of nonsense is this? He couldn't resist going to look at the wound that Chen Dong had stitched up. It has to be said that Chen Dong is very well suited to be a doctor. He can handle every detail to the extreme. Not only was the technique extremely delicate, but it was also very decisive. Doctors cannot hesitate too much. If you hesitate when suturing a patient's wound, that would be absolute torture for the patient. Just like giving an injection, you have to be quick, decisive, and accurate. The stitches Chen Dong made left no trace, as if there had been no incision at all. If Director Sun hadn't performed the surgery himself, he would have doubted whether the operation had even taken place at all. What does Director Sun want with you? It's nothing. Chen Dong said casually. Director Wang nodded. Director Sun is a very difficult person. I was worried that he would make things difficult for you. After all, he is a perfectionist, especially when it comes to medical skills. I'm glad you're all right. Striving for perfection? Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. He hadn't seen Director Sun say anything in the operating room. Does Director Wang have some misunderstanding about the concept of striving for excellence? If Director Wang knew that Qin Dong had just performed an operation in place of Director Sun, they will be so shocked they won't be able to speak. Chapter 12 Praise Contest. What's making you so happy, old son? During lunch, Director Wang looked at Director Sun with a puzzled expression. After all, Director Sun is a man who rarely smiles. He always has a stern face, no matter who he's talking to. Unless he encounters a doctor he particularly admires. However, this possibility is extremely rare. Everyone in the hospital knows that Director Sun is a nitpicker. Even interns avoid him. Director Sun smiled and patted Director Wang on the shoulder. Old Wang, you're really lucky. We have such a wonderful child. Director Wang looked completely bewildered. Child? His child is almost graduating from elementary school. Why is he suddenly bringing this up? The people around Wang looked at him with envy. Only Director Wang was completely bewildered. Old Wang, you're quite proud to be a mentor. Old Zhao sighed, unable to hide the envy on his face. I never expected that you'd have this opportunity when you're almost retired. Why didn't I have it? Old Zhou was indignant and wished he could take his place. That's such a pity. By the way, when are you going to bring that child out so we can meet him? Old Wu felt envious and jealous, and curious. Director Wang's face grew increasingly puzzled. What exactly are you talking about? Old Wang, don't you know what Qin Dong did? Leaving aside Director Wang for now, Qin Dong had just returned the money Su Zhixia had transferred. Why was it returned? Keep it. One should not accept rewards without merit. Su Zhixia frowned when she saw the message. After thinking for a moment, I typed a few words on the screen. Consider this money as a gift for buying you clothes. Buying clothes? Chen Dong was puzzled. Just then, Zhao Hua walked over and inadvertently saw Chen Dong's message. Wow, which rich woman transferred so much money to you? Mr. Su. Zhao Hua almost spat out the water he had just drunk. Cough cough cough, who? President Su? Why would Mr. Su transfer money to you? Does he really intend to keep you as a mistress? As he spoke, Zhao Hua looked at Chen Dong's face with an ambiguous expression. To be honest, if you had Chen Dong's face, no matter what you do, you'll have a 50% higher success rate than others, right? It has to be admitted that Zhao Hua is envious again. President Su invited me to a cocktail party, but I have no idea why she transferred so much money to me. She said she would buy me clothes. Chen Dong shrugged helplessly. What kind of clothes cost more than 9,000 yuan? Zhao Hua's eyes widened. You're really lucky, kid. President Su actually offered to take you to a business cocktail party. Could it be that he's after your looks? Chen Dong stroked his chin, nodded thoughtfully, and said, I guess so. After all, it's a great honor to take a man as handsome as him out. Since it's for you to buy clothes, just keep it. Remember to go to the mall and buy a proper suit after you get off work later. Zhao Hua kindly offered a reminder. Because he had a good relationship with Qin Dong, he knew Qin Dong's personality very well. To describe Qin Dong in one sentence, it would be that he was completely absorbed in his medical studies and oblivious to everything else. Why would I need to buy clothes? I already have clothes. Since Mr. Su has said so, then the party he is taking you to must not be an ordinary business reception. I guess it's the kind of dance that requires you to wear formal attire. Zhao Hua looked at Chen Dong with a mocking expression. One has to admire Chen Dong's charm. I wish he were as good looking as Chen Dong. Then you won't have to worry about being rejected by the girl you love. Dancing in formal attire? Chen Dong's eyes widened in surprise. I originally thought it was just a regular cocktail party. Why do you have to wear formal attire to dance? He should have refused if he had known it would be like this. He can't dance, wouldn't he be embarrassing himself? Seeing Chen Dong's somewhat shocked expression, Zhao Hua couldn't help but say, why don't you send a message to ask President Su? Chen Dong nodded. Let's talk about it when we get home. I found a really good noodle shop yesterday. I just got off work, let's go eat there together. Zhao Hua asked excitedly. Chen Dong chuckled and did not refuse. After driving through many twists and turns in the Mercedes, we arrived at the noodle shop that Zhao Hua had mentioned. The noodle shop consists of two small storefronts with a crookedly written sign that reads Rui Noodle Shop. It looks somewhat old. However, the aroma emanating from it really whets the appetite. Qindong suddenly became curious about how Zhao Hua had found this noodle shop, which was so well hidden. Seemingly noticing Qindong's confusion, Zhao Hua said with a hint of smugness, "After getting off at your place yesterday, I didn't catch the bus. I saw on the map that there was a shortcut here, so I took it. It turned out the map was wrong, and I almost starved to death. I happened to smell the fragrance, and then I followed the scent and found my way here. The key is that the owner of this place is an exceptionally beautiful woman." Seeing Zhao Hua's lewd appearance, Qindong couldn't help but shake his head. Afterwards, Qindong also met the proprietress, who was indeed exceptionally beautiful. Qindong thought that this was probably one of the reasons why the noodle shop was so popular. After all, anyone can have a great appetite when they see a beautiful woman. 2 bowls of beef noodles, ma'am. The proprietress smiled and agreed, glancing at Qindong a few more times. Their beef noodles were ready in no time. The proprietress swayed gracefully over and placed Qindong's portion of noodles in front of him. "Enjoy your meal. Call me anytime if you need anything." As she spoke, she even gave Qindong a flirtatious wink. This made Zhao Hua envious again. "Both are 15 yuan noodles, but yours has half a bowl of beef, while mine has 3 slices of beef." Zhao Hua couldn't help but lament, it seems that being good looking really can put food on the table. He didn't believe it before, but after meeting Qindong, he became a believer without a doubt. On the other side, Su Zhixia was having dinner with his grandfather because he had set up a special notification sound for Qindong. So when the phone rang, she immediately picked it up. In fact, both Su Zhixia and Grandpa Su are usually very busy. Today, Grandpa Su made a special effort to have dinner with his beloved granddaughter. But he saw a slight smile on Su Zhixia's perpetually icy face. He continued eating without making a sound, but his eyes kept glancing at Su Zhixia out of the corner of his eye. Su Zhixia, focused on replying to messages, did not notice her grandfather's subtle action. "Zhixia, what kind of suit do I need to buy? If you don't understand, just ask." Qindong has never liked to pretend or put on airs. Su Zhixia pondered for a moment, typed a long message, and then deleted it. How should she answer this question? "Don't worry about the suit, I'll go buy it for you." Su Zhixia was worried that Qindong wouldn't be able to buy a suitable one himself. After all, grown men aren't good at picking out clothes, are they? "Zhixia, is there any message that can't wait until after dinner to get back to you?" Seeing that Su Zhixia had been fiddling with her phone for a long time, Grandpa Su said with some dissatisfaction. Chapter 13 Old Master Su's Heartache. Su Zhixia put away her phone and casually glanced at Old Master Su. "Okay, I understand." Their attitude was extremely perfunctory. After a moment, Su Zhixia put down her chopsticks and bowl. "Grandpa, I'm full. I have some things to do, so I'll be leaving now." She needs to see if there are any suits left that fit Qindong. Once you've chosen yours, deliver it to Qindong. Grandpa Su grew increasingly dissatisfied as he watched his granddaughter leave in such a hurry. "Butler, go and find out who Miss has been spending a lot of time with lately. I want to see who can make my precious daughter put down her bowl during mealtime to reply to his messages." The butler beside Old Master Su replied truthfully, "Could it be Zhang Shui?" Miss and Zhang Shui have always had a good relationship. Old Master Su snorted coldly, "When have you ever seen Miss so concerned about Zhang Shui? Let alone just a single message, even if Zhang Shui bombarded Su Zhixia with calls." Su Zhixia wouldn't necessarily blink twice. He had just seen his beloved granddaughter with his own eyes, and there was a faint smile on her lips. No, absolutely not. To put it nicely, Su Zhixia's personality is like a flower on a high mountain, aloof and unapproachable. But Grandpa Su knew that Su Zhixia simply had a bad temper. Few people can get along with her. Moreover, there have been quite a few people pursuing Su Zhixia over the years. But Su Zhixia was never seen to be moved by him. Grandpa Su knew that she looked down on those people. Even when he subtly suggested a marriage alliance last time, it was merely to test Su Zhixia's reaction. To everyone's surprise, she refused without hesitation. The butler replied cautiously, "So, sir, are you worried that Miss will be deceived by a man?" Butler Zhang has been by Old Master Su's side for decades. He knows what Old Master Su wants to say just by looking at him. Grandpa Su sighed helplessly, his face full of vicissitudes. Even if he is worth hundreds of billions, at this moment he is just a girl's grandfather. Su Zhixia lost her parents at a young age and was raised by her grandfather. The bond between them naturally deepened. But as this girl grew up, she became increasingly fond of hiding her feelings. Even he, as her grandfather, couldn't figure out what she was thinking. Has Xiao Zhang gone back to China? Let him meet with Jixia another day. After leaving home, Su Jixia headed straight for the mall. They found the dress shop she frequented. This dress shop has excellent craftsmanship, even Su Jixia has visited it many times. One downside is that most of their products are custom made. It will take a long time to make. As soon as you enter the shop, the staff will eagerly surround you. After all, Su Jixia is a big client, a VIP here. Miss Su, you've arrived? What kind of dress would you like to order this time? Su Jixia shook her head, her gaze falling on a suit on a shelf not far away. It was a royal blue suit, and it was a top quality item in terms of both fabric and texture. Royal blue has a calm and composed feel. Yet it doesn't lack grandeur. However, it is only a semi-finished product. I'll take this suit. When will it be ready? After a moment's thought, the waiter replied, if it's expedited, it will take about 4 days. 4 days? Su Jixia frowned. Today was already Thursday. 4 days is a bit too long. I need it tomorrow. Before the waiter could say anything, Su Jixia spoke up directly, money is not a problem. When do I need to get it? I need to collect it tomorrow. The waiter looked troubled. Miss Su, the earliest we can get it to you is the morning after tomorrow. Su Jixia nodded reluctantly. The morning after tomorrow will also be all right. Do you need anything else? Su Jixia then chose a white suit and a royal blue strapless dress. It goes perfectly with Chen Dong's suit. Miss, let me calculate for you. 2 suits and a strapless dress will cost a total of 1,565,700. I can round down the 7,000 for you. I'll send you the dimensions later. Miss Su, would it be convenient for you to bring someone over for a measurement? Because all the suits here are custom made, we need to ensure that the error is minimized. Su Jixia hesitated for a moment. I'll bring him over tomorrow morning. After all, it's already so late today. Even if Qindong has time to go out, they should be off work by now. Su Jixia sent Zhang Shui a message, asking her to bring her car over. You bought it so quickly? Su Jixia nodded. He has a good figure and looks good in anything, so he doesn't need to be picky. Zhang Shui was speechless at this answer. Can you please be a little more discreet? You're not even married yet, and you're already showing off so blatantly? For the first time, I felt so happy spending money, as if it gave me the motivation to make money. Su Jixia has a lot of money, but she never feels that having this money is something to be happy about. Because she has never lacked anything since she was a child. Buying clothes for Qindong brought him the joy of spending money for the first time. Zhang Shui rolled her eyes speechlessly. If I remember correctly, a few days ago when Grandpa Su asked you to buy him clothes, you complained to me about wasting money, right? He doesn't lack clothes to wear. Su Jixia said nonchalantly. How could she not know what kind of person her grandfather was? So when Grandpa Su sent her the measurements, she simply pretended not to see them. Zhang Shui suddenly felt that old Master Su was also a bit pitiful. Is this a question of whether or not there is a shortage? By the way, that shop you frequent doesn't seem to be cheap, does it? Because she often stayed by Su Jixia's side, Zhang Shui also had some knowledge about clothing. It's alright, a suit only costs 500,000. What? What kind of suit costs 500,000? Zhang Shui's hands almost slipped from the steering wheel. You actually bought Qindong such expensive clothes? Su Jixia nodded nonchalantly and asked, is there a problem? You just wanted to buy clothes for Grandpa Su. What a waste of money, double standards. You are definitely a double standard. Su Jixia said matter-of-factly, so what? He's the man I like. If Grandpa Su knew that his status in his granddaughter's heart was not as high as that of a man he had just met, he would probably be furious. But you bought such expensive clothes for Qindong, he probably won't accept them, right? So I'm wondering how to get him to agree to go get his measurements taken? If Qindong knew that this suit actually cost more than 500,000 yuan, he definitely wouldn't accept it, since he didn't even accept the 9,000 yuan transfer on his phone. Taking measurements was a bit of a headache for Su Jixia. Isn't this easy to handle? Just don't tell him the price, and everything will be fine? When you go to the hospital, have someone take Qindong's measurements, just say it's for a physical exam. Su Jixia rolled her eyes. Do you think he's an idiot? Forget it, I'll just tell him directly. At worst, I won't mention the price. Chapter 14 Last Minute Cramming. At this moment, Qindong was unaware that Su Zhixia had already ordered clothes for him. He was holding his iPad, watching the dance on the screen very intently. What does it mean to cram at the last minute? That's it. He can't dance, but he can learn on the spot, right? The waltz looks simple, but it's actually quite difficult to learn. Every movement should be fluid and graceful. Qindong can only remember each movement now. Jump? Sorry, he hasn't learned it yet. Each movement is simple, but it requires force to execute. However, it cannot be too rigid. Otherwise, it will just look hard and stiff. Lack of coordination. Many people dance like this. If I had known there would be dancing involved, I wouldn't have gone. However, since I promised Su Zhixia, I naturally have to keep my word. Qindong sighed helplessly and started spinning along with the melody on the iPad. He tried his best to control his strength so that he wouldn't look too stiff. Although he has a system in his body, his physical condition is much better than that of ordinary people. Even so, after more than an hour, he was still covered in sweat. The melody on the iPad hadn't stopped, but Qindong stopped moving and was slightly out of breath. He also participated in the dance club during his university years. However, I was forced to participate. The dance club also includes waltz ballroom dancing. However, Qindong didn't learn much from it. I completely forgot about it after graduation. No matter what, I have to learn it in the next couple of days. Because he doesn't have much time left. The party was on Saturday night, but today is already Thursday. Before he knew it, Qindong had been studying until after 1 a.m. You should know that his daily routine is usually very regular. I never go to bed later than midnight. Qindong gave up the idea of continuing to practice. As a doctor, he clearly understands the benefits of going to bed early and waking up early. After taking a shower and lying in bed, I discovered that my parents, whom I hadn't seen in ages, had called me. Since he wasn't sleepy at all, Qindong decided to make a video call back. The phone rang for a long time but no one answered. Just when Qindong thought it was going to hang up automatically, it connected. Hello? Son, what's up? Qindong teased, you still remember you have a son? The woman on the other side of the screen had exquisite makeup, and a misty fog surrounded her. She was still wearing a shower cap on her head. Even a fool could guess that they were soaking in a hot spring. Why are you still soaking in a hot spring so late at night? Speaking of this, Eileen Yang said helplessly, isn't it all because of your dad? He dragged me out for barbecue late at night, and I ended up covered in grease, so I came here to soak in a hot spring. TSK, you two seem to be having a good time. How was it while I was away? Isn't it incredibly comfortable? Eileen Yang put on a pitiful expression. No, absolutely not, son, please come back soon, your mother misses you so much. Qindong's lips twitched violently. His mother's acting skills were still as terrible as ever. When you say you miss him, can you please stop smiling? Missing him? You only call him once every 6 months? By the way, Mom, I got a permanent position. After thinking about it, Qindong decided to share this good news with his parents. Eileen Yang beamed with joy. I was wondering why my left eyelid had been twitching all morning. Turns out, something good was waiting for me. You've only been working for a short time and you've already been promoted to a permanent position? You're truly my son. Just ask for anything you want, and Mom will give it to you. Qindong asked with a puzzled look, why don't I see my dad? Your dad went out to buy juice. Son, what did you have for dinner? Have you been eating on time while your parents are away? I ate a bowl of beef noodles, Qindong said truthfully. Yang Ailing on the other end of the phone showed a pained expression. Son, are you out of money? If you are, you must tell your mother, and I will transfer some to you. When you're doing an internship away from home, make sure you take good care of yourself and don't eat junk food just to save money. In response to his mother's belated concern, Qindong simply replied, are you finally going to return the New Year's money you kept for me when I was little? Upon hearing this, Yang Ailing's eyes darted away. Huh? Son, what are you saying? The signal here is a bit bad, I'll hang up now. Mom will call you again next time. Remember to take good care of yourself. Love you, moi. The phone was hung up without hesitation. Qindong was already used to it. His mother is as unreliable as ever. When he was little, I often tricked him out of his New Year's money. He said he would save the money to help him get married and buy a house. As a result, she secretly spent it all. If she hadn't been caught by him once, she would have been playing cards with her New Year's money. Chen Dong would never know. Although Chen Dong's family was not extremely wealthy, they were still considered well off. The amount of money given as New Year's gifts back then wasn't small. All the relatives combined can earn about 10,000 yuan a year. However, Chen Dong didn't care about the money. He started doing tasks for the system when he was a child, and all the money he earned was deposited into the system. So his parents didn't know exactly how much money he had. Chen Dong had not told anyone about this. Everything was so that the money could have a legitimate origin when he grew up. Now that he has a job, he can finally start spending money legitimately. Ding dong. A moment later, Chen Dong received a red envelope from his mother. Red envelope, congratulations son on your official promotion. May you find a wife for your mother soon. Your dad and I are pretty bored, so we're hoping you'll have a baby so we can have some fun. Chen Dong's lips twitched violently, and Su Zhixia's stunningly beautiful face immediately flashed into his mind. Marry? That's impossible, he's still young. What you think about comes true. The next second, Chen Dong received a message from Su Zhixia. I've already bought the suit for you. Just take your measurements and let me know. Chen Dong did not reply. A little while later, Su Zhixia sent another message. Have you had dinner yet? I haven't gone home yet. Do you want me to bring you some late-night snacks? Chen Dong glanced at the time. It was already past 2 o'clock. Su Zhixia hasn't gone back yet? Why haven't you gone home yet? It's so late, it's not safe for a girl to be out alone. Meanwhile, the Su group. When Su Zhixia saw this message, her heart warmed. I've been staying in the hospital for the past 2 days. Company matters have piled up. I'll have to work overtime to deal with it now. She seems to have gotten used to this feeling since she was a child. After all, while other children could go to amusement parks with their parents when they were young, she could only spend her free time learning business from her father. Because she is the sole heir to the Su group. He not only gets first place in every exam, but he also always signs up for all his extracurricular classes. After a while, Su Zhixia got used to this kind of life. This sudden concern made Su Zhixia's eyes feel a little sore. Chapter 15. Why don't you come pick me up? Su Zhixia rubbed her eyes, trying to suppress the bittersweet feeling in her heart. I have some things to take care of at the company, so I'll head back soon. Chen Dong frowned. It seems being a CEO isn't so easy. I don't eat late-night snacks, so be careful when you drive alone at night. After pondering for a moment, Chen Dong finally typed out this line. Since you know it's not safe to drive at night, why don't you come pick me up? Su Zhixia asked tentatively. Once those words were spoken, they vanished without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no response. Su Zhixia was somewhat disappointed. Although she had long expected that Chen Dong would not agree. Perhaps Chen Dong went to sleep after sending the text message. After all, a normal person should be resting at this hour. Su Zhixia tried to comfort herself. Send me your location? I'm coming over now. When Su Zhixia saw this message, she almost burst into tears of joy. Chen Dong actually agreed to pick her up? This was something Su Zhixia never expected. In fact, Chen Dong made this decision after a great deal of internal struggle. Chen Dong drove up to the Su Group building. Then he saw Su Zhixia waiting downstairs in the cold wind. Why did you come down? And don't work so late next time, it's bad for your health. Actually, Chen Dong wanted to say this the first time he saw Su Zhixia. Although Su Zhixia always wore exquisite makeup, Su Dong could still tell that she looked haggard. Chen Dong's words were purely from a doctor's perspective and had no other meaning. But when it reached Su Zhixia's ears, it took on a completely different meaning. Su Zhixia smiled, feeling a warm current flow through her heart. Thank you for coming to pick me up so late. You're welcome. Putting aside the fact that Su Zhixia likes him, Su Zhixia is actually a pretty good person to him. Can I sleep at your place tonight? Su Zhixia suddenly mentioned it. Chen Dong was taken aback by these unexpected words. Want to sleep at my place? Chen Dong looked at Su Zhixia in disbelief. Is it really that direct? Su Zhixia immediately realized that Chen Dong had misunderstood. That's not what I meant. My grandfather is home today, and I don't want him to know I'm going home so late. Chen Dong fell silent. Come to think of it, he has never brought a girl to his home. If it's too difficult, then forget it. Su Zhixia lowered her head in disappointment. This appearance is strangely cute. He seemed like a completely different person from the aloof CEO he was during the day. Chen Dong even had an urge to reach out and pat her little head. If you don't mind that my house is a bit messy, then that's fine. Chen Dong was ultimately too soft-hearted. Su Zhixia looked at Chen Dong with a delighted expression. I don't mind. Chen Dong actually agreed? Could it be that Chen Dong is easier to talk to at night? Otherwise, why would I have indulged her so much tonight? Su Zhixia secretly glanced at Chen Dong. He tentatively asked, will you marry me? Cannot. Chen Dong rejected her without hesitation. Okay, Chen Dong is still the same Chen Dong. You don't need to go to work tomorrow morning. It's already so late. You should get some rest and then come with me to get your measurements taken. Chen Dong did not refuse. The main reason is that being a doctor requires a high degree of concentration. He didn't want to go to work feeling listless. That would not only be irresponsible to oneself, but also to the patient. When Su Zhixia arrived at Chen Dong's house, she realized that it was true that a boy's house could be this clean. The tables and chairs were arranged neatly, and even the floor was spotless. It's a very simple European style. The black and white color scheme looks somewhat cold and desolate. Do you live alone? Yes, this is a rented house. His parents don't live here. So he was alone most of the time, which made the atmosphere less lively. Su Zhixia, like a curious kitten, peeked around at everything. Chen Dongzi then tidied up Su Zhixia's room. You can stay here tonight. I live right next door to you, so just call me if you need anything. Su Zhixia nodded and watched as Chen Dong's door closed. I always feel a bit empty inside. This is a little different from what she imagined. When a man and a woman are alone in a room, something is bound to happen, right? As a result, Chen Dong didn't even glance at her. For the first time in her life, Su Zhixia doubted her own charm. She can no longer attract Chen Dong. The next morning, Chen Dong's biological clock forcibly woke him up. But Su Zhixia had already left. I'm going back now. Thank you for taking me in last night. It seemed that once daytime arrived, she reverted to her former aloof and arrogant CEO persona. Looking at the WeChat message Su Zhixia sent him, Chen Dong shrugged and didn't pay much attention to it. After taking leave, Chen Dong went straight to the tailor shop after breakfast. There is a tailor shop right at the entrance of the residential area. The old tailor, wearing reading glasses, smiled broadly when he saw Chen Dong enter. Young man, are you here to have clothes made? Chen Dong shook his head. I wonder if you can take measurements here, master? I'd like to have my dimensions taken. Sure, of course. The young tailor muttered to herself as she took Chen Dong's measurements. It's been a long time since I've seen a young man with such perfect proportions as you. Young man, are you a model? You look familiar. Could you be a big star? Chen Dong chuckled. No, I'm just a junior doctor. Doctors are great too, they save lives and heal the wounded. The old master craftsman said with some disappointment. You're so good looking, why don't you become a big star? This question left Chen Dongxue both amused and exasperated. Waist 70 centimeters, shoulder width 50 centimeters. The experienced craftsman revealed a long string of numbers. After saying that, he patted his head in frustration. Look at my pig brain, I forgot to write it down for you again. How about we measure it again? With so many numbers, how could anyone possibly remember them all? Chen Dong waved his hand and said, no need, master. I've already written it down. You've already written it down? The experienced craftsman asked incredulously, young man, you're not lying to me, are you? Chen Dong reluctantly recited the numbers. What could this long string of familiar numbers be if not something the experienced craftsman just revealed? The old master looked at Chen Dong in disbelief. I didn't expect you to be such a good-looking young man with such a good memory. I've been a tailor for decades and I'm very sensitive to measurements. I could only memorize all the numbers when I was young, but now I'm getting old. The old master craftsman sighed, his tone full of regret. Young man, if you need a suit made next time, you can consider coming here. I've been a tailor for decades, so my skills aren't bad. If you come, I'll give you a discount. I'm not after anything else, just because you're so good looking. Actually, the master craftsman also had his own selfish motives. If Qindong were to model for her, he would definitely be able to attract a lot of business. Good. Qindong did not refuse and said with a smile, I will definitely ask you to make my suit next time. How much does it cost to take measurements? The experienced craftsman shook his head, I won't take your money. It's just taking measurements, isn't it a simple matter? Chapter 16 The Dean is looking for you. That's what they say, but usually when customers come to a tailor to have their measurements taken, they'll give him more than 100 yuan as a service fee. Qindong was also aware of this rule. So he took out 200 yuan from his pocket and put it directly on the table next to him. Master, please don't be so polite with me, or I won't come to you to make suits next time. After saying that, he turned and left. As soon as Qindong arrived at the hospital, he saw Zhao Hua winking at him. Is your eye twitching? Qindong asked, puzzled. Zhao Hua's lips twitched violently, and he gestured towards the office. Your spring is coming, kid. He was only gone for a short morning, what happened? Why are all the doctors around him looking at him with such envy, jealousy, and hatred? Zhao Hua whispered to Qindong, Dean Zhang is back and is sitting in your office now. Even Director Li stayed inside, serving him tea and water. Ha! Qindong blinked, looking completely bewildered. What was Dean Zhang doing in his office? Go in quickly, the dean has been waiting for you for a long time. Before he could react, Zhao Hua pushed him inside. Dean Zhang. Qindong greeted Dean Zhang. Dean Zhang nodded and looked at Qindong with a friendly expression. Don't be shy, Xiao Chen. Sit down, sit down. I didn't come to see you today for anything else, I just wanted to talk about medicine. Just think of it as an exchange meeting, don't feel too much pressure. Qindong nodded, not finding it strange at all. He knew why Dean Zhang had come. The reason is that his behavior over the past few days has been too outstanding for this small hospital. Xiao Chen, I've seen the video of you in the operating room. Even Dr. Sun speaks highly of you. Judging from your skillful technique, it seems like this isn't your first time performing this kind of surgery? Li De, who was standing to the side, turned pale. When he learned that the dean actually wanted to meet Qindong in person, he was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. As a result, Qindong asked for leave this morning. Director Li seized the opportunity to criticize Qindong's irresponsibility, saying that as a doctor, how could he take leave without a valid reason? Unfortunately, the dean didn't seem to listen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have that smiling expression. Qindong understood. This was certainly not his first time having that kind of surgery. It's just that in the past, it was all simulated within the system. Although the virtual world and the real world offer no difference in experience. But this is something that definitely can't be brought up in public. Qindong smiled shyly and said, I have done a lot of research on tumor surgery before, and I am dedicated to studying the combination of traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Now everyone thinks that traditional Chinese medicine is not as good as Western medicine, but we doctors should focus more on combining Chinese and Western medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine's acupuncture point chart, and Western medicine's painkillers. Each has its own merits. Qindong said calmly. Dean Zhang's gaze toward Qindong grew increasingly appreciative. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to have such insight at such a young age. Dean Zhang has also mentored many medical students who graduated from the university. But no one has ever grasped it as thoroughly as Qindong. Young people these days are very extreme. They either believe that Western medicine is the best, or they believe that traditional Chinese medicine is the best. Few people would think of combining the two. But Qindong had just thought of that. They also applied this idea in clinical practice. Are you free on Saturday? Qindong was somewhat unsure of Dean Zhang's meaning. I'm thinking of holding a public lecture on Saturday, inviting interns from other hospitals to come to the hospital for a class. Could you go and talk to them about the tumor removal surgery? Dean Zhang did not give a direct order, but instead asked Qindong for his opinion. This shows a lot of respect for Qindong. Saturday? Qindong suddenly remembered that he was going to a business cocktail party with Su Zhixia on Saturday. I'm sorry, Dean Zhang, I already have an appointment for Saturday. Li De, who hadn't had a chance to speak until now, heard Qindong say this. He sneered repeatedly. What else could you possibly have to say? What could be more important than this open lecture? Can't you, an adult, tell which is more important? Li De rebuked him sternly. Chen Dong, however, said neither humbly nor arrogantly, there are priorities in matters, but there is also a matter of order of arrival. It was Dean Zhang who wanted to invite him to give a public lecture, not the other way around. Li Deqi's body trembled with anger. On the contrary, Dean Zhang still had a smiling expression. This young man is not bad. To remain so calm and composed even when facing the pressure of power. Dean Zhang, on the other hand, grew to appreciate Chen Dong more and more. All right, Director Li, that's enough. Xiao Chun, when would be a convenient time for you? Chen Dong sighed silently to himself. Judging from Dean Zhang's tone, he was determined to invite him to the event. What to do? Sometimes being too outstanding is a mistake. Chen Dong had absolutely no intention of attending the open class. That's too much trouble. It would be better to go into the system and do a few more simulated surgeries. Dean Zhang has already said so much. If Chen Dong refuses again, it would seem like he's being ungrateful. Sunday, I guess. Chen Dong thought for a moment and then said. Dean Zhang readily agreed, his smile was incredibly bright. Chen Dong is a rising star in the medical field. Fortunately, the star was in their hospital. This is what makes Dean Zhang most grateful. Hey Chen. You're so handsome, do you have a girlfriend? Dean Zhang suddenly changed the subject. Chen Dong was somewhat bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. No. I had no choice but to answer truthfully. Dean Zhang's face lit up with joy. I have a daughter who is a dance teacher now. I think you two are about the same age, so you must have a lot to talk about. How about I arrange for you two to meet? Dean Zhang suddenly realized that his idea was really brilliant. If Chen Dong became her son-in-law. After that, Chen Dong achieved some success, which brought honor to his father-in-law. Just thinking about it made Dean Zhang unable to hide his excitement. However, being an old fox who had been around for so many years, his expression remained unchanged. Chen Dong's expression changed slightly. Wasn't this just a disguised blind date? Dean Zhang, I don't want to be in a relationship right now. Chen Dong sighed helplessly. All he really wanted to do was work. There's still a big CEO up there we haven't dealt with yet. He doesn't want another one. Upon hearing this, Dean Zhang could only sigh. That's such a shame. But I think you two can chat first. I'll give her your WeChat ID. You young people can get along well. It was too late for Chen Dong to stop it. We had no choice but to give up. But what's going on lately? This romantic luck is just too strong. Chapter 17 Romantic Encounters. What does Dean Zhang want with you? They want me to participate in open classes. Chen Dong replied calmly. What? Dean Zhang actually wants you to participate in the open class? Why can't I be so lucky? You know, the annual medical public lecture is attended by almost all the big names in the medical field, and it just so happens that it was held at our hospital this year. Yes, so many people are desperate to get a spot, but our hospital only has a few, and they've already been allocated by the hospital director. How could we possibly get one? Chen Dong, you're so lucky. I'm even a little jealous of you. You get to meet so many big shots at the open class. I really want to meet those big shots too. It is said that these open course slots are reserved for the interns with the highest scores. Chen Dong frowned. Have you misunderstood something? I went there to give them a lesson. The envious crowd. Could you be any more monstrous? He's only been out of school for a few months? So you went to teach the interns? It's true that comparing yourself to others is just plain frustrating. Zhao Hua sighed. I'm tired of using the word envy. When he first met Chen Dong, he tried his best to catch up with Chen Dong. Later, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up with Chen Dong. Instead, he exhausted himself and became breathless. It's better to just give up. When I passed by the office just now, I overheard Dean Zhang mentioning his daughter. Someone mentioned it unintentionally. Does Dean Zhang want you to be his son-in-law? Chen Dong shook his head, just being ordinary friends. Even so, it was enough to shock everyone. Nurses and doctors who have spent a lot of time in the hospital know this. Dean Zhang dotes on his daughter, who is a dance teacher. After all, she only has one daughter. Previously, when Dean Zhang's daughter came to the hospital to deliver food to Dean Zhang, someone asked for her WeChat ID. That person was reprimanded by Dean Zhang. Unexpectedly, Dean Zhang would take the initiative to matchmake his daughter with Chen Dong. This clearly demonstrates just how much Dean Zheng admires Chen Dong. A bitter feeling welled up in everyone's hearts. Chen Dong, however, seemed completely unconcerned. Seeing this, Zhao Hua exclaimed angrily, "They really don't know how lucky they are." Everyone nodded in agreement. Absolutely. It's infuriating. Meanwhile, the patient who made Chen Dong famous also recovered quickly. When he saw Chen Dong, he wished he could kneel down before him on the spot. "It's all my fault for not listening to you before. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, what would have happened to my wife and child?" A grown man cried so hard that snot bubbles came out of his nose. She grabbed Chen Dong's hand, tears streaming down her face. Chen Dong was taken aback and used some force to pull his hand away. "You should rest well during this time and talk less, since your voice hasn't fully recovered yet. Avoid eating anything that causes internal heat for the next 6 months, and keep your diet light." This time, the man dared not disobey. He nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, doctor, I'll listen to whatever you say from now on." The woman standing nearby wiped away tears from the corners of her eyes. "Doctor, I know everything. My husband survived this time entirely because of you. We, your family, don't know how to repay your immense kindness." The woman immediately knelt down before Chen Dong. If Chen Dong hadn't stopped her, she probably would have kowtowed a few more times. Chen Dong could understand their feelings. However, being treated like this still left me feeling a bit both amused and exasperated. Chen Dong helped the woman up. "What are you doing? This is what I should do as a doctor. Don't ignore doctor's orders in the future. Otherwise, you should prepare to make a will." This provoked another wave of gratitude from the woman and man. After checking the rooms, Chen Dong received a friend request. Chen Dong subconsciously clicked on the other person's profile picture. The girl in the photo has a curvaceous figure, and the scenery is partially obscured. It looks very tempting. Her long, snow-white legs were in no way inferior to Su Zhixia's. It's a pity we can't see their faces. However, with such a great figure, her face probably won't be too bad either. Chen Dong couldn't help but click on the other person's moments. The other party has set it to be visible for only 3 days. The latest update was posted yesterday. The girl in the photo has naturally dark eyebrows and naturally red lips. Especially her slightly upturned phoenix eyes, which seem to contain all the charm of the world. The background is a restaurant. Chen Dong then realized that she might be Dean Zheng's daughter. After the friend request was accepted, the other party immediately sent a message. "Handsome guy, I've heard you're incredibly talented and have extraordinary abilities. How about we grab some lunch together?" Chen Dong frowned. "Are girls these days so blunt? Handsome, why aren't you saying anything? The profile picture is of myself, and there are real photos of me on my WeChat moments. If you're still worried, I can even video chat with you." Upon seeing this, Chen Dong almost spat out his water. Those in the know understand that the two of them are making friends. Those who don't know the situation might think they're having an affair. "Hey beautiful, stop. You still haven't told me who you are." The other side quickly replied with 3 words. "Zheng Zhao Zhao. Chen Dong." Chen Dong didn't want to continue this pointless conversation with her. But the other party wouldn't let it go. "Why are you so cold? You're a bit different from my other suitors. It's almost noon, are you sure you don't want to come out for lunch with me?" Chen Dong felt a headache coming on. Was this really a dance teacher? He had always thought that dance teachers were all quiet and gentle. This is the first time I've seen something so intense. I ate lunch with my colleagues. Chen Dong resisted the urge to block the other party and replied. If it weren't for Dean Zhang's sake, he really wanted to block him. In the end, Chen Dong still didn't have dinner with his colleagues. Because Su Zhixia sent him a message asking him to have dinner. "I'll be waiting for you in the cafeteria on the 3rd floor." Chen Dong sighed and rubbed his forehead. Wasn't it said that CEOs were all very busy? Why did Su Zhixia seem so idle every day? Otherwise, why would they go to the hospital every day? What Chen Dong didn't know was that Su Zhixia was handling official business all night for him. "I haven't had a proper night's sleep for over a week. I had lunch with my colleagues today." Actually, Chen Dong didn't mean anything by it, he just didn't want to be too conspicuous. "Do I really have to come and call you in person?" Zhao Hua, who was standing nearby, noticed the embarrassment on Chen Dong's face. He put his arm around Chen Dong's shoulder and asked. Why do you look so unhappy? Isn't this something to be happier than winning the lottery? Chen Dong rolled his eyes. I'm not having lunch with you guys today. Zhao Hua nodded, a lewd smile on his face, as if to say, I know what I mean. Chapter 18. I didn't expect you to be so good looking. Zheng Zhaozhao noticed that the other party did not reply for a long time. She curled her red lips into a smile. This is really boring. What does it mean to not reply to messages? Zhao Zhao, how was your chat with Xiao Chen? Dean Zhang smiled broadly, just like an old father worrying about his daughter's marriage. Zheng Zhaozhao shook her head. I think he probably knows he's not good enough for me, so he's not even replying to my messages anymore. Zheng Zhaozhao had never decided to be with the other person from the beginning. Sending so many messages was just to tease Qindong. If Qindong really takes the bait, Zheng Zhaozhao will immediately delete him from her friend list. And he told his father in a righteous and stern manner. Qindong wasn't as good as he imagined. She hates vulgar men who only care about appearance. Who knew the other party wouldn't even reply to the messages? Zhao Zhao, you mustn't say that, Xiao Chen. Dean Zhang said seriously, his tone very solemn. Dad knows you've always been resistant to the blind date I found for you, but Xiao Chen is really a very good man. Dean Zhang sighed softly. He had originally intended to bring the two of them together. Unexpectedly, Qindong looked down on Zhao Zhao, and Zhao Zhao also looked down on Qindong. Zheng Zhaozhao snorted coldly. Her future husband doesn't have to be very rich. But you must be talented. Otherwise, how could I be worthy of her? Dean Zhang shook his head and said nothing more. At noon, Zheng Zhaozhao arrived at the hospital in high heels, causing a stir among the men in half the hospital. Let's go see some beautiful women. Zhao Hua pulled Qindong along and hurriedly walked towards the door. Qindong frowned. What beautiful woman? Zhao Hua looked excited. I heard that Dean Zhang's daughter came to the hospital to bring her food again. Let me tell you, Dean Zhang's daughter is an absolute beauty. A stunning beauty? Su Zhixia's face immediately appeared in Qindong's mind. In all his life, the most beautiful girl he had ever seen was probably Su Zhixia. However, he had also seen Dean Zhang's daughter. In WeChat moments. It has to be said that it has a unique charm. If Su Zhixia is like a white lotus on a snow-capped mountain peak, she is to be admired from afar but not to be touched. Zheng Zhaozhao is like a wild goose in the summer. A long, fiery red dress. Her hair was piled high, revealing her fair swan neck. Her curvaceous figure couldn't even be contained by a dress. If this were in ancient times, he would definitely be considered a scourge to the country. Qindong clicked his tongue, admitting that Zheng Zhaozhao was quite beautiful. As Zhao Hua watched Zheng Zhaozhao approach step by step, he felt his heart pounding. She's here, she's here. Zhao Hua swallowed hard. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Quick, check if my clothes are wrinkled. Zhao Hua hurriedly straightened his clothes, looking extremely nervous. Qindong felt somewhat helpless and was about to turn around and leave when his shoulder accidentally bumped into Zheng Zhaozhao, who had just brushed past him. Sorry. Qindong smiled apologetically. Zheng Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. This man is quite handsome. Why didn't Lao Zhang tell her that the hospital had such a good-looking doctor? Zheng Zhaozhao's gaze fell on Qindong's name tag. Then, somewhat surprised, she said, You're Qindong? Zheng Zhaozhao had no idea what Qindong looked like. All I know is that his name is Qindong. She had always thought Qindong was an ordinary-looking person. Otherwise, how could you not find even half a photo in your WeChat moments? I never expected Qindong to be so good-looking. Qindong gave a nonchalant reply. If you have nothing else, I'll be going now. He still had to get back to his office to organize the files. Zheng Zhaozhao grabbed Qindong's arm. Wait. Faced with Qindong's surprised gaze, Zheng Zhaozhao calmly said, I'll come find you later and we can have lunch together. After saying that, he hurriedly entered the elevator. Everyone stared at Qindong in shock. Being good-looking is great. I never expected to win the heart of such a beautiful woman so quickly. I wish I looked like Qindong. I really want to cling to a beautiful woman. Does that mean Qindong might become Dean Zhang's son-in-law in the future? Everyone looked at Qindong differently now. Besides envying them, I can't think of another word. Zhao Hua punched Qindong in the chest. Good lad, you've won over my goddess's heart so quickly. Qindong also felt somewhat helpless. Is it his fault for being handsome? Hello, what's your name? Chen Dong felt a shadow loom over him and assumed it was another patient. When I looked up, I saw Zhang Zhaozhao's beautiful face. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Zhaozhao curled her red lips. "I'll wait for you to get off work so we can have dinner together." Chen Dong's lips twitched violently. "I'm going to eat at the cafeteria with my colleagues later." "What is this young lady planning to do now?" "I invited him to dinner via WeChat yesterday. They came directly today." Chen Dong thought that Zhang Zhaozhao's words yesterday were just empty talk. "I didn't expect it to be for real." Chen Dong was unaware of today's invitation. It was merely a whim of Zhang Zhaozhao after seeing his face. Zhang Zhaozhao never imagined that Chen Dong could be so good-looking. It perfectly fulfills the fantasies of countless young girls. At that moment, Zhang Zhaozhao suddenly realized that talent wasn't so important after all. "It'll be midnight in a few minutes. I'll wait for you." Zhang Zhaozhao seemed not to have heard Chen Dong's refusal. He sat down right there. This gave Chen Dong quite a headache. Just then, Su Zhixia sent another text message. "Tell him to come to the office at noon to try on a suit. I'm afraid lunchtime won't be an option. I'm going out for lunch." Chen Dong glanced at the young lady sitting opposite him and slowly typed a string of words. Zhang Zhaozhao's attitude made him feel like he wasn't worthy of having a meal with her, so she wouldn't leave. Su Zhixia hadn't replied to his messages, and he didn't know if she was busy or for some other reason. A few minutes later, a beautiful figure burst in. "Chen Dong, where are you going to have lunch?" Chapter 19 Rivals Meet, Eyes Filled with Hatred. When Su Zhixia saw Zhang Zhaozhao, she was clearly taken aback. Although she had never met Zhang Zhaozhao in person, she had seen photos of Zhang Zhaozhao on Dean Zhang's WeChat moments. So she immediately recognized the stunningly beautiful girl in front of her as Dean Zhang's daughter. Zhang Zhaozhao also saw Su Zhixia. "Mr. Su." Zhang Zhaozhao stood up and smiled slightly. Su Zhixia nodded, which was considered a greeting. "What brings you here?" Chen Dong's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the two opposing women, he felt a headache coming on. One would have been enough for him, but now two of them have ended up together. "I've come to have dinner with you." Su Zhixia spoke very naturally, as if she were talking about something perfectly ordinary. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhaozhao's expression changed, and she took Chen Dong's arm. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, Chen Dong is having dinner with me today." Their words and actions were very intimate. It was as if she and Chen Dong were a young couple deeply in love. Su Zhixia chuckled softly, and the temperature in the entire office dropped several degrees. "Chen Dong used to have lunch with me. He probably won't tea like the food outside." Chen Dong felt unhappy, but a large crowd had gathered outside his office, watching with great amusement. Among them were Zhao Hua and Director Wang. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, what an amazing sight I just saw. If I'm not mistaken, this woman should be Dean Zhang's daughter, right? And isn't that our general manager Su? Could they be arguing because of Chen Dong? Anyone with eyes can see it. I'm so envious. Why don't I have such good luck? Why can't the scenario of two women fighting over one man happen to me? I just laughed. You don't even look at yourself. You wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. Chen Dong has both ability and good looks, while what can you do besides being good at games? The commotion outside had no effect on those inside. At that moment, Su Zhixia stared intently at Chen Dong. "Chen Dong, do you think the food in the cafeteria is better or the food outside is better?" Chen Dong's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this question just a rehash of asking him to choose between Su Zhixia and Zhang Zhaozhao? This was a question that was a death sentence no matter how he answered it. Zhang Zhaozhao had a playful smile on her lips. If it were any other woman, knowing that her rival was Su Zhixia, she would probably have backed down long ago. But she's the kind of person who likes to face challenges head-on. She doesn't care what Su Zhixia's identity is. If her initial feelings for Chen Dong were only 50%. With Su Zhixia's appearance, this affection was amplified to 100%. Zhang Zhaozhao smiled and said to Chen Dong, "I've already made a reservation. Are you going to stand me up?" As she spoke, Su X intentionally or unintentionally brushed against Chen Dong's arm. This is undoubtedly a temptation for men. However, Chen Dong said without changing his expression, "I ate lunch with my colleagues in the cafeteria today." After saying that, he pulled Zhao Hua, who was watching the show, out of the crowd. It seems to be to prove this point. Chen Dong had already pulled Zhao Hua along and hurriedly headed towards the cafeteria. Su Zhixia watched coldly, seemingly dissatisfied with Chen Dong's attitude towards handling the payment. No way, Chen Dong actually rejected Su Zhixia and Zhang Zhaozhao? If it were Chen Dong, I would choose Su Zhixia. Su Zhixia is rich and beautiful, and she also has the Su group backing her. But Zhang Zhaozhao is no less impressive. She's the dean's daughter. I could play with her legs for a lifetime just by looking at them. Go away, wipe the drool from your mouth. Don't you even look at yourself? Why didn't Chen Dong agree to either of them? That's such a pity. The audience felt sorry for Chen Dong. Only those young nurses had pink bubbles in their eyes. Dr. Chen is really different from other men. He doesn't bow down to wealth and status. Do you think Dr. Chen has someone he likes? To remain chaste for the one you love, isn't that just too swoon-worthy? Call. Seeing that the two hadn't followed, Chen Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Women are truly terrifying. Especially since they are two women who like him. Su Zhixia is one thing. He already knew Su Zhixia's thoughts. But what's the deal with this Zhang Zhaozhao? I was immediately captivated by his charm. Zhao Hua couldn't understand Chen Dong's troubles and looked at him with envy. Why don't I have such good fortune as you? If two beautiful women were to pursue him at the same time, just thinking about it would make him feel that life would be complete. Chen Dong rolled his eyes. Being pursued by a beautiful woman is not necessarily a good thing. At least not for him. He really just wanted to be a doctor in peace. To save lives and heal the wounded. After leaving Chen Dong's office, Zhang Zhaozhao found her father. Dad, I want to try dating Chen Dong. Dean Zhang was taken aback, clearly surprised by Zhang Zhaozhao's words. Why did you suddenly change your mind? After all, Zhang Zhaozhao looked quite unhappy yesterday. Zhang Zhaozhao did not answer, but instead, Chen Dong's face and his attitude at noon earlier that day appeared in her mind. Her ears were slightly red. She had never been so attracted to a man before. She thought Chen Dong was different. At least she's not like those scumbags who cling to her the moment they see her, and you can't shake them off. Although he didn't get a reply, Dean Zhang smiled happily. Chen Dong is a good doctor and a good kid. Dad doesn't object to you dating him. Zhang Zhaozhao smiled and subtly obtained a lot of information about Chen Dong from Dean Zhang. But Dean Zhang seemed unaware that Su Zhixia was also pursuing Chen Dong. Zhang Zhaozhao sent Chen Dong a message, inviting him to dinner. I was rejected. The result was as expected. Zhang Zhaozhao wasn't too surprised. Chen Dong had just finished lunch. Zhang Shui then called him to the president's office. Why didn't you come to the cafeteria on the third floor for lunch? Are you afraid Zhang Zhaozhao will be jealous? Su Zhixia's face was gloomy, and there was a hint of anger on her cool little face. President Su, I have no relationship with Zhang Zhaozhao. And it's my freedom to decide who I want to have dinner with. If anyone else dared to speak to Su Zhixia like that, Su Zhixia would have fired them long ago. But this person happens to be Chen Dong. You. Su Zhixia was speechless. He was so angry he couldn't speak. You like Zhang Zhaozhao? Chapter 20 Perfect Body. Chen Dong replied without hesitation, I don't like it. Su Zhixia's mood calmed down a bit. The suit is on the sofa, go try it on and see if it fits. Chen Dong nodded and took off his shirt in the rest area, revealing his well-defined abs. Su Zhixia saw all of this, and two blushes appeared on her cool face. After a long time, she reluctantly looked away. I never expected Chen Dong to have such a great physique. Su Zhixia had always thought that doctors were all thin, weak men. I never expected Chen Dong to have such a great physique after taking off his loose coat. He's just as good as the male models in movies. And what's with Chen Dong wearing a suit? Mature and composed. He exuded the aura of a successful man. A look of amazement flashed across Su Zhixia's eyes. She fell in love with the suit at first sight, but she never expected it to fit her so well. And the effect was even better than she had imagined. Chen Dong wasn't particularly moved. He wasn't very interested in clothes or anything like that. Otherwise, she wouldn't dress so simply on a daily basis. For Chen Dong, clothes are just clothes that he can wear. However, this suit probably won't be cheap. Although Chen Dong never buys luxury goods, it doesn't mean he doesn't know their value. How much? I'll transfer it to you. Chen Dong is not one to take advantage of others. It's especially cheap for girls. Su Zhixia was slightly taken aback before she snapped out of her daze. Oh? No, no need. She said awkwardly, "It's not worth much money. Consider it payment for your promise to accompany me to the party. It's not like I bought it just for you." Chen Dong felt somewhat helpless. Since Su Zhixia had already said that, it would seem too arrogant for him to insist on giving money. In fact, Su Zhixia hadn't even decided who the other person should bring. "Mr. Su, why is your face so red?" Chen Dong was surprised to find that Su Zhixia's small face was almost as round as an apple harvested in autumn. Su Zhixia was taken aback, clearly not expecting Chen Dong to notice her. Her face flushed even more. Cough, cough, cough. Su Zhixia cleared her throat, trying to appear calm. "Maybe it's a bit too hot in this office." Chen Dong glanced at the air conditioner behind him and looked at Su Zhixia with a strange expression. Suddenly, as if he had just thought of something, he grinned mischievously and said, "Hey Mr. Su, did you peek at me while I was changing clothes? Am I in good shape?" Su Zhixia subconsciously replied, "Okay." Chen Dong's physique is, of course, beyond reproach. Then, seeing Chen Dong's mocking smile, Su Zhixia realized what she had just said. She turned away, blushing. "I was both angry and annoyed. Who peeked at you while you were changing? You were standing there changing. I just saw it by accident." Chen Dong kept a straight face, barely suppressing his laughter. Yeah, it was just an accident." Su Zhixia. Why does it seem like they're trying to cover it up? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed 50 days of check-ins and have received an S-level reward. As Chen Dong returned from Su Zhixia's office, a cold system notification sounded in his mind, making him realize that he was now eligible to receive an S-level reward. Extract. He had waited for this moment for far too long. S-level reward, 1 all-around dance skill, 1 fluent English skill, and 10 million Chinese yuan. The rewards for an S-rank item are really this generous? All my hard work checking in these past few days has been worthwhile. Extract skills for all-around dance. Chen Dong said without hesitation. Thinking about how he had only just begun to see some progress in his waltz after practicing for several days, Chen Dong's face turned extremely ugly. If he had known he had this skill, he wouldn't have needed to practice dancing so hard. Chen Dong felt a warm current flow into his body, and images of elegant dances appeared in his mind. My body started moving in sync with the thoughts in my mind. Everyone had gone for their lunch break, leaving Chen Dong alone in the office. He practiced without any hesitation. One song after another. Chen Dong felt a surge of heat within him, and felt no fatigue whatsoever. They even got more and more excited as they jumped. At that moment, Chen Dong did not notice that the beautiful woman outside the door was staring intently at him. Zheng Zhaozhao was filled with doubt. Chen Dong actually knows how to dance? Look at his fluid movements and skillful technique. Zheng Zhaozhao became extremely excited after just one glance. She started learning dance in elementary school and worked in the field of dance as an adult. All of this was simply because she loved dance. Zheng Zhaozhao could tell that Chen Dong's movements could not have been mastered in less than 10 years. An indescribable light shone in Zheng Zhaozhao's eyes, as if she had finally found her soulmate after decades of searching. "Chen Dong, did you choreograph this dance yourself?" Zheng Zhaozhao had never seen such a stunning dance before. Chen Dong stopped abruptly and looked at Zheng Zhaozhao at the door in surprise. Didn't she leave? Zheng Zhaozhao felt a little embarrassed by Chen Dong's gaze, and a blush rarely appeared on her beautiful face. Chen Dong wiped the thin layer of sweat from his forehead. Dancing is also a physically demanding activity. Chen Dong? Chen Dong then came to his senses. Why haven't you left yet? Zheng Zhaozhao showed no displeasure at these words, and her red lips curled into a smile. Chen Dong, fall in love with me. No one is more suitable for you than me. Zheng Zhaozhao licked her lips almost frantically. The two of them were simply soulmates. Zheng Zhaozhao originally thought she would never meet a man who would make her heart flutter in her lifetime. Until he met Chen Dong. She then realized that all her previous ideas were complete nonsense. Chen Dong sighed and rubbed his forehead. Can't you just shut up for a bit? He really doesn't want to be in a relationship. Ms. Zhang, perhaps I didn't make myself clear. I have no intention of dating right now, let alone getting married. I'm only focused on my career. Do you understand? Now that things have been said to this extent, surely this young lady won't bother him anymore? Zheng Zhaozhao's smile didn't fade at all. Instead, it grew even wider. This left Chen Dong completely baffled. Could he have gone crazy from all the stimulation? Zheng Zhaozhao smiled and said, It's okay, I can wait for you. Since Qindong has no intention of dating, does that mean that Su Zhixia hasn't successfully confessed her feelings yet? So, she still has a chance. Moreover, she and Su Zhixia are now competing fairly. Zheng Zhouxiao's beautiful face was full of confidence. She never felt that she was inferior to Su Zhixia, whether it's appearance or talent. Qindong, remember to contact me anytime you change your mind. My husband's place has always been reserved for you. I have to go now, don't forget to invite me to dinner. Zheng Zhaozhao smiled, blew a kiss to Qindong, and then gracefully left, swaying her slender waist. Qindong shook his head helplessly. He had to admit that Zheng Zhaozhao's figure and appearance were both top-notch. But it's not his type. Zheng Zhaozhao is so beautiful, she looks just like a wicked woman who brought ruin to a country in ancient times. But he just couldn't handle a woman like that. Chapter 21 The Ice Queen Gets Teasing. On the other hand, Zhang Shui noticed that her boss had been absent-minded all afternoon, and immediately guessed what she was thinking. Mr. Su, the cocktail party doesn't start until tonight, so you don't need to get distracted now. Zhang Shui teased. Su Zhixia rolled her eyes, both angry and annoyed. What are you thinking about all day long? Zhang Shui smiled and said, can you honestly say you're not thinking about Dr. Chen? After this medical incident, Zhang Shui grew to appreciate this rising star in the medical field even more. If it weren't for Qindong, the hospital would probably have suffered several more deaths. In fact, Zhang Shui felt that Qindong was extremely outstanding in every way except for his background. Even standing next to Su Zhixia, she is in no way inferior. Su Zhixia blushed and nodded. Qindong's strong, muscular physique, without an ounce of excess fat, lingered in her mind. Qindong's words from today kept replaying in her mind. Xiaoxue, I saw him changing his clothes today. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Shui was filled with shock. You're not really planning to force things, are you? Su Zhixia blushed and said, what are you saying? How is it? How's your figure? Compared to Su Zhixia, Zhang Shui is more open in private. Su Zhixia blushed and nodded. I don't know how a doctor who sits in his office all day can have such a good figure. Could it be that he secretly exercises all the time? What are you waiting for? Since you like him so much, wouldn't it be better to just pounce on him? That would save you from trying to find ways to see him all the time. Could you read fewer romance novels? If you have less work, I can arrange more for you. Su Zhixia blushed at Zhang Shui's words and threatened her. Zhang Shui pursed her lips, deciding to pretend she hadn't said anything. Well, Zheng Zhaozhao seems to like him too. Qindong is too outstanding, so it's not surprising that some people like him, but Zheng Zhaozhao's appearance made Su Zhixia feel a sense of crisis. After all, with Zheng Zhaozhao's figure, no man could resist her, right? Let alone men, even she, a woman, couldn't help but blush after looking at him for a few more seconds. Don't men all like women with curvaceous figures? Who? Zheng Zhaozhao? Su Zhixia nodded. Isn't that Dean Zhang's daughter? Yes. Why don't you reconsider my suggestion? What suggestion? Cooking raw rice into cooked rice. Su Zhixia. Qindong was unaware of Su Zhixia's conversation with Zhang Shui at that moment. He was diligently studying the medical books in the system within his office. The doctors passing by looked at Qindong with envy. Dr. Chen is indeed extraordinary. Even when he's just sitting here in a daze, he learns more than we do. Genius is something we can only envy. Did any of you see Mr. Su visiting Dr. Chen today? I've heard rumors at the hospital that Mr. Su and Dr. Chen have an ambiguous relationship, but I didn't expect it to be true. Didn't you notice that Dr. Chen was very cold towards President Su? Who was that stunning beauty today? She's practically my dream girl. I saw her looking for Dr. Chen. Could she be Dr. Chen's sister? What are you thinking? That's Dean Zhang's daughter, and also Dr. Chen's suitor. If I had Dr. Chen's face, I probably wouldn't still be in my 30s and still not have a wife. In reality, Qindong is currently immersed in the world of medicine. Contrary to what people might perceive, he wasn't just sitting in a chair lost in thought. Just as Qindong was about to leave work, a woman in her 30s pushed open the door and entered. The woman's face was deathly pale, and she was clutching her lower right abdomen with one hand. Those few steps seemed to have taken half her life. Large beads of sweat rolled down the woman's cheeks. Qindong had seen many housewives who came to see a doctor alone. But it's truly rare to see someone so seriously ill come alone. Doctor, could you please examine me? I haven't been able to sleep for the past few days, and my stomach has been cramping. It feels like someone is twisting a knife inside my stomach. Chen Dong noticed that the woman was still covering her lower right abdomen and gestured for her to relax. Try to relax your body and don't tense it up too much. This can relieve the pain. Let's do a simple registration first. Name? Li Guifeng. Age? 32. Chen Dong nodded and looked up at Li Guifeng. Have you ever had a child? No. Did you get your period this month? They're here. Chen Dong frowned. He could basically rule out the possibility of pregnancy. Lie down here and I'll check you out. Chen Dong had Li Guifeng lie down on the examination bed, and he already had a guess in his mind. However, this speculation still needs to be confirmed. Chen Dong reached out and pressed on Li Guifeng's stomach. Does it hurt here? Li Guifeng shook her head. Does it hurt here? Chen Dong moved his hand to the side. It doesn't hurt. And what about this? Ah. Chen Dong pressed down gently, and the woman immediately screamed. His face contorted in pain, and cold sweat poured down his forehead. It's definitely appendicitis. Just to be on the safe side, Chen Dong still ordered an ultrasound for the woman. Let's get an ultrasound done first. The woman nodded, took the form, and left. During this time, Su Zhixia sent Chen Dong another message, telling him not to be late. Because Su Zhixia had to go there in advance. Chen Dong had just agreed when the woman from before came over with the order form. Chen Dong frowned as he looked at the list. He had actually guessed correctly. The woman has appendicitis. There is a noticeable mass in the lower right abdomen. It's clearly an appendicitis. How long did this situation last? The woman truthfully replied, It's been over a year. Why didn't you come sooner? It's been over a year. Although appendicitis isn't a serious illness, it shouldn't be taken lightly. The woman nervously clutched the hem of her clothes. It never hurt this much before. Chen Dong sighed. Many patients are like this. They will absolutely not come to the hospital unless it is absolutely necessary. In your case, I suggest you have surgery to remove your appendix. The woman was shocked upon hearing this. What? I need to have surgery? Can't you give me 2 bottles of anti-inflammatory medicine? In the eyes of Li Guifeng, an ordinary rural woman, no matter where the inflammation is, anti-inflammatory drugs can be administered. While it's true that antibiotics can be administered for appendicitis, Li Guifeng didn't have acute appendicitis, so Chen Dong didn't recommend it. Even if I take anti-inflammatory medication this time, it will still recur next time. It's better to cut it off at the root. The woman nervously clutched the hem of her clothes and stammered, Can we not have the surgery? Think it over carefully. If you don't have surgery, it will recur. Chen Dong remained calm. It was his own body, and if the patient didn't want to have surgery, he couldn't interfere. After hesitating for a moment, the woman said, I'll call my husband. Chapter 22. Are you a quack doctor? It's just a common appendicitis. Why do I need surgery? The woman's husband was a strong man in his 40s, whose skin looked dark, probably due to long hours of hard work. After receiving the woman's call, he rushed over in a flurry. He was looking at Chen Dong with hostility. You mean you want to have surgery? Chen Dong nodded and told the man about Li Guifeng's situation. The man responded fiercely, Remove the appendix? It's just appendicitis, why remove the appendix? Many doctors who were about to leave work heard the commotion and looked over. Why does Dr. Chen always seem to encounter patients like this? This is too tragic. You can't reason with people like this. Sigh, can't this man just shut up if he doesn't know anything? Dr. Chen is such a professional, would she really try to scam him? Hearing the whispers around him, the man's face darkened even more. What are you looking at? The man shouted angrily, and the group of people at the door immediately dispersed. Nobody wants to get involved in this mess. Li Guifeng hid fearfully behind her husband, cautiously tugging at his sleeve to signal him to tone it down. This, however, angered the man. You worthless piece of trash, I told you not to come to big hospitals, not to come to big hospitals, why won't you listen to me? Look at this quack doctor, what does he know? Why would he need surgery for such a minor ailment? Isn't he just blatantly trying to rip you off? Li Guifeng lowered her head, not daring to refute. Chen Dong was speechless at the sight, but Li Guifeng was still his patient after all. He can't just leave it unattended. First, the hospital's fee standards are all uniform. Second, small clinics may not recommend that you have your appendix removed, but you will definitely go to small clinics again and again. That's all I have to say. Whether you can take it to heart is up to you. He shouldn't interfere in other people's family affairs. The man glared angrily at Chen Dong. Don't think I don't know what you doctors are up to? Let's go back. What the hell is this surgery for? The man dragged and pulled Li Guifang outside. Chen Dong shrugged. He had just finished packing his things and was about to take a taxi to find Su Zhixia when he heard a commotion coming from the hospital entrance. The person fainted in your hospital, so your hospital must take responsibility. My wife was perfectly fine at home, so why did she faint at your hospital? That quack doctor must have given my wife some kind of medicine. Chen Dong could hear the man's commotion from a great distance. Dr. Chen is here. Dr. Chen will definitely find a way to resolve this matter. Everyone, make way, don't block Dr. Chen's view. As soon as Chen Dong walked past, the crowd automatically made way for him. Only then did he notice Li Guifang lying on the ground, her face pale. Chen Dong frowned and said sternly, "What's going on here?" Her gaze, however, fell on the man beside her. The man felt uneasy under Chen Dong's sharp gaze, and even his voice became much weaker. What else could it be? It's all your hospital's fault. Let me tell you, if anything happens to my wife in the hospital, I won't let you off the hook. Chen Dong glanced indifferently at the woman on the ground and chuckled. First, your wife fainted because of excessive pain, and it has nothing to do with our hospital. Secondly, I suggested that you have the surgery, but you refused. You were also the one who decided to take your wife to a small clinic. So the moment you stepped out of my office, your wife's illness had nothing to do with me anymore. The man clenched his fists. Don't give me that nonsense. If it weren't for you, my wife wouldn't have fainted. This is a move to completely destroy Chen Dong. Chen Dong was speechless. If you want to save your wife, go pay the money first. Chen Dong knew that people like this were the most difficult to deal with, which is why he made the other party pay the money first. Otherwise, this man would probably just push the responsibility onto the hospital. Upon hearing the words pay money, the man's expression changed. The person fainted in your hospital, what does that have to do with me? Before anyone could react, he turned and ran. Everyone was stunned. Even Chen Dong was stunned. Is this person's brain covered in shit? He just abandoned his wife and ran away? Dr. Chen, what should we do now? The young nurse looked at the woman on the ground with a panicked expression. Chen Dong calmly said, "Let's get him to the operating room first." But the surgeons have all gone home by now. Chen Dong raised his eyelids slightly. I'll do it. Human life is at stake, so Chen Dong naturally wouldn't throw the woman out just because the man ran away. He can't do it. Saving lives is a doctor's instinct, and it has nothing to do with money. The doctors who were watching the spectacle all changed their expressions when they heard that the male lead was going to take the lead himself. What? Did you all hear that? Dr. Chen said he's going to perform the surgery himself? I heard it. I heard it. Oh my God. I have to go help Dr. Chen. Pa. You want to help Dr. Chen? I think you'll only make things worse. I think you're just jealous. Stop arguing, everyone. I don't think Dr. Chen needs our help, but I still really want to go and watch. Me too. I watched Dr. Chen's video dozens of times. What? You've only watched it a few dozen times? I've watched it over 100 times. That skillful and meticulous technique truly amazes me. Everyone was eager to become Chen Dong's assistant. Chen Dong only picked a few. After all, it was just an appendectomy, which he could have handled entirely by himself. This should be considered his first surgery in the true sense. When Chen Dong's phone rang, he remembered that Su Zhixia was still waiting for him. Hey, Chen Dong, where are you? I might not be able to get here for a while. A patient needs my surgery. I'll try my best to get here. Su Zhixia was silent for a while on the other end of the phone before saying, okay. Chen Dong could also sense Su Zhixia's displeasure, but choosing to pursue a career as a doctor meant giving up freedom. Chen Dong didn't say much to Su Zhixia. After hanging up the phone, he began to prepare for the surgery. Chapter 23. Beautiful lady, may I invite you to dance? Su Zhixia, dressed in a light blue, backless dress, stood in the corner holding a glass of red wine. At this time, she should have been on the dance floor with Chen Dong. For this day, she even practiced the waltz at home, a dance she hadn't done for years. Unexpectedly, Chen Dong was late. Su Zhixia concealed the despondency in her eyes and gently swirled the red wine in her glass. Beautiful lady, would you do me the honor of inviting me to dance? Su Zhixia looked up, only to see Zhang Xiaokai's familiar face. Why is it you? Zhang Xiaokai smiled slightly. Weren't you waiting for me? As soon as he entered, he saw a beautiful woman with a cold demeanor in the corner, but more importantly, he hadn't seen Su Zhixia's dance partner yet. Zhang Xiaokai was excited. Su Zhixia must have been waiting for him, which is why she didn't bring a dance partner. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Xiaokai noticed that Su Zhixia looked even more beautiful today, with delicate makeup even on her perpetually bare face. Could she have dressed up like this specifically for me? Zhang Xiaokai was overjoyed. He knew that the poor loser from last time was just someone Su Zhixia had deliberately brought to annoy him. Su Zhixia frowned unhappily. I already have a dance partner. She hoped that Zhang Xiaokai would be sensible and not bother her. She is in a bad mood right now. Zhang Xiaokai, however, seemed oblivious to Su Zhixia's implied meaning and said with a smile, Zhixia, do you have a dance partner? And your dance partner? Could it be that he just went to the bathroom? Su Zhixia bit her lower lip and rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaokai in annoyance. How can this person be so shameless? Can't you hear the urgency in her words? Where my dance partner is none of your business. Stay away from me. Su Zhixia said with disgust. Zhang Xiaokai, however, persisted. Zhixia, it's fine if you're throwing a tantrum at me, but there's no need to make up such a lie, is there? The commotion in the corner drew the attention of many people. But Zhang Xiaokai seemed quite pleased with the outcome. Let me guess, the dance partner you're talking about isn't that poor loser from last time, is it? Zhixia, stop fooling around. That poor loser probably doesn't even know what a waltz is. Do you really expect to dance with him? Zhang Xiaokai made no attempt to hide his sarcasm. The people around immediately started talking about it. Isn't that President Su of the Su Group? She's known as the #1 socialite in Chongqing, so why doesn't she even have a dance partner? That man seems to be the eldest son of the Zheng family. I've heard that young Master Zhang is pursuing Su Zhixia, but I didn't expect him to actually follow her here. Didn't Miss Su just say she had a dance partner? That's strange, I didn't see one. Su Zhixia was both angry and annoyed. It's none of your business. She dared not say that her dance partner was Chen Dong. Zhang Xiaokai's words just now made Su Zhixia realize that her invitation to Chen Dong to the ball was only out of selfishness, wanting to spend more time with Chen Dong. But they didn't consider Chen Dong at all. What if, as Zhang Xiaokai said, Chen Dong doesn't know how to dance the waltz at all? She had seen Chen Dong's employment information before Chen Dong came from an ordinary family. Su Zhixia was very annoyed. I felt extremely regretful. She suddenly felt a little relieved that Chen Dong had something come up and would be late today. Su Zhixia wasn't afraid of losing face herself, she was afraid of embarrassing Chen Dong. Zhang Xiaokai, however, wished he could make this matter even bigger. Could I have guessed right? Zhixia, you really chose that poor loser as your dance partner? Even if you're throwing a tantrum at me, you don't need to go and get that poor loser to upset me. Su Zhixia was so angry at Zhang Xiaokai's words that her blood boiled. You. I have never seen such shamelessness. Meanwhile, Chen Dong was busy performing surgery on a patient. Li Guofan was too thin, so all that was needed was to make a 3 cm incision in her lower right abdomen. If the patient is too fat, the incision needs to be longer. Although appendectomy is considered one of the simplest surgeries, it doesn't mean it requires no skill. Those who rushed to help Chen Dong were basically looking for an opportunity to learn about appendicitis surgery. As soon as Chen Dong cut open the lower right abdomen, pus immediately seeped out of the patient's body. Disinfecting cotton. Chen Dong carefully wiped away the pus with a sterile cotton swab. You don't immediately use your hands to find the appendix before you start looking for it. First, use a retractor to pull the incision open to both sides. Chen Dong handled the situation methodically, explaining things to everyone as he went. Although they had seen these things in textbooks, the feeling was completely different from seeing them with their own eyes. Moreover, Chen Dong's explanations were to the point and easy to understand. Everyone pricked up their ears, afraid of missing any important information. They weren't this serious back in college. Dr. Chen, can we look for the appendix now? Chen Dong shook his head. Before we find the appendix, we need to find the cecum first. The cecum is grayish-white in color compared to the small intestine. It is located in front of the tinea coli and on both sides of the fat truncates. After locating the cecum, pinch the intestinal wall with your fingers padded with gauze and pull the cecum out. You can find the appendix by following the Taenia coli. Next, Chen Dong demonstrated the technique to then using professional methods. Dr. Chen is indeed Dr. Chen. His actions have amazed me. Dr. Chen and I graduated in the same year, so why is Dr. Chen so amazing? Do you think everyone has Dr. Chen's talent? If there are no adhesions around the appendix, you can use your fingers to move the tip of the appendix to the incision site. Regardless of the severity of the inflammatory changes, the appendix itself should not be clamped with hemostatic forceps or tissue forceps to prevent the spread of infection. It can be clamped with special appendix forceps, or the mesentery at the tip of the appendix can be grasped with hemostatic forceps and pulled out. After completing this series of actions, Chen Dong glanced at the patient's condition. Fortunately, the patient is still under anesthesia. In such cases, patients often experience upper abdominal discomfort, nausea, and vomiting due to mesenteric traction. Mesorectal appendectomy should be performed outside the abdominal wall whenever possible. If it is difficult and must be performed inside the abdominal cavity, then apply gauze pads to properly protect each layer of the abdominal wall to prevent contamination. Before removing the appendix, the appendiceal mesentery and the appendiceal artery within it must be ligated and removed. Everyone around was stunned until Chen Dong reminded them, and then they realized they should wipe his sweat. When stitching up the wound, Chen Dong deliberately positioned himself so that they could see it more clearly. First, use hemostatic forceps to clamp the knot and cut off the excess thread. At the cecum 1 cm from the root, perform a purse string suture of the seromuscular layer using a small round needle and number 4 suture, without tying a knot at first. Then tighten the purse stitches and remove the appendix. The cut surface of the stump was first treated with carbolic acid cotton balls, and then treated with alcohol and saline cotton balls respectively. Press the hemostat at the ligature at the base of the appendix toward the cecum, while the assistant tightens the purse string suture, removes the hemostat, buries the appendix stump inside the cecum, ties a knot, and cuts the suture. The movements were as fluid as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. 2 people will stay behind so the patient can be transferred to a regular ward once she wakes up from anesthesia. Chen Dong said calmly. Chapter 24. Who says I can't dance? Facing the teasing glances around him, Zhong Xiaokai slowly smoothed out the wrinkles on his suit and looked at Su Zhixia with a smile. That poor loser definitely won't dare to come. If you change your mind now and dance with me, it's not too late. Su Zhixia scoffed lightly. Even if Chen Dong didn't come, I still wouldn't dance with you. And watch your mouth, Chen Dong is my man. Su Zhixia warned. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiaokai became furious. Zhixia, don't forget that our families are cooperating. Who does that poor loser count for? Why are you protecting him? He hadn't expected Su Zhixia to be so protective of Chen Dong. Zhang Xiaokai, I don't need the money from this one order from you. The threat was self-evident in his words. Zhang Xiaokai gritted his teeth and sneered, so what if you like him that much? That good-for-nothing doesn't even have the courage to accompany you to a party. How could he be worthy of you? Whether you're good enough or not is none of your business. An extremely arrogant voice rang out from the crowd. Su Zhixia's eyes lit up, and when she looked up, she saw the familiar figure in her mind. My God! Who is this man? He's so handsome. Even more handsome than Brother Pang. Am I the only one who noticed his demeanor? Who is this rich kid? This is definitely the most classy rich kid I've ever seen in my life. He walked towards Miss Su. Could he be that poor loser Zhang Xiaokai was talking about? Huh? Really? He doesn't look like a poor loser to me. Could it be that Zhang Xiaokai is jealous of him and is saying this on purpose? If I were Su Zhixia, I would also choose this man. He's just too handsome. The women all stared at Chen Dong with starry eyes, wishing they could gouge their eyes out and hang them on him. The men hung their heads in shame, secretly hating themselves for not being as good as Chen Dong. Su Zhixia moved her lips as she watched Chen Dong walk towards her step by step, feeling that he carried a unique radiance that no one else possessed. At this brightly lit party, they were instantly recognizable. I'm sorry I'm late. Chen Dong said apologetically. Although the patient near the end of his shift wasn't his intention, it was indeed wrong of him not to cancel the surgery. Su Zhixia shook her head, a faint smile appearing on her lips. It's nothing. She understands. Her man went to save lives. So she doesn't blame him. Zhang Xiaokai, who was being ignored, was quite dissatisfied. He looked at the distinguished Chen Dong and felt a pang of jealousy. Why does this pretty boy look so respectable in his suit? It actually made him subconsciously feel inferior. He was the eldest son of the prestigious Sheng family. Zhang Xiaokai grew angrier the more he thought about it. So what if you're a poor bastard? This is a cocktail party. Don't think you can sneak in just because you're wearing a suit. You can't dance, so let's see how you embarrass yourself later. Zhang Xiaokai said fiercely. Little did he know that Chen Dong, with his keen hearing, had already taken his words to heart. Chen Dong smiled and put his arm around Su Zhixia's shoulder. He picked up a glass of red wine and toasted the crowd from afar. I'm sorry everyone, something came up and I was delayed. I hope this unreasonable person has caused you any displeasure. Ah. So handsome and so polite, I love him so much. I wonder if Su Zhixia would be willing to give him to me. What are you dreaming about? Su Zhixia is the #1 socialite in Chongqing. Who are you? At most, your family has a little money, but do you have as much money as the Su family? I really want to marry him too. With this man here, what chance do we have at the party? Don't even mention it, buddy, I really admire his demeanor. Su Zhixia stared intently at Chen Dong. It felt like I was meeting him for the first time. Chen Dong, is your family really a well-off family? Nothing. Su Zhixia quickly lowered her head. Even though she had thoroughly investigated Chen Dong's family background, she still couldn't help but feel puzzled when she saw how outstanding he was. Is this really a child from an ordinary family? Even his demeanor is extraordinary. Chen Dong smiled slightly and gave a standard international bow. Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance? Su Zhixia looked at Chen Dong with a mixture of surprise and delight, her eyes filled with astonishment. You can dance? She asked in a low voice. Chen Dong smiled and said, yes. What? Shocked? Chen Dong held Su Zhixia's slender waist and said politely, Miss Su, don't get distracted. Su Zhixia blushed, feeling the warmth around her waist, and a tingling sensation spread throughout her body. Even his heart was pounding. The man's hot breath was constantly on her ears, making it impossible for her to concentrate. Especially the man's deep, resonant voice. Su Zhixia admitted she had fallen for him. She fell into the arms of this man named Chen Dong. His gentleness, his demeanor, his intelligence, his looks, everything about him captivated her. During the next dance, Su Zhixia kept getting distracted. Either he accidentally stepped on Chen Dong's foot, or he made a mistake in his movements. Chen Dong showed no anger whatsoever. Even with his foot stepped on, he maintained a faint smile. He guided Su Zhixia subtly. Spin, reach out, turn around. Chen Dong performed every movement perfectly. He seemed to be a born dancer, every move he made was captivating. Su Zhixia never expected Chen Dong to dance the waltz so well. She thought Chen Dong only knew how. I told you this man was no ordinary person, didn't I? Look at his waltz moves. If he had only learned it on the spot, how could he be so fluent? Clearly, the waltz is ingrained in his bones. That's why he is so familiar with it. So handsome. Men who dance are even more charming. If I didn't still have some sense, I would have tried to steal him from Su Zhixia. I admit he's better than me. Now I know where I went wrong. The men wore wry smiles. Chen Dong, the protagonist, was completely unmoved. After giving a standard thank you bow, he ended the song. You danced the waltz really well. Su Zhixia didn't hold back her praise. Chen Dong accepted the compliment with a slight smile. Zhang Xiaokai, who had been proven wrong, turned red and then pale, making for quite a spectacle. You pretty boy, you just wait. Zhang Xiaokai was too ashamed to stay there any longer. Chapter 25. Don't be a coward, just go for it. Su Zhixia stared at Chen Dong's perfect profile, somewhat lost in thought. Eat something. Chen Dong picked out a piece of pastry and handed it to Su Zhixia. Hey Mr. Su, did you come here without eating anything? He knew these parties were all just formalities, so he ate some bread to fill his stomach before coming. But when he was dancing, he noticed that Su Zhixia's complexion was very bad, and even her strength was weaker than at the beginning, so he guessed that Su Zhixia probably had a stomach problem. Su Zhixia was slightly taken aback, and the words that had been on her mind blurted out, How did you know? Chen Dong smiled and said, I could tell. Su Zhixia blushed, Is it that obvious? If your hands don't shake when you dance, I don't think you'd even notice. Cough cough cough. Su Zhixia blushed and said softly, Thank you. This man is so charming in every move he makes. He even noticed this subtle movement? Isn't this just making her fall for him? Su Jixia couldn't help but say, "Qindong, you're so considerate, can I take that as you care about me too?" Qindong smiled slightly. "So, according to you, doesn't that make me a scumbag?" "What's the meaning?" "Because I take extra care of every girl." Su Jixia laughed instead of getting angry. "Are they as pretty as me?" Qindong shook his head. "No. That's the truth, you probably can't find another person like Su Jixia in the entire mountain city. Zhang Zhaozhao is also beautiful, but she and Su Jixia are two extremes. Su Jixia's eyebrows are like those of an unattainable, aloof, and delicate beauty. Zhang Zhaozhao, on the other hand, is sexy and fiery, much like the blazing sun in the sweltering summer. However, this unattainable flower on a high mountain doesn't seem so arrogant in front of me. Since none of them are as pretty as me, doesn't that mean I have a better chance?" Su Jixia smiled. Qindong's lips twitched. What a peculiar thought process. "Don't move." Qindong suddenly bent down. As Qindong drew closer, Su Jixia's heart raced. What was he planning to do? So close? Is he trying to pin her against the wall? What if she's not ready? Su Jixia gritted her teeth. Fine, she'd go for it. The imagined kiss never came. As soon as Su Jixia opened her eyes, she saw Qindong's hand gently resting on her lips. "You have cream here." Qindong looked at her, the smile on his lips as if he could see right through her thoughts. Su Jixia was extremely embarrassed. It turned out she had misunderstood. "Hey! What are you doing standing so close? Did you really need to get that close to spread cream?" You made her misunderstand. Qindong smiled and said, "Mr. Su, you seem quite upset. You must have misunderstood something, right?" From the moment Su Jixia closed her eyes, Qindong knew that this innocent-looking CEO must have been thinking the wrong thing. Su Jixia, embarrassed that her little scheme had been exposed, tried to defend herself, saying, "I just happened to get something in my eye." "Oh? I don't recall mentioning Mr. Su's closed eyes, did I?" Qindong looked at Su Jixia with a half-smile. "You. Why do you have to expose her? Doesn't she have any pride?" Su Jixia glared at Qindong. This man both infuriated and adored her. "Mr. Su, when you're home alone, try to watch less of those childish romance movies." Su Jixia. So is this something that can't be explained clearly? Many people saw Qindong in the corner and came over to chat with him. "Ms. Su, is this your boyfriend?" The girl blushed and asked. Su Jixia tightened her grip on the wine glass. Why ask such a question that she already knew the answer to? Isn't it obvious? Even if it isn't now, it will be in the future. But since Qindong was standing there, Su Jixia really couldn't say it was him. "No." Su Jixia practically spat out those two words through gritted teeth. The women blushed and huddled around Qindong, completely ignoring Su Jixia. "Hey handsome, can we add each other on WeChat?" "Handsome, what's your name?" "Qindong, what a nice name." "Brother Dong, can you be my boyfriend?" "Brother Dong, you danced the waltz really well just now. Could you teach me?" The women kept calling him brother, completely oblivious to Su Jixia's gloomy expression. Very well, you dare to flirt with her man right in front of her. "Miss Wang. Miss Li, right?" She remembered. Forget about the collaboration. Qindong felt rather helpless. The perfume on the women made him a little dizzy, but these women seemed oblivious to his impatience and continued to surround him. Qindong had no choice but to look to Su Jixia for help. "Qindong, we should go back too." Several women looked at Qindong with reluctance, unwilling to give up without getting his contact information. Qindong, however, dragged Su Jixia away from the party as if they were fleeing. "Brother Dong, why are you walking so fast? Wait for us." "Brother Dong, you haven't told us where you live yet." "Brother Dong, oh." After shaking them off, Qindong breathed a sigh of relief. These women are terrifying. Thank goodness they didn't catch up. Compared to them, Su Jixia is considered the more reserved one. The group of women practically pounced on him. Isn't it annoying? Qindong nodded. "Marry me. Once we're married, you'll have a wife, and then they won't have any reason to harass you." Qindong. "Mr. Su, all I really want to do is work properly." What's with that expression? Is marrying me something you'd be doing me a disservice? Su Jixia had always wanted to ask this question. Why wouldn't Qindong agree to marry her? What exactly is wrong with her? In terms of family background, she is a descendant of the Su family, which is a prestigious family with a history of over 100 years. In terms of talent, she was the most famous socialite in the mountain city, proficient in all the arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In terms of looks, who in this mountain city dares to say they are prettier than her? It's not that Su Zhixia is boasting, it's just the truth. Only Zhang Zhaozhao, whom she had met last time, made her feel threatened. She never paid any attention to Chen Dong's remaining suitors. Chen Dong carefully examined Su Zhixia and honestly shook his head. I'm not wronged. President Su, forced relationships are never sweet. This isn't about feeling wronged or not. I just like it not to be sweet. Su Zhixia said expressionlessly. Chen Dong. How does chapter 26 feel? Suddenly, Su Zhixia's expression changed drastically. She clutched her stomach, her face contorted in pain. Seeing this, Chen Dong helped Su Zhixia's petite body up and said, sit down. Then I asked the waiter for a glass of hot milk. Su Zhixia is clearly suffering from a stomach ailment. Relax, relax, don't tense up. Tensing your body will not alleviate the pain, on the contrary, it will make the pain more pronounced. Su Zhixia's condition is clearly not something that happened overnight. Why don't you eat properly if you have stomach problems? Chen Dong is a doctor, and he can't stand patients who don't take care of their own bodies. Money is just an external thing, and besides, Su Zhixia doesn't seem to be short of money, so how could she not even take care of herself? Su Zhixia sniffed and forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. I'm too busy with work. Stop using work as an excuse. Even if you're busy, do you really not have time to eat? With a stern face, Chen Dong took the milk from the waiter and forcefully shoved it into Su Zhixia's hand. Drink the milk. Stomach problems cannot be treated with medication alone, they require more self-care and gradual conditioning. Seeing Su Zhixia's forehead covered in cold sweat from the pain, Chen Dong sighed. A large hand covered Su Zhixia's left breast. That is, the location of the stomach. When someone touched her body, Su Zhixia instinctively tensed up. Don't be so nervous, I just want to help relieve some of your pain. Chen Dong said helplessly. This occupational hazard of his is ingrained in his very being. Su Zhixia smiled weakly. You can do something else if you want. Chen Dong rolled his eyes in annoyance. What time is it? Does this woman really not care about her own body? The warmth of her palm seeped through her clothes, and Su Zhixia squinted her eyes comfortably. This massage technique was also learned by Chen Dong from the system, specifically to relieve stomach problems for patients. Su Zhixia was the first person to enjoy this massage. Because so far, Chen Dong has never encountered a patient with stomach problems. Chen Dong, if you could massage me like this every day, I'd be willing to get stomach cancer, let alone get rid of my stomach problems. Dying in Chen Dong's arms, how exciting does that sound? Su Zhixia felt she must be going crazy. Chen Dong's lips twitched. President Su, can't we have a proper conversation? His palms rhythmically massaged Su Zhixia's body. Chen Dong didn't react much, but Su Zhixia blushed and her palms sweated nervously. It was the first time she had been so close to a man. And he's such a handsome man. Chen Dong massaged for about 10 minutes before stopping. He shook his aching arms. Remember to eat on time from now on. I'll prescribe some stomach medicine for you tomorrow. However, stomach medicine only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. If you don't want to get stomach cancer at a young age, you should eat properly. Su Zhixia smiled, stood up, pressed herself tightly against Chen Dong, and said with an ambiguous look in her eyes, if Dr. Chen were to consider marrying me, I would definitely not want to die so soon. Chen Dong's lips twitched, and he said rather unromantically, we usually have 10 people per table here. I'll definitely give you a bigger gift then. Su Zhixia directly placed her right leg over Chen Dong's shoulder and pressed it against the wall behind him, which, in internet slang, would be called a leg lock. The woman's unique fragrance wafted past Chen Dong's nose. Dr. Chen, you're so good at taking care of people, why don't you take care of me for the rest of my life? If a beautiful woman confesses her love to you in such a coquettish tone, it's hard for any man not to be moved. It's impossible to resist such temptation, especially when you can see the beautiful woman's long, white legs just by turning your head. Chen Dong is a normal man. If he doesn't react after being flirted with by Su Zhixia, then he really should go to the hospital for a checkup. The rest of my life? Mr. Su, I'm a very responsible person. I happen to have my ID card with me. The hotel is upstairs. Would you like to give it a try? Chen Dong whispered in Su Zhixia's ear. The man's breath wafted all over Su Zhisha's ear, sending shivers down her spine and making her feel all tingly. Is progressing so fast? A flicker of panic crossed Su Zhisha's eyes. This was not what she had imagined. She's not ready for that kind of thing yet. Chen Dong saw the panic in Su Zhisha's eyes and couldn't help but laugh. Even the usually composed Su Zhisha has such an adorable side. Hearing Chen Dong's laughter, Su Zhisha assumed he was looking down on her. Gritting her teeth, she straightened up and pushed her 2 snowflakes forward. Let's try it then, who's afraid of who? But her calves were trembling. She's so innocent and adorable. Chen Dong grabbed Su Zhisha's slender waist directly. So soft, so thin. Shall we go then, Mr. Su? Chen Dong deliberately drew out the last 2 words. Chapter 27. Suddenly I remembered my period. Seeing that Chen Dong was serious, Su Zhisha gave a dry laugh, her momentum immediately fading. I suddenly remembered that my period started, so let's reschedule for another day. I'll definitely fight you 300 rounds another day. Su Zhisha opened and closed her mouth, trying her best to hide her cowardice. Chen Dong narrowed his eyes and said with feigned regret, your period came at just the right time. Su Zhisha nodded, her eyes darting around, yes. Her ears turned red quietly. Let's go, I'll take you home. Chen Dong still possessed this much gentlemanly manners. He couldn't bear to let such a charming woman as Su Zhisha go home alone. Su Zhisha suddenly smiled and wrapped her lotus root-like arms around Chen Dong's neck. Can I stay at your place for a few days? Chen Dong. Weren't you just being timid? Now you can't wait to go home with me? This woman's thought process is a bit peculiar, isn't it? With a flushed face, Su Zhisha spoke up under Chen Dong's surprised gaze. You know I'm a patient right now. I live alone. If I faint, no one will know. As my doctor, aren't you responsible for me? Chen Dong? When did I become your doctor? You just gave me a massage, so aren't you my doctor? Su Zhisha said confidently. Dr. Chen, can you bear to watch your patient faint alone on the cold floor? Su Zhisha portrayed herself as extremely pitiful. Chen Dong found it hard to connect Su Zhisha with the aloof and unapproachable CEO he used to know. It seems that Su Zhisha never hides her emotions in front of him. Chen Dong smiled and said, want to stay at my place? You'll have to pay rent then. He emphasized the word rent to make Su Zhisha understand that this rent was not the same as the rent he was referring to, because he now understood that Su Zhisha was all talk and no action, but was actually a coward at heart. Didn't you get your period? You don't seem to be feeling very uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Su Zhisha nearly bit her own tongue. This is what they call digging your own grave, right? I wish she hadn't said that. Su Zhisha made a tough decision and decided to take this pathetic act to the extreme. She refused to believe that Chen Dong could remain unmoved. Su Zhisha looked at Chen Dong pitifully, like an abandoned puppy. Chen Dong, I feel so bad. I'm dizzy and my stomach hurts. Please let me go back with you. Su Zhisha pleaded desperately. As for the CEO's reputation, Su Zhisha had long since lost track of it. What's with the shame? She couldn't even win over her husband. If others saw this scene, they would be so shocked they wouldn't be able to close their mouths. After all, Su Zhisha is the #1 socialite in Chongqing. Chen Dong, unable to resist Su Zhisha's persistent pestering, rubbed his forehead in exasperation and said, fine, but only tonight. Su Zhisha's face lit up with joy, knowing that this was already Chen Dong's biggest concession. They didn't push their luck any further. Anyway, she has already achieved her goal. What might happen when a man and a woman are alone in a room? Just thinking about it made Su Zhisha very excited. She recalled Zhang Shua's words, once the deed is done, there's no need to worry about Chen Dong running away. Su Zhisha sighed almost imperceptibly. Why did she back down just now? She also said she had her period, but now she's fine. How do you explain that? If she hadn't backed down just now, she might have already won over Chen Dong. Su Zhisha was very annoyed. Why are you talking about anger when everything is going smoothly? I should have just slept with Chen. Su Zhisha's voice stopped abruptly when she met Chen Dong's ambiguous smile. She realized what she had just said and blushed instantly. What did you sleep on? It's nothing, it's nothing. Su Zhisha wished she could find a hole in the ground and crawl into it right then and there. What nonsense is she spouting? Chen Dong curled the corners of his lips and said nothing more. I didn't know Dr. Chen liked growing flowers in his spare time. Su Zhisha smiled and looked at the spider plants and succulents on the balcony. She arrived too late last time and fell asleep immediately. Moreover, she found that she now preferred to call Chen Dong Dr. Chen, a title that was both serious and subtly ambiguous. Chen Dong nodded. Nothing usually happens. Dr. Chen, don't you feel lonely living in such a big house all by yourself? Chen Dong lives alone in a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, which, including the balcony, is about 90 square meters. This is indeed a large space for one person. Moreover, it's very close to the city center, so the property prices are obviously not cheap. How about I move in with you? That way, it'll help reduce your rent. How could Chen Dong not see through Su Zhisha's little schemes? Lowering the rent was just a pretext. Her real purpose was to get close to him, wasn't it? I don't like sharing an apartment with others. Chen Dong enjoys being alone, otherwise, he wouldn't have rented this 2-bedroom apartment in the first place. Su Zhisha was not disappointed by the expected answer. Chen Dong took out several boxes of medicine from the first aid kit. These medicines are taken 3 times a day, 2 pills each time. Remember to take them after each meal. They will help with your stomach problems. This way, Su Zhisha can remember to eat and take her medicine every day. Su Zhisha took the medicine, her delicate brows furrowing in surprise. She hadn't expected Chen Dong to still be thinking about this. She hates taking medicine. But Chen Dong gave her 5 or 6 boxes at once. Could you eat a little less? Can't. Chen Dong refused sternly, his cold expression clearly leaving no room for negotiation. Su Zhisha had no choice but to agree with a pained expression. Are you going to cook? Seeing Chen Dong turn on the range hood, Su Zhisha asked in surprise. It's almost 10 o'clock, are you going to have a late-night snack? I'll make you some noodles. Chapter 28 is detrimental to physical and mental health. Isn't this inappropriate? Su Zhisha said subconsciously, a blush appearing on her cool face. Chen Dong gave Su Zhisha a strange look, still holding a handful of noodles in his hand. Try to watch less of that stuff when you have nothing to do, it's bad for your physical and mental health. Su Zhisha's face turned bright red. That's not what I meant. Chen Dong nodded perfunctorily, with an expression that said, I understand. Su Zhisha was on the verge of tears now. Even if she fell into the Yellow River, she couldn't clear her name. Oh no, how can she salvage her image in Chen Dong's eyes? If Chen Dong knew what Su Zhisha was worried about, he would calmly reply, don't worry, because you've long since lost your image in my eyes. Chen Dong rarely cooks and usually eats at the hospital cafeteria. However, because of his unreliable parents who often go on trips, he developed excellent cooking skills at a young age. If you have a stomachache, you can't eat anything too greasy, spicy, or stimulating, cold, or drink alcohol. Chen Dong gave instructions. Because of Su Zhisha, Chen Dong only added a little soy sauce, salt, and chicken essence to the noodles this time. They even used half the amount of oil. Even so, the ordinary noodles, after being processed by Chen Dong, looked delicious and filled the whole house with a fragrant aroma. Su Zhisha sniffed, looking at the noodles in front of her, and felt a surge of appetite. Dr. Chen, your cooking skills are pretty good. Su Zhisha didn't hold back her praise, giving Chen Dong a thumbs up while slurping her noodles. Chen Dong smiled without saying a word, and ate the noodles in big mouthfuls. Su Zhisha thought that Chen Dong was a gentleman to the core. Even when eating noodles he was so elegant. Although he ate in large mouthfuls, he didn't make a sound, and not a single drop of soup spilled out. After finishing his meal, Chen Dong went to tidy up the room. You can sleep in my room tonight. Although he rented a 2-bedroom apartment, Chen Dong turned the other room into a study, which was filled with Chen Dong's books and contained only a small, retractable bed. Su Zhisha blinked. Dr. Chen, why don't we sleep together? I promise I won't do anything to you. As she spoke, Su Zhisha even made a solemn vow. Chen Dong was speechless. President Su, don't you think your words have absolutely no credibility? He didn't want to wake up one day to find that he had lost his virginity. Su Zhisha looked depressed. Did she really not look like a good person? While using the restroom, Su Zhisha sent a message to her friend Zhang Shui. Are you asleep? To my surprise, they replied instantly. You weren't asleep. Didn't you go to a cocktail party with Chen Dong tonight? How did it go? Did it go well? Su Zhisha, I'm at Chen Dong's house right now, what should I do? I'm so nervous. Zhang Shui. Is it that exciting? Su Zhisha, stop joking. What should I do now? Give me some advice. Zhang Shui, evil grin JPG. Do I even need to think about it? Of course, I'll pounce on him. I've even thought of names for both of you children. It would be best to have twins, a boy and a girl. Seeing that Zhang Shue's words were becoming increasingly outrageous, Su Zhixia quickly stopped her. Stop. It's too early to talk about this now. Wouldn't it be too direct to just go up and tackle him? Zhang Shui could feel the tension emanating from Su Zhixia even through the screen. My dear CEO, you haven't seen any royal movies, have you? Su Zhixia was very honest, no. Zhang Shui. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Shui sent Su Zhixia several video files. Zhang Shui, all my valuable insights are in here. Whether you succeed or not depends on yourself. Zhang Shui, evil smile JPG, I'm waiting for your good news. I want to be the child's godmother then. Su Zhixia felt her palms sweating. She opened the video file that Zhang Shui had sent her. As soon as I opened it, I heard a man's voice coming from inside, mixed with other sounds. Unfortunately, Su Zhixia's phone was on full volume. Su Zhixia was so startled she almost dropped her phone. She quickly turned the volume down, and the screen. Su Zhixia blushed and immediately turned off the video. Shindong, who was standing outside the restroom, originally wanted to ask Su Zhixia why she had been in the restroom for so long, wondering if she had fainted in the restroom. And that's exactly what I heard. Mr. Su, please hurry, I want to take a shower. If that's the case, why don't you go back to your room? Upon hearing this, Su Zhixia wished she could bury her head in the toilet. Oh no, this is utterly embarrassing. There's absolutely no way to salvage this situation now. It's all Zhang Shui's fault. Why did I send her something like this? What a terrible teammate. New. When Su Zhixia went out, she didn't dare to look at Qindong's face. Her head was practically buried in the bear's shell. Seeing this, Qindong joked, President Su, we're all adults, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's normal to have physiological needs. However, it's best to watch less of this stuff in your daily life, as it can negatively impact your physical and mental health. Qindong added, especially since you're currently on your period. Su Zhixia, who was already feeling ashamed, almost fell to the ground when she heard the words menstrual period. Su Zhixia only breathed a sigh of relief after the bathroom door closed, her face as red as a ripe apple. Su Zhixia gritted her teeth. She had never been so humiliated in her life, especially in front of the man she liked. Su Zhixia pulled up Zhang Shui's chat window. What did you send me? Zhang Shui was completely unaware of what had just happened and even sent a mischievous smiley face. So? Did you learn anything? Even the usually demure Su Zhixia wanted to swear. Zhang Shui, if you don't want to be transferred to Feizhou, you'd better give me a more reliable idea. Su Zhixia tried her best to calm down her anger, otherwise she was afraid she would rush to Zhang Shui's house right now and beat her up. Zhang Shui realized that Su Zhixia seemed quite angry, so she stopped joking with her. Men all like proactive girls, why don't you just go for it later? I don't believe that a beautiful woman like you could kiss and hug someone and offer yourself to Qindong without any reaction. If he still doesn't react after all this, then I can only advise you to give up on him. Because of this, he is either gay or not a man. Su Zhixia gritted her teeth, looking like she was ready to go all out. Zhang Shui, you'd better pray that your method works. Since Su Zhixia hadn't brought any clothes, Qindong found one of his own white shirts for her from the closet. Amidst the misty air, Su Zhixia felt her body burning up as she thought about what was about to happen. Does this mean I have to hand myself over? The thought of Qindong filled Su Zhixia with anticipation, not reluctance. The shirt was just long enough to cover Su Zhixia's shapely buttocks, and her two long, snow-white legs swayed gently beneath it, which was very alluring. Because she had just taken a shower, she still had a faint lemon scent on her body. Su Zhixia deliberately didn't dry off the water droplets on her body. These tiny water droplets made her look even more charming. The woman in the mirror was captivating with every smile and frown. Her slightly upturned phoenix eyes had a touch of allure, yet her face was cold and aloof. It perfectly blends charm and purity. Su Zhixia looked at the woman in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. He pushed open Qindong's door. Chapter 29. You'll only know if it's normal by trying. Qindong was not sleepy, so he read some medical books for a while. He noticed that the door was pushed open, and when he looked up, he saw a scene of spring. Su Zhixia's palms were sweating nervously, and her heart was pounding. The arrow was already on the string and had to be released. The current situation left her no room for retreat. Qindong's brow twitched. He knew this woman definitely wouldn't sleep peacefully. I forgot to lock the door, which gave this woman an opportunity. Su Zhixia gritted her teeth, wrapped her arms around Qindong's strong waist, and pressed her face against his back. Qindong was already sleeping on a small bed in the corner, so he had nowhere to escape. The woman's unique fragrance wafted into his nostrils. "Qindong, if you're still a man, don't push me away." Su Zhixia seemed to have anticipated what Qindong was going to do. Qindong's expression froze, and he cursed under his breath. "This woman is such a little vixen. Qindong, I want to marry you, not because of money, and not because of lust. It's because I love you that I want to marry you, have children, and spend this long life with you. I truly like you." When Su Zhixia first met Qindong, she might not have liked him that much. But the more she got to know Qindong, the more she realized she couldn't live without him. Qindong was like a poison, making her addicted and unable to extricate herself. Even the usually refined Qindong couldn't help but swear. "Grass. This woman is really dangerous." Qindong took a few deep breaths, trying to calm himself down, and said in a hoarse voice, "You still have a chance to regret it." Su Zhixia hugged Qindong tightly and said with unwavering determination, "I don't regret it." She had considered this decision for so long, how could she regret it? "Are you sure? Qindong is a man too. How could he not react when a beautiful woman hugs him and confesses her love to him?" Su Zhixia nodded gently and wrapped her arms around Qindong's neck. "One for you to choose." Suddenly, Su Zhixia's body trembled, and she looked like she was about to cry. Su Zhixia wished she could disappear into a hole in the ground, her voice barely audible. I think I really got my period. Oh my god, everything is going wrong. Why is nothing going smoothly today? I got my period at the crucial moment." Su Zhixia really wanted to faint, but reality wouldn't allow it. She still has to face this awkward situation. Qindong took a few deep breaths. "Go to the restroom and clean yourself up. I'll go out and buy you sanitary napkins." After saying that, Qindong left without looking back. Stepping outside, the cold air rushed into Qindong's mind, which made him more alert. Qindong shook his head helplessly. Since ancient times, even heroes have found it hard to resist the charms of beautiful women. Unexpectedly, he was no exception. She almost fell for Su Zhixia's honey trap. Qindong has no plans to get married now, nor does he want to. He was used to living a free and independent life on his own. That's why he rejected Su Zhixia's marriage proposals time and time again. To be fair, Su Zhixia is indeed a good choice. But he didn't want to get married. If he casually agreed to Su Zhixia's request, it would not only be irresponsible to himself, but also to her. Qindong would not allow such a thing to happen. After finding a 24-hour convenience store and buying sanitary napkins, Qindong went back. Su Zhixia seemed to know that what had just happened was embarrassing, so much so that she didn't dare to look up at Qindong. When Su Zhixia woke up the next morning, Qindong had already gone to work. It's not surprising that Qindong left so early. She seemed to have heard that there was a public lecture today. Dean Zhang specifically invited Qindong to give the lecture. There was also a thermos on the table containing soaked brown sugar water and a note. "There's porridge in the pot." The vigorous and powerful characters were clearly written by Qindong. Su Zhixia's face flushed slightly. "Thinking about what happened yesterday makes my mind a complete mess." She needs to have a serious talk with Qindong. Otherwise, she had a premonition that she and Qindong would only drift further and further apart. When Qindong arrived at the hospital, he learned that Dean Zhang had gone on a business trip to a neighboring city. Because the matter was so sudden, he had to ask someone else to inform him. The open class is temporarily cancelled. Qindong didn't care, but those who had been eagerly awaiting Sunday felt like they wanted to drag Dean Zhang out and beat him up after hearing the news. During lunch, Su Zhixia called Qindong directly into her office. "I had someone get me some food, and it's still hot." Su Zhixia pushed the food towards Qindong. Qindong didn't stand on ceremony. These were all dishes he liked to eat. It was undeniable that Su Zhixia was very attentive to his affairs. "What happened yesterday? What happened yesterday?" The two spoke at the same time. Qindong paused for a moment. "You go first." Su Zhixia blushed and said, "What happened yesterday was an accident, don't be angry." Qindong shook his head. Luckily, Su Zhixia had her period at the last minute, otherwise he didn't know how things would have turned out. "Don't do that kind of thing again. I don't like it. And I have no plans to be in a relationship anytime soon," Qindong said with a cold face. Su Zhixia felt a tightness in her chest, as if her heart was in her throat. She looked at Chen Dong nervously and said, "I'm sorry." He didn't have the slightest bit of airs of a CEO. Instead, it's like a child who has done something wrong. Seeing Su Zhixia's appearance, Chen Dong felt somewhat helpless. "Can we still be friends after this?" Su Zhixia asked cautiously. Chen Dong remained silent for a while before calmly saying, "Yes." As long as Su Zhixia is like she was yesterday, he feels everything will be fine. Su Zhixia breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down a bit before remembering what she wanted to say. "What happened yesterday was indeed wrong of me. But it's my right to pursue you. Even though you don't plan to date in the short term, that doesn't stop me from pursuing you. We're friends now, but I won't give up on pursuing you." Su Zhixia's cool and aloof face revealed a firm determination. This is probably the strongest belief she has held in her more than 20 years. Chen Dong sighed and stopped talking. Su Zhixia is right. It is her right to pursue him, and he cannot interfere. "Did you take your medicine this morning? I forgot to tell you to take it last night." Chen Dong suddenly changed the subject and asked. Zhang Shui, who was delivering documents at the door, happened to hear this, and the smile on her lips gradually turned lewd. Chapter 30. Don't you want children? After Chen Dong left, Zhang Shui walked in with a smile. The document was placed on Su Zhixia's desk. "Looks like last night went pretty smoothly?" Su Zhixia. "How come I never noticed Zhang Shui before? She's actually so sleazy. Don't even mention it." "What? Don't tell me you didn't manage to take him down?" "I just heard Chen Dong say something about taking medicine. But speaking of which, don't you want a child? Why are you taking this medicine? Chen Dong is really something, a doctor himself. Doesn't he know that this kind of thing is very harmful to a girl's body?" Upon hearing this, Su Zhixia realized that Zhang Shui had misunderstood. She briefly explained what had happened to Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui was so shocked her jaw almost dropped. "Miss, this is so melodramatic." Su Zhixia glared at Zhang Shui. "How dare you talk like that? What terrible ideas did you give me that almost ruined my friendship with Chen Dong?" Zhang Shui chuckled awkwardly. "Actually, it's not entirely my fault." She never expected that Su Zhixia would get her period at such a crucial moment. It would be a shame to miss such a good opportunity. Zhang Shui shook her head regretfully. Su Zhixia's lips twitched. What kind of bad friend had she made? "Forget it, I've already decided that I'll take things one step at a time with Chen Dong. The idea of using a child to advance one's career after the fact is completely unreliable." Su Zhixia could clearly sense that Chen Dong's attitude towards her had become much colder. She hadn't forgotten that, besides herself, there was also Zhang Zhaozhao who was eyeing Chen Dong covetously. Chen Dong noticed that in just one lunch break, the way her colleagues looked at her had changed. Many people even pointed at him and whispered among themselves. Chen Dong was somewhat depressed. Could it be that his affair with Su Zhixia had been discovered? That shouldn't be the case. Zhao Hua excitedly grabbed Chen Dong. "Brother Dong, you truly are my idol." They did something so earth-shattering without making a sound. Faced with Zhao Hua's praise, Chen Dong looked completely bewildered. "What?" Zhao Hua immediately pulled out the paper on his phone. "You wrote this paper, didn't you?" Chen Dong glanced at it indifferently and nodded. "Yes, what's wrong? This paper was indeed published by him 2 years ago on an overseas medical forum. At that time, I hadn't graduated from university yet, and I was just killing time. Therefore, I wrote quite a few papers. Consider it earning some extra money." Chen Dong's dismissive tone only fueled Zhao Hua's agitation. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. This paper, which was enough to shock the entire medical community, was reduced to nothing more than a simple "what's wrong" in Chen Dong's eyes. The calm tone made it seem as if he were talking about something completely ordinary. "Is that all?" Zhao Hua gripped his phone tightly, his face flushed with excitement. "Holy crap! What's with that perfectly normal expression on your face? All the big names in the medical field are praising your paper, and you, as the person in charge, aren't you excited at all?" Zhao Hua was so excited anyone who didn't know better would think he wrote the paper. "Is this young and handsome doctor the author of that paper? My God, I can't believe that Chen Dong is so young. I thought he was an old doctor who was almost 60 years old. Quick, take more photos. With a richer market, this will definitely become a trending topic. The title will be shocking. The author of the groundbreaking academic paper is only 20 years old." A large number of reporters suddenly flooded into the hospital. The security guards at the entrance couldn't stop them. They rushed into the office, microphones in hand. Especially after seeing Chendong's work badge, their eyes changed. The young female reporters were all beaming with happiness. If it weren't for the cameras filming them, they would have loved to confess their feelings on the spot. How can a man be so good looking? Why didn't you tell me before that this guy named Chendong is actually so good looking? It's a good thing Lily didn't want to come, otherwise I wouldn't have had the chance to meet such a handsome guy. The reporters' microphones were practically poking Chendong in the face. Zhao Hua quickly stepped in front of Chendong, saying, "This is a hospital. Are these reporters crazy? They even dare to mess around with hospitals. Dr. Chen, there are rumors that you published a paper that has made a name for itself in the medical community at an international medical forum. Is this true? Dr. Chen, you have achieved so much at such a young age. What are your thoughts? Dr. Chen, I heard that you were promoted to a full-time position after less than 6 months of internship? And you even obtained your medical license. Is this just a rumor? Dr. Chen, I heard that paper was published during your sophomore year. How did you come to those conclusions back then?" The camera flash was going off incessantly. Chendong frowned. These people were a bit annoying. Fortunately, the security team quickly deployed more staff and escorted the group of reporters out. The hospital then fell silent again. However, since the reporters didn't get the answer, they naturally wouldn't give up on what they wanted to ask. After all, there's a reason why Chendong's name became known to people from all walks of life overnight. He wrote that paper during his sophomore year, and it was seen by a bigwig in the medical field. Unfortunately, this expert turned out to be a leading authority in the international medical community. So, this expert forwarded and commented on Chendong's paper, publicly praising him as a gifted individual. They praised him for having such ideas at such a young age, calling him a genius. After the expert shared this, people from all walks of life came to know that there was a doctor with exceptional talent named Chendong. Chendong suddenly regrets why he used his real name when he published the paper. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Dean Zhang approached Chendong again. He had already personally apologized to Chendong for the previous incident. Chendong wasn't the type to hold a grudge, and besides, canceling the matter would save him trouble, so he didn't say anything more. When Dean Zhang suggested that they find time to reissue the documents, he simply replied perfunctorily, "We'll see." "Xiao Chen, I've read your paper, it's brilliantly written. Even this old man can't help but applaud it. The last open class didn't happen, so how about we schedule it for this week? I'll organize an awards ceremony for you together with the open class." "No need. No need." Chendong's lips twitched violently. During his 4 years of university, he had written countless papers. That was just one of them. He has many papers that have gone undiscovered. Even just one of them has gone unnoticed. If they find out that he has other papers under his name, wouldn't they arrest him and make him do research? Dean Zhang patted Chendong on the shoulder with a smile. "Dr. Chen, you are now a role model in our hospital, please don't be modest." Dean Zhang hadn't expected that this batch of interns would bring such a big surprise. "It's settled then, let's do it this Sunday. I'll invite doctors from other hospitals as well, so they can see the role models from our hospital." Dean Zhang couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 31 Shocking Medical Dispute Incident. In the past few days, Chendong has seen quite a few patients, but most of them are women, and they all have either headaches or toothaches. Chendong was quite helpless. This was the respiratory department. The hospital director originally wanted to transfer Chendong to the emergency room, but Chendong refused. It's not for any other reason than that so many women are coming to him in the respiratory department right now, and he doesn't want the emergency room appointments to be booked up. Dean Zhang will be crying then. Chendong rubbed his aching temples. It was time for lunch. When he reached the door, he found that everyone in the hall was walking back. "None of you will escape. If it weren't for you bunch of quacks, how could my son have gotten cancer?" The burly man, dressed in tattered clothes, held a fruit knife in his hand, his tan face filled with anger. "This man. I feel like I've seen him before?" Chendong frowned. The last time he went next door to get cotton swabs, he seemed to have seen this man bringing a child who was a little over 10 years old to see a doctor. "Wasn't it Xiao Zhang who received you at the time?" Chendong spotted Xiao Zhang in the crowd at a glance. Xiao Zhang's legs trembled, and he instinctively tried to hide behind the crowd. It's not his fault, after all, that big man was holding a fruit knife. More experienced doctors want to communicate with men. "Hello, if you have any difficulties, you can tell me. Please put the knife down first, okay? Can you tell me what happened? The man's eyes were bloodshot, and he was extremely agitated. He was brandishing a fruit knife wildly, and no one dared to approach him. Get that doctor from last time out here. My son didn't have appendicitis at all, and he even operated on him. He took so much money from me. You are all quacks, and your hospital is a black-hearted place. Dr. Zhang, who was hiding behind the crowd, couldn't help but step forward after hearing the man's words. But your son does have appendicitis. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. The moment he did, the man became even more agitated. They immediately turned their attention to Xiao Zhang. It's you, you quack. As he spoke, he brandished a fruit knife and charged towards Xiao Zhang. The security guards are still on their way. The group of female nurses screamed and hid behind the crowd in fright. Oh no! Chen Dong's brow twitched, and he tried to push Dr. Zhang away, but it was too late. Dr. Zhang was so frightened that he stood there dumbfounded. It wasn't until he saw the fruit knife heading straight for his heart that he snapped out of his daze and moved to the side. But it was too late. The fruit knife still pierced Xiao Zhang's body. Murder! Help! Murder! Aya. Several intern nurses had never seen such a bloody scene before and fainted on the spot. The people around then came to their senses and hurriedly restrained the man. Quickly, get Dr. Zhang to the emergency operating room. Chen Dong calmly and collectedly gave the instructions. Prepare hemostatic drugs. Perform surgery on Xiao Zhang. The entire hall was filled with the stench of blood. Chen Dong's words acted like a tranquilizer, quickly calming the panicked crowd. The nurses, who were trembling with fear at the scene, finally came to their senses and followed Chen Dong's instructions in an orderly manner. Chen Dong applied the hemostatic medicine to Dr. Zhang's wound and then carried Dr. Zhang directly to the operating room. Because of the chaos in the crowd, it was unclear when the stretcher would arrive. Inside the operating room, Chen Dong calmly and meticulously treated Dr. Zhang's wound. The incision was 3 centimeters long and the wound was 5 centimeters deep. The bleeding has been stopped, but due to excessive blood loss, the injured person has gone into shock. Emergency treatment is necessary. But the wound was too close to the heart, only 5 millimeters away. If not handled properly, the injured person's condition could worsen. The doctors looked at each other, none of them daring to step forward. With a stern face, Chen Dong carefully disinfected the injured person's wound with iodine. Give blood first. Put him on a ventilator. Chen Dong said quickly. He then began to provide first aid to the injured person, and the entire process took no more than 5 seconds. Dr. Zhang was transferred to the intensive care unit. Chen Dong learned the truth from the man. The reason the man committed the crime with a knife was because Dr. Zhang had made a mistake in his diagnosis. The man's son came to the hospital for treatment, and Dr. Zhang diagnosed him with appendicitis and performed an appendectomy. When they returned home, they found that their symptoms had not lessened but had instead worsened. So they went to another hospital for a checkup, and the results showed that they had colon cancer. The symptoms of colon cancer are very similar to those of appendicitis, and the colon and appendix are also located very close to each other. Many doctors make this mistake. Especially for young doctors like Xiao Zhang who have just been promoted to full-fledged doctors. The man realized what he had done and felt extremely remorseful. Seeing Chen Dong felt like grasping at a glimmer of hope. Doctor, is he all right? He was just caught up in his anger, but once he calmed down, he felt very regretful. He didn't want to bear the burden of a life on his shoulders. His impoverished family wouldn't allow him to do that either. Chen Dong glanced at the restrained man. Now you know how to be nervous and scared? Chapter 32 Punishing Dr. Chen. Nothing to worry about? You stabbed him and you expect him to be all right? Chen Dong's expression remained unchanged, but his tone was cold. The man trembled, then squatted down on the ground in pain, clutching his head. I'm not human. I shouldn't have laid a hand on him. I shouldn't have even had such thoughts. What should I do now? The 2 policemen beside him remained unmoved by what they saw. The reason we didn't take you back to the police station is because this matter can only be defined after the victim wakes up. If the victim doesn't wake up, then this is attempted murder. The policeman's words struck him like a bolt from the blue. The man looked at the 2 officers with a pained expression and disbelief. Perhaps he didn't expect the situation to become so serious. Chen Dong shook his head, which shows everyone just how important the law is. I can only tell you that the patient has now been transferred to the intensive care unit. We need to observe the patient for a period of time before we can make a judgment on the specific situation. That's all he had to say, the rest was none of his concern. It has to be said that performing surgery is quite tiring, especially for surgeries that require a high degree of mental concentration. It seems he still needs to practice more in the system, otherwise, if he gets this tired after just one surgery, how will he become a qualified doctor in the future? Who performed the surgery on Dr. Zhang? The dean came upon hearing the commotion. He had gone out of town for an exchange meeting that day. I heard about this when I arrived at the hospital. Since this happened on his turf, he naturally had to get involved. However, when he visited Dr. Zhang, he was surprised to find that Dr. Zhang's wound had been stitched up so perfectly. Moreover, Dr. Zhang's condition gradually improved. He had never seen anyone recover so quickly after being stabbed in the chest. This really is related to medical skills. When dealing with patients, he might say that it's the patient's own recovery process. But only doctors know that this is closely related to medical skills. Dean Zhang, it's Dr. Chen. Several nurses rushed to tell Dean Zhang what had happened. Only after hearing their stories did Dean Zhang learn what had happened. I never imagined that out of all the doctors in my hospital, only Chen Dong would be able to take on such a major responsibility. Dean Zhang thought to himself, without intending to blame the other doctors. Anyone would panic in this situation. But that's precisely what made Chen Dong so calm at the time. Even under such a crisis, he was still able to calmly direct everyone to perform surgery on Dr. Zhang. If he hadn't arranged everything for the surgery in less than half a minute, perhaps Dr. Zhang wouldn't even have had the chance to enter the intensive care unit now. Not to mention that the situation is gradually improving. Dean Zhang looked at Xiao Zhang on the hospital bed with a complicated expression. Having practiced medicine for many years, he had already figured out why Dr. Zhang was injured. Dr. Zhang actually made the wrong diagnosis of this medical error. He had previously praised Xiao Zhang for being smart, but it seems he misjudged him this time. Dean Zhang shook his head helplessly. This time, Dr. Zhang's position should be downgraded. Perhaps he shouldn't have passed his internship too quickly. Speaking of this, Dean Zhang suddenly pictured Chen Dong's face. Although Chen Dong is not as mature as Xiao Zhang in terms of both medical experience and age. However, he is much more reliable than Xiao Zhang in both his handling of affairs and his medical skills. Seeing Dean Zhang shaking his head and sighing, everyone assumed that Dean Zhang had some dissatisfaction with Chen Dong. They rushed to explain for Chen Dong. Dean Zhang, you didn't see it. Dr. Chen's performance today was absolutely amazing. Dean Zhang, if you were here, you would definitely praise Dr. Chen too. Even I'm willing to work as his assistant. The person who said this was a middle-aged doctor who was nearly 40 years old. He had known Dean Zhang for many years and had been working at this hospital since graduation. Therefore, he also had a certain amount of influence in front of Dean Zhang. Dean Zhang, I think Dr. Chen was born to do this. Before I could even react, he had already stopped Xiao Zhang's bleeding. Without him today, the situation would have been even more critical. Upon hearing this, Dean Zhang frowned, then realized they had misunderstood. He smiled and explained, "Why are you all so nervous? I wouldn't do anything to Dr. Chen. On the contrary, I'm planning to hold a special commendation ceremony to praise him. Our hospital needs this kind of talent." The group looked at each other, wondering if they had misunderstood. So, Dean Zhang, you're not blaming Dr. Chen for acting on his own? Why should I blame him for acting on his own? This is actually similar to the nature of the police. If they don't adapt to changing circumstances and only know how to follow the rules, then even the underground morgues probably won't be big enough. You must also learn from Dr. Chen and not panic when you encounter problems. Instead, you need to handle this matter calmly and rationally. You are doctors, people who save lives. If you start to panic, what will happen to the patients? What will happen to the injured? Perhaps this is the first time you have encountered such a medical dispute, but it will definitely not be the last time in your career. Next time you encounter something like this, will you just scream and run away too? Dean Zhang's earnest words silenced everyone. They definitely did something wrong. Speaking of which, we should thank Dr. Chen as well as Xiao Zhang. They all wanted to thank Dr. Chen for his quick thinking and timely response. If Dr. Chen hadn't intervened in time, their hospital would definitely have been affected. Dr. Zhang will not be the only one punished in the end. Everyone's palms were sweating. They realized it too late. When Chen Dong saw a large group of people marching towards his office. He thought the people causing trouble at the hospital had come again. However, it turned out that the group of people were all carrying gifts. Dr. Chen, thank you for saving my son. Dr. Chen, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would never have seen my grandson. The old woman, with her white hair and hunched back, said with tears streaming down her face. A middle-aged woman with a few stray white hairs kept bowing to Chen Dong, saying, Dr. Chen, thank you so much. Meng Meng, quickly thank your uncle. If it weren't for him, your father would be. The woman, pale-faced with red eyes, spoke in a hoarse voice. Chen Dong was completely bewildered. What was going on? Chapter 33 Dean Zhang allows me to accept gifts. Chen Dong looked at the mountain of gifts in his office and felt quite helpless. In just half an hour, all of Xiao Zhang's aunts and uncles came to express their gratitude. This made him a little embarrassed. The main thing is that they brought so much stuff with them when they came. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have accepted these things, since doctors are not allowed to accept gifts from patients in private. However, Dean Zhang came once during that period, not only publicly praising him, but also making an exception for him. Therefore, Dean Zhang allowed him to accept these gifts. Chen Dong is now worried about what to do with these gifts. You, Chen Dong, how dare you openly accept bribes? Where do you place the hospital? Where do you place the ethics of doctors? Where do you place Dean Zhang? Even if Dean Zhang isn't at the hospital today, I'm still the director. As long as I'm here, you can forget about secretly accepting gifts from patients. That annoying voice undoubtedly belonged to Li De, the head of the orthopedics department next door. He happened to pass by Chen Dong's office on his way to work today, and he never expected to see such a shocking scene. Some patients also gave him gifts, but they were mostly ordinary cigarettes and the like. No one is as shocking as Chen Dong. The flowers and fruit are just ordinary things, but can someone explain to him what's going on with this gold bracelet and gold necklace? And this 5-centimeter Mao Zedong note? Even with such blatant bribery, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Li De had long disliked Chen Dong, but unfortunately Dean Zhang liked him very much, believing that Chen Dong was a natural talent. He had been looking for an opportunity to target Chen Dong, but unexpectedly, Chen Dong delivered the excuse right to him. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong merely glanced up at Li De, raised an eyebrow, and said, You mean these things? With the stolen goods right in front of you, what kind of excuses do you think you can pull? But even Dean Zhang won't take your side. Chen Dong spread his hands innocently, I didn't mean to make excuses. These things were originally given to me by the injured person's family. Why is he trying to justify himself? Alright, since you've admitted it, I'll put in a good word for you with Dean Zhang. But you probably won't be able to stay in this hospital anymore. Go find a construction site and work as a bricklayer. Don't even think about becoming a doctor anymore. With your vain nature, you are not qualified to practice medicine at all. What? Director Li, what exactly are you talking about? Baffling. The thought that Chen Dong might spend the rest of his life in prison, never to appear in a hospital or office again, was unbearable. Lost in his fantasy, Director Li couldn't help but laugh out loud. This kid will have his day too. Chen Dong, however, felt completely bewildered. Did Director Li take the wrong medicine today? I'll call Dean Zhang right now. Speak of the devil, and he appears before Director Li could even make the call. Dean Zhang then came over. Dean, you've come at the right time. That bastard Chen Dong has taken bribes from workers. Moreover, he himself admitted that our hospital actually produced such a scoundrel. Dean Zhang, you must crack down on him severely. Otherwise, what if this kind of trend gets started? We old doctors are all honest and upright, we can't let this brat ruin our hospital's reputation. Chen Dong. How did he tarnish the hospital's reputation? Dean Zhang frowned. Li De, what are you talking about? Dr. Chen is a role model for all of us doctors. I just told those interns to learn more from Dr. Chen. How has Dr. Chen tarnished the reputation of our hospital? A sense of foreboding washed over Li De. He felt something was amiss. Can't Dean Zhang see all these gifts in the room? This shiny, gleaming gold, and these bright red banknotes. Dean Zhang, you should take a look quickly. Li De's silent cry echoed in his heart. However, he still spoke with righteous indignation. Dean, Chen Dong's acceptance of bribes is an indelible fact. We have both witnesses and physical evidence. Shouldn't we think about how to save face for the hospital? Dean Zhang pointed to the gifts inside the room. You mean these things? Li De nodded, secretly delighted, thinking that he would finally not have to see that brat anymore. I must say, there was also a feeling of comfort and ease. Oh. I asked Xiao Chen to accept these gifts. What's wrong? Do you have a problem with it? Yes, Dean, the bribery is indeed true. Director Li stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence, his face stiffening. What had Dean Zhang just said? He made Dr. Chen accept it. Could it be that Dean Zhang also had a share in this bribery? Oh no, this is too much information. Dean, that's not what I meant. Okay, I know what you're trying to say. Dean Zhang waved his hand and told Li Di about Dr. Zhang's situation. These gifts were sent by Xiao Zhang's relatives to express their gratitude to Xiao Chen. Xiao Zhang is a doctor at our hospital, unlike the patients outside. His family sent gifts simply to put their minds at ease and to repay Xiao Chen's favor, which is understandable. Anyway, they were just some harmless gifts, so I let Xiao Chen accept them. Director Li's face was stiff. The light fell on the bright red banknotes not far away. Such a thick stack of 100 yuan bills, and Dean Zhang actually called it a harmless gift. This isn't just blatant lies. Director Li was extremely frustrated. He had originally planned to take this opportunity to teach Chen Dong a lesson. Unexpectedly, he was the one who ended up getting scolded. Seeing Director Li's distressed expression, Chen Dong chuckled to himself. Director Li has really messed up this time. Alright, Director Li, don't just stand there. Go and get back to your work. I have something to discuss with Xiao Chen. Li Di nodded, forcing a smile. That expression looked rather funny. Is there something you need from Dean Zhang? Chen Dong didn't notice that when the dean needed to see someone, he would simply call them into his office. The only time I needed to see him was when I went to his office in person. This highlights Dean Zhang's different attitude towards Chen Dong. Back in his office, Li Di also noticed this unusual situation and cursed Chen Dong countless times in his mind. It's not a big deal. I've scheduled the commendation meeting for Sunday. I've decided to pay tribute to you on behalf of all the doctors in the hospital, so that the entire hospital can take you as a role model. Isn't the hospital going to set up a miracle healing wall recently? I plan to put your photo up. Although you are young, your medical skills surpass those of many senior doctors in our hospital. Don't refuse. You deserve this title of miracle cure. Since Dean Zhang has already said so, it would seem ungrateful of him to refuse again. Chen Dong had no choice but to agree. There's one more thing that's unrelated to work, it's about my daughter, you know her too. How have things been going between you two these past few days? Chapter 34. I'm only focused on my career. Zhang Zhaozhao? Should he tell Dean Zhang that Zhang Zhaozhao blocked him and then unblocked him? Or should he tell Dean Zhang, your daughter is pursuing me, but I rejected her? Dean Zhang, Zhaozhao is excellent in every way, but I'm only focused on my career. Chen Dongyi said in a righteous tone. Dean Zhang had long anticipated this outcome, but deep down he still felt a little regretful, since good men like Chen Dong were hard to find these days. He felt that his daughter was already excellent enough, but Chen Dong remained unmoved. What kind of woman could make Chen Dong's heart flutter? If Chen Dong knew that Dean Zhang, standing opposite him, was actually thinking about finding someone, he would probably get goosebumps all over. Before leaving get off work, Chen Dong made a special trip to check on Xiao Zhang's condition. The subsequent treatment had nothing to do with him, but ultimately, Xiao Zhang was also considered half of his patient. Xiao Zhang's condition is much better than before, at least he has regained consciousness, and his life has been saved. As for the rest, we can only wait for later treatment and recuperation. Before leaving, Xiao Zhang's family expressed their gratitude repeatedly, almost to the point of kneeling down to thank Chen Dong. Dean Zhang, I heard there's an awards ceremony this Sunday? Dean Zhang, is everyone required to attend this awards ceremony? Dean Zhang, I would like to attend the awards ceremony on Sunday. Dean Zhang had only been away from his phone for a few minutes, and WeChat exploded. One by one, they came to him saying they wanted to attend the awards ceremony on Sunday. He hasn't leaked the information yet, how did they know? It must be those old guys. Dean Zhang was utterly speechless. All he had done was boast a few words to those old guys. Was it really necessary to leak this information? Those old guys are still as jealous as ever. Even people from the neighboring city hospital came knocking on our door. Even a fool could tell what these people were after. Besides Chen Dong, who else could make these usually arrogant guys take the initiative to come to him? Dean Zhang's smile was incredibly smug. How could you old fogies actually be begging him for help? We do have an awards ceremony on Sunday, which is specifically for Dr. Chindong from our hospital. However, our hospital is too small, so I'm afraid we won't be able to invite you. Several medical experts, hundreds of miles away, cursed inwardly that old Zhang is just as cunning as ever. It's okay, it's fine for us to stand. Yes, Lao Zhang, we've been friends for so many years. Please do me a favor this time. I really want to come and support you. Dean Zhang snorted coldly. You're saying all that nice stuff, even praising me, but you're probably thinking about how to poach my employees, aren't you? It must be said that Dean Zhang has an extraordinary understanding of them. I heard that a medical genius has emerged from old Zhang's area. No matter what old Zhang says, I have to go and see for myself. It would be best if I could recruit that person. The director of B City Hospital pondered this in secret, and even called in several senior directors of the hospital to discuss it with him. Dean, could this be something their hospital is just bragging about? Yeah, Dean, I also think there's definitely some exaggeration involved. How could a kid in his early 20s be so amazing? The city hospital in the mountain city has not had as many talents as our hospital for several years in a row. This is probably just their hospital boasting. Dean, in my opinion, you don't need to go there. Dean Wang shook his head. No, based on my understanding of old Zhang, this is most likely true, otherwise he would never keep showing off in front of me. He and Dean Zhang have known each other since their student days, which is at least 30 years ago. Just by sticking his butt out, he knows what kind of shit old Zhang is going to take. The group exchanged bewildered glances, remaining skeptical of Dean Wang's words. How could such a genius exist in this world? But Dean Wang's explanation was so logical and persuasive that they didn't know how to judge it for a moment. Dean Wang could tell from their expressions that they didn't believe him, so he had no choice but to take out his own phone. This is the video that Guy showed me, take a look for yourselves. When Lao Zhang posted this video in their group, the whole group went wild. The man in the video has sharp features and smooth lines, no one would doubt that he's a national heartthrob. But the man was holding a scalpel, and he was very serious. Whether it was cleaning a small wound or performing a major operation, he did it perfectly. When Dean Wang first saw this video, a voice in his mind seemed to be shouting, "We must recruit this man to his hospital. As long as he's in charge there, what are those other city hospitals around us?" Dean Wang, don't tell me that the young man in the video is the genius that Dean Zhang was talking about? How is this possible? This kid looks so young, he probably hasn't even graduated yet, right? Can he even hold a scalpel properly? This guy probably hasn't even passed his probation period, has he? The crowd voiced their doubts. Dean Wang had the same idea at first, but he watched the video over and over again. It's perfect. The way the bleeding was stopped in the video shocked him. Dean Wang asked himself honestly, if it were him, he would never have thought that it could be done this way. It seems like nonsense, but the facts have proven that their previous methods were not as effective as this one. Dean Wang has watched the video countless times, but he still hasn't mastered the complicated hemostasis technique. Of course, Dean Wang would never have known that the hemostatic drug Chandong used at the time was not an ordinary hemostatic drug. I knew you'd react this way. Watch it a few more times. The man in the video is named Chandong. He completed his internship in just over a month. Even Lao Zhang praised his unique techniques and medical knowledge. Dean Wang sighed, why isn't such a talented person in our hospital? By the time they watched the video a second time, they no longer cared whether Chandong's age matched his medical skills. This technique? How come they've never seen it before? How could someone remain so calm and composed under such circumstances? Even through the screen, they could smell the blood, but Chandong treated his wounds with a blank expression. Their eyes were glued to the screen, greedily absorbing everything. They completely forgot that they were the heads of various departments in a hospital, figures who could support half of the hospital if they were outside. Dean Wang snatched his phone back in a huff. Everyone? Dean Wang, what are you doing? We're seeing the exciting part. Let us see a little more. Dean Wang, this is really unfair of you. We've known each other for so long, after all. Everyone, please be patient. I will send the video to the group later. I have no objection to you watching it all night after you get home. Now we need to think about how to get this old man Zhang to agree to let us attend the commendation meeting. I can't wait to meet that genius named Chandong. Dean Wang, in my opinion, you should continue to pester Dean Zhang and say some nice things. What if he's in a good mood and agrees? After all, you've known each other for over 30 years. Dean Wang nodded. That makes sense. Despite knowing Lao Zhang for so long, he has never bowed his head to Lao Zhang, not even when they got into a fight during their senior year of college. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. The most important thing is to poach Chen Dong. Face is nothing compared to talent, especially such a rare talent. What Dean Wang didn't know was that he wasn't the only one who thought this way. Dean Zhang was suffering terribly from being harassed by 3 or 4 surrounding hospitals. No, to be precise, he was experiencing both pain and pleasure. Chapter 35 tells us. Who is that woman? Chen Dong stretched lazily and successfully checked in. I checked in for 8 hours again today, I'm so happy. Go home, take a shower, and go to bed. As soon as he stepped out of the office, he was stopped by a nurse. Chen Dong was taken aback. Wasn't this nurse Shun from the nurses' station? The girl who greeted him every morning a while ago was petite and spoke in a sweet, delicate voice. She was just like a little lowly. Chen Dong did have some recollection of it. Dr. Chen, do you have a girlfriend? Nurse Xiao Shen asked, blushing. Chen Dong subconsciously shook his head. Upon hearing this, Nurse Shen's eyes lit up. Mustering her courage, she blushed and asked, Dr. Chen, please go out with me. Chen Dong was dumbfounded. What was wrong with this girl? Where did this unwanted romantic attention come from? Chen Dong found that he had been attracting a lot of romantic attention lately, even though he had had plenty of romantic opportunities before. I'm sorry, Xiao Shen, I don't have any plans to date lately. I want to focus on my career. Chen Dong said apologetically. Xiao Shen's eyes reddened, and tears fell easily. Dr. Chen, do you also feel that there's no future for the relationship between doctors and nurses? Chen Dong? What the hell? Where did this twisted logic come from that there's no resolution between the doctor and the nurse? Xiao Shen, don't overthink it. I really don't have the energy to date anymore. You deserve better. I understand. I won't bother you again. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shen covered her mouth, cried, and ran away. People around him whispered and pointed at him. His appearance made him seem like a scumbag. Chen Dong was speechless. Is it wrong to be good-looking and skilled? Oh. What's the CEO doing? Studying recipes at the hospital? You're something else. Zhang Shui gave Su Zhixia a thumbs up, saying, looking at recipes in the hospital, that's really something. However, the hospital belongs to her, and no one dares to say that she doesn't. What's that saying again? The way to a man's heart is through his stomach, right? I think it makes a lot of sense. Su Zhixia has already started thinking about whether she should hire a private chef to teach her how to cook. After all, although the recipe explains it very clearly, it's a different story from actual practice. Zhang Shui rolled her eyes. The saying should be, to win a man's heart, you must first win his kidneys. Instead of spending your time studying recipes here, you should watch more short videos and get the rice cooked as soon as possible. Su Zhixia. Zhang Shui, do you know what you're like right now? Like what? Just like a mother hen. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. Come and see how my dessert is. Su Zhixia walked excitedly towards the kitchen. After all, it was the president's office, so a small kitchen was necessary. I didn't know you could make desserts. Zhang Shui was thinking that when she saw it, no matter how the dessert was, she would praise Su Zhixia. After all, this was the CEO's first time cooking, and she couldn't discourage him. When she saw that dark, indistinct thing, she couldn't utter a single word. Su Zhixia muttered, why does it look different from the one in the book? Forget it, it doesn't matter if it looks bad, as long as it tastes good. You should try it. Su Zhixia urged Zhang Shui on. Zhang Shui's face stiffened as she stared at the dark object, unable to bring herself to eat it. What is this? Can't you tell? It's a durian cake. Zhang Shui, it really does look like a durian. This taste is just as addictive as durian. Did the company pay my insurance this year? Su Zhixia hadn't even reacted yet. You've already paid it. That's good. Once she realized what was happening, Su Zhixia wanted nothing more than to smash the entire cake into Zhang Shui's face. Are you going to eat or not? Zhang Shui tentatively dug out a piece, and her beautiful brows immediately furrowed. An indescribable bitter taste spread in her mouth. How could she taste even a trace of durian? There was also a burnt smell, which was truly unbearable. But Su Zhixia asked with an expectant look, how was it? How was it? Is the taste all right? You should try it yourself. Zhang Shui really didn't know how to describe it to her. Seeing Zhang Shue's strange expression, Su Zhixia, unconvinced, took a bite. Is it really that bad? I think it's pretty good. Vomit. Su Zhixia squatted down next to the trash can and started vomiting, almost throwing up her lunch. Zhang Shui was relatively tolerant just now. This is absolutely awful. Su Zhixia was very frustrated after drinking 2 glasses of water. She had followed the instructions in the book exactly, so why did it taste so bad? It seems I still need to find a private chef to teach her. Sigh, I can't even cook, how am I supposed to win Qindong's heart? Su Zhixia was extremely depressed. Zhang Shui's eyes darted around. Didn't you already go to his house? He's off work now, so he should be home. You could use the excuse of bringing him food to go to his house and try to build a relationship with him. Su Zhixia shook her head, looking at the small, dark cake on the table. You want me to carry this? She didn't want to poison Qindong to death. Wouldn't that make her a young widow? Zhang Shui said helplessly, of course not. You should order takeout now and locate Qindong's house. When you get there, the takeout will be almost here, and you can just take it to Qindong for dinner. Upon hearing Zhang Shui's plan, Su Zhixia couldn't help but applaud her. This plan is brilliant. I'm going now, I'll give you a raise once I succeed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui's eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. It seems that being a strategist has its advantages. Chapter 36 I'm a rich woman too. Video invitation? Qindong raised an eyebrow, not expecting that his cheap mother would still remember that she had a son. He'd think he'd been picked out of a trash can. Hey! Mom, are you missing me? Qindong asked with a smile. The woman in the video has impeccable makeup and a smile on her face. Has our son eaten yet? No. He was debating whether to order takeout or cook some instant noodles. You haven't eaten yet, huh? That's perfect. Your dad and I are eating barbecue outside. I was thinking that we shouldn't just eat out, since you are our son. Upon hearing this, Qindong immediately had a bad feeling. So your lovely mom decided to make a video call for you so you can hear the sizzling sound of the barbecue. At least you'll feel a little involved, right? Qindong. Thank you so much. Not only that, Eileen Chang also specifically pointed the camera at the barbecue grill. Qindong, we can chat for a while, but I'll hang up if we can't. He had just been thinking that his mother had finally remembered him. It turns out he was just being delusional. Sure enough, he was adopted. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, haha. Fearing that her son might really hang up the phone in a fit of anger, Yang Ailing quickly turned the camera back. Son, how have you been lately? Is the hospital busy? Qindong said lazily, not very busy. I got a raise a couple of days ago and transferred some money to you. You and Lao Chen can go out and have fun. Buy whatever you like. Your son has plenty of money. Yang Ailing couldn't stop smiling. She and her husband were both middle school teachers, and their son had been outstanding since he was a child, so they hardly had to worry about him. Even the tuition fees were earned by Qindong through scholarships. That's why they can travel the world so freely after retirement. Good. Dongzi still has a conscience. But Dongzi, have you ever heard the saying? Qindong looked puzzled. What? Of the 3 unfilial acts, the greatest is having no offspring, so you'd better find a girlfriend quickly. Old Chen and I have prepared the bride price in the house for you. You just need to bring your girlfriend back soon. Old Chen, who was standing nearby, suddenly said, Your mother can't sit still anymore, she's waiting to take care of her grandson. He was being pressured to get married again. Qindong's lips twitched. Mom, I don't have any thoughts about getting married right now. Besides, I'm still young, it won't matter if I wait a few years. Qindong said tactfully that he really only wanted to focus on his career. Why didn't anyone support him? However, Yang Ailing seemed not to hear him and continued, logically speaking, there should be quite a few pretty nurses in your hospital, right? You look like a scumbag, shouldn't you have someone who likes you? Qindong, I've never been so speechless in my life. What kind of mother would say her son looks like a scumbag? Knock. There was a knock on the door. Qindong frowned. Who could it be so late at night? Even Yang Ailing on the phone heard it. Go open the door quickly, isn't someone knocking? Who could it be so late at night? Ta-da! Your takeout is here. Dressed impeccably, Su Zhixia smiled at Qindong, surprised? Excited? Happy? I came here specifically to have dinner with you. Qindong. Who is this woman? Yang Ailing's excited voice came through the phone, though her tone was a bit sharp due to the volume. In his surprise, Qindong accidentally turned the camera around, and Yang Ailing on the phone saw Su Zhixia's waist and legs, but couldn't see her face clearly. But Eileen Yang had seen countless people, and just by looking at this waist and long legs, she could tell that this woman was definitely not ugly, but rather quite beautiful. Qindong rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on, and almost forgot that he hadn't hung up the phone yet. I have some things to take care of here, let's talk later. With that, he slammed down the phone. Su Zhixia's smile froze on her face. Qindong is actually talking on the phone with a woman? Who is that woman? Her voice sounds like that of a woman in her 30s. Could it be that Qindong? Thinking of her own suspicions, Su Zhixia couldn't help but stare at Qindong in shock. Come in, what are you doing standing at the door? Standing at the door doesn't look good either. People who don't know better might think he ordered some kind of service. Especially considering that Su Zhixia specifically wore black stockings today. How did you manage to carry all this up here? Qindong was surprised this woman was not delicate at all. Give it to me, girls shouldn't always be carrying heavy things. Su Zhixia shook her head firmly, walked quickly to the dining table, and placed the food on it. Man, don't forget who you are. Qindong looked completely bewildered. What was his identity? You're my man, how can I let you do something like this? Besides, it's oily, what if you get it dirty? Su Zhixia said in a domineering tone. She learned this from a novel last night. Apparently, a CEO has to be domineering, arrogant, and domineering for people to like him. Domineering, arrogant, and cool must be exactly what that looked like, right? Su Zhixia probably forgot that she was reading a female-oriented novel yesterday, the kind of thing only young girls like. Qindong. Dr. Chen, who was that woman just now? Qindong's personality doesn't seem like the type to make video calls with women at all. His relationship with that woman must be more than just casual. Dr. Chen, I don't know who that woman is, but I feel it's necessary to remind you that if you want to be in a relationship, you can contact me anytime. Generally speaking, older women are not only short-tempered, but they will also deceive you. What if she swindles all your money? But you won't have that problem if you date me. Because I won't cheat you out of your money, I'll only give you money. Qindong looked completely bewildered. What are you talking about? He couldn't understand a single word. Su Zhixia sighed. What's the point of hiding this from me? I just don't want you to get hurt. Did that woman say she was some kind of rich woman? Don't believe it, especially online. Look at me. I'm a rich woman too. If you're willing, I can transfer my assets to you right away. Qindong. Mr. Su, that's my mother. It's not just you listening to me, it's even your mother. What? She's your mother? Chapter 37. Am I going to have a grandson soon? Old Chen. Did you hear that? It's a woman's voice. A girl is looking for our son. Eileen Yang was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. That girl was so beautiful. I've never seen such a pretty girl in my life. Standing next to our son, they were such a perfect match. Eileen Yang said with a delighted smile. Chen Guoqiang rolled his eyes. Don't get too excited. What if the girl and our son are just friends? You'll have gotten excited for nothing. Yang Ailing, coming to see that brat so late at night, how could it be an ordinary relationship? I don't believe it. Old Chen, what do you think I should name my grandson? Chen Guoqiang knew that his wife had always been this loud and boisterous, and although he felt helpless, he didn't say anything. I think you should ask your son to clarify things. Otherwise, you'll be upset if there's a misunderstanding. Chen Jiangwo still remembers when his son was in high school, a girl came to Qindong to do his homework, which made Yang Ailing extremely excited. She almost called the girl her daughter-in-law. As it turned out, the person really did come to Qindong to do homework, which was not what Yang Ailing had imagined at all. Yang Ailing was so angry that she didn't cook for Qindong for a week. When Yang Ailing saw Chen Jiangwo bringing up her embarrassing past, she glared at him in shame and indignation. Can't you remember any of my good points? No, if I just ask that brat like this, he definitely won't tell me. How about we go back early? Yang Ailing said with concern. Chen Guoqiang was quite helpless, but he didn't say anything. He knew his opinion was unimportant to his wife, and that speaking up would only get him scolded. It's better to go along with her wishes. I'll do whatever you say. Is that really your mother? Su Zhixia still found it hard to believe. Shandong said helplessly, how about I give you their contact information and you ask them yourself? To everyone's surprise, Su Zhixia's eyes lit up immediately, and she nodded seriously, I think it's good. Could you recommend your aunt's WeChat account to me? Dream on. Su Zhixia snorted coldly, but she was filled with regret. If she had known that it was Shandong's mother, she should have behaved better. Fortunately, she didn't say anything in front of his mother, otherwise she and Shandong would have had absolutely no chance. Dr. Chen, how about I come to have dinner with you every day from now on? No. Shandong refused without even thinking. Coming every day? Who can handle that? Going to work with Su Zhixia, and then leaving get off work together too? Even if Su Zhixia weren't his girlfriend yet, she still needs some private space, right? Why? Didn't you just let me in? Su Zhixia was unhappy. No means no. He let her in because he saw her carrying so many things and couldn't bear to shut her out. But this kind of heartache only happens once. Su Zhixia smiled and said, let's eat first. Humph. Anyway, she'll be coming tomorrow, who cares if Shandong agrees or not? Dr. Chen, I heard that Dean Zhang is going to hold a special commendation ceremony for you? Dean Zhang did indeed say that. That's great. Dean Zhang has worked at the hospital for decades. He's a very stubborn person who believes young people should keep a low profile. The fact that he would hold a special commendation meeting for you shows that he truly appreciates you. Although Su Zhixia didn't understand the medical field, she could tell just by looking at Dean Zhang's actions how amazing Shandong's medical skills were. I read your paper too, but there are too many technical terms, I don't quite understand it. As she spoke, she felt a pang of heartache. No wonder you've looked so thin lately, Dr. Chen. You didn't have to work so hard. I can give you anything you want. Su Zhixia touched Shandong's hand with its distinct knuckles. Shandong frowned. President Su, please be mindful of your words. After what happened last time, Su Zhixia's skin has become much thicker. If Shandong had said that to her before, she would have given up long ago. But this time, instead of letting go, she touched Shandong's wrist and said with a smile, I'm not letting go, what can you do to me? You can't hit a woman, can you? Su Zhixia laughed unrestrainedly, seemingly certain that Shandong couldn't do anything about her. I can't hit women, but I can sleep with them. Shandong said this without changing his expression, not even lifting his eyelids, as if he were saying that the weather was nice today. Su Zhixia was startled and quickly withdrew her hand, cursing under her breath as an old driver. She still can't outsmart Shandong. What a blunder! What a blunder! Recently, her grandfather has been urging her to get married again, and Su Zhixia hasn't been back for almost 2 or 3 weeks. But Grandpa Su sent a message yesterday saying he had a fever. Even though she knew that the old man was most likely faking it, she still wanted to go back and see him. After all, Su Zhixia couldn't bear to leave an old man alone at home. But if she goes back, she will inevitably be pressured to get married. Su Zhixia looked at Shandong, who was quietly eating, and said, how about you have a fake marriage with me? You can name your price. Anyway, it's something you're guaranteed to make a profit from. Su Zhixia had already planned it all out. First, she would trick Shandong into a fake marriage with her, and then once they were married, getting a divorce wouldn't be so easy. Isn't it up to her? Besides, feelings can develop over time, and maybe it will become a real relationship. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her plan was absolutely perfect. A sure thing, no risk? Does this young lady have some misunderstanding about what a sure thing is? Don't I count as one of them? What? If I were to enter into a fake marriage with you, wouldn't that just mean I'd lose everything? Shandong said leisurely, I know exactly what this young lady is thinking. It's nothing more than wanting to see his good looks. Why would you go against money? It's just a fake marriage. Besides, I'm so beautiful, you're not at a loss, are you? If you fall in love with me by then, wouldn't that be perfect? Shandong was helpless. Who would make their intentions so obvious? You should go back now. Su Zhixia glanced at the time. It's only 9 o'clock, what's the rush? Or is another woman coming to see you later? Shandong, are you getting too caught up in the situation too quickly? Chapter 38. Don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in for 84 days. Charm value plus 10. Shandong was slightly speechless. This system was even giving him charm points, couldn't it give him something useful? Besides, he already had a bunch of unwanted suitors, and he didn't want to be bothered by any more girls. These past few days, Zhang Zhaozhao has been sending him WeChat messages inviting him out to dinner. The system is great in every way, except that the rewards are random. It would be better if we could choose them ourselves. However, in the past 2 days, Qindong has experienced the treatment that comes with fame. In the past, only a few bold nurses would bring him breakfast, but now, his desk is piled high with breakfasts. Recently, Zhao Hua also transferred to the emergency department for her internship, and happened to be working under the department director, Director Wang. So she likes to hang out with Qindong whenever she has a spare moment. Wow, bro, this is awesome. I suddenly don't want to learn medicine from you anymore. Can you teach me how to flirt with girls? I want to get breakfast for free too. Zhao Hua stared in shock at the breakfast spread all over the table. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. Qindong glanced at him indifferently, simple. If only you were as good looking as me. Damn it. Qindong, we've known each other for so many years, don't go too far. This is practically killing someone and destroying their spirit. Zhao Hua clutched his chest in heartache, secretly thinking that since plastic surgery was so advanced, he should get plastic surgery and look like Qindong. How have you been these past few days? Zhao Hua said miserably, don't even mention it. Director Wang is just too serious. I almost suffocated when I was with him. Is it really necessary? Director Wang may be a bit old-fashioned, but is it really that extreme? Qindong felt alright. He shared an office with Director Wang, and the two of them were usually busy with their own things and didn't have much of a chance to talk, so he couldn't sense Zhao Hua's troubles. The emergency room is really different, it's busier than the other departments. Qindong raised an eyebrow, otherwise, why do you think it's called the emergency room? After finishing with the breakfast on the table, he immediately picked up a medical book and began studying it. Zhao Hua, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. No wonder your medical skills are so good. It's not even time for work yet, and Qindong is already so focused, not wasting a single moment. Meanwhile, look at him. He's still chatting idly with someone. Zhao Hua realized that he was indeed no match for such a diligent genius. He sighed silently, wishing he had worked half as hard as Qindong. Miss, your heartbeat is perfectly normal. Qindong looked helplessly at the heavily made-up woman in front of him. Ha! But why does my heart race whenever I see you? I feel like my heart is going to jump out of my chest. The woman looked at Qindong with deep affection, unaware that 5 other women had already said the same thing that day. Miss, please don't interfere with my work. Qindong noticed that none of the patients who registered today were normal. They should all get their brains checked. Miss, this isn't a neurology clinic. Qindong emphasized with a stern face, if you want to see a brain, I suggest you go upstairs. Who knew this woman would be so shameless? Dr. Chen, please listen to it again. Maybe I misheard you. Besides, how can a doctor refuse a patient? If your boss finds out, won't you get scolded? The woman's words carried a hint of threat. Qindong smiled slightly and sent a message to Director Wang. After a while, Director Wang sat down next to Qindong. Miss, let me listen for you. Qindong explained from the side, this is our department director, Director Wang, who is very knowledgeable in this area. I don't see anything wrong with you. Director Wang's medical skills are better than mine. Let him take a look at you. Upon hearing this, the woman reluctantly moved back. How can that be? Qindong raised an eyebrow, why not? The woman looked embarrassed and stammered, how about I come back another day? After saying that, his back looked exactly like he was fleeing in panic. Seeing this, Director Wang was quite annoyed. Do I look that scary? I was very handsome when I was young. I had countless girls chasing after me back then. Qindong smiled, but his gaze fell on Director Wang's bald head. But speaking of which, you're quite the ladies' man. So many pretty girls are lining up for you. Do you know that it's harder to get an appointment with a specialist these days? Qindong was also helpless. He didn't want this romantic encounter at all. The previous surgeries were all due to unforeseen circumstances. In fact, Qindong is not yet qualified to perform surgery. Therefore, Qindong's current goal is to obtain this qualification certificate. Why did Zhang Zhaozhao send him a message? Qindong frowned. If it weren't for Dean Zhang's sake, he would have deleted this person directly, but Dean Zhang had always treated him well. I heard from my dad that there's an awards ceremony for you this Sunday. I happened to be off work then, so I asked my dad for a spot. I'll be there to see you. Qindong chose to ignore it. Having connections in this family is really advantageous. Oh well, let this young lady do whatever she wants. Anyway, there's nothing I can do to interfere with her thoughts. When the knocking sounded, Qindong could guess who it was with his toes. Ever since this young lady found out where he lived, she came to see him almost every afternoon. 2 days later, Su Zhixia didn't come, and Qindong thought she had given up. It turned out he was overthinking things. Qindong, I know you're inside, open the door quickly. Su Zhixia kept knocking on the door, and even though Qindong didn't speak, she could guess that he was deliberately avoiding her. She even brought this guy food just 2 days ago, ugh. Young lady, what do you want with Qindong? An older woman passing by was somewhat surprised to see this scene. This older woman lived next door to Qindong, so she was essentially Qindong's landlord. They see each other all the time. She had even tried to arrange a marriage for Qindong, but he refused. The old lady was puzzled because Qindong was getting on in years, yet she had never seen him bring any girls home. That's why I was so surprised to see Su Zhixia dressed so young and beautiful today. Su Zhixia smiled sheepishly. I need to talk to him about something. The girl's shy demeanor was interpreted differently by the older woman. Miss, are you Qindong's girlfriend? Su Zhixia blushed and nodded. Anyway, the old lady doesn't know her, so even if she admits it, no one will expose her. Strange, Qindong should be home. I was just downstairs doing square dancing and I didn't see him go out. Upon hearing this, Su Zhixia's eyes immediately reddened as she said, Auntie, actually, there's been a problem in my relationship with him. I saw him with another woman just 2 days ago. Su Zhixia's words sounded so pitiful that the older woman subconsciously believed them. What? Qindong actually did something like this? That's outrageous. How could such a seemingly nice young man be such a scumbag? The woman said angrily, Young lady, don't be afraid, I'll stand up for you. At worst, I'll kick this scumbag out. I won't let him live in my house. Su Zhixia sniffed, Auntie, you're so kind. Suddenly, the door opened. Chapter 39 They're almost pregnant. Qindong looked at Su Zhixia with a half smile, making Su Zhixia feel guilty and dare not meet his gaze. Only the landlady was still there, pointing at Qindong and saying, Qindong, I always thought you were a good kid, but I never expected you to do something like this. I'm so disappointed in you. I know you're successful, but you shouldn't have toyed with a girl's sincerity. Do you know how hard it is to find a girl who truly loves you these days? The older woman got more and more excited as she talked, as if she wanted to tell Qindong all the wisdom she had learned over the years. But the person kept their head down and dared not speak. Qindong nodded and pulled Su Zhixia inside. Auntie, I understand. I'll handle it. You know that's good, I won't say any more. The older woman shook her head and went back to her house. These young people nowadays. Su Zhixia didn't dare to look Qindong in the eye at all. Did I start something and then abandon it? Do I fall in love with every girl I see? If I had come out any later, would you have already had a child? How come I didn't know that President Su had such acting skills? With such talent, why are you still a president? Why don't you just go into the entertainment industry? You'd be the undisputed best actress. Qindong's voice rose slightly at the end, making Su Zhixia's face flush. I only resorted to this because you wouldn't open the door. You still have the nerve to talk back? Qindong was exasperated. What was going on? Don't be angry, at worst I'll treat you to dinner. You came all this way just to have dinner with me? Su Zhixia nodded honestly, I have a better appetite when I eat with you, and aren't you my doctor? Don't you want to take responsibility for me as your patient? Qindong, but I didn't bring any food today, I'll call someone to bring it over. Never mind, I'll do it myself. By saying this, Qindong was essentially giving his tacit approval to Su Zhixia staying for dinner. You can cook? Yes. Didn't you eat the noodles I cooked last time? How can noodles and cooking be the same thing? Su Zhixia looked puzzled. Qindong. Someone who can make noodles may not necessarily be able to cook a proper meal, but someone who can't even make noodles is certainly not capable of cooking a proper meal. Qindong hadn't cooked for himself in a long time and was starting to miss it, but there wasn't much food left in the refrigerator. I'm going to the supermarket downstairs to buy groceries, do you want to come? Go. Su Zhixia replied without hesitation, why not go? This is a chance to get up close and personal with Qindong. Xiaodong, is this your girlfriend? Xiaodong, your girlfriend is quite pretty. Xiaodong, where did you find such a beautiful girlfriend? Chen Dong was quite helpless. Why did everyone he met mistakenly think that he and Su Zhixia were a couple? At first, he tried to explain to the other party, but the other party obviously didn't believe him and thought he was making excuses. Su Zhixia responded with a smile. Thank you, ladies. Auntie, come visit sometime. Yes, I'm going to the supermarket with him to buy groceries now. Okay, see you later, Auntie. Chen Dong said half-jokingly, you're really getting into character. When will Dr. Chen give me a permanent position? Su Zhixia, taking advantage of the situation, took Chen Dong's hand and said, if your suitors found out I agreed to be with you, they'd tear me apart. Chen Dong shrugged. He didn't want to die young. Let's see who dares. Anyone who lays a finger on you is going against the Su family. Su Zhixia's face immediately darkened. Chen Dong smiled but didn't say anything. That day would never come, because he wouldn't be with her. Because Su Zhixia was also there, Chen Dong specially bought some light vegetables when he went grocery shopping. Do you want some chicken? I'll eat anything you make. Chen Dong looked at her in surprise. This young lady didn't seem to care about anything? That's really rare. Finally, Chen Dong bought a bunch of cabbage and a few tomatoes, and also bought a chicken. When he passed by the fruit section, he bought a few mangoes to have as dessert. However, he did not notice the slight change in Su Zhixia's expression beside him. The kitchen smells of cooking oil, you should cook outside. Chen Dong said to Su Zhixia while processing the vegetables in his hands. The main reason was that he knew this young lady couldn't do anything, and if she came over, she would only be a hindrance, so it was better for her to stay on the sidelines. Su Zhixia was unaware of Chen Dong's thoughts and assumed he was feeling sorry for her, which made her feel very happy. It's okay, I'll just stay here and chat with you for a while. Chen Dong, is there anything you particularly like? Chen Dong found the few eggs that hadn't been finished at home. He planned to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried vegetables, and chicken soup. First, put the chicken broth in and simmer it. When he heard Su Zhixia's words, his eyes didn't even waver. Things you like? Does work count? He really loves his work. If it weren't for his health, he would want to work 24 hours a day. Of course, this is just talk. It's impossible to stay in the hospital 24 hours a day. He loves being a doctor, not only because of the system that exists, but also because it was his childhood dream. Su Zhixia rolled her beautiful eyes slightly. Is there nothing else on your mind besides work? For example, hobbies and interests. Her thinking was simple. Only by knowing what Chen Dong liked could she start her approach from that angle. Chen Dong frowned and thought for a long time. If I had to say, cooking could be considered one of them. Cooking for himself is one way he enjoys life. Su Zhixia's lips twitched. This hobby is really strange. So what do you usually do after get off work? Read medical books? I play video games. I only read medical books occasionally. What game are you playing? Pesticide. What a coincidence. I play this game too. We can play together later. Su Zhixia memorized the name, planning to go to the next one when she got back, so she would have a reason to ask Chen Dong to play games with her next time. But Chen Dong's life is so simple. Chapter 40, he fed it himself. After dinner, Su Zhixia secretly downloaded a mobile game on her phone and played a few rounds behind Chen Dong's back to learn the basic rules. Su Zhixia glanced at Chen Dong, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, and deliberately turned the game volume up to the maximum. Charge! Charge! What is this mid-laner doing? Why are you playing King of Glory if you're this bad? Su Zhixia cursed while secretly watching Chen Dong's reaction. When she saw Chen Dong approaching, she quickly looked at her phone, only to find that the little figure on the screen was already dead. Her teammates kept threatening to report her, but Su Zhixia didn't care about the threats. Go ahead and report her, she'll just spend money as soon as she goes out. Let's go straight to V10 and see how you guys report us then. What are you playing? Little Egg? How come you're so bad? You died 10 times in just 6 minutes. Chen Dong stared blankly at the phone screen. Was this player really that bad? Su Zhixia blushed. How could she know that this was the only hero she could afford right now, so she just bought it on a whim? Humph. I'll definitely spend money on this game after she finishes it. What are these stinky men trying to do by chasing after her? I'm not very good at this game, could you teach me how to play? A beautiful woman said such words so gently. If it were any other man, he would have agreed. Unfortunately, Chen Dong is such a scumbag. No, I'm not very good at playing either. Are you kidding me? Take her with you? Isn't that like sending yourself to the tiger's den? Have a piece of mango. Chen Dong placed the plate of mangoes he was holding on the table. Su Zhixia hesitated and said, but it's not convenient for me right now. Chen Dong glanced at the screen. A team battle was in progress, so it was indeed inconvenient. Eat. Chen Dong forked a piece of mango and fed it directly to Su Zhixia's mouth. Su Zhixia stared blankly at this scene, but her heart was bursting with joy. He fed me the mango himself. Chen Dong actually fed her by hand. But she has been allergic to mangoes since she was a child, and her whole body would itch whenever she ate a mango. The words of refusal were on the tip of her tongue when she saw Chen Dong's handsome face, and suddenly she couldn't say them. Oh well, I'll just eat it. It's only a small piece, it shouldn't be a big problem. Besides, dying in Chen Dong's arms doesn't seem so bad. Why do you look like you're ready to die while eating a piece of mango? Chen Dong asked, puzzled. Su Zhixia replied, seemingly unrelated, it's so sweet. As he spoke, he licked the corner of his mouth. I don't know if they're talking about people or fruit. You're dead again. Chen Dong's gaze remained fixed on Su Zhixia's screen. Su Zhixia. Chen Dong finally couldn't stand it anymore and took her phone directly. This is how you should do it. You haven't even looked into how to play with this hard-boiled egg, have you? This second skill can push enemies away a little bit and can also finish off enemies with low health. The same hero, but in Chen Dong's hands, he seems to have become a different hero. Their record also improved from 0-23 to 18-23. Even his teammates, who had been cursing and swearing the whole time, were incredulous. Is this a completely different person? This is too strong. Holy crap, when did eggplant become so amazing? Shouldn't we stop buffing the braised eggs? Bullshit, that guy with the hard-boiled egg played terribly. Chen Dong curled his lips into a smile, and after securing another pentakill, he directly destroyed the enemy's crystal. It can be said that he single-handedly stole the show. I never knew you were so good at games. Su Zhixia's gaze towards Chen Dong held an added hint of admiration. No wonder he's the man she's chosen, he's so outstanding at everything he does. What's wrong with you? Chen Dong keenly noticed that Su Zhixia kept grabbing his arm. Even though Su Zhixia was trying to avoid him, she couldn't escape his eyes. And nothing, it's nothing. Su Zhixia stammered, her eyes darting around. Chen Dong stared intently at her, his deep gaze seeming to see right through her. Already feeling guilty, Su Zhixia gave an awkward laugh. I think it's getting late, so why don't I head back first? Chen Dong didn't say anything, but grabbed her arm directly. When he saw the red dots under Su Zhixia's arm, he instantly understood everything. Why didn't you tell me? Chen Dong's face was terrifying, and his tone was as cold as frost in February. Su Zhixia had known Chen Dong for so long, and she had never seen him lose his temper like this before. Sorry. Su Zhixia lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing her like this, Chen Dong couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh. He just sighed and said, since you're allergic to mangoes, why didn't you tell me? Don't you value your own body at all? As a doctor, Chen Dong has the most dislike for people who don't take care of their bodies. Your body is your own, without it, you have nothing. Su Zhixia shook her head. No, I never ate mangoes before, but this time is different. What's different? Su Zhixia didn't say anything, but Chen Dong could guess what was going on. He became even angrier. You can't treat your body like this. Are you feeling sorry for me? Su Zhixia looked at Chen Dong with bright, expectant eyes. No. Chen Dong said irritably, I just don't want you to die in my house. As he spoke, he rummaged through drawers and cabinets looking for medicine. Eat this, and don't do such a foolish thing again. Not only will it not make others feel sorry for you, but they will also think you are a stupid and easily fooled woman. Chen Dong sighed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry about having such a woman by his side. He can't laugh right now anyway. Su Zhixia obediently finished taking the medicine, and her body was indeed less itchy. Thanks. Can I come to your house for dinner again in the future? Su Zhixia's tone was full of longing. No. Chen Dong refused without even thinking. Unexpectedly, Su Zhixia, who had looked pitiful just a moment ago, suddenly changed her expression upon hearing these words. Dr. Chen, don't you want to take care of me as your patient anymore? No matter what, I'm still your patient. I lose my appetite if I don't eat with you, and if I lose my appetite I can't eat, and if I can't eat, my condition will worsen. Stop, stop, stop. Chen Dong quickly stopped her. I agree. If we don't agree, who knows what kind of trouble Su Jixia might cause next? It's just a matter of having a meal, there shouldn't be any major problems. Later, Chen Dong realized what had happened and began to regret being so naive back then. Chapter 41. Oh no, it's alcohol poisoning. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. Just as Su Jixia was about to leave, there was a rapid knocking at the door. Su Jixia was so frightened that she shivered. Who could it be so late? Chen Dong was still very puzzled. Upon opening the door, I saw the landlady standing there. Auntie, I'm really not a scumbag. Chen Dong thought the old lady was here to give him a lecture, so he explained helplessly. But the woman looked anxious and grabbed Chen Dong's hand. Chen Dong, quick! Quickly check on my old man. Chen Dong then realized something was wrong. Auntie, don't worry, tell me what happened. My husband just suddenly fainted, and I don't know what happened. Can you please take a look? As soon as Chen Dong entered the room, he smelled a very strong smell of alcohol. He frowned instinctively. Has the old man been drinking again? The woman's eyes were slightly red, and she was on the verge of tears. Yes, you know your uncle only has this one hobby. He was fine before, so why did he suddenly faint this time? Su Jixia, who followed her in, practically had to pinch her nose to get in. This alcohol smells so strong. How much did they drink? Chen Dong squatted down and took the old man's pulse, finding that it was beating very fast. His face was pale, his lips were purple, and his breathing was weak. This appears to be severe alcohol poisoning. Auntie, how much did the old man drink? Seeing Chen Dong's appearance, the older woman stammered, I don't know either. He went out drinking with his group of card-playing friends, and he was like this not long after he came back. Is it very serious? As she spoke, the woman couldn't stop the tears from falling. Chen Dong frowned. Grandpa, this should be severe alcohol poisoning. The woman nearly fainted upon hearing this. Even though she wasn't a doctor, she knew what a high blood alcohol level meant. Quickly open the windows to let some fresh air in and let the smell of alcohol dissipate. Su Jixia, who was standing to the side, quickly did as she was told. Then what? Do you have any tea at home? The older woman didn't react for a moment. Tea leaves? If you have tea leaves, go brew a big bowl of tea. Even without a hangover remedy, tea can help with sobering up. Call 120 immediately. As Chen Dong helped the old man up, he spoke to Su Jixia. It's more reliable to go to the hospital now. All he can do is provide first aid, but severe alcohol poisoning requires hospitalization for observation. Especially for older people like this old man. Su Jixia immediately dialed 120. The older woman also brought over the tea. Chen Dong directly poured a bowl of tea into the old man's mouth. Come and lend a hand. It's difficult for him to help the child drink alone. At this point, there was no need to be particular. Chen Dong simply pried open the old man's lips and poured the tea in little by little. However, a significant portion of it leaked out. Immediately afterwards, the old man vomited violently. Chen Dong did not dodge, but instead turned the old man's head to one side, keeping him in a tilted head position. However, this resulted in him getting quite a bit of vomit on him. Chen Dong didn't even frown. A strong smell of alcohol immediately filled the room. He's thrown it all up, will that help? Su Jixia asked. It takes a long time to sober up with tea. The old man is currently suffering from severe alcohol poisoning. Even if an ambulance arrives, his condition will become more critical. So now we need him to vomit to prevent aspiration. If the vomit is aspirated into his lungs, it will turn into pneumonia. The old man is getting on in years, and pneumonia won't do him any good. That's why he pressed the old man's head to one side. Su Jixia nodded as if she understood, but not quite. So that's how it is. Chen Dong actually explained it to her. This gesture unintentionally warmed her heart. Even under these circumstances, Chen Dong was still patient enough to explain things to her. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman standing nearby hurriedly asked, Do you need any more tea? Chen Dong shook his head. This is enough. Although tea can help with hangovers, you can't drink too much. Besides, my main purpose for using tea today is to induce vomiting. Seeing Su Jixia looking at him, Chen Dong knew what she wanted to ask. Strong tea contains theophylline, and drinking too much can make people more excited, increase the burden on the heart, and may also aggravate the irritation of alcohol on the gastric mucosa. Su Jixia silently wrote all of this down in her mind. Everything should be done in moderation, and practicing medicine is no exception. The old man's condition is quite critical. He may need gastric lavage later. He needs a stomach pump? The woman was shocked, but more worried. But he's so old. Won't a stomach pump have any negative effects on him? No, the hospital will arrange everything for you. That's all he can do. After all, the conditions are limited right now. The old man's complexion improved considerably, and even his previously bluish lips became rosy. This made the woman extremely excited. Xiaodong, thank you so much for this. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. As she spoke, the woman was about to cry again. Chen Dong was most afraid of seeing women cry. Auntie, please don't say that, it's only right. As doctors, saving lives and healing the wounded is our duty. That was the reason I chose to study medicine. Not long after, the hospital staff carried the old man away. Have you induced vomiting before? The doctor asked, frowning. The woman dared not lie and recounted Chen Dong's treatment methods one by one. Doctor, is there a problem? This is a huge problem. The doctor scoffed. Where are you, this tenant, a doctor from? Don't you even know the most basic common sense? You still have the nerve to act all high and mighty? He's probably just a junior doctor doing an internship at a hospital, who hasn't even memorized the most basic knowledge, yet he dares to practice medicine. Dr. Fong's chest heaved with anger, inducing vomiting with tea? How could he even think of that? Let's have a gastroscopy first. He needs to examine the patient's stomach to determine whether or not to perform gastric lavage. Actually, he didn't want to take on this patient. After all, the old man's condition was already very serious, and he had been through so much trouble. Who knew if he could still be saved? Don't blame him later. Doesn't that person even know they shouldn't induce vomiting after alcohol poisoning? Did that person really graduate? Because during induced vomiting, patients may aspirate, causing aspiration pneumonia or airway obstruction. Violent vomiting can also worsen gastric mucosal damage and may cause tearing of the esophageal mucosa, leading to massive gastrointestinal bleeding. The stomach acid, alcohol, and other food contents vomited during induced vomiting can also damage the esophageal mucosa. Upon hearing this, the older woman stood there awkwardly, looking at Dr. Fong with trepidation. Chen Dong would never harm them. He has been renting her house for several years, and neighbors often go to him when they have minor ailments. Chen Dong never made excuses, and even so, he has never accepted a single penny from anyone over the years. How could such a kind-hearted young man harm them? Seeing how certain Dr. Fong was, the old lady felt very uneasy. Could it be that Chen Dong's medical skills were really not that good? No. The old woman chose to believe Chen Dong, and she silently looked at her husband on the hospital bed. Everything will be all right. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt that her husband's complexion had improved a lot. Chapter 42. What? He's awake? The wait for the results is always agonizing. But when Dr. Fong saw the results, he was stunned. Isn't this a case of severe alcohol poisoning? How come there's absolutely no problem with his stomach? And judging from the appearance, there's absolutely no need for stomach lavage. The woman's palms were sweating with nervousness as she watched Dr. Fong remain silent for a long time. She really wanted to ask about the results, but she was afraid of disturbing the doctor's thinking. Doctor, does my husband need to have his stomach pumped? The woman thought to herself that if she needed her stomach pumped, she wasn't sure if she had enough money. She has already called her son and daughter, but they are still on their way. No need. Dr. Fong's expression was complicated. The old man is recovering very well. There is no alcohol left in his stomach, and I believe he will wake up soon. The woman was already prepared to have her stomach pumped, but she was still a little taken aback when she heard what the doctor said. Really, doctor? Okay, go ahead and pay the fee, then you can leave after getting 2 bottles of 4 fluid. The woman burst into tears of joy, instinctively recalling Chen Dong's actions. It must be because of Chen Dong. Yes. That must be it. Ma'am, could you tell me your tenant's name? If he were truly that capable, there would be no way I wouldn't have heard of him. But if he just stumbled upon him by chance, that's another matter entirely. Chen Dong. A moment later, the woman's 2 children finally arrived. Mom, how is Dad? How could Dad suddenly have alcohol poisoning when he was perfectly fine? The daughter couldn't hide the anxiety on her face. What did the doctor say? It's all over now. The woman briefly recounted what had happened. Is that the guy who rented our house and paid 3 years rent up front? Yes, the young man I told you about before. Your father's situation this time is also thanks to him. If it weren't for him, your father would have had to have his stomach pumped. At his age, it's best to avoid having his stomach pumped if possible. Dr. Fong, you're back so soon? Wasn't that old man with alcohol poisoning supposed to have his stomach pumped? Dr. Fong took a sip of water, feeling extremely frustrated. Don't say anything more, that old man is about to be discharged. Impossible. I just saw the old man's condition. It's only been an hour, how can he be discharged already? A colleague in the same office asked in confusion. Don't even mention you, I'm fucking full of questions too. According to the old lady, they had already received first aid before they arrived at the hospital. Dr. Fong repeated what the old lady had said. The colleague was also very surprised after hearing this. Did you hear that right? Inducing vomiting with tea? Did this person not memorize their professional knowledge? No one would attempt something so difficult and risky, especially when dealing with someone suffering from severe alcohol poisoning. This is the result of that old man's gastroscopy. Take a look for yourself. You'll be even more shocked after you see it. After a long pause, the man stood up abruptly from his chair. Impossible. How could this be? There must be some mistake. Dr. Fong had anticipated his reaction and calmly said, "What's impossible? If you don't believe me, you can go to the ward and see the old man now. He should be awake by now." This Qingdong shouldn't be from their hospital, otherwise he would have known better. Could he be from the city hospital? Dr. Fong is increasingly curious about what kind of person would choose this method of first aid in that situation, and he cannot rule out that possibility. Why didn't you go with them? Su Zhixia voiced the question that had been lingering in her mind. Qingdong shook his head. There's no need for that. The traditional Chinese medicine hospital is nearby. It only takes less than 5 minutes to get there. And I just induced vomiting in him, now it's up to his body to decide what to do next. Generally speaking, since he had just vomited up a lot of alcohol, even if he went to the hospital, there wouldn't be any major problems, and the hospital wouldn't require him to have his stomach pumped. That's why he didn't go with them. Wait, how did you know I was calling for the traditional Chinese medicine hospital? Upon hearing this, Qingdong looked at her as if she were an idiot. The nearest hospital around here is the traditional Chinese medicine hospital, so you can figure that out even with your toes, right? Su Zhixia felt a little embarrassed by his gaze. It's too late, why don't you take me home? After messing around for more than half an hour, I checked the time and it was already past 11 o'clock. I think he would be more willing to do it than I am to call your driver to pick you up. Qingdong said calmly. Su Zhixia said with dissatisfaction, my driver is already asleep. Could you take him home? Otherwise, I can sleep here with you. Sleeping here? Qingdong immediately remembered what had happened last time, and without a moment's hesitation, he put on his shoes. Let's go. I'll see you off. Su Zhixia rolled her eyes in frustration. Was she really that scary? However, after what happened tonight, she learned a little more about Qingdong. This realization made Su Zhixia feel happy. As the saying goes, those who are near the water get the moon first. She refused to believe that she could come here for meals every day and still not develop feelings for someone. It has to be said that Su Zhixia's plan was quite clever. Su Zhixia practically hummed a little tune as she returned home. What's making you so happy? Grandfather. When she turned on the light, Su Zhixia saw Grandpa Su sitting on the sofa in the living room. She was startled. What are you doing sitting here in the middle of the night instead of going to sleep? You almost scared me to death. Who brought you back just now? Humph, his beloved cabbages are about to be taken away, pot and all, how can he sleep? Su Zhixia looked embarrassed. She hadn't expected that the only time Qingdong brought her back, the old man would hear the noise. At this time of day, wouldn't the old man be sleeping? Grandpa, don't be so suspicious. He's just a colleague. Colleague? I see you're practically grinning from ear to ear. You're telling me that's a colleague? Old Master Su has lived most of his life, and he's reached this position. How could he not see this much? Then what has he done with all these years? Su Zhixia is very smart, but she is not quite up to par with Grandpa Su. Tell me, have you been dating someone behind my back? Su Zhixia pursed her lips and remained silent. If her grandfather knew that Qingdong was just a junior doctor, he would definitely advise her to give up, right? After all, the blind dates her grandfather always introduced her to were all rich and handsome men, or second-generation military personnel or second-generation rich men. In Su Zhixia's opinion, old Master Su would definitely feel that Qindong's status was not worthy of the Su family. No. Grandpa absolutely cannot know that she is pursuing Qindong, and he must not know of Qindong's existence. She didn't want her grandfather to use the check to humiliate Qindong. But this silence had a different meaning in old Master Su's eyes. This girl is definitely in love. If she weren't, she would have denied it just now. Why would she be so hesitant? Chapter 43 Marriage? Let's wait a few more years. Grandpa Su fell into deep thought. He had always been very worried about Su Zhixia's marriage, but now it seemed that he didn't need to worry about it anymore. No, which brat picked the flowers that he had painstakingly nurtured for so many years? He had sensed something was wrong before, but hadn't considered it in this direction. Now it seems he should have had the housekeeper investigate sooner. Su Zhixia seemed to have guessed what her grandfather was thinking. Grandpa, I do have someone I like, but he hasn't accepted my advances yet. I hope you won't investigate him. When the time is right, I will bring him back to see you. She knew her grandfather well. If she denied it now, it would only make him more suspicious and lead him to investigate Qindong. She might as well just admit it. But it's up to Grandpa to decide which statement is true and which is false. If you investigate him and scare him away, then don't even think about me marrying him. Su Zhixia knew what her grandfather was most worried about. That's why I was able to easily control him. Grandpa Su never imagined that he would be threatened by his own granddaughter. He said with a stern face, Zhixia, how will I know if that person is reliable or not if I don't investigate? What if you get scammed? Grandpa, I'm not a child anymore, how could I be fooled? And what could they possibly have to cheat me out of? Money? Money is the last thing they need. Is it lust? There are so many women pursuing him in our entire company, do you think he would lie to me about lust? Besides, I've been pursuing him for so long and he's remained unmoved, how could he possibly lie to me about lust? Grandpa Su was somewhat shocked. He knew his granddaughter well. She had extremely high standards, and this was no longer a matter of money or looks. Few people can meet her requirements. Otherwise, those rich young men he introduced to her before wouldn't have been so easily angered and driven away. This is why he has always been very worried about Su Zhixia's marriage. Grandpa Su just wanted to see her get married before he got old. Okay, Grandpa agrees, but you have to agree to one thing for Grandpa too. What is it? As expected of her grandfather, he's someone who doesn't like to suffer losses. Get married within 1 year and get pregnant within 2 years. Su Zhixia. 2 children in 3 years? It's not impossible. Su Zhixia rolled her eyes in a completely unladylike manner. Grandpa, I'm going to sleep. After she left, Grandpa Su let out a soft sigh. The butler, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up and asked, Master, it's so late, you should rest. Grandpa Su waved his hand. Old Zhang, do you think it was right or wrong for me to agree to this? Since he promised not to investigate the other party's identity, he would never go back on his word. But he was also very worried about Su Zhixia's happiness. Butler Zhang smiled slightly. Master, let Mrs. Matter be. She is an adult, and I believe she can make her own judgment about right and wrong. And at least Miss promised you that you would get married within a year, didn't you? Old Master Su's biggest worry was her marriage. Now that the matter has been resolved, he can finally put his mind at ease. Butler Zhang, having served Old Master Su for so many years, truly knows what words are most effective in comforting him. Yes. Why should I worry about what young people do? Let her handle it herself. But I'm still a little curious, what kind of person could make Zhixia put aside her pride to pursue him? Ding! Congratulations, host, for signing in for 68 consecutive days and gaining the skill of being fluent in English. Is this another skill reward? Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. It was English. He was quite good at English when he was in college, but he had neglected it a lot after graduation. After all, English is rarely used in this hospital, but learning more won't hurt. Tomorrow is the day of the award ceremony. Chen Dong had always thought that Dean Zhang was just saying it casually, but he didn't expect that the commendation meeting would not only be held, but also be held in a very grand manner, as could be seen from the fact that the hospital started making arrangements a day in advance. Actually, this commendation ceremony is just to give the hospital a good reputation. Although their hospital is a municipal hospital, it is private. Many medical experts would rather work in public hospitals than in private ones. This is what leads to the shortage of talent in their hospital. Chen Dong initially chose to intern at this hospital because the internship conditions there were better than those at public hospitals. His paper being published on an overseas forum has certainly brought a lot of pride to the hospital. As a result, Dean Zhang also had a moment of triumph during this period. Chen Dong himself didn't seem to feel anything. "Hey, Chen Dong." Chen Dong felt a tap on his shoulder and turned around to see Zhang Zhaozhao's charming yet not seductive face. "Why is this woman here? What's with that expression? Don't you want to see me? Why didn't you reply to my message last time?" She had been busy changing jobs during this time, which is why she hadn't contacted Chen Dong. "Ms. Zhang, I still have work to do." The implication couldn't be clearer. "It's okay, I won't disturb your work. I just came to talk to you about something. I sent you a message on WeChat but you didn't reply, so I had no choice but to come to the hospital to find you." Chen Dong said casually, "I haven't been looking at my phone much these past 2 days." That's true with the change of seasons, the number of patients in the emergency room has increased again. Zhang Zhaozhao nodded, "I would like to invite you to join our dance troupe." During this time, she resigned from her job as a dance teacher and started her own dance troupe. Just when they were about to start performing, one of the male dancers in the troupe had an accident at a crucial moment and is still in the hospital. There's simply no way to perform anymore. Finding a dancer with a similar physique and good technique in a short period of time is completely impossible. Many people advised Zhang Zhaozhao to give up the performance, since the performance couldn't be done without one person. This took Zhang Zhaozhao more than a month of hard work. How could she possibly give up? She had been planning this before she resigned. Just as Zhang Zhaozhao was feeling irritable, she suddenly remembered Chen Dong. "Doesn't Chen Dong also know how to dance?" Zhang Zhaozhao simply explained her thoughts. "I'm not going," Chen Dong said without the slightest hesitation. How could he possibly have time to run a dance troupe? This young lady is being far too naive. He is a doctor, not a dancer. "Chen Dong, I'm not joking with you. I'm seriously discussing this with you. Young miss, do you think I'm joking with you? I'm not interested in that. I hope you remember that I'm a doctor." Chapter 44: The Origin of Traditional Chinese Medicine. "Dean Zhang, were you looking for me?" Chen Dong was puzzled. Why would Dean Zhang want to see him? Could it be because he had just refused Zhang Zhaozhao's invitation? "Little Chen is here. Sit." "It's like this," Dean Zhang said after organizing his thoughts. "Tomorrow is the day of the open class. Have you prepared what you'll say?" I just received a notification from above that in addition to our hospital staff, we may also have a few specially invited guests coming tomorrow." "Special invitation? What do you mean by special guest?" "It's just a small award ceremony. Why is it being made so formal?" "I'd like to ask how good your English is." Dean Zhang said this with a sense of helplessness. "It's all right. Those special guests are very likely to be foreigners. They came to China as exchange students at S University. You know S University, it has a lot of foreigners. I don't know where they found the connections to insist on coming to our hospital for this award ceremony. If I'm not mistaken, they're probably here for you, since your paper is more famous abroad." Now that the paper has been revealed to be written by Chen Dong, it's normal for him to have a few foreign fans, but Dean Zhang always feels that the other party has ill intentions. This is a very strong intuition. That's why he wanted to take this opportunity to remind Chen Dong. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow and instantly understood what Dean Zhang meant. If they were just ordinary fans, Dean Zhang wouldn't have bothered to bring them up. These two foreigners must be quite something. "Thank you, Dean Zhang. I will be more careful." After leaving Dean Zhang's office, Chen Dong's mood was not affected by the incident at all. They were just two foreigners, there was no need to take them to heart. Chen Dong certainly has the right to be arrogant and overbearing. What did Dean Zhang call you over for? Was it because of Zhang Zhaozhao? Zhao Hua, looking quite gossipy, came over. "I'm not trying to be mean, but even if you didn't want to go, you could at least have said it more tactfully, right? Zhang Zhaozhao is a girl, after all. If you reject her in front of so many people, and then confront her, wouldn't that be making her lose face? It's normal for Dean Zhang to look for you, after all, Zhang Zhaozhao is his only daughter." "No," Chen Dong said helplessly, "can you please stop being so gossipy? If you put that gossipy mindset into your work, you could shorten your internship by 2 months. Zhao Hua scratched his head. Dean Zhang didn't say anything about you, so it seems you hold a high place in his heart. So what did you talk about with Dean Zhang up there? Chen Dong glanced at Zhao Hua. Let's talk about how to curb the gossip in the hospital. Zhao Hua, do you want to be any more obvious? Since Chen Dong had made it clear that he didn't want to talk about it, Zhao Hua wasn't so tactless as to simply shut up. Brother, what are you looking at? Why are you suddenly learning English? Zhao Hua leaned closer and took a look. He felt dizzy when he saw the page full of English letters. He hated English the most when he was in school. Without looking up, Chen Dong said, "It's always good to learn more." He didn't tell Zhao Hua that the paper he published on the overseas forum was actually written in English, because he was afraid of hurting Zhao Hua. Noon. I will also attend the awards ceremony tomorrow. Su Zhixia said something out of the blue. Chen Dong responded, but in his heart he was thinking about what to talk about tomorrow. If Dean Zhang knew that he hadn't even come up with a topic yet, he'd probably be so angry he'd vomit blood. I heard from Dean Zhang that this award ceremony is special. I heard that even foreigners will be attending. Su Zhixia never cared about these things before, and it was only because of Chen Dong that she remembered this matter. I don't know, we'll find out tomorrow, won't we? Chen Dong said casually. Anyone who didn't know better would think that he wasn't the main character tomorrow. Su Zhixia stared at Chen Dong with near infatuation. As expected of the man she had her eye on, he was so calm and composed even when doing things. Even if Grandpa saw Chen Dong, he would like him, right? Why is there so much ginger? Chen Dong frowned and picked all the ginger out of the bowl. Don't you eat ginger? Su Zhixia silently noted this detail, and would remind the kitchen staff not to put ginger in the food in the future. She doesn't like ginger either. Well, she's starting to dislike it now. Are you writing the topic for tomorrow's open class? Zhao Hua yawned and approached with his coffee. Chen Dong nodded, but his typing speed never stopped. The topic for tomorrow has been decided. We'll just use that as the basis for our presentation. The origin and development of traditional Chinese medicine. Zhao Hua said, puzzled, but aren't some exchange students from abroad coming tomorrow? Do you think they'll like listening to this? I didn't tell them I was going to tell them. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. What do I care whether they like to listen or not? Zhao Hua. Sure, that's so Chen Dong. Chapter 45. These days, who doesn't know a few words of English? Why are we here at this hospital for a lecture? It is said that the young man is only in his early 20s. Several stylishly dressed elderly people from overseas were communicating in fluent English. Chen Dong, inside the elevator, subtly observed the group of people. It seems these people are all here to attend the open class. This is today's awards ceremony. Tom, don't be so irritable. Didn't you think being an exchange student here was boring? The blonde, blue-eyed boy winked at the blue-eyed boy named Tom. Tom, so? Another tall guy put his arm around Tom's shoulder and said, "Oh my god, you're really stupid. Jack means that our fun today is with that doctor named Chen Dong. I don't believe a young person who has only been interning for about 2 months can have much ability." Jack smiled slightly. Jerry understands me best. Chen Dong, who was in the corner, listened to every word they said. Did these three forget that there was someone else in the elevator? As if hearing Chen Dong's thoughts, Jerry winked at Jack. There's someone else here. Tom shrugged, completely ignoring Chen Dong's presence, and teased, Jerry, when did you become such a coward? He's just a Chinese person. What's wrong with him not understanding what we're saying? As he spoke, to confirm his guess, Tom arrogantly said to Chen Dong in fluent English, Hey, you punk. You work with this swashbuckling guy, Chen Dong? It's not that I despise your Chinese medical skills. Hey, you good for nothing. It's not that I look down on traditional Chinese medicine. Garbage is garbage. We can come to your side to the exchange of students status to Javea face. You would like to say thought de that Chen Dong has what skills? Trash is trash. We're doing you a favor by coming here as exchange students. I'd like to see what Chen Dong is capable of today. Don't blame me for letting him. Don't blame me for embarrassing him. After saying that, Tom smiled at the other two and said, See? I told you so. This good-for-nothing can't understand what we're saying at all. So just ignore him. What pleased them most about coming to China was the language barrier. Chen Dong raised his eyelids and coldly replied in English, Dogs usually like to bark on other people's turf. Because they're dogs. He spoke with a perfect British accent, which stunned the three of them. How come this person's spoken English is even more authentic than theirs? If they weren't certain the other person was a doctor at this hospital, they would have suspected they had encountered a fellow countryman. Tom glared angrily at Chen Dong and demanded in broken Chinese, "How do you know English?" Chen Dong replied coldly, "Why can't I know it? Or do you have a rule that other people can't learn English?" One sentence left Tom speechless. Who doesn't know English these days? Chen Dong replied again in fluent English, "You look down on others because you feel inferior to them, and you feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. Stop with your petty schemes, or get back to your own territory. China, a great and powerful nation, has no need for troublemakers like this." Jerry and Jack looked at Chen Dong warily, while Tom was filled with anger and resentment. Ding! The elevator has arrived. Just as Chen Dong was leaving, Jerry suddenly noticed the name tag in front of Chen Dong. He is Chen Dong. Jerry was shocked. Tom was even more surprised, but even more furious. This pretty boy is Chen Dong? Why didn't he say so in the first place? It caused them to say so many bad things about the original owner. Tom was even more furious because Chen Dong, who spoke English, pretended not to understand and eavesdropped on their conversation. Jack narrowed his eyes. This Chen Dong was rather interesting. Hopefully, he won't be too weak, like his former defeated opponents. That would be too boring. Chen Dong didn't take those three foreigners seriously. As for their provocation, why would an eagle even glance at an ant on the ground? The commendation ceremony officially began at 9 o'clock in the morning. Just as Zhang Zhaozhao and Su Zhixia had said, they arrived early. When rivals meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. Su Zhixia found Zhang Zhaozhao disagreeable from both sides. She has a foxy, seductive look and lacks any of the dignity a woman should have. Zhang Zhaozhao glanced at Su Zhixia. Who was she trying to impress with that aloof act? Did she think every man would fall for it? On stage, Dean Zhang, who was all smiles, was clearly oblivious to the anger of the two women, and went on to introduce Chen Dong at length. Although Dr. Chen is only in his early 20s, I dare say that for the next 30 or even 50 years, we will not find a more talented medical student than him. Dr. Chen's research in medicine has made this old man want to be his brother. Dean Zhang was joking. The large screen behind Dean Zhang was playing a video of Chen Dong performing surgery. Even after watching these videos, the staff at our hospital were still shocked when they watched them again. Not to mention the visiting medical staff who were seeing it for the first time. I believe everyone has already read Dr. Chen's paper. It's perfect that Dr. Chen is here today. I hope everyone can learn from him and focus more on medical research. As soon as he finished speaking, a round of enthusiastic applause resounded throughout the venue. I never expected my idol to look so young. He passed his internship at such a young age. Back then, it took me more than a year to pass my internship and my mentor praised me. Now, I realize how insignificant I was. It's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Dr. Chen is so handsome. If I didn't know who he was, I would have thought he was a celebrity. You're focusing on the wrong thing, aren't you? It's mainly his achievements that are important. This video is awesome. Bare-handed. This hemostasis technique is amazing. I want to learn it too. I wonder if Dr. Chen still takes on apprentices. Even those few foreigners couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw this scene. They exchanged a glance and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. In front of everyone, they spoke in hushed tones. Jerry, this Chen Dong is quite capable. It seems we underestimated him before. Jerry nodded, but this is far from enough. I came here specifically for him, and I hope he won't disappoint me. Tom said dismissively, traditional Chinese medicine will never amount to anything. Dean Zhang accepted the trophy and certificate from the staff member standing nearby. Dr. Chen, please accept this honor and continue to shine for medicine. Chen Dong smiled slightly and accepted the certificate and trophy. Thank you for your appreciation, Dean Zhang, and everyone else. A flurry of flashes went off. I believe everyone here today is here for Dr. Chen, so this old man won't waste your time. Now let Dr. Chen tell us about the origin and future development of traditional Chinese medicine. Chapter 46 Enraged. Chen Dong had already written down what he was going to talk about today on his computer, but as soon as he opened his laptop, Tom stood up. In his broken Chinese, he questioned, why would someone as outstanding as Dr. Chen need a computer to give lectures? He made no attempt to hide the sarcasm on his face clearly, he was saying it on purpose. As medical students, they all knew in their hearts that Chen Dong was about to talk about professional knowledge, and every point was inseparable from medical theories. If it hadn't been written down in advance, it would have been impossible for the human brain to remember so much. Even if you happen to remember it, how can you explain it fluently in front of everyone? Tom didn't believe Chin-dong had that kind of courage. Seeing this, Jerry and Jack just stared coldly at Chin-dong, clearly looking forward to seeing him panic and bewildered. Wouldn't that be tantamount to slapping Dean Zheng in the face? As a result, Chin-dong curled the corners of his mouth and slammed his laptop shut. Fine. If you don't want a computer, then you don't need a computer. As he spoke, his sharp gaze swept over Tom and the other two. Everyone knows that traditional Chinese medicine TCM originated in the Yellow River Basin. Its fundamental theories are theoretical summaries of the laws governing human life activities and disease changes. These mainly include theories of yin and yang, the 5 elements, qi and blood circulation, yin-yang organ manifestations, and meridians, encompassing etiology, pathogenesis, diagnostic methods, syndrome differentiation, treatment, prevention, and health preservation. To say that the decline of traditional Chinese medicine has little to do with Western medicine, it's just that the Chinese people themselves no longer believe in their own ancestors. We cannot let the things passed down from our ancestors for thousands of years be lost when they come to us. I chose to study medicine because my dream was to become a doctor who saves lives. The medical profession is sacred to me. In today's society, the pace of life is too fast, so many people are starting to feel lost and fall into the misconception of not knowing what to do. As a result, people start to follow the routine and ignore their own inner thoughts. Why do people study medicine? Is it for a job with good social security and housing benefits? Or is it just to pass the rest of their lives? Chin-dong stood steadily on the stage, his calm and composed expression and his steady and rigorous words almost instantly captivated all the medical students present. It has nothing to do with men and women, nothing to do with romance, and nothing to do with love. Chin-dong's words stirred up their passion for medicine. After studying medicine, many people begin to feel lost, and they ask themselves if it's worth it. What's the point of all this hard work? Now they seem to have found their purpose in life. Studying medicine is not a profession where you can get a reward for your efforts. Yes, didn't they initially study medicine to save lives? How did it end up changing its flavor? What on earth is going on? Even Dean Zhang, who was sitting at the very front, had tears welling up in his eyes. He's a good kid. He knew he hadn't misjudged. To Dean Zhang's surprise, Chin-dong actually said something very heartfelt after finishing his presentation on the topic. In fact, Dean Zhang also studied traditional Chinese medicine when he was young, but later on, far too many people were unwilling to accept traditional Chinese medicine treatment. In the end, he even abandoned the things left behind by his ancestors. A brief silence fell over the hall, followed by enthusiastic applause. Many young girls even secretly wiped away tears. Seeing this, Su Zhixia raised her chin, her lips slightly upturned, and her gaze followed Chin-dong on the stage. As expected of the man she set her sights on, he didn't let her down. So what if I didn't look at the computer? Do a few foreigners really think they can make things difficult for her husband? Zheng Zhaozhao's gaze toward Chin-dong grew even more fervent. She was determined to have this man. As for Tom and his companions, their expressions were not so pleasant. They had intended to make things difficult for Chin-dong, but unexpectedly, Chin-dong not only resolved the problem perfectly, but also won everyone's hearts. Tom gritted his teeth in anger. This guy is too cunning. He thinks he can take advantage of us because we're all alone here? As a citizen of the United States, he had the utmost contempt for traditional Chinese medicine. Tom thought it was all just pretentious nonsense, and what was there to promote about it? Western medicine is fast-acting and has strong effects, which is something that traditional Chinese medicine cannot match. Jerry glanced at Jack, who nodded at him, and then asked loudly, Dr. Chen, so you mean you look down on those of us who study Western medicine? Chin-dong seemed to have anticipated his question and looked at him calmly. First of all, I have never said that I dislike Western medicine. On the contrary, I studied Western medicine in college. I personally like Western medicine very much. After all, the advantages of Western medicine are there, and I believe that anyone who is not blind will not deny that. Secondly, whether it is Western medicine or traditional Chinese medicine, they are both just ways of saving lives and healing the wounded. There is no distinction between them in terms of superiority. A good medical prescription is one that can save lives. After speaking, Su Zhixia led the applause. Well said. No wonder even Dean Zhang praised Dr. Chen for his talent in medicine. Just based on his insight into things, most of us here can't compare to him. Chin-dong diffused it again. Jack, having lost face, gritted his teeth. What a sharp-tongued pretty boy. This makes him seem unreasonable. Everyone, is there anything else you want to ask? Jack was so angry he was itching to bite him, but Chin Dong didn't even give him a second glance. Dr. Chen, could you please teach me the manual hemostasis technique you showed in the video? Dr. Chen, how did you manage to pass your internship in such a short time? Dr. Chen, do you have a girlfriend? Dr. Chen, do you still accept apprentices? Come one at a time, I won't answer personal questions. Chen Dong smiled faintly. After a moment of contemplation, Jerry suddenly asked, Dr. Chen is so intelligent, I wonder if you could have a contest with me? Of course, Dr. Chen, please don't be nervous. I just want to exchange medical skills with you. Jerry smiled radiantly, but Chen Dong keenly noticed the hint of provocation in his eyes. Tom chimed in, yeah. We've been in China for over a year now, but we haven't seen anything about China that we can learn from. This shows that Chinese medicine is nothing special after all. Tom's blatant mockery caused everyone present to change their expressions. They are all Chinese people, how can they tolerate someone humiliating their mother like this? Dean Zhang had not expected that these exchange students had come specifically to cause trouble. He immediately looked at them with displeasure. These students, if you don't want to listen, you can leave. Jack chuckled, what is Dean Zhang worried about? They've come to cause trouble right on our doorstep. If Chen Dong doesn't agree, it would make them look cowardly. Many male doctors shouted angrily, Dr. Chen, compete with him. Only Dean Zhang was somewhat worried, as he had heard a little about Jerry's identity. Not only in China, but even in the US, his medical skills far surpass those of seasoned doctors. In the field of Western medicine, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is the most outstanding among his peers. That's why the three of them can be so arrogant. Dean Zhang had never met Jerry and didn't know just how amazing Jerry was. That's why I was worried that Chen Dong might act impulsively and agree. But the next second, Chen Dong said, I'm not competing with you. Chapter 47 The Dying Man. Everyone was clearly taken aback by Chen Dong's words, and while shocked, they were even more bewildered. How could Dr. Chen possibly back down? He was the one who had just been full of passion and willing to sacrifice his life for his ancestors. Tom burst into laughter, mocking, ha! Is this the Dr. Chen you all admire? What did that old man say to criticize him? He's supposed to be the pride of China, but now it seems he's just a coward. Even Jack couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jerry also had a faint smile on his face. He hadn't expected that Chen Dong wouldn't even have the courage to compete with him. It seemed that he had overestimated his opponent. Another coward. I thought I could have some fun this time. It's still as boring as ever. The world of the strong is so lonely. Why would I compete with a dying man? I think you'd be better off using that time to get yourself checked out. Chen Dong looked at Jerry with a half smile. Jerry was taken aback, then said angrily, Chen Dong, even if you don't have the courage to compete with me, there's no need for you to slander me, is there? Chen Dong didn't argue with the other person, his sharp eyes seeming to see right through them. You're so anxious that you can't sleep almost every night and you have to rely on sleeping pills to get some sleep. You often experience poor appetite, nausea, or even stomach pain, but your physical examination does not reveal any symptoms. You always feel excited, and you don't feel sleepy even if you don't sleep for 2 or 3 days. And your heart rate is much higher than normal, not only that, but also your blood pressure. With each point Chen Dong made, Jerry's expression changed. How did he know? He was the only one who knew these things. He hadn't even told Jack or Tom. How did Chen Dong figure that out? Tom, unaware of Jerry's unusual behavior, asked, What nonsense are you spouting? Jack, who was always observant, noticed something was wrong. Jerry? Are you all right? Jerry took a deep breath. So what if it is? Don't try to fool me with this opportunity. I won't fall for it. Chen Dong curled his lips in a mocking smile. If I were you, I would quickly find a hospital to get a proper checkup, instead of thinking here about how to humiliate me and get revenge. The crowd was astonished, never expecting Chen Dong's medical skills to have reached such a high level. Even from this distance, he was able to pinpoint Jerry's symptoms. Wait, how did you figure that out? Jerry stopped Chen Dong, deeply puzzled. If Chen Dong really had figured these things out, aren't they courting death by doing this today? Chen Dong didn't want to explain, but he found that Jerry wasn't the only one who was curious. Dr. Chen, could you tell me how you figured it out? Dr. Chen, did you already realize it? You just didn't say anything? Dr. Chen, is this considered a terminal illness? Faced with pairs of eager job seekers, Chendong couldn't refuse them. When I passed by you just now, I smelled a very faint coffee scent on you. If you only drink coffee occasionally, you wouldn't have that smell, so you must drink it often. Your complexion is rosy and you look very healthy, but the dark circles under your eyes betray you. Even if you try to hide them, some traces will inevitably be revealed. Jerry asked incredulously, "This is it?" Chendong smiled slightly. "These two are enough." How can someone who drinks coffee regularly fall asleep? The caffeine in coffee is addictive, which is why you haven't given up coffee yet. Caffeine can also cause excitement, putting the entire brain in a state of heightened arousal. In severe cases, people may even do things they cannot control. Do you often find it difficult to control your emotions? Jerry nodded subconsciously. That's right, your stomach pain and nausea are also due to caffeine. I can see that your breathing is unstable. You look tall, but in reality, you are burning your life away with your time. Because doctors are compassionate, even though Jerry was targeting him from the beginning, Chendong did not hide this to retaliate against him, and even kindly reminded him to go to the hospital for a checkup. To burn one's own life as the price? Of course, it would be a lie to say I'm not afraid. Jerry was now completely panicked and could no longer maintain his previous arrogant and disdainful expression. Then why haven't these things been detected during my medical checkups? As a doctor, Jerry naturally understands that health is the foundation of everything. So Jerry gets a physical exam every month, but it's always for minor ailments, like high blood pressure. Jerry didn't take those problems to heart. Little did anyone expect that these minor ailments were actually burning through his life. Perhaps it's because the technology isn't up to par. Chendong said meaningfully, returning the insults that Jerry and the others had used to humiliate him. Jerry naturally understood what Chendong meant, and blushing, he led Jack and Tom away in a hasty retreat. Dr. Chen is awesome. I've been annoyed with these foreigners for a long time. Holy crap! From today onwards, Dr. Chen is my idol. Amidst applause, today's commendation meeting came to a perfect end. Chendong, who wanted to return to his office, was stopped by a group of guests. Most of them came from other hospitals to learn, and after listening to Chendong's lecture, they immediately regarded Chendong as a saint. It's almost like it's been enshrined. Dr. Chen, I'd like to ask. Dr. Chen, is your hospital short-staffed? Dr. Chen, please take me on as your apprentice. You can name any conditions you want. Dr. Chen. Chendong was surrounded by a crowd, and in the middle of the crowd, he saw a small, lotus root-like hand reaching out to him. Dean Zhang, is there anything else? The woman's exclamation drew everyone's attention, and taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Zhaozhao grabbed Chendong and ran. Chendong, come with me. Chendong had just recovered from his shock when he heard Zhang Zhaozhao's astonishing words. Chapter 48 Can't afford it. Depend on. Chendong felt utterly hopeless. Could you give him a break? He couldn't even handle Su Zhixia alone. Zhang Zhaozhao's personality is just like her figure. When she saw that Chendong hadn't replied for a long time, she completely lost patience. Chendong, what is it about me that makes me unworthy of you? Chendong's eyes darted around, and he pretended to be troubled as he said, I'm not good enough for you, I can't hurt you. Seeing Zhang Zhaozhao's puzzled expression, Chendong continued, actually, I had a bit of an accident in that area. If you're with me, you'll never be able to do that in this lifetime. Zhang Zhaozhao was taken aback. What did that mean? She then realized that he was a eunuch, but she said nonchalantly, you mean sharing a room? It doesn't matter. I'm looking for a spiritual love. The reason she liked Chendong was because his personality suited her, and he could also dance. Nowadays, there are plenty of men who can talk, but truly outstanding men are rare. That's why Zhang Zhaozhao is so persistent. Chendong rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Su Zhixia happened to see the commotion and waved to Chendong, signaling him to come over. Seeing this, Chendong breathed a sigh of relief and said to Zhang Zhaozhao, I'm sorry, Mr. Su called me because he seems to have something to discuss. Let's talk next time. After saying that, without even looking at Zhang Zhaozhao's gloomy expression, she jogged towards Su Zhixia. Zhang Zhaozhao was so angry that she gritted her teeth, wishing she could rush over and drag Chendong over. But reality wouldn't allow him to do so, because Dean Zhang had seen her. If she dares to act recklessly here, she won't even be eligible to go to the hospital next time. So Zhang Zhaozhao could only watch as Su Zhixia left arm in arm with Chendong. Inside the elevator, Su Zhixia held Chendong's hand affectionately. How about it? Would you say I helped you out? So now you owe me a favor. Looking at Su Zhishia's calculating face, Qindong suddenly felt as if he had just escaped one wolf's den only to fall into another. Mr. Su, why do you like me so much? Aside from being a little more handsome and a little more outstanding than others, he's no different from anyone else. Upon hearing Qindong's question, Su Zhixia suddenly fell into deep thought. Have you ever heard the saying, love arises without knowing its origin, and deepens with each passing moment? Qindong. He'd bet $100. Su Zhixia must have been staying up all night reading those sassy CEO novels. Mr. Su, can you please act normal for once? Su Zhixia was very upset. What was wrong with her? To be honest, you did a really good job today, you made the hospital proud. Would you like a raise? I'll talk to Dean Zheng about it later. Seeing how outstanding Qindong was, Su Zhixia felt a sense of pride. He was indeed the man she had chosen, he was truly exceptional. No, please don't. Now the whole hospital knows that he and Su Zhixia are close. Even if it's about getting a raise, it shouldn't be her who goes to talk to Dean Zheng about it. Isn't that blatantly telling them that his relationship with Su Zhixia is not simple? Qindong was motivated by medicine and hoped to advance his career, but he didn't want to do it in this way. Why doesn't he just use the money the system gives him to buy a job? Why should we still work so hard here? Su Zhixia glanced at Qindong and said helplessly, all right. I have something to do today and can't stay with you. I'll come to your house after get off work and we can have dinner together. After what happened last time, going to Qindong's house for meals every day has become a part of Su Zhixia's life. Good. However, to Qindong's utter surprise, the next patient he would see would be the foreigner from that morning. Dr. Chen, I specifically booked an appointment with you. Jerry flashed a bright white smile and spoke in broken Chinese. It seems that this makes him appear more sincere. Qindong would never refuse any patient, nor would he bring personal grudges into his work. So when he saw Jerry, he was only slightly surprised. I hope you don't mind what happened this morning. After Jack, Tom, and I left the hospital, we seriously reflected on our behavior. Today's events were indeed our fault. We shouldn't have looked down on traditional Chinese medicine, and we certainly shouldn't have mocked you in front of you. Oh no, what I mean is that we should never ridicule your medical skills, whether behind your back or in front of others, Jerry quickly corrected himself. You are great. You are someone we should all learn from. Upon hearing this, Qindong's first reaction was that these foreigners spoke Chinese quite well. Qindong nodded indifferently, sit down. He didn't take the events of the morning to heart at all. He's lived for so many years, after all. If he were to be petty about everything, how could he have survived until now? Jerry, however, was very serious. He waved his hands repeatedly, and the arrogant look on his face from the morning was gone, replaced by panic. No, Dr. Chen, you must forgive me. If you don't forgive me, God will not let me off the hook, and I will live with guilt for the rest of my life. Wow, this foreigner speaks amazing Chinese. No wonder he studied in China. Okay, tell me your personal information so I can register. Qindong picked up the medical record book next to him, seemingly already knowing Jerry's purpose. Jerry was taken aback, not quite understanding yet, and said blankly, Dr. Chen, does this mean you forgive me? The three of them were even prepared to be kicked out by Qindong. After all, their behavior that morning had been quite rude. They were surprised and taken aback by how easily they were forgiven. Tom and Jack looked at each other, seemingly unable to believe they would be forgiven so easily. Seeing this, Qindong frowned and said irritably, what? Not going to see a doctor? If not, then go out and make room for the next person. Chapter 49, a pleasant surprise or a shock? Ding, congratulations to the host for completing 8 hours of check-in. After chasing away the three foreigners, Qindong clocked out with satisfaction, one step closer to the next reward. He wondered what the next gift would be. Having bought the ingredients, Qindong planned to have Western food for dinner tonight, but all of that thought vanished when he saw his parents sitting on the sofa at home. Mom and Dad, why did you suddenly come back? After he rented the house, he left a set of keys with his parents, which is why they were able to come in. Yang Ailing rolled her eyes. Listen to yourself, is that even human language? Your father and I came all this way, and this is your attitude? Qindong raised an eyebrow and put the groceries in his hand into the refrigerator. It seemed that Su Zhixia couldn't come over today. Otherwise, his mother might misunderstand something if she saw Su Zhixia. After all, his mother has been saying for years that she wants to find him a wife. Wow, my son is now cooking for himself? As Qindong's mother, Yang Ailing knows her son very well. He'd rather eat takeout than cook for himself, unless. Yeah, I get off work pretty early. The excuse sounded reasonable, but Yang Ailing's sixth sense told her that things were not so simple. For example, the girl she saw in the video last time. Son, who was that girl I saw when I video chatted with you last time? Don't try to hide it from me. Is she your girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Qindong felt a headache coming on. He knew his mother's personality meant she would never let go of this matter. Mom, she's really not my girlfriend, so please stop overthinking it. If you're too bored, why don't you travel around with Dad? Yang Ailing snorted coldly, clearly not believing Qindong's explanation. A trip? All you know is how to send the two of us away, just because you're worried I'll force you to get married, right? Son, I'm not trying to be mean, but have you ever heard the saying? Qindong naturally accepted the answer. Of the three unfilial acts, the greatest is having no offspring. Even her tone of voice is somewhat similar to that of Eileen Chang. Because when Yang Ailing was at home, she would nag about it almost every day. Not to mention Qindong, even old Chen got tired of hearing it, but who could blame her when Yang Ailing was the most powerful person in the family? Okay, Mom, dear Mom, I understand. It's not that I don't want to find a girlfriend, it's just that there are no girls around me. Qindong said without batting an eye. How is that possible? Yang Ailing frowned. Don't tell me your hospital doesn't even have a single nurse? Of course there are nurses, but most of them are already taken, and the single ones don't want me. Qindong said, feigning helplessness. My son is so outstanding, how could they not like you? The more Yang Ailing listened to this, the more uneasy she felt. This brat was definitely trying to trick her again, albeit indirectly. Anyway, I can't control any of this. If you can't find a girlfriend within a month, you'd better go on blind dates for me. Upon hearing this, Qindong felt a headache coming on, but his primary task now was to figure out how to keep Su Zhixia from coming over. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if his mother saw Su Zhixia. Speak of the devil and he appears. I was just thinking about how to get rid of Su Zhixia when she sent me a message the next second. Do you need anything to order? I can bring it over on my way. I'm almost at your neighborhood now. So fast? Qindong's heart tightened, but he remained calm and said, Mom, how about you two just make something to eat tonight? The head doctor just messaged me saying that a critically ill patient has arrived, and I have to go back to perform surgery. Yang Ailing frowned, staring intently at Qindong. Son, do you know that you subconsciously avoid eye contact whenever you lie? This has been the case before, and the habit remains unchanged. Qindong tightened his grip on the cup. Mom, I really have to go back to the hospital. I'm leaving without saying anything more. Normally, Yang Ailing wouldn't bother to care where Qindong went, since her son always had his own ideas and she would never interfere with them. But today was different, at least for her. Qindong only became nervous after looking at his phone, which meant he was trying to avoid something. Yang Ailing immediately thought of the girl she had seen that day. Could it be related to that girl? It has to be said that a woman's intuition is quite accurate at times. For example, right now. Dr. Chen, I'm downstairs at your building. Qindong quickly typed out a message. Don't come up yet, I'll be right down. Let's go eat hot pot together. Want to eat hot pot? Su Zhixia was stunned. Qindong wanted to go eat hot pot with her? This doesn't sound like something Qindong would say, because he previously said that he hates eating hot pot in crowded places and prefers to cook at home. Qindong might not even remember saying those words, but Su Zhixia had memorized every little habit Qindong had mentioned. It's really strange that Qindong would suggest going out for hot pot. Moreover, Qindong said half an hour ago that we were having Western food today. How did it suddenly turn into hot pot? Su Zhixia thought about it again and again and felt that something was wrong. Could he be hiding another woman at home? A bold idea popped into Su Zhixia's mind. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, why wouldn't Qindong let her go up? Even if he suddenly had the idea to go out for hot pot, what does that have to do with her going up there? Qindong was unaware that in his panic, the two women had already exploited his weakness. Especially Yang Ailing, who had been with him for so long. How could she not know what kind of person her son was? Yang Ailing seized on this point and decided not to let Qindong leave. Mom, stop messing around, okay? I'll lose my job. At a time like this, you still won't tell your mother the truth? You weren't going to the hospital to work overtime at all. You were planning to go out on a date with some girl, weren't you? Chen Dong felt ashamed. No wonder she had lived several decades longer than him. If you just honestly admit it, your mother won't make things difficult for you. Not only will I not make things difficult for you, I also won't arrange any more blind dates for you. How about that? Isn't that a great deal? Upon hearing this, Chen Dong sneered inwardly. If he had actually said that he was going out for hot pot with Su Zhixia tonight, his parents would have been sitting at the table next to them. They might even secretly take photos and post them to their loving family. Chen Dong didn't want to be watched like a monkey, even while he was eating. Su Zhixia hasn't replied to my message? Chen Dong frowned, feeling a little strange. Su Zhixia always replied to his messages instantly. Soon, Chen Dong realized why she hadn't replied to his messages. There was a knock on the door. Chapter 50, Meeting the Parents? Before Chen Dong could react, Yang Ailing's eyes lit up, and she made a move to open the door. It's almost evening, who could it be? The smile on his lips couldn't be hidden. Chen Dong quickly grabbed her. Wait, Mom, it must be the delivery man. I just ordered takeout. Yang Ailing looked at him suspiciously. I'll go take a look. Chen Dong walked quickly to Yang Ailing and said, Mom, I can handle this kind of thing. Then he shouted towards the door, just leave the takeout at the door, I'll give you a good review later. He secretly prayed that Su Zhixia would understand his hint. Chen Dong was clearly mistaken, because Su Zhixia wasn't one of his brothers, she was a woman. The more Chen Dong said this, the more curious she became. Su Zhixia's doubts grew stronger. This Chen Dong must be hiding a little vixen at home, otherwise why would he be so nervous when she knocked on the door? Open the door. Chen Dong, I know you're home. You dare to go on a date with a vixen behind her back, huh? You bastard Chen Dong. Su Zhixia grew angrier the more she thought about it. She had been so sincere to Chen Dong all this time, and all she got in return was his lies. Just thinking about it made Su Zhixia unable to hold back her tears. Chen Dong ultimately failed to stop Yang Ailing. The moment Yang Ailing opened the door, she saw Su Zhixia with slightly red eyes. Su Zhixia had even prepared her insults, but instead of the young and beautiful vixen she had imagined, she encountered a beautiful woman around 40 years old who still retained her charm. Who are you? Su Zhixia was stunned and didn't react. Why did this woman look a bit like Chen Dong? The moment Yang Ailing saw Su Zhixia, she immediately remembered that this girl was the one who had flashed by in Chen Dong's previous shot. She was right, this brat was actually dating someone behind her back. She's not an unreasonable person, so what would happen if you talked to her, her mother? Yang Ailing's gaze towards Su Zhixia changed. Child, I am Chen Dong's mother, please come in and sit down. Chen Dong's mother? Su Zhixia stepped into the house stiffly. Why hadn't Chen Dong told her that his parents had come over? What should she do now? She didn't bring any gifts. Could it be that Chen Dong's parents don't like her? Su Zhixia herself didn't realize that her palms were already sweating with nervousness. Chen Dong sighed helplessly. What was bound to happen had finally happened. What he's thinking about now is how to explain to his parents that Su Zhixia is really not his girlfriend. However, judging from his mother's expression, it seems there's no way to explain it. Yang Ailing gave old Chen, who was sitting on the sofa, a wink. What are you still sitting there for? Hurry up and go get that girl a glass of water? How come your emotional intelligence is still so low after all these years? Chen Dong is just like you. Chen Dong. Was he adopted? Why is he being criticized for something like that? What did he do? Su Zhixia stood there awkwardly, saying uneasily, Uncle, you don't need to be so polite. She had never been this nervous before when meeting clients worth tens of millions. She really wanted to message Zhang Shui to ask what to do. But isn't it impolite to play on your phone in front of his parents? Yang Ailing pulled Su Zhixia down to sit, looking at her with a loving expression. Girl, what's your name? Su Zhixia. That's a great name. What do you think of our Chen Dong? That's practically asking, are you willing to marry Chen Dong? Even Chen Dong, who was standing to the side, was shocked by Yang Ailing's direct words. Mom, what are you saying? My relationship with her is not what you think. She is my boss. Yang Ailing looked at Su Zhixia in surprise, speechless for a moment. Su Zhixia hadn't expected Chen Dong's parents to be so enthusiastic. It seemed they had misunderstood her relationship with Chen Dong. Auntie, I am indeed Chen Dong's boss. She owns the entire hospital. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she's Chen Dong's boss, would it? Yang Ailing hadn't expected that the young girl in front of her, who looked so young, would have achieved so much. Could it be that she really misunderstood? No. This girl's relationship with Chen Dong is definitely not simple. Yang Ailing was also young once, and the way this girl looks at her son clearly shows admiration. Yang Ailing immediately understood. She thought she probably knew what was going on. If she really didn't like him, why would she come to see his son every day? I'm afraid that Chen Dong is just a clueless brat. May I call you Zhixia? Su Zhixia nodded and said politely and obediently, of course, auntie, you can call me whatever you want. You and Chen Dong are quite close, aren't you? Yang Ailing asked tentatively. Su Zhixia had been in the workplace for so many years, how could she not understand Yang Ailing's implied meaning? Auntie, actually I quite like Chen Dong, but for now we're just friends. Chen Dong is busy with his career and is very outstanding. To be honest, I've proposed to him more than once, but he always says. Su Zhixia didn't finish her sentence, but Yang Ailing wasn't stupid. She could guess what was going on with her toes. It's 100% Chen Dong who doesn't know what's good for him. Doesn't he know his own worth? Having lived this long, I probably don't even have any female friends, let alone a girlfriend. It's such a waste to have such a good-looking face. Yang Ailing grew angrier the more she thought about it, wishing she could just kick Chen Dong out. A son like that is better off without. Chen Dong remained calm despite being given the cold shoulder by his mother, as this wasn't the first or second time this had happened. After his previous failed blind date attempt, his mother always looked at him with that kind of gaze. It was as if he had committed some heinous crime. Zhixia, Chen Dong is being unreasonable. Don't pay him any attention. He's so ungrateful to have such a good girl like you liking him. He's really ungrateful. Yang Ailing berated Chen Dong harshly, and Chen Dong had no way to refute her. This was the first time Su Zhixia had ever seen Chen Dong look so embarrassed. In the past, if anyone dared to say that Chen Dong didn't know what was good for him, then that person must be tired of living. But this time, the person in question is Eileen Chang. What other options did Chen Dong have but to endure it? Chen Dong saw Su Zhixia's sly smile and gave her a disapproving look. If you like coming here to play, come often. Auntie will stay here for a while. When you come, Auntie will cook you something delicious. Seeing that Yang Ailing was so easy to get along with, Su Zhixia relaxed a lot and said with a smile, as long as Auntie doesn't mind bothering you, that's fine. No, you're so good looking, Auntie would love to look at you every day. Auntie, do you also like buying clothes from this brand? Su Zhixia said in surprise. Yes, their clothes are very comfortable, and I buy most of my clothes from them. What a coincidence. I also like their clothes. They're soft and comfortable to wear, and not too expensive. I happen to have 2 scarves that I bought last time. I'll bring them to you tomorrow. Su Zhixia said with a smile. I can't accept this. It's no trouble at all. I'm already so happy that you came to visit me, Zhixia. Yang Ailing looked at Su Zhixia with loving eyes, as if Su Zhixia were her daughter. Girls are so great. Why did she have to give birth to a brat? He doesn't even have a girlfriend yet, and with such a good girl right in front of him, he doesn't even know how to cherish her. Is this a son? He's clearly sent by God to torment her. Looking at her good-for-nothing son, Yang Ailing felt a wave of disdain. On the contrary, the more she looked at Su Zhixia, the more satisfied she became. I wish this were her daughter. Su Zhixia was unaware that Yang Ailing was already pondering how to get her to marry into the family. If Su Zhixia really marries into the Chen family, Yang Ailing will definitely treat her like a treasure and pamper her, as evidenced by Yang Ailing's current attitude. Chen Dong felt very confused. Why was his mother acting like she had met her own daughter? If Su Zhixia weren't a member of the Su family, he would have suspected that she was his mother's illegitimate daughter. Otherwise, why would his mother like her so much as soon as they met? This is illogical. What Chen Dong didn't know was that friendships between women are inherently strange. Not to mention that these are 2 women with the same interests. Chapter 51 Dining Together, Feeling Like We'd Met Sooner. Yang Ailing and Su Zhixia chatted more and more enthusiastically, and in the end they even felt like they had known each other for a long time. Zhixia, have dinner here tonight. I'll have Chen Dong take you home later. Su Zhixia blushed slightly and secretly glanced at Chen Dong. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Deep down, however, a sense of anticipation began to stir within me. Chen's mother is such a funny person. She's nothing like the mothers-in-law described on the internet, who are all fierce and menacing. She felt that Chen's mother was very easy to get along with. Not only was she open-minded, but she also had her own unique understanding of clothing. She admired this kind of woman very much. For some reason, Su Zhixia's desire to marry into the family grew even stronger. She would definitely enjoy being around someone like Mrs. Chen. She really looked forward to that kind of life. Chen Dong said he has no plans to date, let alone get married. Thinking of this, Su Zhixia felt somewhat disappointed. Chen's mother noticed the change in Su Zhixia's emotions. As someone who had been through similar experiences, she immediately understood why. So she kicked Chen Dong, who was sitting next to her playing on his phone. Caught off guard, Chen Dong was almost kicked to the ground. Seeing this, Su Zhixia couldn't help but laugh out loud. Pfft. Chen Dong rubbed his sore buttocks and asked irritably, "Mom, what are you doing? Why did you kick me like that?" Mrs. Chen said with exasperation, "Tell me why yourself?" "How would I know?" Chen Dong looked innocently at his father, only to receive a look from his father that said, "Good luck to you." Mr. Chen didn't know what had happened, but his wife always said he had low emotional intelligence, so he was often scolded when he was dating in his youth. Su Zhixia felt a warm feeling in this subtle atmosphere. Perhaps this was what home truly felt like. The Su family only has a group of nannies working. Her grandfather used to work hard for the company, but now she is the one working overtime every day for the company. As for her parents, she had never even met them. Her grandfather said it was because her parents died in an accident when she was still an infant. Therefore, the Su family has always been cold and indifferent, and even she doesn't know what home feels like. I really envy Chen Dong for having such loving parents. "You brat, hurry up and cook some food, make something that Zhixia likes to eat." Chen Dong scratched his head, looking at him helplessly, and asked, "President Su, what do you like to eat?" Su Zhixia found her appearance somewhat naive, and the sadness in her eyes immediately vanished. She smiled and said, "I can eat anything." Chen's mother, on the other hand, looked at him with a disappointed expression. What kind of time is this to still call him President Su? This brat's emotional intelligence is just like his father's. Oh no. At least his dad has some emotional intelligence, but this kid has absolutely none. Chen Dong, who was forced to work in the kitchen, really had no choice but to suffer in silence, because if he did, he might be kicked out of the house. He didn't want to be wandering around outside alone late at night. Mr. Chen was also brought in to help out. "Tell me, that girl seems pretty good to me, why don't you want her? How is it that you're being wronged by being with her?" Hearing his father's scolding, Chen Dong said with a wry smile, "Dad, you've been with Mom for so long that you've started to talk like her. It's not about feeling wronged or not, it's that I really don't have the mind to be in a relationship right now. If I were to get together with her, she would be the one who suffers. Even if we were together now, do you think I'm good enough for her? Obviously not. As you just heard, she's not only my boss, but also the head of the Su group." Mr. Chen looked at him with some surprise, seemingly unable to believe that Su Zhixia, who looked so thin and small, was actually so capable. "Dad, you're a man too, I think you can understand me. From a man's perspective, he really can't be with Su Zhixia right now, not to mention whether Su's family would agree to it. Let's talk about how they would live if they got married. Su Zhixia is a rich heiress. From childhood to adulthood, everything she eats, drinks, and wears is the best. What Chen Dong could give her was clearly limited. This is also one of the reasons Chen Dong considered. Besides, he only sees Su Zhixia as an ordinary friend and has no other intentions. If they are together, wouldn't that be the same as deceiving her? What's that saying again? A marriage without love is like a pile of loose sand. Zhixia, can you tell me what exactly you like about this brat? The more Yang Ailing talked with Su Zhixia, the more she realized that this girl was actually very articulate and well-mannered. It was obvious that the girl came from an extraordinary family. So she couldn't understand why such a wonderful girl would be interested in her own brat. If Chen Dong knew that his family was less important to his mother than a stranger he had only known for less than an hour, he would probably be sad for a second or two. When he was little, his mother did the same thing. When she saw a cute child in the mall, she would leave her son aside and take that child instead. He seemed to be only 5 years old at that time. Su Zhixia blushed. She seemed to have noticed Chen Dong because of his appearance back then. When she was a child, she also took a second look at this older brother because of his appearance. Chen Dong was so handsome that she couldn't help but fall for him. Thinking this to myself, I accidentally blurted it out. Only after she finished speaking did Su Zhixia realize what she had just said. Oh no, how could she have said that? She had finally gained some favor with Chen's mother, and she was hoping that Chen's mother would try to bring the two of them together. That's it, it's all over. Chen Dong has so many good qualities, why did she have to mention the most superficial one? Su Zhixia's eyes were filled with panic, and she dared not look directly into Chen's mother's eyes. To everyone's surprise, Chen's mother said with a smile, "You're such a sincere child. This is the only thing our Chen Dong has to look at. If it weren't for his face, which is so deceptive, this kid probably would never find a girlfriend in his life." Su Zhixia didn't expect that Chen's mother would not only not scold her, but would also praise her instead. This surprised her quite a bit. "How could that be, Auntie? Chen Dong is excellent in other aspects as well." Su Zhixia is trying to salvage her image. "Alright, Zhixia, stop trying to make a good impression on this brat. Do you think I don't know what kind of person he is?" Su Zhixia smiled and suddenly said, "By the way, Auntie, did you mean that Chen Dong hasn't had a girlfriend in the past 20-odd years?" Chapter 52: A Large-Scale Double Standard. Yang Ailing nodded. "That's right. This guy has no other redeeming qualities besides his good looks. Isn't it normal that he doesn't have a girlfriend? Especially his emotional intelligence." Eileen Shan wished she could put him back in and rework him. Su Zhixia asked incredulously, "Impossible, right? Chen Dong clearly has a lot of girls who like him, doesn't he? After all, Chen Dong is not only good looking and has extraordinary medical skills, but he is also very good at taking care of people." "Speaking of this, I remembered something," Mrs. Chen said with a smile. "I arranged a blind date for this boy before. The girl was a primary school teacher, the kind who spoke very gently. And guess what happened?" Su Zhixia looked at Yang Ailing with a puzzled expression. "As a result, that kid brought his laptop with him, and the whole room was filled with people writing papers. He completely ignored the girl, and in the end, he made her cry." Su Zhixia could roughly imagine the scene. If that were the case, then Chen Dong wouldn't be considered too cold towards her. For some reason, she felt a little secretly pleased. While busy in the kitchen, Chen Dong heard his mother constantly bringing up his embarrassing past and said helplessly, "Mom, can we please stop talking about these embarrassing things? And Mom, when did you become so hypocritical? Where did your mother apply double standards?" Chen's mother said irritably. "I remember last time Shanshan from my hometown brought a boyfriend home, you told her that when looking for a boyfriend, you shouldn't care too much about his appearance, but rather his inner qualities. It hasn't been that long, and you've already changed your story?" Chen Dong ruthlessly exposed his mother's past. Mrs. Chen snorted coldly, "What do you know, you brat? It's because Shanshan's boyfriend is really not good looking, but he's also a very capable man. That's why she said that. She's not the kind of person who talks nonsense." During this time, Su Zhixia went to the restroom, but actually she went to send a message to Zhang Shui from the restroom. Zhang Shui had just finished organizing her documents and was about to relax in a hot spring when she saw a WeChat message from a certain rich young lady. She knew that her hot spring trip was probably in vain. "What kind of gift should I buy for the first time I meet my parents? Could you buy me something using the card I gave you before?" Su Zhixia had given Zhang Shui a card before, just in case she needed money in case of emergencies. Zhang Shui immediately grasped the key point. After reading these words, she no longer felt tired. That's the power of gossip. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! You and Dr. Chen are progressing so fast? Have you already reached the point of meeting each other's parents? Su Zhixia knew Zhang Shui would ask that question, but she didn't have time to explain to Zhang Shui right now. After all, she couldn't stay in the toilet for too long. "I can't tell you right now. There's still $1 billion in that card. If it's not enough, just send me another message." Zhang Shui was speechless when she saw the message. "My dear young lady, what kind of gift costs $1 billion? Are you trying to overwhelm his parents with this gift?" Su Zhixia. "I've never bought gifts for my parents before. You can decide what to do. How about buying some tonics like century-old ginseng? By the way, I noticed that Chen's mother seems to really like the Nyener brand. You should buy more clothes from that brand. And perfumes and skincare products, etc." Su Zhixia was also very anxious after thinking for a long time. These were all the ideas she could come up with. It's all Chen Dong's fault for not telling her sooner. If she had known earlier, she could have made preparations sooner. In fact, she forgot that Chen Dong had never intended for her to meet his parents in the first place. Su Zhixia felt embarrassed to stay in the restroom the whole time, so she left after sending a message to Zhang Shui. Just then, Chen Dong and his son finished preparing the meal. Mrs. Chen served her rice. "Come on, Zhixia, sit next to me." Because Chen's parents were also there, Chen Dong specially cooked 5 dishes and a soup today. Stir-fried beef, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, bok choy, boiled fish fillets, braised eggplant, and chicken stew with mushrooms. It looks very lavish. Not bad, you rascal. Your cooking skills have improved so much since I last saw you, Mrs. Chin said with a sigh. It's a good thing you can cook, otherwise it would be even harder for you to find a wife. Chen Dong. If we don't talk about this topic, we can have a good chat for a while. Chen's mother kept putting food on Su Zhixia's plate, saying, Zhixia, you're too thin. You should eat more meat, otherwise a gust of wind could blow you over. Su Zhixia's bowl was piled high with food. Thank you, Auntie. Why be so polite at Auntie's house? Just make yourself at home. Tell Auntie what you want to eat, and she'll have Chen Dong buy it for you. Chen Dong was about to pick up a piece of meat to eat when his chopsticks were shoved back at him by his mother before he could even touch it. Look at yourself, kid. Why are you still eating meat? Eat more vegetables. Chen Dong. Okay, now he can be sure that he was adopted. This differential treatment is practically tantamount to making Su Zhixia call her mom. However, Chen Dong's idea will soon be realized. Zhixia, do your parents know you're pursuing Chen Dong? Chen's mother could tell that Su Zhixia came from a well-off family. That's why she was a little worried. What if Zhixia's parents didn't agree and she fell out of love with Zhixia? Yes. It's because they're worried about Zhixia having a falling out with her parents. Not because they're worried that Zhixia's parents will harm Chen Dong. At this point, Su Zhixia's eyes dimmed immediately. My parents, they are no longer here. Mrs. Chen never expected this outcome. Knowing that she had touched a sore spot, she quickly comforted her. It's all right, Zhixia. Let bygones be bygones. If you don't mind, you can recognize me as your godmother. I promise to treat you like my own daughter. Upon hearing this, Su Zhixia's eyes lit up. Really? Is that possible? She really loves the atmosphere at Chen Dong's house. Mrs. Chen nodded indulgently. Of course. I couldn't be happier to have such a lovely daughter as you. Because her uterus was damaged after giving birth to Chen Dong, she will never be able to have children again. Therefore, she has always regretted not having a daughter by her side. She was always envious when she saw other people's daughters. Later, she placed her hopes on Chen Dong. If Chen Dong could bring his girlfriend back, she would definitely treat that girl like her own daughter, which would make up for her regret of not having a daughter. As a result, his son was also disappointing. Now, Yang Ailing has finally fulfilled her dream of having a daughter, and such a lovely and well-behaved one at that. The curve of Eileen Chang's lips almost reached the back of her ears. Su Zhixia blushed and called out shyly, Mom. Oh, my dear child, Mommy's here. Chen Dong, who was picking at a head of cabbage nearby. He has completely lost his place in this family. Chapter 53. Is a son dispensable? Eileen Yang seemed to have finally remembered that she still had a son by her side. Wait, I suddenly remembered, Zhixia, you can't call me godmother, you can just call me mom. Now it was Su Zhixia's turn to look puzzled. Why was she having trouble keeping up with Chen's mother's wild imagination? Are you stupid? Aren't you going to marry my son? What would it look like if you recognized me as your godmother? Mrs. Chen belatedly realized what was happening. Su Zhixia was taken aback. It seemed that was the case. Chen Dong was speechless with frustration at the fact that his mother had become someone else's mother. Anyway, his son is dispensable. After dinner, Su Zhixia thought she should make a good impression on Chen's mother, so she offered to wash the dishes. Unexpectedly, Chen's mother pulled Su Zhixia down, saying, You sit here obediently. How can a girl go into the kitchen? Why don't we just let that brat Chen Dong do the dishes? We women are only responsible for being beautiful. Hearing his mother's extremely unfair words, Chen Dong silently cleaned up the leftover food on the table. Oh well, she's my mother, I have to put up with it. Su Zhixia said somewhat embarrassedly, How about I go and help Chen Dong instead? No need, just sit down and chat with me for a while. Chen Dong said helplessly, You can sit there. If I let you clean up, my mom would probably beat me to death. Do your family members know about your relationship with Chen Dong? Chen's mother didn't know who else was in Su Zhixia's family, so it wasn't appropriate to ask directly. So she said it very tactfully. And my grandfather. My grandfather doesn't know about this yet. She didn't dare tell her grandfather at all, fearing that, given his personality, he would investigate Chen Dong's background after finding out about this. This is the last thing Su Zhixia wanted to see. She didn't want her presence to disrupt Chen Dong's life. If her grandfather finds out about all this, Chen Dong's peaceful life is destined to be disrupted. Upon hearing this, a hint of worry appeared on Chen's mother's face. Your grandfather doesn't know yet. Is your grandfather easy to get along with? Yang Ailing wasn't worried about anything else, but she was worried that Su Zhixia's grandfather would oppose the matter. After all, Su Zhixia comes from a wealthy family and is so beautiful, so there must be many boys pursuing her. If Su Zhixia's grandfather found out that Su Zhixia was actually pursuing a boy from a poor family, and the crucial point was that the man hadn't even agreed to it yet. I wonder if they'll cause trouble for Chen Dong. Although Yang Ailing didn't say it out loud, she still cared about Chen Dong a lot. Su Zhixia knew what Yang Ailing was worried about, and she said very sincerely, "Auntie, don't worry, I will definitely protect Chen Dong and not let him get hurt in any way. Even if he is my closest relative, I will not let him get hurt. I will find an opportunity to explain everything to my grandfather." Yang Ailing felt Su Zhixia's sincerity and was once again moved by this girl. Even in today's more open society, it's not shameful for girls to pursue boys. But how many people are as determined as Su Zhixia? Yang Ailing couldn't help but look at her son who was busy in the kitchen. Her rascal was lucky to have met such a woman. Good girl. From now on, you'll be Chen Dong's girlfriend, and your aunt has decided that you're her daughter-in-law. Yang Ailing's view of Su Zhixia was like a mother-in-law's view of her daughter-in-law. The more she looked at her, the more pleasing she became. Chen Dong, who had just finished washing the dishes, looked at his mother in surprise. "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about now? Zhixia, are you willing? I'd love to." Su Zhixia shouted in her heart. But her face flushed with embarrassment as she said, "I do, Auntie." Indeed, if you want to win a man's heart, you have to win over his mother first. This is absolutely a godsend. Chen Dong was dumbfounded. Could someone tell him what kind of crazy move this was? "Mom, you just sold your son like that?" Eileen Yang rolled her eyes. "How can you sell this? You are incredibly lucky to have found such a wonderful girlfriend." Chen Dong was speechless. He simply ignored Yang Ailing and said directly to Su Zhixia, "Don't take what my mother said to heart. That's just how she is." Hearing this, Su Zhixia felt a little disappointed and looked at Chen Dong with eyes full of disappointment. "But Auntie said I'm your girlfriend now, right? She's just joking with you." Chen Dong was afraid that his mother might say something incoherent in her excitement. He quickly said to Su Zhixia, "It's getting late, why don't you go back first?" "Perfect timing, I'll take you." Su Zhixia did not refuse, but instead sent a message to Zhang Shui, indicating that she could come up. "It's getting late, Auntie and Uncle, thank you for your hospitality today. I should head back now. I'd like to invite you to my house for dinner next time," Su Zhixia said in a very gentle tone. Yang Ailing was still a little reluctant to part. "You're leaving already? Then remember to come to Auntie's house often when you have time. If that brat Chen Dong bullies you, just tell Auntie. Next time you come, I'll let you try my cooking." Su Zhixia nodded obediently. "Okay, Auntie." After Zhang Shui got upstairs, she sent her a message. "Auntie, I asked my assistant to buy you some small gifts. She should have arrived by now." As soon as Su Zhixia opened the door, she saw Zhang Shui standing outside. The gift Zhang Shui chose for Chen Dong's parents was simple yet valuable. The jade bracelet chosen for Eileen Yang cost 800,000 yuan. The calligraphy brush chosen for Old Chen was from the private collection of Zheng He, a renowned master in the calligraphy world, and was worth 1 million yuan. Su Zhixia thought this price was already extremely cheap. "The gifts from uncle and aunt are not very expensive, I hope you won't mind." Yang Ailing hadn't expected Su Zhixia to be so thoughtful. For a moment, I felt a little embarrassed. "Zhixia, you said you were coming to visit, so why did you bring gifts for your uncle and aunt? That's too kind of you. Didn't I tell you? Just treat this as your own home." Su Zhixia said playfully, "Then it's not too much for me to buy some gifts for my own parents, is it?" Yang Ailing was taken aback, but could only smile and accept the gift. What moved her wasn't the value of the gift, but Su Zhixia's thoughtfulness. Even if she hadn't prepared a gift, she thought she'd secretly have her assistant deliver it. What does this tell us? This shows that Su Zhixia truly values their family. Thinking of this, Yang Ailing likes Su Zhixia even more. "Now that Zhang Shui is here, let her drive you back." At this moment, Chen Dong said something extremely jarring. The next second, he was slapped by Chen's mother. "You brat, those two definitely don't go the same way, don't always try to slack off." Chen Dong. Chapter 54 Unified Team. Wait for Zhixia. Let's add each other on WeChat. Before leaving, Su Zhixia exchanged WeChat contacts with Yang Ailing. Chen Dong knew he was powerless to stop this from happening. Now, no matter what he says, these two women won't listen. They are practically the same team. Chen Dong sighed silently in his heart. With his elderly mother's interference, it would probably be even more difficult for him to get rid of Su Zhixia. It's so late now, you should stay home with your aunt and uncle. Zhang Shui can take me home. In Yang Ailing's view, Su Zhixia's words were simply too reasonable. Where can you find such a wonderful girl? After Su Zhixia left, Yang Ailing couldn't stand Chen Dong at all. Do you usually just sit here playing on your phone after get off work? Why doesn't the floor get swept and mopped? Send Zhixia a message and ask if she's arrived yet? She's your girlfriend, don't you even know how to care about her? Chen Dong. He felt that Su Zhixia and his mother were a perfect match. Finally, even Mr. Chen couldn't stand it anymore. Alright, stop talking about Chen Dong. Yang Ailing snorted coldly. I'll let you off this time because you found a girlfriend. Early the next morning, Chen Dong arrived at the hospital an hour earlier than usual. It wasn't for any other reason than that he was afraid his mother would wake up and start nagging him again. This really is like the golden headband that binds Sun Wukong, causing endless headaches. Strangely, Zhao Hua arrived exceptionally early today. Why are you here so early today? Chen Dong asked in surprise. Zhao Hua usually arrives right on time. He would never arrive a minute late, let alone a second early. Zhao Hua said with a bitter face, don't even mention it, I haven't passed the theoretical knowledge test yet. Come to the hospital for tutoring as soon as possible, otherwise what can I do? I can't stay stuck in my internship forever, can I? Speaking of this, Zhao Hua felt a little envious of Chen Dong. At such a young age, he has already started seeing patients. Chen Dong patted Zhao Hua on the shoulder and said earnestly, the revolution has not yet succeeded, Conrad, we still need to work hard. Zhao Hua suddenly said mysteriously to Chen Dong, let me tell you, you're definitely getting a raise soon. How did you know? Chen Dong glanced at Zhao Hua. I overheard it by chance when I went to deliver some materials to the dean last time. Zhao Hua's eyes were full of envy. Maybe by the time I finish my internship, you'll already be a director. I'm tired of using the word envy. A raise? That was exactly what Chen Dong had expected. At the last meeting, he not only saved face for traditional Chinese medicine in China, but also helped his own hospital gain face in front of other hospitals. But when he will be promoted is unknown. However, the system's check-in rewards also change depending on the position. If he is promoted to director, the reward will naturally be different. He just didn't know when he would be promoted to director. Normally, one would need to work at the hospital for at least 5 years and be a highly skilled doctor to have a chance of being promoted to chief physician. He has only been on duty at the hospital for 3 months, less than half a year. The chances are slim. Let's not think about that anymore, let's just focus on doing the things at hand well. Those who are always looking for something better than what they have are destined to never achieve anything great. Being down to earth is Chen Dong's motto. Even Zhao Hua couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this, thinking that this was probably the kind of person who could achieve great things. If he were Chen Dong's age and had achieved such success, he probably would have lost control of his temper and become arrogant long ago. Director Wang went on a business trip today, so Chen Dong is the only one left in the office. However, there were no patients today. Only one elderly woman with a cold and fever came. After prescribing her some fever-reducing medicine, Chen Dong started reading medical books on his desk. There was only this one patient until noon. Chen Dong also found some peace and quiet. Going to Su Zhixia's office for lunch has become a habit. At first, Chen Dong would resist a little, but later he realized that his protests were futile, so he could only learn to enjoy it. After all, you can't just not eat, right? They used to eat together in the cafeteria, but Chen Dong felt that it was too conspicuous for the two of them to eat together. He wondered when the leadership might have seen them, as it could easily lead to misunderstandings. Then Su Zhixia came up with a solution. She had the food delivered to the president's office. You've arrived? Su Zhixia's eyes were bloodshot and she had dark circles under her eyes, clearly indicating that she hadn't had enough rest. Chen Dong frowned. Long-term sleep deprivation not only damages the internal organs but also causes people to age rapidly. This is especially evident among women. When Su Zhixia saw Chen Dong arrive, she quickly pushed the documents in her hand aside. Zhang Shui just brought up lunch, you've come just in time. Today I asked the kitchen to make steamed pumpkin, boiled fish fillets, stir-fried pork, and pork rib soup. And your favorite cherry tomatoes. These are all dishes that Chen Dong likes to eat. Even Chen Dong himself didn't expect that Su Zhixia would actually write all of this down. He doesn't usually talk about what he likes to eat. Su Zhixia has figured these things out little by little. A girl who can go to such lengths truly loves Chen Dong to the core. During the meal, Su Zhixia couldn't hide her sleepiness and kept yawning. Chen Dong also noticed this scene, but he didn't say anything. My aunt just messaged me to ask me to go shopping. Su Zhixia suddenly said, I have made an appointment with my aunt for afternoon tea. I can come to your house for dinner right after I finish shopping. It has to be said that this was a very clever plan. Chen Dong was taken aback. Don't pay any attention to her. It wasn't that Chen Dong wanted to deliberately prevent Su Zhixia from contacting his mother, but he knew clearly that Su Zhixia was very busy, so busy that she didn't even have time to sleep. Even though he agreed to go shopping with Yang Ailing, it was because of Chen Dong. Humph, auntie treats me like her own daughter. Su Zhixia was secretly delighted. As long as Chen Dong's mother was on her side, she was confident she could control Chen Dong. By the way, could you spend a little more time with me after dinner today? Su Zhixia sent a message to Zhang Shui, signaling her to come in and clean up the leftovers. I just want you to stay with me a little longer. No. Chen Dong refused without hesitation. He still has a bunch of patient files that he hasn't sorted out yet. Su Zhixia seemed to have expected this answer, and said with a look of disappointment, okay. I just feel more at ease when you're by my side. Su Zhixia muttered to herself. He thought Chen Dong was deaf, but he didn't expect that Chen Dong's hearing was extraordinary. What? Chen Dong frowned and said, can't you sleep? He immediately grasped the crux of the problem. Su Zhixia hadn't expected Chen Dong to overhear her, so she blushed and said, yeah, I can sleep more soundly with you around. Chapter 55 Insomnia. You don't have insomnia, do you? As a doctor, Chen Dong said it almost without thinking. Insomnia? Su Zhixia was stunned. It shouldn't be, right? She herself was also very uncertain. Chen Dong was somewhat exasperated. Don't you care about your own health? Su Zhixia didn't take her stomach ailments seriously at all. It was as if her body wasn't her own. Just then, Zhao Shui knocked on the door. Come in. Do you usually have trouble sleeping? Chen Dong suddenly remembered that he had seen Su Zhixia looking so haggard many times before. And she's had those dark circles under her eyes for quite some time now. Zhang Shui, who was standing nearby, overheard this and couldn't help but say, she's probably under too much psychological pressure. The subsidiary's project hasn't been approved for a while, so she's been staying up all night working on the proposal. Staying up late has become a habit, and now she feels no sleepiness at all when it gets late at night. Sometimes, even when she's so sleepy she can't keep her eyes open, she still can't fall asleep. Zhang Shui felt she had a lot to say about this because she spent 18 out of 24 hours a day with Su Zhixia. Is that so? Su Zhixia was stunned she couldn't explain it herself. Chen Dong suddenly became serious. Don't underestimate insomnia. How many people have died suddenly because of insomnia? Upon hearing the word sudden death, a hint of panic finally appeared on Su Zhixia's face. I don't want to die. I haven't even married you yet, how can I die? Chen Dong. Zhang Shui rolled her eyes. Dr. Chen, you'd better give her a good talking to. Right now, she's probably only listening to you. Zhang Shui then took the food box and went out. Chen Dong stared intently at Su Zhixia. Su Zhixia felt a little guilty under his gaze. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stay awake. She said, sounding a little aggrieved. It's because I can't sleep. If you can't sleep, didn't you say you were going to the hospital for a checkup? You're at the hospital right now, is it that hard to go downstairs for a checkup? Su Zhixia was speechless after Chen Dong's words. In fact, she had known for a long time that her health was not very good, but she deliberately ignored it. As the president of a large corporation, every second is precious. Su Zhixia felt that time was only worthwhile if it was spent on Chen Dong. What are you doing at night instead of sleeping? Working. And what about during the day? Working. Chen Dong. No wonder the Su Group is growing bigger and bigger with the president working so hard, it's hard not to expand. What Chen Dong didn't know was that Su Zhixia was working so hard not to expand the Su Group, but for him. Su Zhixia wished she could finish all her work in an instant just to squeeze out time to find Chen Dong. Otherwise, where would she, a dignified CEO, find so much time to have dinner with Chendong. She has made many changes for Chendong. She used to eat only 1 meal a day. Now at least I can eat 3 meals a day. Go to sleep, I'll watch you sleep. Chendong felt he should treat Su Zhixia as a patient. Upon hearing this, Su Zhixia's eyes lit up. Really? Can you sit next to me? I want to sleep with my head on your lap. Chendong? Why did he feel that this woman was being a bit too demanding? Is it not allowed? You can't even grant your girlfriend such a small request? Wait, when did you become my girlfriend? Chendong was stunned. When did this happen? How come he didn't know? It was just yesterday. Auntie herself admitted to what happened between the two of us. Su Zhixia deliberately emphasized the word auntie. Some looked at Chendong with a smug expression, as if to tell Chendong that they also had someone backing them up. My mom was just joking with you, and you actually took it seriously. Is auntie joking with me? I don't think she's joking. I need to send her a WeChat message to ask her. Su Zhixia made a move to send a WeChat message to Yang Ailing. Chendong took a deep breath. No. Sure enough, letting Su Zhixia meet his mother yesterday was a mistake. Chendong vowed that he would never make such a mistake again in his life. Su Zhixia raised an eyebrow, her eyes full of smugness. Is my request excessive? Not at all. Why does Mr. Chun feel like he's being threatened? No, he needs to go home and have a serious talk with his mother. I just don't know if his mother will listen to him. Chendong resignedly sat down next to Su Zhixia, who lay down on the sofa with her head resting on Chendong's lap. He soon fell into a deep sleep, as if the fragrance emanating from Chendong carried a natural sense of security. She slept soundly next to Chendong. While Su Zhixia was asleep, Chendong massaged her shoulders. Each application of force is precisely applied to the acupoint. This is why Su Zhixia slept so soundly. Insomnia can be easy to treat in some ways, but it can also be difficult to treat in others. However, insomnia symptoms are generally treated with traditional Chinese medicine. Su Zhixia's insomnia is likely caused by blood deficiency in the heart and liver. Chendong had just observed that Su Zhixia looked extremely haggard, with a sickly pale complexion. When using traditional Chinese medicine to treat insomnia, the focus should be on nourishing the body and calming the mind. This requires the use of tonifying herbs, calming herbs, heat-clearing herbs, and blood-activating and stasis-removing herbs. These herbs can be further subdivided into jujube seed, licorice, Polygonum multiflorum, Poria cocos, and Angelica sinensis, among others. Traditional Chinese medicine treatment for insomnia often focuses on tonifying and calming the mind, while also using methods such as clearing heat, removing dampness, promoting blood circulation, and regulating qi. The medications used are mainly sedatives and tonics, and most Chinese medicines are associated with the liver meridian. The medicines used are mainly warm and sweet in nature. Commonly used drug combinations for insomnia often include Ziziphus jujuba seed, which enters the liver meridian and nourishes liver blood, along with Polygala tenuifolia, Polygonum multiflorum, Poria cocos, and Glycyrrhiza urulensis. Although Chendong has never treated a patient with insomnia. However, he had already memorized this knowledge perfectly, and it was deeply imprinted in his mind. Moreover, he has already tested it within the system. After Chendong decided what medicine to prescribe for Su Zhixia, more than half of the time had already passed. Chendong woke Su Zhixia up just before it was time for her to go to work. Are you going to work yet? Su Zhixia asked sleepily. She felt refreshed after waking up. I haven't slept this comfortably and soundly in a long time. Even when I'm curled up on a small sofa, I don't feel uncomfortable at all. It seems that he feels very at ease as long as Chendong is by his side. Now that you're awake, I'm going to work. Su Zhixia nodded and quickly kissed Chendong on the cheek. This is a reward for you. Chapter 56 A Woman's Lip Print. Zhao Hua, who had just woken up, rubbed his eyes and looked at Chendong with a shocked expression. This left Chendong feeling completely baffled. What kind of look is that? When he went to get water just now, the group of nurses looked at him with the same eyes. Could it be that he has flowers on his face? Hee, not bad, Dong Ji. You're still my Dong Ji. You're awesome, with both career and love going well. Chendong was completely confused. What are you talking about? Zhao Hua winked and grinned lewdly. We're all good buddies now, brother Dong. You don't need to hide this from me, right? Tell me quickly who your sister-in-law is? I want to see which young lady has captured my brother Dong's heart. When Donggu first graduated, he said he would only focus on his career and would never talk about love. He's already proven wrong so quickly. Chen Dong slapped Zhao Hua's hand away impatiently. What love? What sister-in-law? Still not admitting it? I know everything, brother Dong. Chen Dong rolled his eyes, looking like he couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua pulled a small mirror out of his pocket. Luckily, I always carry a small mirror with me. Look at the lipstick marks on your face. This shade looks familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Zhao Hua narrowed his eyes. Isn't this Chanel's classic color that girls love the most? His ex-girlfriend broke up with him because he didn't buy her this lipstick. Therefore, Zhao Hua is very sensitive to this color. When Chen Dong saw the lipstick mark on his face, he suddenly realized that Su Zhixia had worn lipstick. Fortunately, there was a sink in the office, but Chen Dong soon realized something was wrong. Because this lipstick is impossible to wash off. Zhao Hua chuckled and said, "Ha, Dong Ji, I have to give you a little lesson. Girls' lipsticks are waterproof, so you need to use a professional makeup remover to remove them." Chen Dong. What should we do? Are we just going to let him wear this lipstick mark all afternoon? How are the patients who come to him supposed to feel about him? They probably think this doctor doesn't look serious. Chen Dong took out his phone and sent a message to Su Zhixia. Do you have any makeup remover? Su Zhixia replied almost instantly, if there's no makeup remover, what do you need it for? You're not asking for some little girl, are you? Chen Dong, have you forgotten what you've done? Su Zhixia, who was still in the mood a second ago, suddenly froze, and 2 blushes crept onto her fair face. Oh no, I think I did something wrong. I don't think I brought any makeup remover blushing emoji. Seeing this, Zhao Hua really wanted to go over and see who Chen Dong was sending messages to. But I don't have the guts. He had no choice but to ask directly, you're not texting your sister-in-law, are you? Chen Dong rolled his eyes, don't get involved in other people's business. Hurry up and go to work. When Director Wang comes back, I'll tell him all about it. Zhao Hua, who had been full of enthusiasm, immediately chickened out. Never mind, work is more important. He's still a nobody who hasn't even finished his internship. Don't mess with the big shots. I'm sorry, Dong Ji, I'll go to work right away. After saying that, Zhao Hua immediately slipped away. Chen Dong noticed that the lip print seemed to disappear when he put on a mask. This finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He doesn't want to be trending on social media tomorrow because of a lip print. A doctor at a certain hospital was being indecent during work hours, with lipstick marks from a woman on his face. Just thinking about this trending topic made Chen Dong feel like he couldn't face anyone. When Chen Dong returned home with lipstick marks on his face, that was the real disaster. Tell me where you got that lipstick on your face? Did you betray Zhixia? Yang Ailing held a feather duster in her hand and glared fiercely at Chen Dong. Chen Dong. Have the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law become of one mind so quickly? If you dare to betray me, I'll chop you into mincemeat. Your mother's knife skills are no joke. Chen Dong, Mom, since you said that, how could I dare? Then tell me, what's the lipstick mark on your face? Would you believe me if I said it was Su Zhixia who kissed him? Yang Ailing glanced at Chen Dong suspiciously. I don't think you'd dare lie to me. Didn't Su Zhixia say she was coming to our house for dinner tonight? Yang Ailing waved her hand. We went shopping together this afternoon, but it seems that Zhixia had something to do and left early. They won't be coming to our house for dinner tonight. Chen Dong nodded. I felt inexplicably relieved. However, he brought back a bag of Chinese medicine today. How should he give it to Su Zhixia? Or should we have Zhang Shui come and get it? Chen Dong sent Su Zhixia a message. This time, however, there was no reply for a long time, which suggests that she was really busy. Su Zhixia always responded to Chen Dong's messages immediately. Chen Dong didn't pay much attention to this matter. Mom and Dad, what would you like to eat tonight? Yang Ailing was touching up her makeup in front of the mirror, not even giving Chen Dong a second glance. Old Chen said, your mom and I are going out for hot pot today. You can make some instant noodles at home. Shall we get some instant noodles? Was he really the one in question? Yang Ailing looked at her makeup with satisfaction. I originally wanted to have dinner with Zhixia today, but since Zhixia is not free, the two of us will go out to eat. Chen Dong. Okay, the test is complete. He really isn't their biological son. At least before, when the two of them were on the phone, I would remind him to eat less instant noodles. Now they're actually feeding him instant noodles. However, Chin Dong discovered that there was also good news after his parents went out. At least his mother stopped nagging him. Chin Dong felt that the world had become quiet again. It just feels a bit too quiet. At least Su Jixia used to eat with him. Chin Dong found he had no desire to cook today, so he simply made himself a packet of instant noodles. Is that Su Jixia's voice? Chin Dong, could you come pick me up? I think I've had a bit too much to drink. Chen Dong. Chen Dong. I am here now. It's the Royal Dynasty Hotel. I'm afraid to drive. I'm afraid of getting caught by the traffic police. His speech was intermittent and his enunciation was a bit unclear. This is clearly a sign of being drunk. Chen Dong looked at the instant noodles he had just made and sent a message to the other party. Are you alone? Where's Zhang Shui? Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui took them back. From what Chen Dong roughly understood, he was probably out socializing again. This is probably the helplessness one faces as a CEO. Chen Dong sighed, put down his instant noodles, grabbed his car keys, and went out. He probably owed this woman something in his past life. He bet that if he hadn't gone today, his mom would have been going to go all out again tomorrow. Chapter 57 Wants a Kiss. Chen Dong looked at the woman squatting by the roadside, vomiting profusely, and felt quite helpless. Can't this woman drink less? If you know you have a bad stomach and can't drink, don't try to be tough. Do you expect a group of people to force a woman to drink all night? After Su Jixia finished vomiting, Chen Dong thoughtfully handed her bottled water and tissues. Rinse your mouth. Su Jixia said with deep emotion, I am really grateful that you came to pick me up today. You are the first man who has been so good to me since my grandfather. Looking at the woman clinging to him like an octopus, Chen Dong sighed. How did he become this lucky spectator? Although Su Jixia has a great figure, a good family background, and is very beautiful, she's not his type. Let me take you home. Chen Dong helped the boy up and walked towards the car. Upon hearing this, Su Jixia suddenly shook off Chen Dong. No, my grandpa is home today. I can't let him see me when I'm drunk. Why? Chen Dong asked, puzzled. Is there anything I can't see? It's not like it's anything shameful, and as Su Jixia's grandfather, how could he not know that she often needs to socialize? Su Jixia lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong and said, because I made a big mistake when I was drunk before, I promised my grandfather that I would never drink again. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. So this is your excuse for playing dumb with your grandfather? Su Jixia seemed to have guessed what Chen Dong was thinking, and pouted, saying, isn't it something I had no choice about? Chen Dong was taken aback. Was this young lady trying to coax him? It gave him goosebumps. He thought it would be best if this young lady just stayed the same as usual. His drunken state was really not flattering. What Chen Dong didn't know was that Su Jixia only dared to act crazy when she was drunk in front of people she was familiar with. Even when she was drunk in front of others, she still acted like a cold and aloof young lady. If you leave, miss, where else can you go but home? Su Jixia hugged Chen Dong's arm and said softly, can I come to your place? No. Chen Dong refused firmly. His parents were still living with him. If Su Jixia went to his place, who would she sleep with? Why not? I promise I won't bother you at all. Chen Dong's lips twitched. If he remembered correctly, this young lady had made the same promise last time. I said no, and that's final. Get in the car quickly, drop you off, and I need to go back too. Su Jixia snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. How can you be like this? If you don't let me go to your place, I'm going to tell Auntie. Chen Dong. Well, even when he's drunk, he still remembers to tattle. But my parents are home now. If you go there won't be a room for you to sleep in. Are you expecting the CEO of the group to sleep on the sofa? Chen Dong tried to reason with Su Jixia. But he soon realized he had done something foolish. Trying to reason with a drunk person was like talking to an idiot. No, I want to go to your place. I can sleep with you. Su Jixia pouted and said coquettishly. Chen Dong felt a headache coming on, and he suddenly regretted coming to pick up Su Jixia. I should have let Zhang Shui take her home. In the end, Chen Dong still brought Su Jixia back to his home. Because Su Jixia shamelessly called his mother. Yang Ailing was overjoyed to hear that Su Jixia was coming to stay at her place, and she rushed back with Lao Chen without even watching a movie. Jixia, you'll be sleeping in the same room as Chendong tonight. If you dislike Chendong snoring, then kick him out to sleep on the sofa. Chendong. Mom, how about I go out and find a hotel? Upon hearing this, Su Jixia immediately clung to Chendong like an octopus, saying, No, you're my boyfriend now, you have to sleep with me. Yang Ailing even nodded in agreement. Jixia is drunk. As her boyfriend, why aren't you with her and instead go to a hotel? Do you think you have too much money? Yang Ailing locked her room immediately. You and Jixia are home alone, so you must take good care of her. Your father and I have some things to do tonight, so we won't be back. Old Chen, who was dragged out the door by Yang Ailing, was still completely bewildered. What could we possibly need to do that requires us to go out so late at night? I'm telling you, old man, how can you be so inconsiderate? How can our son get things done if you're at home? The house is so small, you have to make room for those two young people, right? I haven't even seen a movie yet, have I? I'll go see it now, and then we can just check into a hotel. I've even brought my ID. Yang Ailing waved her ID card in her hand and said this to Lao Chen with a hint of pride. Old Chen. Yes, that's very much like something Eileen Yang would do. Chendong was at home taking care of Su Jixia alone, and he was having a terrible headache. You can't eat that. Before she knew it, Su Jixia was hugging the ham pillow and munching on it. Chendong pulled Su Jixia over directly. Can you sit still? I'll go make you a bowl of hangover soup. Su Jixia looked at Chendong with her big eyes wide open. Honey, give me a kiss. Is she dreaming? Otherwise, why would Chendong be with her? Should I also make her a hangover soup? Su Jixia pouted and kissed Chendong on the face. If Chendong hadn't dodged quickly, she would have succeeded. Listen to me, I'm not your husband. So please don't kiss me like that. Chapter 58. I want to sleep with my husband. Chendong took a deep breath and told himself not to argue with a drunk person. Chendong found the folding bed in his room, glanced at the disoriented Su Jixia, and decided that she would have to make do with sleeping here tonight. Lie down. Chendong took off Su Jixia's shoes. Then they brought a basin of hot water and used it to clean her face and feet. Alright, you can sleep here tonight. Actually, Chendong really wanted to sleep on the sofa today, but he was afraid that Yang Ailing might suddenly come back. Then I'll have to nag him again. Su Jixia opened her eyes groggily, pouting her little lips in dissatisfaction. I want to sleep with my husband. As he spoke, he lunged at Chendong. Chendong instinctively dodged to the side, only to see Su Jixia fall face first onto the folding bed. My dear CEO Su, can you please stop making a fuss and just go to sleep? In the end, Chendong couldn't persuade Su Jixia and agreed to let her sleep in the same bed with him. Holding a woman like an octopus, Chendong found it difficult to fall asleep for a long time. Damn. Any normal man would have trouble sleeping, okay? Moreover, he is currently in the prime of his life. The woman in his arms was sleeping soundly, occasionally nuzzling Chendong's arm and snoring softly. This left Chendong both angry and helpless. Husband, don't go. Chendong, marry me. Even when Su Jixia was talking in her sleep, her mind was filled with Chendong. Chendong stared at the ceiling and sighed softly. The next morning. Yang Ailing returned early in the morning and prepared breakfast. I told you to tone down that expression, so the girl doesn't see it. Even old Chen, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand Yang Ailing's expression as she kept looking towards Chendong's door. What would the girl think if she saw this? Upon hearing this, Yang Ailing was not angry at all. Instead, she smiled and said, Oh, old Chen, you can think of this too? That's pretty good. At least your emotional intelligence has improved. Old Chen rolled his eyes in annoyance. Go away. Stop teasing me. Go knock on the door. It's so late. Our son usually gets up pretty early. Why isn't he up yet? Hey, Chen, I just praised you, and you're already confused? Maybe you were tired last night. Young people are normal. We parents shouldn't get involved in these things. As a result, Yang Ailing waited for a long time, but Chendong still didn't get up. Hearing the conversation outside, Su Jixia panicked. Oh no! How did she end up in Chendong's house? She couldn't quite remember what happened yesterday, so she was quite startled when she found herself in Chendong's room this morning. She could only vaguely recall that she had drunk too much the night before and thought she had sent a message to Chendong. Su Jixia quickly found her phone and listened to the voice messages she had sent to Chendong yesterday. After hearing this, Su Jixia wished she could jump out of the window. What stupid things did she do yesterday? Oh no, this is utterly embarrassing. She actually spoke to Chen Dong in such a coquettish tone, how embarrassing. I wonder what Chen Dong will think of her. Su Zhixia could only recall these things as for what happened after Chen Dong appeared. She couldn't remember anything at all. By the way, where's Chen Dong? Why haven't I seen him? Could he have been scared away by my actions yesterday? Su Zhixia was filled with regret, and she decided that she would never drink so much alcohol again. Zhang Shui, help me. Su Zhixia sent Zhang Shui a message, but this time Zhang Shui did not reply immediately as usual. She then belatedly realized that today seemed to be Sunday, and Zhang Shui had said several days ago that she was going out to play on Sunday. I reckon Zhang Shui is already on the plane by now. Su Zhixia felt a deep sadness. It seemed no one could offer her any advice today. Once this door is opened, she will have to face what happened yesterday. She wonders what her aunt and uncle will think of her. Her image as a wealthy socialite is no longer sustainable. Su Zhixia took a deep breath, her expression one of resignation. Oh well. She could just explain to her aunt later. Anyway, nothing happened between her and Chen Dong. Well, I guess nothing happened at all? Su Zhixia glanced at her disheveled clothes and suddenly felt uncertain. Just as Yang Ailing was about to knock on the door, she saw Su Zhixia slowly open it. As soon as Su Zhixia stepped outside, she met Yang Ailing's kind eyes, and her heart immediately filled with panic. Auntie, it's not what you think. You have to listen to my explanation. Su Zhixia was afraid that her image in Yang Ailing's eyes would change from a good girl to a vixen. She didn't want to ruin the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law before she could even win over Chen Dong. Yang Ailing shook her head, her kind smile still on her face. Good child, there's no need to explain to me. This is a matter between you young people. Auntie won't scold you. By the way, why hasn't Chen Dong gotten up yet? Upon hearing this, Su Zhixia immediately realized that Yang Ailing had misunderstood what happened last night, but she didn't know exactly what had happened, so she didn't know how to explain it to Yang Ailing. She felt that it was wrong not to explain, but explaining was also wrong, as it would only make things worse. Young people should also take care of their health. Yang Ailing said meaningfully. Su Zhixia blushed instantly and stood there awkwardly. Just then, the door opened. While wiping the sweat off his body with a towel, Chen Dong asked Yang Ailing and Su Zhixia, "What are you two doing standing here? Have you had breakfast yet? I brought back fried dough sticks and soy milk. If you haven't eaten them, you can have some together." Yang Ailing was dumbfounded. How could Chen Dong have come back from outside? Shouldn't he be in his room? Did chapter 59 actually happen? You brat, what are you doing outside? Faced with Yang Ailing's anger, Chen Dong said he was very confused. I went for a morning run. Going for a morning run every Sunday is a habit he developed a long time ago. Otherwise, sitting in the office all week would easily damage his back muscles. Aileen Yang snorted coldly. Let's eat breakfast. Zhixia, hurry up and wash up and come have breakfast. Auntie specially made millet porridge for you today. Drinking more millet porridge can beautify and nourish the skin for women. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Su Zhixia smiled and went into the bathroom to find that Yang Ailing had prepared brand new toiletries for her, which showed that she was very thoughtful towards her. Su Zhixia used to hear Zhang Shui say that she didn't want to get married because she was afraid of getting along with her mother-in-law and didn't want to deal with those mother-in-law and daughter-in-law issues. At that time, she felt that a mother-in-law is a mother-in-law and can't really treat her daughter-in-law like a daughter. Su Zhixia now realizes that she was completely wrong in the past. Isn't Aileen Yang treating her like a daughter? Many mothers don't even treat their own daughters this well. At the dining table, Yang Ailing specially served millet porridge to Su Zhixia so that she could eat it right away after washing up. Chen Dong, today is Sunday. Since you don't have anything to do, why don't you take Zhixia out for a walk? I think the weather is nice today. Yang Ailing said this casually, but the look in her eyes as she looked at Chen Dong was a silent warning that if he dared to refuse, she would make him regret it. Chen Dong took a sip of soy milk, but she doesn't have time. President Su is extremely busy, with endless deals to close every day. Where would she find the time to go shopping? No, I have time today. Su Zhixia retorted. I just closed a big deal yesterday, so I won't be too busy with work in the short term. Chen Dong. Please, miss, can't you tell if I'm making excuses or just pretending? I just don't want to go shopping with you. It has nothing to do with whether you have time or not. Yang Ailing glared at Chen Dong. Zhixia has already made time to go shopping with you. What more could you want? I have 2 movie tickets here, which are showing today. You and Jixia can watch it together. This romance movie is quite good. Yang Ailing took out 2 brand new movie tickets from her bag and placed them in front of Chendong. Old Chen, who was quietly eating breakfast, seemed to finally understand why Yang Ailing had bought 2 more movie tickets after watching the movie yesterday. He had been quite puzzled at the time. Unexpectedly, Eileen Chang had already planned this all along. Chendong sighed inwardly, oh well, what's meant to be will be. If he doesn't agree now, his fate will be even worse than that of Sun Liukong, who was bound by the golden headband. Jixia, just ask Chendong to buy you whatever you like. Auntie knows your family is definitely not short of money, but if you don't spend this brat's money, he'll feel like he has no presence. Su Jixia was amused by Yang Ailing's words. Auntie, what if Chendong doesn't want to? He wouldn't dare? If he doesn't pay for your things or carry them for you, you should tell me right away. I want to see if he dares to do it. Chendong. Since you said that, how could he dare? Wouldn't that be suicidal? With a slightly smug look in Su Jixia's eyes, Chendong accompanied her out. I don't quite remember what happened last night. Su Jixia cautiously probed, while observing Chendong's expression. Did they actually have sex last night? This is very important, she needs to figure it out beforehand. Upon hearing this, Chendong immediately guessed what this naive young lady was thinking. So he couldn't help but want to tease her. What do you think? Last night you wouldn't let go of me and insisted on sleeping with me. I couldn't push you away. Su Jixia's heart skipped a beat. This was indeed something she would do, especially after drinking too much, when people are more likely to reveal their true thoughts. Could she really have forced herself on Chendong? If that were the case, it would be incredibly shameful. And then what? Su Jixia asked anxiously. And then? Chendong sighed deliberately. You know I've always been a gentleman. Last night I almost locked you out. You still ended up in my bed, and to make matters worse, you kissed and hugged me, and even. Chendong's face was filled with sorrow. You've ruined my innocence. Listening to Chendong's accusations, Su Jixia's eyes widened. No way? Could things really be as she thought? If she really did steal Chendong's innocence, then why was she drunk? At this moment, Su Jixia really wanted to look up to the sky and howl. Why didn't this happen when she was sober? This was her dream. And yet, she achieved it while drunk. Su Jixia couldn't find any words to describe her current feelings. Why do you look even more heartbroken than me? Chendong's lips twitched as he looked at Su Jixia's desolate and lifeless appearance. Of course I'm sad. I don't remember this at all, how can I not be sad? Can we do it again? Su Jixia blurted it out subconsciously, and only after she finished speaking did she realize that Chendong was sitting next to her. Su Jixia, can I take back what I said? Looks like you want to experience it again? Chendong said calmly, I didn't expect you to be like this, Mr. Su. Su Jixia, no. I didn't, let me explain. But you can only dream about this kind of thing, because you won't have the chance. Chendong said to Su Jixia as he parked the car. I was just joking with you. Nothing happened between us yesterday. But he still suppressed the desire in his heart. If Su Jixia hadn't been dealing with her incoherent state, he might have really lost control of himself. How is that possible? Then why did I find my clothes so disheveled when I woke up this morning? This couldn't possibly have happened from sleeping. In the past, when she worked late and went home, she would always sleep in her clothes, but her clothes would never be this wrinkled. Chapter 60 Street Side Spicy Hot Pot. Upon hearing this, Chendong couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this CEO far too naive? If I had really done something to you, do you think you would still be able to get up this early? Mr. Su, you underestimate my stamina, don't you? Chendong's deep voice carried a hint of teasing. Su Jixia instantly understood what Chendong was talking about, and her gaze involuntarily drifted to a certain part of the man's body. Realizing what she was thinking, Su Jixia blushed and quickly changed the subject, no longer dwelling on what happened last night. What should we eat today? She had already checked the movie tickets, it was for the 1 p.m. showing. It was only 11 a.m. now, so she couldn't possibly wait until 1 p.m. What would you like to eat? Chendong asked Su Jixia. Since it was a date, the lady's opinion should come first. I don't know either. I rarely eat out. How about we go for hot pot? Didn't you just say you wanted to go for hot pot with me? Su Jixia asked cautiously. It was the first time she had eaten out with Chendong, and she wasn't sure what he liked to eat. That works too. After trying several different hot pot restaurants, the two suddenly gave up on the idea of eating hot pot. There were just too many people, and by the time it was their turn, it would probably be afternoon. Why bother eating? I guess it's because it's the weekend and it's mealtime. So what do we do now? Su Zhixia was very depressed. She was secretly planning whether to make Zhang Shui clear out a hot pot restaurant. This was her first date with Chendong, and they couldn't even get a hot pot meal. She didn't want anything unpleasant to happen during her date with Chendong. For Su Zhixia, anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem. After all, money is the last thing she lacks. Come on. I'll take you to a great place. Chendong suddenly said, as if he had just thought of something. Before Su Zhixia could even send a message to Zhang Shui, Chendong pulled her out of the mall. But aren't we going to get something to eat? What kind of food can we find outside? Su Zhixia asked, puzzled as Chendong pulled her further and further away from the mall. We can barely see the mall anymore, and there are far fewer people around. Where are we going? You'll find out soon enough. Chendong didn't even realize that he had been holding Su Zhixia's hand for more than 5 minutes. This was a major breakthrough for Su Zhixia. If she weren't afraid of being discovered by Chendong, she would have loved to immediately post on her WeChat moments to let the whole world know that Chendong was finally no longer avoiding her like the plague. Her efforts over the past few months have not been in vain. Su Zhixia's hands were trembling slightly with excitement. Chendong noticed her subtle movement and frowned as he asked, President Su, are you feeling unwell? Why are your hands shaking so badly? Upon hearing this, Su Zhixia's heart tightened, fearing that Chendong would discover the truth, and she quickly said, ha ha ha. Maybe it's because of the hot weather? This reason was rather lame, but fortunately, Chendong only gave her a suspicious look and then said nothing more. Chendong led Su Zhixia through a maze of turns until they arrived at a small alley. Although it was called an alley, it was still more than 2 meters long. Although cars couldn't pass through, it was perfectly fine for people to walk. The alley is lined with all kinds of food, and there are many young couples who look like college students walking hand in hand. We're here. This place is a bit remote. I was afraid you'd get lost, so I held your hand tightly. Mr. Su, please don't mind. Chendong said neither arrogantly nor humbly. Su Zhixia was taken aback. We've arrived already? Feeling the warmth in her palm leave her, she felt a pang of regret. We're here already? Chendong raised an eyebrow. We've already walked 2 kilometers, Mr. Su. He subtly reminded her that the journey was not short. Su Zhixia used a smile to cover up her embarrassment. Really? What I mean is that people like us who sit in the office all day can walk around more. It's good for our health. It's rare to find someone like you, Mr. Su, who has this kind of awareness. Su Zhixia looked at the bustling surroundings with surprise. How did you know this place was so remote? Moreover, the customers here all look extremely young, like college students who haven't graduated yet. Walking among these people, Su Zhixia felt much younger herself. Chendong explained with a smile, the most famous normal university in the mountain city is nearby, so most of the people who come here to have fun are college students. I came here once before with Zhao Hua. There are many kinds of food here, and most importantly, the food is delicious. Back when they were still in school, Zhao Hua brought Chendong here once, because one of Zhao Hua's ex-girlfriends was a teacher at a teacher's college. But that was a long time ago. Since then, Chendong would occasionally drive here to eat. So that's how it is. Su Zhixia immediately understood. No wonder Chendong was able to find this place despite its remoteness. See that uncle at that stall? Chendong pointed to a bearded uncle on the right in front of him. The malatang that uncle sells is the best I've ever had. Come on, I'll take you to try it. Su Zhixia, who had been paying close attention to Chendong's expression, was surprised to find that Chendong would become more excited when food was mentioned. For example, now. Su Zhixia suddenly had a bold guess in her mind. Could it be that Chendong is a complete foodie? The moment the guess popped into her mind, she knew it must be true. Previously, Chendong had clearly avoided her and was unwilling to have much contact with her. However, after eating the boxed lunches in the cafeteria on the 3rd floor, he became willing to come upstairs to his office every day to eat with her. Isn't she the key? The boxed lunches? Su Zhixia suddenly felt as if her heart had been struck by 1,000 points of damage. Is there anything you don't eat? While Su Zhixia was lost in thought, Chendong had already picked out a large bowl full of vegetables. No. Boss, I don't want it spicy. The busy boss looked up at Chen Dong with surprise. Dr. Chen, didn't you used to like spicy food? Why don't you want it this time? Chen Dong smiled but didn't say anything. The boss saw Su Zhixia standing to the side and suddenly laughed. Oh, I know, you found a girlfriend, haven't you? Getting a girlfriend has even changed your taste. But you haven't been here for a while, have you been busy dating? Because Chen Dong used to frequent this Mala Tang restaurant, he became familiar with the owner. Boss, please stop joking. I have no interest in dating. This is my boss. The boss clearly didn't believe Chen Dong's words, and just smiled without saying a word. What kind of boss would accompany his subordinate to eat street food? What else could they be but lovers? How come Dr. Chen can't even lie properly? And they specifically told me not to eat spicy food. The boss smiled and shook his head. Never mind, I'll just keep quiet about it. Su Zhixia felt her heart beating exceptionally fast. Did Chen Dong really say he didn't want spicy food because of her? After all, Chen Dong had been reminding her that people with stomach problems shouldn't eat spicy or irritating foods. Don't you love spicy food? She remembered every single one of Chen Dong's little habits perfectly. Chen Dong said calmly, I want to try something lighter today. I've been eating too much spicy food lately. Su Zhixia looked at Chen Dong with some doubt, but in her heart she still felt that the reason Chen Dong did this was because of her. A woman's intuition is always surprisingly accurate. Chapter 61, Just Like a Real Couple. This was Su Zhixia's first time eating street food, especially in this kind of environment, with people passing by from time to time. There were only the two of them, her and Chen Dong, at the simple table. Su Zhixia was still quite uncomfortable eating in this environment, as it made her feel like she was being stared at like a monkey. But compared to her awkwardness, Chen Dong was much more at ease and didn't care about other people's opinions at all. Even a street-side spicy hot pot that costs only a few dozen yuan was eaten by him as if it were a 5-star restaurant. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that Chen Dong sat there attracted a lot of attention. Many young girls who came to shop saw Chen Dong's eager expression and probably would have gone up to him directly to ask for his WeChat if Su Zhixia wasn't there. Could this be some rich kid out here experiencing life? I think this man has a different aura than others, especially since he's so handsome. What should I do? I admit I'm smitten. Didn't you see the woman sitting across from him? Did you see her bag? It's the latest Chanel bag. And it's a limited edition. I really like this bag, but the price is a hurdle. If I remember correctly, it costs a full 10 million. Several girls nearby were whispering among themselves. If Su Zhixia had heard what they were discussing, she would have burst out laughing, because yesterday she was afraid that Chen Dong's parents would think she was a spendthrift and not good at managing a household, so she specially brought the cheapest bag. Mr. Su, you can't be distracted while eating, Chen Dong said seriously. You have to concentrate on eating, don't look around, and don't eat too fast, as this can easily lead to indigestion. Chen Dong's occupational hazard kicked in again. They seem to be talking about you, Dr. Chen, Su Zhixia said, a little jealous. Although she couldn't hear what the girls were saying, she could guess from their eyes and actions that they were talking about the person in front of her. Chen Dong was used to this kind of thing. Every time he came here to eat, he would be pestered by several girls with lustful hearts for his contact information. Later, he got smarter and would pack the food to take home even if he wanted to eat it. Brother, do you have a girlfriend? A little girl dressed in a Lolita outfit with 2 ponytails asked, mustering her courage. Chen Dong didn't pause eating at all. After swallowing the food in his mouth, he slowly said, you can look up at the person opposite you. Across from me? Isn't that Su Zhixia sitting across from me? Not to mention the little girl, even Su Zhixia was stunned when she heard these words. What did Chen Dong mean by those words? Did he admit that she was his girlfriend? The little girl wasn't unaware of Su Zhixia's presence. She simply clung to a sliver of hope, thinking that someone having dinner with her might not necessarily be her girlfriend, but could also be an older sister or younger sister. Chen Dong's answer made her feel very embarrassed, but more than that, she felt resentful. Brother, could I have your contact information? I know this area pretty well. If you ever want to come here to play, I can be your tour guide. The little girl's voice was as sweet as she was. Chen Dong remained unmoved. Instead, Su Zhixia couldn't contain her anger any longer. Brother, are you a pigeon spirit? Why do you like calling me brother so much? If you can't understand human language, I can hire a teacher to teach you Mandarin properly. Su Zhixia practically gritted her teeth as she said these words. The little girl seemed surprised that Su Jixia, who looked like a refined lady, would suddenly lose her temper. Even if she was unwilling, she had no face to stay, especially since many people around had witnessed the scene and were pointing and whispering about her. Watching the little girl cover her face and leave, Su Jixia felt much better. But when she sat down, she found that there was only a bowl of soup left in the hot pot in front of her. Su Jixia was stunned. Qindong didn't seem to eat quickly, and his eating manners were slow and meticulous. How could such a big pot of spicy hot pot be gone in an instant? I never knew you had such a down-to-earth side, Mr. Su. Su Jixia is like a flower on a high mountain, only to be admired from afar and not to be touched. Even looking at her for too long would be considered a desecration. It's really not like her to just blurt out insults like she did today. Su Jixia said irritably, since you've already said I'm your girlfriend, shouldn't I at least make my stance as your girlfriend clear? Other girls are already asking you for your WeChat. If I just sit here and do nothing, what's the difference between me being your girlfriend and not having one at all? But you, Dr. Chen, how did you manage to finish the whole meal by yourself? The most important thing is that it happened in such a short time? 1 second you were saying to chew slowly and carefully, and the next second you had finished it all? What kind of operation is this? Su Jixia was very puzzled. Chen Dong smiled slightly and didn't say anything, slowly wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. Instead, the owner couldn't help but say, men can eat a lot, it's normal. I could eat 3 bowls of the stuff Dr. Chen just ordered by myself. Su Jixia was shocked. Is it really that amazing? You little girl, you look so thin, a gust of wind could blow you away, right? You should eat more, otherwise Dr. Chen will worry. What are you worried about? Su Jixia asked subconsciously. Of course I'm worried about whether you can have children, haha, the boss said, thinking he was being very humorous, since in his mind, offspring were very important. But Chen Dong didn't think so. His wife wasn't a breeding machine. If his wife didn't want to have children in the future, then they wouldn't. He could withstand the judgment of the world and had the courage to face the gossip. After all, he married his wife, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. Chen Dong himself is a doctor, and he has seen too many pregnant women die in the delivery room because they couldn't make it through childbirth. How painful is childbirth? If he had to describe it, Chen Dong could only say it's like having his penis cut off without anesthesia. Imagine the feeling yourself. Boss, we're leaving now. Okay, come again next time, the owner said with a smile, but deep down he was quite disappointed. If Chen Dong didn't come, how many customers would he lose? Half of his customers come every day just to wait for Chen Dong. Because Chen Dong hadn't come for a while, his business had been quite slow. After all, Chen Dong is so good looking. Just sitting here, even if he does nothing, he's a living advertisement. Chapter 62 Requirements for a Future Wife? After dinner, Chen Dong took Su Jixia for a stroll in the alley to digest their food. Dr. Chen, have you ever fantasized about your future wife? For example, what kind of girl do you hope she will be? Su Jixia asked jokingly, but in reality, she was testing Chen Dong. Could it be that Chen Dong doesn't like her because she's not his type? If that's the case, then all her efforts over the past few months have been in vain. Chen Dong remained silent, and upon hearing Su Jixia's question, he fell into deep thought. Su Jixia thought that Chen Dong didn't want to answer the question, since he had always done so before, always skipping over these topics. It seems this time will be no exception. Su Jixia was somewhat disappointed, but she didn't dare to show it directly, otherwise it would make her intentions too obvious. To be honest, I haven't really thought about this question. I just thought about it, but I realized that I don't actually have any requirements for my future wife. I like her, not because she has to be a certain type of person, but simply because I like her. If I meet my future wife, I think I will love her no matter what she looks like. Chen Dong answered very seriously. He used to think that he would prefer a woman with a gentle personality, but later he realized that wasn't the case, and now he completely rejected that idea. Su Jixia was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected that her unintentional probing would elicit such a serious response from Chen Dong. However, this result was clearly not what she wanted. So Chen Dong still doesn't like her? Not because there's anything wrong with her, it's just that he doesn't like her. This result seemed to make Su Jixia even sadder, but she didn't show it at all on the surface, and said with a smile, "Then the girl you like must be very happy, right?" The envy in her voice was genuine. It would be even better if that girl were her. Do you think this will make her give up pursuing Chen Dong? No, it will only strengthen her determination to make Chen Dong fall in love with her. What's that? Su Zhixia suddenly asked in surprise, pointing to a small stall on the side. That's a clay figure. Don't tell me you've never seen a clay figure before? Su Zhixia smiled awkwardly and curiously went over to watch as the lumps of mud were transformed into lifelike clay figures in the master's hands. She couldn't help but marvel at the master's skill. Master, could you make one that looks like him and me? The master glanced at Su Zhixia and Shendong, a flash of amazement crossing his eyes. You're such a good-looking kid, of course there's no problem. The clay figurines are 30 yuan each. If you want to, it'll be 50 yuan. The price was even cheaper than Su Zhixia had imagined. At such a low price, the craftsman probably wouldn't even make a profit on the labor cost. Wait a moment, I'll finish shaping it for you right away. The craftsman kneaded the clay while comparing the two faces. Shendong felt that this thing was a bit childish, only children would like it. I'll go check over there. He didn't want to stand there foolishly waiting. Su Zhixia quickly grabbed Shendong. Where are you going? You haven't finished sculpting your clay figure yet. I didn't say I was going to pinch you, Shendong said, expressing his innocence. He didn't seem to have said anything, did he? Before you left, your aunt told you to listen to me and everything. Shouldn't you, as my boyfriend, listen to me? Or would you prefer me to call your aunt? I think she would be very willing to help me. Threat. His words were brimming with threat. What choice did Shendong have but to compromise? However, this won't do. He needs to find a way to trick his mother away, otherwise he'll have to live under Su Zhixia's threat forever. After his master finished sculpting the two clay figures, Shendong paid the money without hesitation. Don't ask why. The reason is that Tang Sanzang's headband was too uncomfortable. Wow! This master's craftsmanship is amazing. The expressions are so lifelike. Su Zhixia held the two clay figures with great delight. This is for you. Su Zhixia handed the clay figure she had sculpted to look exactly like herself to Shendong. If you miss me in the future, you can take this clay figure out and look at it, so it's like I'm always by your side. Shendong understood. She meant that this clay figure didn't need to see the sunlight anymore? Miss her? How could that be? As for Shendong's clay figure, Su Zhixia was afraid of dropping it if she held it in her hands, and afraid of breaking it if she put it in her bag. So she held it carefully in her hands, and the way she cherished it made people think that the clay figure was her husband. Hey! What's this? It's so pretty. Quick, pay. Wow! I've never seen this before. I'll buy one and take a look. Dr. Chen, what do you think of this? Does it look good on me? I'll buy it. Over the next hour, Shendong witnessed just how crazy women could get when they went shopping. You could tell just by looking at the big and small bags he was carrying. While others came to shop, Su Zhixia seemed to be there to sweep through everything. Nothing she set her sights on escaped her grasp. Shendong suspected that this young lady had started learning how to manage a company from birth. How come she had never seen such normal things on the street? When he learned that this young lady had never even eaten candied hawthorn, he was incredibly shocked. At first, Su Zhixia was a little embarrassed to buy certain things, but later she became more and more enthusiastic about buying them, wishing that Shendong would bring the whole street back to her home. Can you bring me here again next week? Excited, Su Zhixia's face flushed, a satisfied smile on her face. She held a half-eaten candied hawthorn in her right hand and a bag of stinky tofu, milk tea, and wolf tooth potatoes in her left. Shendong followed beside her, carrying large and small bags, looking just like a young lady's bodyguard. Shendong used to think that his physical strength was not very useful. After all, he worked in a hospital and there was not much physical work involved. At most, he would handle some documents. But now he feels that even if he exercises every day, his physical strength is still not enough. Oh no! I remember now. Su Zhixia's expression changed. We haven't watched the movie yet. Chapter 63: The Injured Man Who Suddenly Goes into Shock. Unfortunately, by the time Su Zhixia realized what was happening, the two had already separated. The next day. Zhang Shui, do you think Shendong likes me or not? Su Zhixia had been agonizing over this question all morning, and even Zhang Shui couldn't stand it anymore. My dear lady, why don't you just ask Dr. Chen about this? I think he should be able to give you the answer. Su Zhixia immediately rejected the idea. No. How can I ask him directly? What if he doesn't like me? Wouldn't that make me seem like I'm just being presumptuous? Zhang Shui, miss, your thought process is quite unique. You've already proposed and confessed your feelings. Are you still afraid that he doesn't like you? Anyway, he's rejected you so many times before, what's one more time? However, she wouldn't say that aloud, because she was worried that Su Jixia wouldn't be able to handle the situation. She didn't want her salary to be docked. Zhang Shui, don't you usually love reading those CEO romance novels? Can you help me analyze this? Chen Dong accompanied me shopping yesterday. Doesn't that mean our relationship has taken a big step forward? Su Jixia's heart was filled with pink bubbles. Zhang Shui? What does a CEO romance novel have to do with this? She graduated from a legitimate 985 university, not some love guru. I think this proves that your relationship has taken another big step forward, Zhang Shui said seriously. Just kidding, money is definitely more important. She doesn't want to be kicked to Africa by Su Jixia. But I think, didn't you just say that since Dr. Chen likes food, you could start with that? As the saying goes, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Besides, didn't you previously consider learning to cook? Su Jixia sighed. She had had this idea before, but it ended in failure. But I don't have time to learn. Look at me, I'm busy as a dog every day. Su Jixia rested her chin on her hand, and her gaze suddenly lit up when she glanced at Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui, how about I pay you double the salary, and you help me with more of the work? Zhang Shui looked confused. What did he mean by that? Did he think she could be bribed with her face? Actually, she could. Would 3 times be okay? Okay, then from now on, if you can't handle or decide on anything related to the company, you can hand it over to me. Su Jixia made a decision. She would spend all her time on Chen Dong from now on. She refused to believe that even if she spent 20 hours a day on Chen Dong, she still wouldn't be able to win him over. Zhang Shui clicked her tongue. Women in love are truly crazy. Meanwhile, a group of interns were very attentive to Chen Dong, serving him tea and snacks, and some even massaged his shoulders. Brother Chen, are you tired? You must be exhausted this morning. Let me give you a massage. Brother, please have some tea. This is this year's new tea. Do you like it? Big brother, these are some snacks my sister brought back from France yesterday. Try them, and if you like them, I'll have my sister buy you a plane ticket right away. Chen Dong moved his lips slightly and said indifferently, get to the point. Would these brats buy him treats? Unsolicited kindness is always suspicious. In turn, Shaoli rubbed his hands together nervously and asked, Brother, can I be your first assistant in the next surgery? What bad intentions could Shaoli possibly have? He simply wanted to learn from him up close. If Chen Dong hadn't refused to take on apprentices, Shaoli would have knelt down on the spot and become his disciple. Xiao Wu, who was massaging Chen Dong's shoulders, got annoyed and pushed Shaoli aside with his "But, go away. Who gave you a chance to be the first assistant?" Xiao Wu smiled ingratiatingly. Big brother, how is it? Is this technique enough? Do you want me to use a little more force? I just need the second assistant position. Shaolin, who was still holding a bottle of Gatorade, got anxious. Hey, Brother Chen, if all else fails, could you leave me a Sanchuana type of snack? He's really not greedy, he'd be content with just one assistant position. Strictly speaking, he's already been an intern for 4 years. While in school, I did a year of observation and internship, and after graduation, I had to undergo 2 more years of standardized residency training at the hospital. Shaolin really wants to finish his internship as soon as possible and become a full-fledged doctor. He doesn't care about achieving the same results as Chen Dong, he just wants the outcome to be worthy of his decades of hard work and study. The problem is that he hasn't passed his internship, which is driving him crazy. Your thinking is wrong. Chen Dong sat up straight. If you want to learn, you should follow your mentors. Why are you coming to me? I'm just a junior doctor myself. Before they could say anything more, a nurse from the nurses' station rushed over. Dr. Chen, come quick, there are 2 car accident patients here. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed the mask from the table and ran over. The car accident victim has been taken to the operating room, where Director Wang is already inside. Beside them stood a thin man, who said anxiously to Director Wang, Doctor, you must save them. Xiao Chun, you've come at the right time. I'll be your assistant today. The 3 interns who came with Chen Dong were dumbfounded. What was going on? Was Director Wang going to take their assistant positions? What? That was Director Wang. Putting aside his medical skills, his experience was definitely superior to Chen Dong's. Why would he want to be Chen Dong's assistant? Looking at Director Wang's meaningful gaze, Chen Dong seemed to understand his intention in an instant. No matter how famous Qindong is now, or how superb his medical skills are, he is still just an ordinary emergency surgeon. If he wants to be promoted, he not only needs to meet the medical skill standards, but also needs to have enough experience and successful cases to prove that he has the ability. What Director Wang wants to do now is give him this opportunity. Actually, Qindong was overthinking it. Director Wang's look was just that he was thinking about how Qindong had managed to stop the bleeding last time. He wanted to learn from him. However, given Director Wang's status, he certainly couldn't speak directly in front of so many people. Hence, that meaningful look he gave Qindong. He thought Qindong would understand his meaning, but he didn't expect to be misunderstood. Chapter 64 Fainting. Physical shock. Tell me what the situation is first? While checking the injured man's condition, Qindong asked the thin man beside him a question. The thin man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his face filled with uncontrollable panic. I was just driving along the road when their truck suddenly darted out and we crashed into each other. His newly bought Buick was overturned, but fortunately he wasn't seriously injured, which is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. But for some reason, the truck driver was knocked unconscious, and the man in the passenger seat also passed out. He was terrified. If anything happened to the two of them, he would be ruined. That's why he rushed them to the hospital. Qindong nodded. Don't worry. We don't know if there are any internal injuries yet. Let's do a brain CT scan first, and then an ultrasound. The man readily agreed, saying he didn't mind paying some medical expenses. His biggest fear was that someone might die. May the Bodhisattva protect us. May the Bodhisattva protect us. These two people must not be harmed. If something really happens to those two, even if it's not his fault, he won't be able to explain himself clearly, and he'll definitely have to pay off all his debts. The man's legs trembled at the thought. Qindong signed the lab report, and the man immediately took it to pay. Qindong was shocked by how fast the man ran. This man looked so thin, how could he run so fast? Skinny people are indeed more agile. The test results came out half an hour later. The results showed that both individuals had normal indicators, with only minor concussions and minor injuries. They only needed 2-4 drips and some rest at home to recover. Qindong told the man about the result. Nothing's wrong? That's great. The man breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. Qindong quickly caught him and shouted to Shaoli across the table, "Come help." The two men worked together to lift the man onto the hospital bed, but by then he had already fallen into a coma. Qindong frowned, a bad feeling creeping into his heart. According to this man, it's impossible that he's completely unharmed. After all, his car overturned during the accident, which can only mean one thing: he suffered internal injuries, but because of fear and panic, he kept quiet about it. This made him mistakenly believe that nothing had happened to him. Now that he heard that the two people were all right, the last bit of hope he had was gone, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Xiao Wu, go and contact the injured person's family and tell them to come over as soon as possible. Xiao Lin and Director Wang, come in and give me a hand. Qindong spoke swiftly and decisively. Before they could react, Qindong had already changed into a sterile surgical gown, sterile latex gloves, and a disposable sterile cap. Ha! Xiao Li, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lin were all dumbfounded. Director Wang was the first to react. What? Aren't you going yet? Xiao Lin, loosen the injured person's clothes and put on the heart rate monitor. Qindong said sternly. The injured person is now in shock. They must be treated immediately. It's too late to do a CT scan now. Qindong felt the injured person's body temperature getting cold and was shocked. Director Wang, please give me the disposable abdominal paracentesis kit. Director Wang quickly found a disposable abdominal paracentesis kit and gave it to Qindong. A disposable abdominal paracentesis kit includes a puncture needle, gauze, sterile drape, tray, disposable gloves, syringe, drainage bag, sterile test tube, cap, cotton balls, forceps, culture flask, and connectors. The tray contains syringes, cotton balls, tweezers, drainage bags, sterile test tubes, puncture needles, culture flasks, gauze, and sterile drapes. The tray is movably connected to the cover via connectors, and disposable gloves are provided inside the cover. As the name suggests, a disposable abdominal paracentesis kit is used for abdominal paracentesis surgery. Paracentesis is one of the 4 major puncture procedures in clinical practice and is often used to diagnose and treat certain diseases. If non-clotting blood is drawn, it suggests a ruptured and bleeding organ. Paracentesis can also be used to drain ascites, relieving abdominal distension, improving appetite and nutritional status, and ultimately improving the patient's quality of life. Given the current situation of the injured person, there isn't enough time to do a CT scan, so the only option is to perform an abdominal paracentesis to see if there is indeed abdominal bleeding. If it is, then things will be quite complicated. Shendong first disinfected the area twice with iodine solution, then placed a sterile drape over the patient's abdominal cavity and used lidocaine to administer local anesthesia at the puncture site. After that, Shendong stopped moving. Xiaolin, who had been carefully observing Shendong, looked puzzled and asked, "Brother Chen, why aren't you moving?" Upon hearing this, Director Wang said with exasperation, "Xiaolin, do you know why you couldn't pass your internship?" Xiaolin shook his head honestly, looking at Director Wang with innocent and harmless eyes, as if seeking guidance. Shendong said irritably, "Doesn't it take time for the anesthesia to take effect?" Xiaolin suddenly realized, "Oh, I see. This is the key point, I must remember it well." After the anesthesia took effect, Shendong inserted the puncture needle under ultrasound guidance, searching little by little until he reached the predetermined site. He used his left hand to fix the skin at the puncture site, and his right hand to hold the puncture needle and insert it vertically into the anesthetized area. When the resistance suddenly disappeared, it indicated that the needle had entered the abdominal cavity. It sounds complicated, but it's really just about finding the right spot, quickly inserting, and then pulling out. Looking at the non-clotting blood on the tube, Shendong frowned. Just as he expected, the nurse who had received the surgery notification also came in wearing a sterile surgical gown. This location should be either the stomach or the spleen. It should be the spleen. The spleen is an organ that is very close to the stomach, but it can be said to be one of the most vulnerable organs in the body. Not only is it easily injured, but it is also particularly prone to rupture after being injured. Splenic rupture is mainly classified into 3 types. The first type is central rupture, which mainly involves rupture of the splenic parenchyma, resulting in intrasplenic hematoma. Generally, there is no abdominal bleeding in this case. Second, subcapsular rupture manifests as a subcapsular hematoma. Small hematomas can be absorbed slowly, while larger hematomas can lead to subcapsular rupture and secondary abdominal hemorrhage. Third, true rupture involves both subcapsular rupture and central rupture occurring simultaneously, often accompanied by massive intraperitoneal hemorrhage. Clearly, this case falls into the third category, and it is precisely because it is the third category that Shendong is having a headache. The injured person likely has a ruptured spleen, Shendong stated his assessment. Xiaolin looked at Shendong and carefully memorized every word he said. The only way to treat a ruptured spleen is through surgery, right? Xiaolin has this much common sense, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to graduate smoothly. Shendong nodded. "Xiaolin, Director Wang, the patient's bleeding is obviously very serious. We must perform surgery immediately. Nurses, please prepare the anesthesia. Xiaolin, you will be in charge of recording the injured person's blood pressure. If you find any abnormalities, you must react immediately. For patients undergoing splenectomy, it is essential to closely monitor their blood pressure. Any abnormalities could lead to surgical failure or increase the risks associated with the procedure. The treatment for spleen rupture caused by external injury is emergency splenectomy. Without emergency splenectomy, the patient may die from excessive bleeding due to spleen rupture." After venturing into the abdomen and confirming the diagnosis, Shendong immediately pinched the spleen pedicle with his fingers to prevent further massive bleeding, then suctioned out the blood from the abdominal cavity and performed a splenectomy. At this point, it is crucial not to rush into surgery, as the spleen is located in a unique position, surrounded by vital organs that are important tissues within the body. After locating the splenic artery, Shendong said to Director Wang, "Give me the clamps." Shendong then used clamps to ligate and sever the splenic artery, reducing the blood flow into the spleen. Then, the ligaments around the spleen, such as the splenic colonic ligament, the splenic gastric ligament, and the splenic diaphragmatic ligament, are cut with clamps, allowing the spleen to be fully freed. After carefully separating the space between the splenic pedicle and the pancreatic tail, and fully exposing the splenic pedicle, it is precisely and firmly ligated and cut. At this point, the entire spleen can be removed. After completing all of this, Shendong breathed a huge sigh of relief. At this point, the surgery was halfway done, but the remaining half was also crucial. The next step is to check for active bleeding in the injured person, paying particular attention to the gastric fundus vessels, pancreatic tail, and retroperitoneum. "How is it?" Director Wang asked. Shendong shook his head. "Fortunately, the injured are currently in good condition. Kobayashi also spoke up, saying, "Your blood pressure is normal, you can continue." Shendong nodded and placed a drainage tube in the patient's spleen fossa and under the diaphragm. This was to monitor for postoperative pancreatic fistula and active bleeding. The surgery ended there. The whole process only took half an hour. Director Wang was shocked when he saw the time. A ruptured spleen resection surgery completed in half an hour? He can't even do that kind of speed now, and the injured are all in very good condition. What does that mean? It means that Chen Dong's surgery was very successful. Many emergency surgeries test a doctor's skills because they are rescuing lives from the jaws of death. However, once the speed is increased, the risks will increase significantly. This is why many doctors dare not act recklessly. After all, surgery is about defying fate. If the speed is increased, who can guarantee the patient's life? This is why Director Wang was shocked after the surgery. If someone tells Director Wang that he has just successfully performed a ruptured spleen surgery, Director Wang won't be too shocked. But if it's done within half an hour, that's a different story. Chapter 65 Shocking. The appearance of the divine doctor. By this time, the truck driver and his friend had woken up. After learning what had happened, they were both very moved. They hadn't expected that even though it wasn't the man's fault, he still took them to the hospital. They were grateful but also felt guilty for not even noticing their own serious injuries. Because the car accident was caused by them, they voluntarily paid off the man's medical expenses. The man's wife also rushed to the hospital at this time. With tears welling in her eyes, she grasped Shendong's hand. "Doctor, how is my husband now?" Shendong, who had just come out of the operating room, tried his best to calm her down. "Your husband's condition is very stable right now. Once he wakes up from the anesthesia, he can be transferred to a regular ward. However, there are a few things you should pay attention to. The injured person has already undergone spleen removal surgery, so their physical condition will definitely be worse than that of an average person in the future. You should pay more attention to this and try to avoid overexertion in the future." Shendong carefully gave instructions. Now that they've already paid the medical bills, go to the nurse's station and fill out the injured person's basic information. The woman looked at her with gratitude, her voice choked with emotion. "Doctor, I really don't know how to thank you enough. It's nothing, it's what I should do." Shendong smiled slightly, very calmly, but in his heart he was still savoring the surgery that had just happened. To outsiders, it was his first time undergoing a splenectomy, but in reality, he had performed it countless times in system simulations. So, this surgery was a piece of cake for him, and he remembered every single step perfectly. Otherwise, the surgery wouldn't have been completed in just half an hour, and even the medical assistants, Director Wang and Shaolin, couldn't help. It can be said that this surgery was entirely performed by him, the chief surgeon, alone. "Shaolin, you actually got lucky and was chosen by Brother Chen to be his second assistant?" Shaoli said enviously, jealously, and resentfully, hooking his arm around Shaolin's neck. Why couldn't he have such good luck? He also wanted to observe Shendong's surgery, even if it was just standing quietly on the sidelines watching. Xiaowu punched Shaolin in the chest without any hesitation. "Good lad, you finally won Dr. Chen's favor. Did you take this opportunity to leave a deep impression on Dr. Chen?" Kobayashi sighed helplessly. "I wanted to. But I have absolutely no chance. The operating room is Dr. Chen's battlefield all by himself. What does it have to do with me? Do you think I went there to be an assistant? No. I just went there to observe how Dr. Chen performs surgery." Shaolin said miserably. "I thought I'd hit the jackpot today and get to be Dr. Chen's assistant, something he'd been dreaming of doing every day. Good grief, he's overthinking things." Xiaolin recounted what had happened in the operating room that day to the two of them. When the people around heard the name Shendong, they all perked up their ears. "What? Dr. Chen completed a surgery in just half an hour? What? No way? And it's a spleen removal surgery. That surgery is super complicated. I think it's complicated just by reading about it in books, let alone actually doing it. Practical experience definitely requires more care than written knowledge. Young man, you're still too young and don't know what Dr. Chen is capable of," Shaoli said with a smile, thinking that this was just how Shendong normally operated. After the previous surgeries, Shaoli became a die-hard fan of Shendong. No matter what shocking things Shendong did, Shaoli thought it was normal. Xiaowu nodded repeatedly, unable to help but sigh. "If Dr. Chen were a woman, I would be willing to be a simp and a backup plan for the rest of my life." Hearing this, Shaoli rolled his eyes speechlessly. "Don't you even know what you look like? Even if Dr. Chen were a woman, she would never be interested in you. Do you really think Dr. Chen would fall for you? Xiao Wu retorted unwillingly. Chen Dong, who happened to be passing by while fetching water, overheard their conversation and was instantly petrified. Why are even guys starting to have designs on him now? He admits he's a bit handsome, but he likes women. Excuse me, I like girls, Chen Dong said, especially girls with long, flowing hair. He only said that to warn these roughnecks not to have any improper thoughts about him. He just said it casually. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shui, who happened to be passing by, overheard the conversation, and so the words naturally reached Su Zhixia. Chen Dong likes girls with long, flowing hair? Su Zhixia touched her hair, which wasn't particularly long, but it wasn't short either. Yesterday she was thinking about whether to get a haircut in the next couple of days because her long hair was likely to interfere with her work. Thinking about it, I'm glad I didn't impulsively get my haircut yesterday, otherwise she would have had to spend time getting hair extensions. Su Zhixia breathed a sigh of relief, but then pondered, do you think my hair isn't long enough? Hair that barely reaches the shoulders isn't exactly long. Zhang Shui nodded, I suggest you find some time to get it fixed, about 5 centimeters should be enough. By the way, why don't you just straighten your hair? Why? Su Zhixia asked, puzzled. Is that even a question? Since Chen Dong likes girls with long hair, he must like men with long, straight black hair. Zhang Shui said. Then I'll go in a bit. Su Zhixia said this without hesitation. What about these documents? Zhang Shui was dumbfounded. She had brought these nearly 30 kilograms of documents from the company specifically for Su Zhixia. After all, Su Zhixia obviously wouldn't be going to the company during this period. You handle it as you see fit. Just as Zhang Shui was about to complain, she heard Su Zhixia say, I'll give you a raise. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she quickly agreed, it's just some documents. I'll put them here and take care of them. There's no need for you to do it yourself. Chapter 66 New Look, Dazzling to Your Eyes. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing a ruptured spleen resection surgery. You are rewarded with 10 experience points. This is only a reward of 10 experience points. It's a bit low, but it's better than nothing, since the system hasn't rewarded him with experience points in a long time. The system's rewards are all random. Once you sign in for a certain number of days, you can enter a lottery. You can also earn some experience points by checking in for 8 hours every day, and you can get a chance to win a prize after checking in for 90 consecutive days. Experience points can be used to improve one's medical skills. System simulation surgeries also require experience points, and each time 10 experience points are deducted. Experience points can also be used to purchase items in the system's shop, but opening the shop also requires a certain amount of experience points, so Chen Dong has not yet accumulated enough experience points to open the shop. However, he wasn't in a hurry. His main goal was to improve his medical skills. With these 10 experience points, we can now conduct another simulated surgery. Let him think about what this surgery is supposed to simulate. At noon, when Chen Dong saw Su Zhixia's new look, his brows furrowed tightly. Su Zhixia's original hair had a natural, slightly wavy texture, which suited her cool and aloof temperament even better. Long, straight black hair is more suitable for girls with a pure and innocent temperament. Su Zhixia's hairstyle has an indescribable weirdness. If Chen Dong had to say it, it would be that it looks exactly like something out of a horror movie. The key point is that Su Zhixia deliberately tossed her hair and asked, how is it? Doesn't it look great? Seeing this, Chen Dong's lips twitched violently. Don't you think this hairstyle doesn't suit you? Your old hairstyle was quite nice, why did you have to get this one? It looks so out of place and really doesn't look good. Chen Dong thought he had been very tactful in his words, but to Su Zhixia, they sounded like a knife stabbing deep into her heart. I think long hair is more suitable for girls with a gentle temperament, Chen Dong said, using his own straight male aesthetic. Su Zhixia immediately grasped the key point of her words, are you saying I'm not gentle? Chen Dong? So, of all the words he said, this woman only heard these few? I did not mean that. Don't say anything more, I understand. Su Zhixia felt extremely sad and couldn't help but send a crying emoji to Yang Ailing. Yang Ailing replied immediately. What's wrong, Zhixia? Did Chen Dong bully you? It would have been better if she hadn't asked. Her question only made Su Zhixia feel more wronged. Auntie, Chen Dong said I'm not gentle, Su Zhixia said, feeling wronged. Goodness, as soon as I sent that voice message, a phone request popped up on the other end. Where's Chen Dong? He let that brat answer the phone. Gentle? Come on, let him tell me what gentleness is. I'd like to hear his explanation. Hearing this, Chendong's lips twitched violently. He knew it would come to this. Mom, I never said those words. Chendong expressed his innocence, saying he really did nothing. A cold laugh came from the other end of the phone. Oh, so you've grown wings and now you dare to do things but not admit them? Don't call me mom anymore, I won't be your mom anymore. Jixia is my daughter, and her attitude is my attitude. You should think about how to apologize to Jixia. After saying that, he slammed the phone down, giving Chendong no chance to react. Su Jixia smiled slyly and raised her eyebrows at Chendong triumphantly. Now I'm not afraid of you anymore. Did you hear what Auntie said? I'm her daughter. Chendong rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. What a mess. Miss, please don't. Don't complain to my mother anymore. If this continues, she'll kick me out of the house sooner or later. Chendong, with a cold face, opened the food box on his own and started eating without paying any attention to Su Jixia. Seeing Chendong's appearance, Su Jixia suddenly felt at a loss. This joke seems to have gone a bit too far. Chendong, are you angry with me? Su Jixia asked cautiously. Chendong shook his head and replied stiffly, How could I dare to be angry with you, miss? Wouldn't you tell my mother? That tone clearly indicates anger. Su Jixia panicked and immediately lost her composure. She anxiously explained, I'm sorry, I apologize. I went too far in this matter. If others heard that the dignified CEO Su was actually apologizing to a man in such a humble manner, they would probably be shocked. After all, what is Su Jixia's identity? But who else but Chendong could make Su Jixia so humble? Please don't ignore me, okay? I know I was wrong, and I promise I'll never make jokes like that again. As she spoke, Su Jixia's tears were about to fall. What happened today was because she took a joke too far. Chendong might indulge her once or twice, but no man could tolerate it repeatedly. Seeing Su Jixia's appearance, Chendong sighed heavily. I know that President Su, she doesn't cry all the time. Alright, stop crying. I forgive you. Su Jixia sniffed, seemingly unconcerned about her image, and said, Really? Okay, let's eat first. During the meal, Su Jixia would glance at Chendong every now and then, looking very cautious. Just say what you want to say. Chendong sighed inwardly. Alas, he was just too soft-hearted. He couldn't bear to see women suffer or cry. If you don't like long hair, I'll go get it cut short later. Chendong suddenly put down his chopsticks and looked at Su Jixia very seriously. Actually, there's nothing wrong with liking someone, but your liking makes me feel guilty. Even if you like me, there's no need for you to change yourself because of my preferences. I don't want you to deliberately cater to my hobbies just because you like me, and the CEO Su I know would never do something so foolish. The saying that love makes people blind is certainly true. Su Jixia was stunned by Chendong's words. But I thought this would bring me closer to you. Such humble words are completely unlike what someone of Su Jixia's status would say. This shows that Su Jixia truly loves Chendong to the core. Chendong sighed, I'm sorry, I can't give you a response right now. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. After all, what grown man could remain unmoved when pursued by a stunning beauty like Su Jixia? Chapter 67 High Salary Hiring. After Chendong rejected Su Jixia once again, Su Jixia did not contact Chendong for several days. However, Chendong acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to go to work, eat, and drink as usual. The only one who couldn't get used to it was Yang Ailing, who kept asking Chendong if he and Su Jixia had some kind of conflict. Otherwise, why would Su Jixia not reply to her messages for several days in a row? Chendong, the person involved, also expressed his bewilderment. I guess this young lady has been rejected so many times that she's finally figured it out. That's not actually the case. The reason Su Jixia has been ignoring Chendong for so many days is because of Zhang Shui. That's right, it's because of Zhang Shui's idea. Are you sure this will improve my relationship with Chendong? Su Jixia was very frustrated. She hadn't seen Chendong for 3 days, and heaven knows how she got through those 3 days. Zhang Shui answered with certainty, you should go all the way to him from the start. Men are all like that. If you go all the way to him, he won't appreciate it. You should leave him hanging for a few days. This tactic is called playing hard to get, you know? Has Chendong not messaged you these past few days? Su Jixia shook her head honestly, no. Could it be that he's had another woman in the last few days? Su Jixia's tone suddenly became tense. What should she do if Chendong really has another woman? Zhang Shui frowned. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. You disappeared without a trace. Qindong should have asked you where you've been these past few days. It's impossible for Qindong to ignore it. If he really doesn't care, it can only prove one thing: Qindong truly doesn't care about Su Zhixia, and therefore isn't interested in her whereabouts either. However, Zhang Shui dared not tell this young lady her guess, for she was afraid that Su Zhixia would collapse if she found out, and she wouldn't know how to comfort her then. It's also possible that he's been too busy with work these past few days, Zhang Shui said. Impossible. I specifically asked the head of the emergency department, and there haven't been any major patients in the emergency room these past few days. How could Qindong be busy? Zhang Shui fell silent. What should she say? Should she tell Su Zhixia the truth? Based on her understanding of this young lady, if Su Zhixia knew the truth, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Shui shook herself and decided to forget about it. Maybe he's been busy studying lately. Hasn't Dr. Chen always been interested in medicine? Many times when I pass by their department, I see Dr. Chen reading medical books by himself. Zhang Shui thought the reason was very hypocritical, but Su Zhixia actually believed it. That's possible. Qindong is indeed very outstanding. The man she likes is, of course, the most outstanding. Zhang Shui's lips twitched violently. She didn't know what to say to Su Zhixia. In the business world, no one could outsmart this young lady, but when it came to matters of the heart, Su Zhixia was as naive as an idiot. If Qindong really cared, no matter how busy or studious he was, he would always find time to send Su Zhixia a message. Fine, Qindong is my man after all. Since he doesn't have time to contact me, I'll just send him a message. Zhang Shui couldn't believe that the person in front of her was the arrogant CEO she had known for 7 or 8 years. Just as Qindong received Su Zhixia's message, he received a phone call from an unknown number. This number? From out of town? Hello? Hello, is this Dr. Qindong? Came the voice of a middle-aged man from the other end of the line. Qindong was surprised. Could it be one of the patients? Yes, this is me. How can I help you? I've finally found the right person, Dr. Chen. I'm Director Wang from the next city. I'd like to ask if you'd be interested in working at our hospital? Dean Wang is the director of the municipal hospital in the neighboring city. In a sense, his status is the same as Dean Zhang's, except that his hospital is a public hospital, while the hospital where Qindong is currently working is a semi-public and semi-private hospital. After the last open lecture, Dean Wang started to have designs on Qindong. He could tell that Qindong was definitely a rare talent in the medical field, otherwise old Zhang wouldn't have kept him a treasure like that. He tried to find out about Qindong several times, but Dean Zhang avoided him, not giving him a chance to poach him. Dean Wang went through a lot of trouble to find Qindong's contact information. Dean Wang? Qindong was a little puzzled. Didn't Dean Wang attend his open class last time? However, he has never had much of a memory of these deans and directors. Yes. It's the person who attended your open class last time. Dean Wang's real name is Wang Yuanji, but everyone is used to calling him Dean Wang, and Dean Zheng only calls him Old Wang. Our hospital is better than your current hospital in terms of benefits and other aspects. If you are considering coming to our hospital, after working for a year, the hospital can help you with the down payment for a house. Many hospitals now use this as bait when recruiting talent because housing prices are constantly rising, and housing has become the biggest crisis for people. Therefore, many job seekers now check whether a company offers the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. The existence of the housing fund has indirectly solved the housing problem for many people. Undeniably, Dean Wang's offer was indeed very tempting. Most people would have agreed. I'm sorry, Dean Wang, I don't plan to change jobs at the moment. If he were now considered a hospital, his attendance records during this period would be wasted. He's almost reached 100 days, so why would he resign at this crucial moment? Upon hearing this, Dean Wang assumed that Qindong was dissatisfied with the terms and quickly said, if you are not satisfied, we can discuss the salary further. I can offer you a salary of 20k a month, what do you think? Originally, Dean Wang only planned to offer 17k, which is already quite good for a doctor who has just finished his internship. It could even be considered a high salary. In addition, given that they already have 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, and that he promised to cover the down payment for Qindong's house after working for a year, I doubt any other hospital could offer such a deal. Even Qindong can't get such treatment now. It's really hard not to be tempted by such treatment. However, Qindong remained completely unmoved. For him, money was only one aspect. If he wanted money, he would simply accept Su Zhixia's advances and believe that Su Zhixia would be willing to give him the entire Su family. Studying medicine was his dream, and becoming a qualified and excellent doctor was his lifelong pursuit. This is why Qindong has been hesitant to agree. Even if Dean Wang promised to let Qindong go and become the director, Qindong would not agree. You can get a big gift pack when you sign into the system for 100 days, and this gift pack may contain something that Qindong needs. Chapter 68. Did you have a romantic encounter? I'm sorry, Dean Wang. Dean Zhang is like a mentor to me, and I won't be considering changing jobs for the time being. At least for the next 3 or 4 years, Qindong won't consider changing jobs. As for what will happen after that, we'll have to see how things go then. But as a doctor, experience is what matters most. He had worked at the same hospital for 3 or 4 years, so why did he want to switch to another hospital? Dean Wang could hear the determination in Qindong's voice even through the screen. He sighed slightly and said, "All right then, I won't bother you any longer. If you're thinking of changing jobs, feel free to contact me immediately. The conditions remain the same as what we just discussed." After Qindong hung up the phone, Zhao Hua leaned over and listened intently to his gossip. "Brother Dong, was someone trying to poach you just now?" Qindong did not deny it. The certification exam is in a few days. If I remember correctly, you don't seem to have a medical license, right? Doctors also need to be certified, but this certification can be further divided into many types. Those who graduate from medical universities can only take the certification exam 2 years after graduation. In fact, Zhao Hua could have taken the exam 2 years ago. Because they graduated 4 years ago, but Zhao Hua has been failing the exams and has not yet received his certificate. Only by obtaining a medical practitioner's license can one truly be called a doctor. People like Zhao Hua can no longer prescribe their own medication, let alone sign any prescriptions. Qindong obtained this qualification certificate 2 years ago and has also enrolled in and studied for a master's degree in the past 2 years. However, very few people knew that Qindong had enrolled in graduate school, and Zhao Hua was one of them. But very few people knew that Qindong had graduated with a master's degree. Even Zhao Hua didn't know when Qindong had graduated. A typical master's degree takes 3 years, but Qindong completed it in just 2 years. Outsiders might think, it's just a year shorter, what's so special about that? But only those who study medicine know what this means. Skipping a grade in graduate school? That's an extremely rare case. You could say only 1 or 2 people succeed in skipping a grade every 10 years. The knowledge gained in 3 years of medical graduate studies is equivalent to that gained in 6 years of other graduate studies, which is more than double. Qindong, however, completed the 6 years' worth of knowledge in just 2 years and became an outstanding graduate. Isn't this tantamount to going against the will of heaven? The moment this topic was brought up, Zhao Hua's face fell. "Brother Dong, you really know how to rub salt in the wound. So, are you confident this year?" Qindong asked with a smile. Zhao Hua sighed. "Don't even mention it. I have absolutely no idea what to expect. I think my internship could be extended a little longer." If Zhao Hua does not obtain a medical license, the hospital will not allow him to pass the internship period. Have some confidence in yourself. Since you chose to study this major, you had to get through this sooner or later, Qindong comforted him. "Zhao Hua, Brother Dong, are you saying that we're all going to die sooner or later?" Qindong's lips twitched. This person's thought process? You could interpret it that way too. Qindong said reluctantly. Dongji, why haven't you brought your own lunch these past few days?" When Qindong went to Su Zhixia's place for lunch before, he lied to them and said that he had brought a lunchbox to avoid too much trouble. Fortunately, no one noticed anything during that time. But these past few days, Qindong has been eating in the cafeteria with everyone. He even ran into Dean Zhang twice. Dean Zhang was overjoyed to see Qindong and kept asking him to come with him to eat on the 3rd floor. However, Qindong politely declined all offers, as he only wanted to check in quietly. Little did he know that during this time he had already become a prominent figure in the entire hospital. Everyone who came from their hospital knew Qindong's name. Even if they had never met him, they had at least heard of him. "I missed the food in the cafeteria," Qindong said casually. "Why haven't I seen President Su come to see you lately?" Zhao Hua asked curiously. Qindong thought that Zhao Hua might not have any talent in medicine, but he was definitely a master of gossip. Ever since Zhao Hua came to the hospital, no one's gossip, from the hospital director to the intern nurses, could escape Zhao Hua's eyes. Zhao Hua suddenly realized and said, "Oh, I know, could it be that you found a new romantic encounter and dumped President Su?" In that short half-minute, Zhao Hua's mind had already conjured up a romantic movie. Chen Dong said with a hint of exasperation, "What are you thinking about? Why don't you spend less time watching those sissy romance movies and more time reading medical books? And there's nothing between me and President Su." Zhao Hua, however, did not believe Chen Dong's words. "Oh, don't explain, explaining is just a cover-up." "I understand. I will absolutely not tell anyone." If Chen Dong actually believed Zhao Hua's words, then he would have wasted his life for the past 20-odd years. If Zhao Hua knew the gossip, then the whole hospital knew it too. If you and Mr. Su have nothing going on, then why does Mr. Su keep coming to see you? "I've never actually seen Mr. Su come to see any doctor," Zhao Hua asked, voicing his doubts. Chen Dong explained in a serious tone, "That's because Mr. Su came to see me for a medical checkup." "Didn't you see Mr. Su's name on my medical record? Besides, how could President Su possibly be interested in me?" Chen Dong wanted to distance himself from Su Zhixia for two reasons. First, he and Su Zhixia had no relationship to begin with. Second, if everyone misunderstood, it would cause a lot of trouble. For example, some people who can't get through to Su Zhixia will think of going through his route, hoping he can persuade Su Zhixia and achieve some goal. For Chen Dong, these were all unnecessary troubles. Zhao Hua looked at Chen Dong with a mixture of belief and doubt. Could it be that he had guessed wrong before? Judging from Chen Dong's expression, it seems he really has nothing to do with President Su. At the same time, Chen Dongkai saw Su Zhixia's message. "What have you been busy with lately? I know you're working very hard and diligently, but don't overwork yourself, it hurts my heart." The last message was from 5 days ago. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. He could imagine Su Zhixia's expression even through the screen. Although Chen Dong didn't like her, he still felt sorry for Su Zhixia because he had told her from the beginning that this relationship was destined to have no future. Su Zhixia seemed to have no intention of changing her target at all, and she poured all her enthusiasm into him. Chen Dong was initially reluctant to reply, but then felt that it would be a bit too much for Su Zhixia, so after thinking about it, he replied with 2 words, "Let's eat." Chapter 69. This is called love, not being a simp. Su Zhixia, who had been glued to her phone, received a reply, and her entire expression changed. Chen Dong finally replied to me. I almost thought he was deliberately ignoring me. Su Zhixia breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Shui was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. "What did I reply to you?" Su Zhixia proudly showed her phone to Zhang Shui. "See that? Just the word eat?" Zhang Shui's eyes widened. She almost doubted whether she had seen it wrong. The messages above were all from Su Zhixia to Chen Dong. "Have you got a meal yet? Are you asleep? Have you missed me? There's a really good hot pot restaurant on West Street, wanna go eat there together? Good night. Good morning." There were countless similar comments, but Chen Dong only replied occasionally, and most of the time he didn't reply at all. Even Zhang Shui could tell that Chen Dong was obviously just going through the motions with Su Zhixia, but Su Zhixia didn't think so. In her opinion, Chen Dong was just too busy. At other times, Chen Dong treated her very well. For example, when he learned that she had a stomach ailment at the party, he specially prepared medicine for her and even took the medicine with her. It was because of this that she was able to go to Chen Dong's house for dinner. Then there was her insomnia. She didn't know how Chen Dong noticed that she wasn't sleeping well, but he directly prescribed her sleep aids and recommended several sleep-inducing incense products to her. Even if Chen Dong doesn't like her, he probably doesn't dislike her either, right? Otherwise, why would he treat her so well? President Su, do you know what kind of behavior this is? Zhang Shui looked at Su Zhixia meaningfully. Su Zhixia shook her head. What? Like a lapdog? Su Zhixia? This doesn't look like a simp at all. This is clearly the care between lovers. Forget it, why should I say so much to a single dog like you? You wouldn't understand anyway. After all, you don't even have a boyfriend, so how can you understand love? Su Zhixia said sarcastically. Zhang Shui, feeling looked down upon. Zhang Shui felt offended. Aren't you single yourself? Why are you mocking her? In the afternoon, Chen Dong received a teenage girl. Little sister, how old are you? What's your name? Chen Dong asked as usual. Zhou Yan is 13 years old this year. The little girl sobbed softly, her whole shoulder trembling, showing how emotional she was. Is there anything you can tell your brother? Chen Dong saw Zhou Yan crying so sadly, and since she came alone, he couldn't help but wonder. To everyone's surprise, Zhou Yan took out 5 sheets of paper from her school bag, which were covered with dense writing. "Brother, after I die, please give this to my mom and dad. I really can't bear to leave them." Zhou finally couldn't control her emotions and burst into tears in front of Qindong. Seeing this, Qindong was speechless for a moment, and silently handed Zhou a pack of tissues. Zhou cried her heart out, as if she wanted to cry out all the tears she had in her life. Once she calmed down a bit, Qindong asked, "Little sister, what illness do you have? Can you tell your brother what happened so I can help you?" Qindong tried to make his tone sound gentle. After all, the little girl's emotions were extremely unstable at the moment, and any slight action could cause her to break down even more. Qindong poured Zhou a glass of warm water. "Drink some water to soothe your throat." Zhou wiped away her tears, her eyes red from crying. "Brother, I think I have a terminal illness. What should I do? I don't want to die. I haven't taken the high school entrance exam yet, I haven't gone to college, and I don't even have a boyfriend." Wah! Zhou became increasingly distressed as she spoke, and it seemed as if she was about to burst into tears again. Seeing this, Qindong quickly said, "Little sister, terminal illnesses are not without hope of recovery. As long as it is discovered early and treated in time, there will be no problem. Even in the late stage of cancer, there are many cases of recovery." Zhou sniffed and stared straight at Qindong, her swollen, red eyes like those of a frightened little rabbit. "Really?" Qindong nodded. "My brother is a doctor, why would I lie to you?" Zhou believed Qindong's words and said hesitantly, "I've lost a lot of blood, and my stomach hurts a lot." "Where is the bleeding?" Qindong frowned upon hearing this, and countless symptoms flashed through his mind. At this point, Zhou became somewhat embarrassed to speak, and whispered, "It's that place where you pee." "That place where you pee?" Qindong, who had been on edge, suddenly froze. "Wasn't that?" Seeing that Qindong didn't speak, Zhou thought her illness was really serious, and tears started falling again. "Am I beyond saving?" Qindong quickly said, "No, this isn't a terminal illness. This looks more like menarche. Moreover, 13 years old is also appropriate for the age. It should be that this little girl had her first period, which is why she mistakenly thought that she had a terminal illness and that there was no hope for her. She even wrote her will." Qindong looked at the densely packed suicide notes on the table and felt a little amused. "What is menstruation? Is it a disease?" Qindong explained to Zhou what menstruation is. Menstruation refers to the periodic shedding and bleeding of the uterine lining that accompanies the cyclical changes of the ovaries. The appearance of menstruation is one of the signs of reproductive maturity. Every girl gets her period, and it happens every month. If your period is late, then there's something wrong with your health. This is normal, you know? Zhou nodded as if she understood, but when she thought about what she had just done, her face turned bright red. It was so embarrassing she thought she had a terminal illness. "Little sister, where is your mother?" Zhou replied in a low voice, "My mother is very busy with work and often has to travel for work, and my father works in another city." Qindong understood. So that's how it is. If Zhou mother had been home, this blunder probably wouldn't have happened. Qindong called over the nurse at the front desk and asked her to give the young girl some basic knowledge about women's health and to take her to buy some menstrual products. Before leaving, Zhou smiled gratefully at Qindong and said, "Thank you, brother." Qindong shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't panic like this next time you encounter something." Chapter 70 Shocking. Factory Explosion. It was just past the end of the workday, and Qindong packed up his things and prepared to leave. Ding, congratulations host for completing 8 hours of check-in. May the host persevere. May you soon become a legendary healer. Qindong breathed a sigh of relief. If he remembered correctly, there was only 1 week left until the 100th day of signing in. Time flies. Perhaps only Qindong thinks this way? After all, for the medical students who entered the hospital for their internships with Qindong, this process is still quite long. What happened? Was it an earthquake? Why do I feel like the whole ground is shaking? Earthquake? Everyone run! As soon as Qindong stepped out of the office, he felt a strong tremor coming from the surrounding walls, and even the ground beneath his feet seemed to be shaking. The tremor seemed to be accompanied by a rumbling sound. All around were the anxious voices of patients, while the nurses were busy comforting them. This is probably not an earthquake. Even if it were, it would only be a small one. If it were a real earthquake, the shaking would be much stronger. This feeling is more like... Qindong suddenly had a bad feeling. He quickly walked to the window. The bright sunshine outside was gone, replaced by a gloomy sky. The factory exploded. That was Chin Dong's first thought. There was a small industrial park near their hospital, only about 20 kilometers away. Judging from this phenomenon, it seems that an explosion occurred at a chemical plant in that industrial park. Chin Dong's heart tightened. This news didn't sound good. Don't panic, everyone. All injured and sick patients, please return to your beds. Chen Dong shouted. If he wasn't mistaken, their hospital was about to face a tough battle. Therefore, it is necessary to first settle the existing patients in the hospital. Head nurse, make sure these patients are settled in properly, and it would be best if they didn't come out for a while, Chen Dong said sternly, his face more serious than ever before. The head nurse had never seen Chen Dong like this before. In her memory, although Chen Dong was mostly quiet, he was definitely not a rigid person. Okay. Since Chen Dong has said so, it must mean the situation is extremely serious. Dr. Chen, what exactly happened? The head nurse couldn't help but ask. While sending messages to the doctors and leaders in the work group and requesting that an ambulance be sent first, Chen Dong explained to the head nurse, it must be a factory explosion. Calm the patients down and tell them not to be afraid, it won't affect them. The reason they were asked to stay away for the time being was because Chen Dong was unsure if the factory was a chemical plant. If it was, the workers would definitely have residual chemicals on their bodies. To avoid causing secondary harm, it was better to let the patients stay away for the time being. After notifying the workgroup, Chen Dong made a voice call to Dean Zhang to expedite the process. Dean Zhang, I request that all of the hospital's ambulances be dispatched to the industrial park. Chen Dong briefly explained the situation to Dean Zhang, who was attending a medical exchange meeting at the time. Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, Dean Zhang almost dropped his phone. I'll notify them immediately and send an ambulance right away. Dean Zhang readily agreed, as saving lives was of utmost urgency. Even if the news turns out to be wrong, they will only lose some manpower and fuel costs. But if the situation is true, that would mean hundreds of lives. Chen Dong had made this decision after careful consideration, since their hospital was the only one near the industrial park, and it was the closest hospital. So if any of those workers get injured, they'll definitely have to be transferred here. After all the hospital's ambulances came out, many passers-by expressed their doubts. What's going on? Aren't these ambulances from Huan Hospital? 1, 2, 3, a total of 20. It seems like all the ambulances from the entire hospital have been dispatched? Holy crap! Is there something so important that I don't know about it? Could there be a fire somewhere? So many ambulances, it's terrifying. At this time, everyone was still unaware of the bombing. When they saw the ambulances from Huan Hospital, they were filled with questions. What could have caused all the ambulances from the hospital to be dispatched? It was 15 minutes later when the news was confirmed that the hospital finally received the call for help. Have you seen the messages in the work group? I saw it. Dr. Chen is truly a prophet. He could even guess that, it's unbelievable. Enough said, Dr. Chen's actions saved at least half of the lives. I told you Dr. Chen was amazing, but you didn't believe me then. You had to see it with your own eyes to believe it. Now look what happened, huh? Almost half the doctors in the hospital gathered together and whispered among themselves. They were all discussing the message Chen Dong had sent in the work group earlier, and everyone marveled at how prescient Dr. Chen was. Most of these doctors were temporarily summoned back by Dean Zhang. With such a serious incident, how could they, as doctors, dare to rest? Let them, the doctors, be the ones to race against time with the King of Hell. Chen Dong was one of them. He sent Yang Ailing a message saying that he wouldn't be going home for dinner that day. Let alone tonight, I don't even know if I'll be able to go back tomorrow. After all, that commotion was quite loud. Half an hour later, Chen Dong realized that the real situation was far more serious than he had imagined. The rescued workers were mostly carried in, and most of them were in a deep coma. Fortunately, no one died, which is a blessing in disguise. Chen Dong, come and help me. Director Wang shouted at the top of his lungs. At this moment, no doctor would hide behind the crowd. They were racing against time, wishing they could grow 8 legs immediately. Upon hearing Director Wang's words, Chen Dong immediately began preparing for the surgery with Director Wang. Chapter 71 Extensive Explosion Damage. The injured person's condition appeared to be very critical. His entire body was covered with coin-sized blisters, and he was in a deep coma. Moreover, the muscles in his hands were already rotting. Surgery is absolutely necessary. Administer general anesthesia immediately. Director Wang ordered in a deep voice. Every minute of delay increased the danger to the injured person. Qin Dong nodded, and only after administering the anesthesia did he begin cleaning the injured person's wounds. Qin Dong knew that the injured person's condition couldn't be delayed, so he quickened his pace, carefully cleaning away the small foreign objects and bloodstains from the wound. During the cleaning process, he deliberately avoided the blisters. These blisters from high-temperature burns should not be broken, otherwise it will worsen the infection. After cleaning the wound, Qin Dong was able to see where the bleeding was coming from, and then he stitched it up. Oh no, the injured man's arm muscles are rotting too badly, and the bones are broken. Even if they are set now, it won't be of much use to him. Director Wang frowned deeply, pondering which option would be more beneficial for the injured person. Upon hearing this, Qin Dong felt a pang of anxiety. Regardless of the outcome, it would undoubtedly be a major blow to the injured person. Moreover, if his arm becomes unusable, he will lose the opportunity to choose most jobs after he wakes up. What Qin Dong had thought of, Director Wang also knew, which was why he didn't know how to treat it. Caught in a dilemma. Qin Dong, do you have any ideas? Director Wang looked at the young man beside him, thinking that perhaps he might have a solution. Everyone was stunned. Could Dr. Chen handle something that even Director Wang couldn't? Although Dr. Chen was indeed very excellent, that was only compared to those who entered the hospital for internships at the same time as him. Director Wang has been in this industry for decades. In every respect, he is more reliable than Qin Dong. Qin Dong pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered the bone-setting technique he had learned in the system. No need for amputation. Qin Dong's expression gradually brightened. Director Wang, but if we don't amputate, it will increase the risk of surgery, and the patient's arm is already like this, so there is obviously not much chance of recovery. Director Wang, I am confident that I can restore the injured person's arm to its original state, Qin Dong said with certainty. Director Wang was shocked upon hearing this and looked at Qin Dong in disbelief. He had initially asked Qin Dong with a try-it-out mentality. After all, Qin Dong had created so many miracles. But when he met Qin Dong's deep eyes, Director Wang subconsciously chose to believe him. Perhaps this young man really could bring about a miracle. Even if Qin Dong has no other choice, what situation could be worse than this? Qin Dong nodded to Director Wang, calmly supporting the injured man's arm. His right hand flashed like a blur, and before anyone could see clearly, they heard a crack as Qin Dong set the broken bone. The entire process definitely did not exceed 1 minute. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially by Qin Dong's extremely unique technique. They couldn't even see it clearly, and when they did manage to catch a few afterimages, they found it all very complicated. It looked like Qin Dong was just casually pressing on the injured person's hand, but there was a method to it: fast, ruthless, and precise. That was the key to this technique. When Qin Dong was practicing this technique in the system, he put the most effort into it. It looks like there are only a few simple movements, but it is especially difficult to do these movements quickly, ruthlessly, and accurately. Is that all? Qin Dong nodded. The arm is mostly healed. The next step is to treat the remaining wounds. Fortunately, this person survived. Although they had many wounds, they received timely treatment and will not be seriously injured. After finishing with this injured person, Qin Dong went on to receive 2 more workers from the same factory. Later, Director Wang felt that this was too inefficient, so he simply let Qin Dong take over. He no longer asked Qin Dong to be his assistant. As dawn broke, the entire hospital fell silent. By then, the medical staff had been busy all night. They hadn't slept for almost 24 hours straight, including Qin Dong. However, compared to the exhausted faces of the others, Qin Dong looked energetic. Hey Dong, did you take some kind of performance-enhancing drugs? How come I'm so exhausted after we finished working on this, but you're still so energetic? Upon hearing the voice, Qin Dong immediately guessed that it was Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua rubbed his eyes, took a sip of cold water, and tried to stay awake. Although he sometimes played games all night, this was different from playing games. How tiring is it to perform surgery? It's not just the attending physician who's tired. Those who are pulled in to do the first assistant work are even more exhausted. Qin Dong rolled his eyes and tossed a packet of coffee powder at Zhao Hua. Don't you know what coffee is for? Zhao Hua accepted the gift, a hint of joy on his face. Thanks, brother Dong. I don't know when I'll be able to go back, sigh. Even though all the injured have received treatment, they still cannot go back, seemingly waiting for the injured to fully stabilize their condition. Qin Dong smiled. Coffee didn't have much effect on him, and he rarely drank it anyway. The main reason is that he is in better spirits than others, so staying up all night is a piece of cake for him. Brother Dong, I could hear your name even in the operating room tonight. Zhao Hua perked up as soon as he started talking about these gossips, and his back pain and leg soreness disappeared. When the surgeon saw me, he asked me, "Is Chen Dong my classmate?" After that, the surgeon's gaze towards me changed. I could clearly feel the subtle gazes around me, and their attitude towards me became much more respectful. Chen Dong was both amused and exasperated upon hearing this. Am I that famous? Of course. You have no idea that because of this explosion, you've once again become the talk of the hospital. I heard from the surgeon that because of your judgment, not a single victim died in the explosion. Moreover, most of the injured do not suffer any long-term effects because they receive timely treatment. Zhao Hua looked at Chen Dong with admiration in his eyes. This must be what a big shot is like. I've also heard some rumors that the mayor will personally come to the hospital to thank you because of this. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong simply nodded, his expression remaining calm even when he heard the word mayor. He had already guessed this, because he had saved so many lives. It was normal for the mayor to want to see him. After all, what do so many lives mean to a city? If anything bad really happened to those people last night, then this mayor's term is over. Chen Dong understood this point very well. Brother Dong, let me tell you a secret. It's said that the explosion was caused by a worker's mistake, who accidentally ignited some waste materials, leading to the factory explosion, Zhao Hua said mysteriously. He had gotten this information from the surgeon in the operating room yesterday. Chen Dong glanced at Zhao Hua, but he wasn't interested in the gossip. He was more concerned about when to go back. He had been sweating all night, which made him feel sticky and uncomfortable, so he thought about going back and taking a hot shower. Chapter 72 concealed his strength. Because of the all-night work yesterday, most of the doctors went home to rest, which was specially permitted by Dean Zhang. After taking a hot shower at home, Chen Dong returned to the hospital to be on duty. It wasn't for any other reason than he would only ask for leave under special circumstances. Now was a critical moment. How could he ask for leave? In the hospital's workgroup chat, the name Chen Dong has been all over the place. Dr. Chen Dong, Director Wang praised his medical skills again? No way, you don't know Chen Dong? He's definitely a figure of the year. Even Dean Zhang admires this young man. Did he do something remarkable? No way. You didn't just connect to the internet, did you? You don't even know who Chen Dong is? Those injured people yesterday owe a great debt to Chen Dong. If it weren't for Chen Dong, I can't imagine what would have happened. Yesterday, news of Chen Dong's heroic act spread throughout the hospital, and everyone speculated that even if Chen Dong didn't get a promotion, he would definitely get a raise. At first, there were definitely people who were jealous of Chen Dong, but gradually they found that the distance between them and Chen Dong was getting bigger and bigger. It was so large that they could only look up at it from afar. In other words, they no longer have the right to be jealous of others. What else can we say but envy them? Chen Dong was completely unaware of all this and remained focused on honing his medical skills. I heard about yesterday's explosion. If it weren't for your quick judgment, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It was a WeChat message from Su Zhixia. Is even the dignified CEO Su so gossipy? Chen Dong declined Su Zhixia's invitation to dinner. He just wanted to go home and get some rest that night. Doctor, Anai Guai Tai Hug Kong Kong. A burly man, covering half of his face, walked in hurriedly, his eyes showing a hint of pain. Have you registered? It's good that you've hung up. The man mumbled incoherently. Where do you feel unwell? The man covered half of his face, his expression contorted. Doctor, please take a look at my face. The man's face was swollen high, which looked quite frightening. It hurts when I drink water now. Chen Dong nodded. This face does look a bit scary. Could it be gingivitis? Open your mouth. The man did as instructed. Chen Dong frowned. This man's breath was a bit harsh, no wonder he had inflamed gums. Does this tooth hurt? Chen Dong tapped the man's rotten tooth with his tool. The man shook his head. Not this tooth? What about this one? Ouch, 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 ouch. It hurts all over. It looks like this is the wisdom tooth. But to be honest, this man's oral hygiene is really questionable, and most of his tooth is rotten. It's probably due to a lack of attention to oral hygiene on a daily basis. You have a typical case of gingivitis and tooth damage. You should get an X-ray first, so I can check if there is any damage to your tooth roots. You need to take X-rays? That will cost a lot of money. It costs about 20 yuan to take an X-ray. Without an X-ray, I can't determine your exact condition because your teeth are damaged. There is extensive damage to your teeth, and if nothing unexpected happens, you'll definitely need to get them filled. The man resignedly stood up. I'll go take the picture now. Dental fillings are not Qindong's responsibility. This man probably just made a mistake in his haste and ended up at the emergency room. He should actually go see a dentist. The man quickly returned with the X-ray films. Doctor, please take a look. Just as he suspected, the man's tooth root was also inflamed, so he definitely couldn't get his tooth filled today. Because fillings can only be done after the inflammation has subsided. I'll prescribe 2 doses of anti-inflammatory medicine for you now. Take them first, and then I'll give you a prescription. Go to the dental clinic on the 3rd floor and have the dentist clean your teeth and reduce the inflammation at the same time. You don't need to make another appointment. There's basically no major problem. Once the inflammation subsides, you can come to the hospital and make an appointment with the dentist to get your tooth filled. The man glanced at Qindong uncertainly. Is it really that simple? Otherwise, you have an inflamed gum and you want to have surgery? Qindong raised an eyebrow. No, this is fine, the man quickly denied. After the man left, the entire office became quiet. Director Wang happens to be on leave today, and Zhao Hua has also taken leave to go home and rest. This made Qindong feel slightly uncomfortable. He has performed about 8 surgeries so far, both large and small, and the system requires him to complete 10 surgeries to obtain the hemostatic herb cultivation technique. He's almost there. A single hemostatic herb costs him 10 experience points, but if he knows how to grow it himself, it's a completely different story. Qindong had personally experienced the benefits of the hemostatic herb, so he valued this reward highly. Sometimes the tasks the system issues are really strange. For example, how many surgeries were performed, or how many patients were treated. However, these are basically all related to his work. In fact, whether or not there is a reward, Qindong still has to do these things. Undeterred, Su Zhixia sent Qindong another message, inviting him to dinner that evening. Miss, I've been working for almost 24 hours straight. You have to let me rest, right? When Qindong sent out this message, there was immediate silence on the other end. Inside the CEO's office, Su Zhixia bit her red lips and looked at Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui, do you think I went too far? What did you do? Su Zhixia explained the whole story to Zhang Shui. Is he starting to find me annoying? I don't know, he's been working for so long straight. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have invited him out for dinner. After all, she just wanted to see Qindong more often. Mr. Su, why do you become so slow-witted when it comes to Dr. Chen's affairs? Zhang Shui and Su Zhixia have known each other for many years, so she speaks very directly. The more you cling to Dr. Chen, the more he will dislike you. Zhang Shui stated this fact calmly. Aren't all men like this? She has never valued things that come to her doorstep. She has told Su Zhixia about this countless times, but Su Zhixia just won't listen. What can she, as the assistant, do? She can't exactly tie Su Zhixia up and prevent her from seeing Qindong. Chapter 73. You go your own single plank bridge. Zhang Shui felt he couldn't watch Su Zhixia continue like this. It was certainly not wrong for her to like Qindong. But it's not the kind of liking that's completely irrational. Think carefully about what you've done recently. No one will object to you pursuing love after all, it's your freedom. I'm just a junior assistant, and that's all I can say. Su Zhixia, you should reflect on yourself. As expected, love can make people lose themselves. Zhang Shui sighed softly and secretly vowed that she would never lose herself because of love in this lifetime. Su Zhixia was speechless after hearing Zhang Shui's words. She didn't know how to refute Zhang Shui. Could it be that she really did something wrong during this period? Did she really use the wrong approach to pursuing love? Su Zhixia has never been in a relationship in her 20-odd years, so how would she know how to pursue someone? After all, she's usually the one being chased after by others. Is it wrong to like something? Su Zhixia bit her lower lip, feeling touched by Zhang Shui's words. She couldn't help but open the chat window with Qindong, typed out a few words, and then silently deleted them. Again and again, the only message I send is, "Have you eaten?" Su Zhixia felt a little tired. Was it really true, as Zhang Shui said, that one person's feelings were destined to have no future? Qindong, shall we talk? Let's talk about things between the two of us. I've been thinking a lot tonight. Our relationship definitely needs to be clarified. What do you really think of me? Haven't you had any feelings for me at all this time? The closer Su Zhixia got to the truth, the more her heart ached. Qindong, who had just finished showering and was about to go to sleep, couldn't help but frown when he saw this message. Is this young lady feeling melancholy late at night? I really like you, but Zhang Shue's words made me realize that my feelings for you are not only causing you trouble, but also affecting many other things. Qindong slowly typed out 2 words, so? Has this young lady finally come to her senses? Is she planning to stop clinging to him from now on? I just want to ask you if you've ever had any feelings for me, even just a tiny bit? As she typed these words, Su Zhixia could barely hold back her tears. Who else but Qindong could make her so humble? Qindong slowly typed 2 words on the screen, no. But he hasn't sent it yet, so it's definitely not true that he didn't. After all, which man wouldn't be tempted if a woman with an excellent family background, looks, and figure pursued him? Unless the man is impotent. But Qindong is an extremely rational person, and now is not the time to be in a relationship, at least not for him. He has worked hard for more than a decade, and during that time he has been striving for his goal. His dream is to become an excellent doctor, but Qindong now feels that he is not yet worthy of the title. Therefore, when it comes to matters of the heart, Qindong subconsciously ignores his own inner thoughts, or rather, he doesn't want to face them. Now that Su Zhixia is asking so directly, she's not giving Qindong any chance to escape his true feelings. You haven't replied to my message for 3 minutes. Qindong, I've known you for so long and I know what kind of person you are. You're hesitating, and that means you have feelings for me. Why don't you dare to admit your true feelings? Su Zhixia typed these words almost with tears in her eyes, the tears falling onto the screen and blurring her vision. Come date me, Qindong. Su Zhixia originally wanted to talk to Qindong tonight to clarify things between them. If Qindong still chose to reject her, she would stop bothering him. But Su Zhixia still couldn't bring herself to say, you go your own way. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Qindong sighed. He never expected that after being so steadfast in his feelings for over a decade, he would ultimately fall for Su Zhixia. He couldn't quite say whether he liked or disliked Su Zhixia, perhaps it was just a feeling of attraction. Qindong pressed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. I won't force you. You date me for 3 months. If you still don't like me by then, I'll leave your life without you having to say anything. I will never bother your life again. 3 months was not only the time Su Zhixia gave Qindong, but also the time she gave herself. She was born into a wealthy family, and her status did not allow her to spend her time on one man indefinitely. If the old man finds out about this, Qindong's life won't be easy. Su Zhixia is destined to inherit the Su family business in the future, and her identity dictates that she must shoulder this responsibility. Su Zhixia thought she would be rejected by Qindong again. Good. Qindong agreed, so it's only for 3 months, right? He also wants to see if his feelings for Su Zhixia are just infatuation or love. If it were just a fleeting attraction, he might be able to suppress it. Spending 3 months on a relationship, especially with a stunning beauty like Su Zhixia, is a fair trade from any perspective, isn't it? Su Zhixia could clearly hear her own heartbeat, thumping loudly. She knew it was an excitement she couldn't suppress. If it weren't for the fact that her grandfather was at home, she probably would have screamed without any regard for her image. Qindong. He actually agreed. Chapter 74 Good News. The next morning, Zhang Shui was surprised to find that Su Zhixia was in an exceptionally good mood. She looked radiant and was nothing like the woman who used to sigh and complain. What good thing happened to you? Zhang Shui asked while organizing the documents in her hands. Su Zhixia brushed the stray hairs from her forehead behind her ear and applied lipstick in front of the mirror. Actually, it's not a big deal. That means Qindong agreed to be my boyfriend. Oh, this matter, no. What did you say? Dr. Chen agreed to be your boyfriend? Zhang Shui's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Is it developing this fast? Wasn't Su Zhixia heartbroken about this just yesterday? They got together so quickly? This completely overturned her understanding of Su Zhixia. Yes, although it's only 3 months, I will try my best to make him fall in love with me. Su Zhixia's eyes were full of determination. This is her last chance. Zhang Shui was even more shocked after learning the whole story. Miss, have you taken the wrong medicine? Or are you still dreaming? Why did you make such a promise? If Qindong doesn't fall in love with you after 3 months, can you really bring yourself to leave him? Zhang Shui saw how much Su Zhixia liked Qindong and how much she had sacrificed for him during this time. She had never seen Su Jixia care so much about any other man. She had never seen a man who was worth Su Jixia going to such lengths, lowering herself and showering him with affection time and time again. Her words yesterday were just said in anger. She just hoped that Su Jixia wouldn't be so humble anymore. After all, Su Jixia was the eldest daughter of the Su family and the president of Su Corporation. One should not abandon all one's dignity for a man. She thought Su Jixia would be able to figure it out, but she never expected that the result of one night would be a 3-month deadline. Zhang Shui sighed. She didn't know whether the result was good or bad. Anyway, she always felt that if that time really came, Su Jixia might not be able to let go of this relationship. Don't worry, Zhang Shui, I know what you're thinking. I'm not a child anymore. People always have to pay the price for the decisions they make. However, 3 months later, Chen Dong still hadn't fallen for me. Maybe we were just not meant to be. I loved him deeply, and that's why I stopped bothering him after 3 months. I have no right to stop him from finding happiness. Su Jixia's smile carried a hint of sadness. If Chen Dong doesn't fall in love with her by then, there will always be other girls around him. And by then, she had no right to stop it. Zhang Shui looked at Su Jixia with a complicated expression. I hope that by then you can really do what you said you would. Love is truly a maddening thing. During today's meeting, the company's senior management was surprised to find that their CEO was in a very good mood. Even when the design department couldn't come up with a solution, Su Jixia didn't blame them. Instead, she smiled. This is so abnormal. Could it be that their CEO, Mr. Su, is possessed? A manager asked cautiously, Mr. Su, it's not that we did anything wrong. If there are areas where our staff needs improvement, I will definitely demand that they do so. Su Jixia glanced at him with a puzzled look. Huh? It's nothing, everything at the company is fine. But after Su Jixia left, they looked at each other in bewilderment. What's wrong with Mr. Su today? He seems so abnormal to me. I thought I was the only one who thought that Mr. Su was so all smiles. Could he be in love? Don't talk nonsense. How could President Su be in a relationship? I also think it's impossible for President Su to be in a relationship. Have you forgotten what President Su's nickname is? Ice Queen. So many men pursue her, and many have even come to the company, but have you ever been able to get past our President Su? Our CEO Su can remain unfazed even when facing those rich kids and children of officials, so who else could make her so happy? Forget it, stop guessing. Anyway, it's not bad for us if President Su is happy. At least we don't have to work as hard as before. Compared to Su Jixia's happiness, Chen Dong was much calmer. Last night, he and Su Jixia agreed that their relationship would remain a secret, so no one else would know about it until now. This can save a lot of trouble for anyone. Meanwhile, Dean Zhang personally increased Chen Dong's salary to 18K. This is an unprecedented case among general practitioners. However, Chen Dong was an exception within the entire hospital. That's how it seems to everyone. No one would blame Dean Zhang for being unfair. In fact, most people thought it was a perfectly normal phenomenon. If Dean Zhang didn't give Chen Dong a raise, that would be unreasonable. Brother Dong, I'm always around you, so why can't I share in your good fortune? The thought of the exam in a few days made Zhao Hua extremely nervous. Chen Dong chuckled, you have time to joke with me here? Why don't you go back and study? Or do you want to fail? Director Wang couldn't help but say, Zhao Hua, don't ever say I taught you again. I can't bear the shame. Zhao Hua is a good kid in every way, except he's a little too playful. As a result, he didn't pay much attention to medical skills. Zhao Hua chuckled, not taking their words to heart. Hey Dong Ji, when are you going to treat us to a meal? Getting a raise is the most important thing. Let's talk about it in a couple of days. Oh, why wait a couple of days? Didn't you get off work at 4 o'clock today? Let's invite Director Wang and Xiaoli and the others, and have some hot pot. Or we can invite the nurses at the front desk too? Chen Dong didn't even glance at Zhao Hua. Tonight is not an option, I have plans tonight. He's going to see a movie with Su Jixia tonight. Last Sunday, he went shopping with Su Jixia. They had originally planned to go to the movies, but it got a little late and they couldn't go. So this time, Chen Dong plans to make up for the lost movie for Su Jixia. Zhao Hua was taken aback, then, as if guessing something, said mysteriously, it's rare to hear my brother Dong say he has plans. Could it be that he's going on a date with his girlfriend? Dong Ji has a girlfriend but didn't even tell us. When are you going to bring your sister-in-law out so we can meet her? He's not loyal at all. Dong did not deny having a girlfriend, so gossipy. Do you not want the notebook anymore? Zhao Hua is taking an exam in a couple of days, so he came here today specifically to ask Dong for his medical notes, hoping to learn something from them. No, brother Dong, I was just joking, okay? Even though Zhao Hua was usually carefree and didn't care about his work, he started to get anxious after failing the qualification exam several times. Chapter 75: The Feeling of Love. By the time Dong and Su Zhixia came out after watching the movie, it was already getting dark. Su Zhixia was still immersed in the horror movie she had just watched. She rubbed her arms and said, "I really didn't expect that the murderer in the end would be his girlfriend. This is terrifying. You can know a person's face but not their heart." Upon hearing this, Dong simply smiled slightly. The movie he had just watched was indeed quite good. "Brother, would you like to buy flowers?" A child of about 12 or 13 years old walked up to Dong carrying a flower basket, looking at him with bright, sparkling eyes. The roses in the basket were very beautiful and vibrant. "Take one." Dong quickly paid and then handed the rose to Su Zhixia. "This is for you." Su Zhixia was still stunned and hadn't reacted yet. She pointed to herself in disbelief and asked, "Was it a gift for me?" Immediately, she flashed a radiant smile. In the past, when so many suitors had given her gold, silver, jewelry, and even gifts worth tens of millions, she hadn't even blinked. Now, however, he's beaming from ear to ear because of a 5 yuan rose from Dong. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Dong looked at Su Zhixia with a helpless expression. Why did she look so silly? According to the ultrasound, your leg is indeed broken. You need a cast and you can't move it for 3 months. When Dong said this, the man sitting opposite him turned pale and lost all color. I need your help to think of a solution. Is there any other way? We can't work for 3 months, and our whole family will starve to death. The man, who was over 50 years old, almost cried when he heard these words. He broke his leg by accident while working on the construction site, and the foreman refused to reimburse his medical expenses, so he had to scrape together the money himself. If his family finds out he can't work for 3 months, won't they all starve to death? There's really no way to fix it without a cast. Your bones simply can't be set. Dong also felt somewhat helpless. Only after becoming a doctor did he truly see the myriad aspects of human nature and the desolation of this mundane world. However, he was just an ordinary person with limited power and couldn't help too many people. For any patient he treated, he didn't order any unnecessary tests. The man wore a pained expression, unsure of what to say for a moment. Okay, I'll set your bones first, and then I'll prescribe some traditional Chinese medicine. You must drink it every day. Traditional Chinese medicine costs only a few dozen yuan, which is not expensive. Dong had no intention of charging the man for setting the bone, but if the man went to the orthopedic clinic next door, things would be different. Then you should go home and rest for a week. Remember, don't move around too much during this week, otherwise it will be troublesome to cause secondary injury, Dong instructed worriedly. He also studied bone setting and put a lot of effort into it. Because bone setting is an extremely important part of traditional Chinese medicine. Zhao Hua, go to the pharmacy and get me some medicine, Dong said to Zhao Hua, who was organizing documents nearby. Zhao Hua nodded and agreed. The medicine that Dong asked Zhao Hua to get was actually very simple. It was just some traditional Chinese medicine that promotes blood circulation and removes blood stasis. What do you need these medicines for? Zhao Hua asked, puzzled. Strychnus nux vomica, bone strengthening tablets, pangolin scales, what are these medicines for? These are all medicines for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis, but they don't seem to be very effective. Could it be that he missed something in his studies? Dong smiled without saying a word, and directly took out his tools to crush the herbs. Then it was poured onto the gauze. It will hurt a little, just bear with it, Dong said to the man. The man gritted his teeth. I've lived for over 50 years, and there's no suffering I haven't endured. It's alright, doctor, you don't need to worry about whether I'm in pain or not. What do you do for a living? Dong asked casually. Does your family have any other sources of income? In the brief moment between questions, he used his right hand to forcefully reattach the man's leg. Hiss. The man was about to answer Dong's question when he gasped. By the time he realized what was happening, his leg had already been reattached. It turns out that Dong asked the question earlier to distract the man and prevent him from focusing on the bone setting, which would only cause him more pain. Although it hurts a little, it's within an acceptable range. After setting the bone, Qindong immediately applied the crushed medicine to the man's leg. Don't remove this herb for 3 days. If you need to take a bath during these 3 days, remember not to touch this leg. It's best not to bathe if you can avoid it, Qindong instructed. The man nodded solemnly. Don't worry, doctor, I'll listen to you. Will my leg be better in a week? If nothing unexpected happens, there shouldn't be any major problems. However, once you are able to walk, it's best to come to the hospital for a follow-up examination. Although these Chinese herbs all appear to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, when mixed together, they can also treat fractures. In ancient times, one could not have plaster casts or similar treatments applied. Back then, medical technology wasn't as advanced as it is now, so most people who broke bones relied on herbal remedies for treatment. After thanking him repeatedly, the man called his family and then left. In a dilapidated residential building, everyone was sunbathing downstairs. An elderly man playing chess, an elderly woman dancing in the square. Wang Ergu, who had broken his leg, lay on the chair, looking quite relaxed. Ergu, is it really true that your leg will be healed in just 1 week? Aunt Wang, let me tell you, the doctor who treated me was really amazing. He just did an ultrasound, then put some medicine on my leg and said I would be able to get out of bed and walk around in a week. It's only been 4 days, and I can already feel the strength in my legs, the man called Ergo said with a look of surprise. He was the man who came to see Qindong for medical treatment before. It's amazing. My husband broke his leg in a fall and was bedridden for 4 months before he fully recovered. You've been able to use your strength in less than a week. That's incredible. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone, and that's no joke. But I think Ergo is almost fully recovered. What's the doctor's name? Is his medical skill that amazing? Which hospital? Upon hearing Wang Ergo's words, nearby residents gathered around. They wanted to hear the name of that miraculous doctor. These days, everyone has a headache or fever at some point in their life. If there really was such a miraculous doctor, they would go see him next time they got sick. Ergo patted his head. Look at my memory, what's it called again? It looks like Qindong, yes. It's definitely Qindong. Qindong, the emergency room doctor at Huan Hospital. Thanks to Erguzi's promotion, Qindong's reputation gradually spread among the people. Chapter 76 Director Li's Complaint. Come to my house for dinner tonight, Qindong sent Su Zhixia a message. This was something Yang Ailing had specifically instructed, because Yang Ailing and Lao Chen were going back to their hometown tonight. So I wanted to invite Su Zhixia to have dinner together. Su Zhixia replied almost instantly, okay, why did you suddenly decide to ask me out for dinner today? You never used to invite me. She used to shamelessly go up to him for meals, but Qindong had never invited her once, which was what surprised Su Zhixia. My parents are going back to their hometown tomorrow, and they'd like to invite you to have dinner together. Yang Ailing genuinely considered Su Zhixia as her daughter-in-law, otherwise, she wouldn't have invited her to dinner. Are Auntie and the others going back so soon? Aren't they going to stay a few more days? Su Zhixia asked dejectedly, as she had been planning to take Yang Ailing and her husband to explore the surrounding area when she had some free time in a few days. I didn't expect them to be going back so soon. Yeah, life back home is more relaxed. My mom and the others are getting a bit bored here, Qindong replied casually. Of course, this was only Yang Ailing's version of events. Qindong merely related to Su Zhixia. He didn't think so. After all, Yang Ailing and Lao Chen went out for hot pot, hot springs, and shopping every night. How could they be bored? To put it bluntly, if you want to go home, just go home. Why make up such a lame excuse? Qindong was too lazy to expose the couple. Okay, is there anything Auntie and Uncle like? I'll bring it over after get off work later. If I like you, all I need is for you to come here. Qindong was telling the truth. Yang Ailing would become very happy whenever she saw Su Zhixia. Oh dear, I'm not kidding you, I'm being serious. Auntie hasn't been here for more than a few days this time, so I haven't had a chance to make a good impression yet. Even through the screen, Qindong could feel Su Zhixia's disappointment. No need to bring anything. Okay, remember to come over when the time comes. I need to get busy here. Brother Dong, why are you still sitting here so calmly? Zhao Hua rushed in, looking at Qindong with an anxious expression. Huh? Qindong looked puzzled. What's wrong? What else could it be? It's all because of that Director Li next door. He can't seem to have a moment's peace unless he's stirring up some trouble. Director Li? That reminded Qindong of the time a few days ago when Director Li asked him to take on interns. What did Director Li do to make you so angry? Director Li went to Dean Zhang to complain, saying that your medical practice was not up to standard. I really didn't expect this old man Li to be so unethical. Why doesn't he focus on his medical skills? All he does all day is think about how to slander you? The person involved showed no expression, but Zhao Hua was furious. Moreover, Qindong had suffered a lot of trouble from Director Li when he was an intern, and now that Qindong's internship is over, Director Li is still harassing him. Zhao Hua explained the whole story to Qindong. The reason for the incident was the patient who broke his leg a few days ago. This person was supposed to go to the orthopedics department, but probably because they don't come to the hospital often, they ended up going to the emergency room without realizing it. So when it came to Qindong's hands, no one knew how Director Li found out about this matter. Director Li went to Dean Zhang and said that Qindong did not follow hospital procedures when treating patients. The gist of the statement is that Qindong administered medication to the patient without authorization and did not report it to the hospital. That Director Li is going too far. You already paid for the medicine, so what does it have to do with him? And even if you don't pay for the medicine, Dean Zhang can't say anything to you. Because these medicinal materials are not yet finished products, doctors can use them at will. This is also a rule that distinguishes their hospital from other hospitals. Unexpectedly, Director Li insisted that Qindong's medical practice was not up to standard. It is wrong to think that he is giving medication to patients. Only Qindong knew that Director Li was retaliating against him because he had not agreed to Director Li's request. You know, this old man Li is so wicked, I wonder if Dean Zhang will have any complaints about you? Zhao Hua said with great concern. Qindong shook his head. It's okay, go do what you're supposed to do. Dean Zhang wouldn't be so petty as to come and blame him over such a small matter. However, this Director Li. Qindong narrowed his eyes. He was indeed quite annoying. Soon Qindong received a message from Dean Zhang, who asked him to go upstairs to the dean's office. Where are you going? Zhao Hua asked instinctively. Dean's office, let Director Wang take a look when a patient arrives. Judging by the time, Director Wang should be at work soon. Zhao Hua couldn't hide his worry. Could it be that Qindong was being called to the dean's office at this time for good news? It must be because old man Li complained. The thought of this made Zhao Hua so angry that his teeth itched. But the director is still the director. What can an intern like him do? All we can do is pray that Qindong is alright. Dean Zhang, you wanted to see me? Qindong knocked on the door politely. Oh, Xiao Chen, you're here? Have a seat, don't be shy. Qindong sat directly opposite Dean Zhang. Since he had been to the dean's office so many times, there was no need to be polite. What's that saying again? What's meant to be will be. Director Li just came to see me and talked to me about some things concerning you. As expected, Qindong remained calm and composed because of Director Li's matter. Xiao Chun, there's something I'm curious about. How did you manage to cure the patient's fracture using only a few kinds of traditional Chinese medicine? He thought he would be criticized by Dean Zhang, but to his surprise, Dean Zhang did not blame him. This surprised Qindong somewhat. Dean Zhang, how did you know? How did Dean Zhang know that the herbs he used could cure the patient's fractures? Most doctors would probably think that the medication he prescribed for the injured would be ineffective. After all, those were just some medicines for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Dean Zhang smiled slightly. I may not know others, but how could I not know you? Chapter 77 Studying in Another Province. Then, Qindong looked at Dean Zhang with a puzzled expression. Since he knew that Director Li was tattling, why did he still call in here? Oh, I called you here today because there's an exchange meeting in another province next week. Would you like to come with me? The hospital often selects some outstanding doctors to go to other places for training. Qindong was aware of this rule. Okay, is it the next city? Okay, I'll let you know the specific time later. Qindong agreed it was a good learning opportunity, and he had no reason not to go. Moreover, this kind of opportunity is not available to everyone, as the number of places is limited. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in for 99 days. Experience points plus 10. We hope the host will continue to diligently check in and become a leading figure in the medical field as soon as possible. Qindong never expected that his landlord would be waiting for him at the door when he returned. Dr. Chen, you're off work. The landlady greeted him with a smile, while the old man next to her kept his head down, not daring to look Qindong in the eye. Since Qindong saved the old man who was poisoned in the hotel, the landlord's family came to thank him in person, and the old lady even offered to reduce Qindong's rent by 2 months. The old lady and her husband are waiting here so early today, they must have something to discuss with Qindong. Yes, why didn't the old lady go down to do square dancing today? The old lady smiled and waved her hand. I came to see you today because I have something I want to discuss with you. Qindong opened the door. Come in and sit down. We can talk about it inside. The landlady had Qindong's phone number, but instead of calling him, she chose to wait for him here. This made Qindong wonder what kind of big event could have made him and his wife wait here so early. Qindong poured a glass of water for the landlady and her husband. The old lady and the old man felt even more awkward. Finally, the old lady broke the silence. Dr. Chen, my husband and I actually came to see you today because we have something we want to discuss with you. We signed a long-term cooperation agreement for the house back then, and I can tell you're a straightforward person, otherwise you wouldn't have paid all the rent in one go. But now we've run into some trouble at home and need money, so I might have to sell this house. The old lady sighed, her eyes filled with guilt as she looked at Qindong. I'm really sorry, we were the ones who breached the contract first, so we can refund all the previous rent to you. It all happened so suddenly, they weren't prepared at all, otherwise they wouldn't have come knocking on our door so abruptly. The old lady looked at Qindong with a nervous expression. Dr. Chen, I know you are a reasonable person. We, the old lady and her husband, are sorry for what happened to you. Qindong had previously saved her husband, and the old lady naturally remembered this favor. Therefore, she doesn't want to say such things unless absolutely necessary. Her son's business failed, and he has now lost more than 3 million yuan. If she doesn't repay the more than 3 million yuan, her son is very likely to be sued by the bank. They had no other choice, they were forced into a corner, which is why they thought of selling the house. After all, houses in this area still have great potential for appreciation in the future. Are you selling the house? Qindong asked, puzzled. Yes, it's all because of my unfilial son, the old lady said, her voice filled with disappointment. Although Chengdu didn't know exactly what had happened, she could guess a bit from what the old lady said, because she knew a little about the old lady's family situation, and it was probably that her son had lost money in his business again. The old lady originally owned 5 or 6 properties, which would have made her a relatively wealthy family in the big city of Shancheng. Unfortunately, they couldn't stop their spendthrift son from buying house after house to pay off his debts. There are only 2 apartments left in this complex. I never expected that the one I live in would be sold so soon. Qindong really didn't know how to describe his current feelings. Just then, Su Zhixia arrived. When Yang Ailing left last time, she gave Su Zhixia a spare key to her house, so now she can freely enter and leave Qindong's house. Dr. Chen, tonight. Seeing the scene before her, Su Zhixia was slightly taken aback and asked with some confusion, what's going on? Why did she sense that the atmosphere was a little awkward? Could it be that Qindong hasn't paid his rent? Is that why the old lady came to collect? It's nothing, it's just that I might have to move. The old lady has already said so much, if I still refuse to leave, I'll really be ungrateful. Move place? After learning what had happened, Su Zhixia's face lit up with joy. Why don't you come stay at my place? Don't you live with your grandfather? It won't be like that for long. Buying a house is nothing to her. Moreover, Su Zhixia had wanted to move out of her home for a long time, but she was too busy, so the idea remained in her mind without her having a chance to realize it. If I could move out with Qindong, that would be perfect. Don't worry, ma'am. I'll clean up my things in the next couple of days and then let you know when to come and take possession of the house. Looks like I'll have to go to the real estate agency downstairs later to see if there are any good apartments nearby. The landlady was surprised that things had gone so smoothly, and her wrinkled face was full of excitement. Thank you so much, Dr. Chen. I didn't expect you to be so understanding. When I come to take back the house, I will refund all your rent. The old lady was a reasonable person. She knew that her request was indeed very unfair to Qindong. Moreover, they signed a contract back then, so if Qindong were to sue her, he would win every time. That's why I thought of returning all the rent to Qindong as compensation. But Qindong shook his head. Grandma, there's no need to refund the rent. We'll settle the rent the same way we always have. I've lived in this house, so I definitely have to pay you back. Otherwise, what kind of house is this? He didn't have many belongings, so moving wasn't particularly troublesome for him. The old man, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. No. This money is our compensation to you. If you don't accept it, you're disrespecting us. How can we, an elderly couple, accept the house with peace of mind? The old man spoke with a flushed face, his expression very excited, but his eyes held an unprecedented firmness. Chapter 78. My house is big enough. Welcome to stay. The old lady can check out, but you must keep her money. If you don't, I'll have to stay longer. In the end, the old lady couldn't persuade the male protagonist and was forced to agree that she wouldn't refund the money. After the old lady and her husband left, Su Zhixia looked at Qindong with a smile. Why don't you move in with me? No need, there are quite a few apartments available around here. I'll go downstairs and ask the real estate agent later. If all goes well, I can move in tomorrow. Moving in with Su Zhixia would be like sending a lamb to the slaughter. He wasn't that stupid, he could tell what Su Zhixia was thinking at a glance. Su Zhixia snorted, don't forget we're a couple now. What's wrong with couples living together? Besides, my house is big enough, it's not like we can't fit everyone. She had already made up her mind to message Zhang Shui later and ask her to buy her a house. In fact, Su Zhixia also owns properties, but those properties are all under the surveillance of Grandpa Su. If her grandfather finds out that she suddenly has a man living with her outside, the old man will surely come to kill her. I think we should talk first. Chen Dong was exasperated. Who moves in together right away? He'd never heard of such a thing before. What do you mean by that? I'm just asking you to move in with me, I'm not doing anything to you, why are you so nervous? Su Zhixia said, dissatisfied. Why treat her like a wolf? Is it really necessary? She's not that kind of person, okay? Chen Dong's eyes told Su Zhixia that it was absolutely necessary. If he really moves in with Su Zhixia, who knows what might happen? Why is this man so wary? Today, I have to get Chen Dong to move in with me, otherwise how can we make it a fait accompli? Otherwise, how could I keep Chen Dong's heart? Su Zhixia secretly made up her mind and said with both threats and inducements, my house is very close to the hospital. If you move to my place, it will definitely be much more convenient for you to go to work in the future. Besides, before your aunt left, she told me to take good care of you. It would be more convenient for you to move to my place, and I'll take care of you. You don't want me to call auntie now, right? Chen Dong's lips twitched. What a clever tactic of coercion and enticement. Seeing that Chen Dong remained unmoved, Su Zhixia had no choice but to take out her phone and quickly dial that familiar number. Hello, auntie, it's me, Su Zhixia. Oh, it's Zhixia. What's up? Is something the matter? Su Zhixia even turned on the speakerphone, as if afraid that Chen Dong wouldn't be able to hear her. Here's the thing, Chen Dong's landlord is planning to sell the property. How about you let Chen Dong stay at my place? Anyway, my place is quite big, and it's too spacious for me to live alone. It's also quite close to the hospital where Chen Dong works. Su Zhixia said with a smile, and in case Yang Ailing disagreed, she went over all the benefits of staying there. My place is right in the city center, so it's convenient to go anywhere. Plus, if two people live together, there is someone to take care of each other. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone, and Su Zhixia's heart began to race with anxiety. Does auntie disagree? Why is she suddenly silent? Wait, Zhixia, do you mean you want Chen Dong to move in with you? Yang Ailing's tone suddenly became serious. Chen Dong was taken aback, but secretly delighted. Sure enough, a mother is still a mother. Although she often bullied him, she would at least take care of her son in crucial moments. Yes, auntie, what do you think of this matter? Su Zhixia's heart tightened, and she gripped her phone even tighter. This is wonderful. It's a perfect opportunity for you two to nurture your relationship. If only she could hold her grandson soon, that would be wonderful. Yang Ailing never said these words aloud. Let Chen Dong move in. You can ask him to do any housework you need. Don't be shy about asking him to. He may not be good at other things, but he's a master at housework. If he doesn't listen to you in any way, just call me and I'll take care of it for you. Upon hearing this, Su Zhixia beamed with joy. She was terrified. She had been worried that Yang Ailing would criticize her. Chen Dong. Sure enough, his mother is still his mother. He was just overthinking things, thinking that his mother had suddenly become enlightened and remembered that he was her biological son. Chen Dong couldn't help but snatch the phone. Mom, are you just going to sell your son like this? Is it your son who treats you badly? A lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Our son will eventually get married. I'm just letting you get used to married life in advance. Is there any need to get so excited? Chen Dong thought to himself, anyway, his mother has already gone back, so whether or not he moves there is up to him. At worst, he'll just hang up the phone and go downstairs to look for a place. Of course, you can choose not to go. Yang Ailing seemed to read Qindong's mind, able to guess what he was thinking even over the phone. I just happened to have sorted through a lot of your old photos at my hometown these past 2 days. I believe Zhixia will definitely be interested in this. Anyway, the postage isn't expensive. What do you think, should I mail it to her? Qindong's eyes widened. He knew all too well what the photos his mother was talking about meant. They included photos of him wetting the bed as a child, falling into a stinky ditch, and all the stupid things he had done as a child. That's right, his mother wrote it all down for him. Even Qindong began to suspect that Yang Ailing had kept these photos for the purpose of threatening him later. Qindong was truly frustrated, but had nowhere to vent his anger. What photos? Su Zhixia's interest was immediately piqued upon hearing this. It's nothing. Qindong hung up the phone quickly. The fewer people who knew about those embarrassing incidents, the better. If Su Zhixia observed carefully, she would notice that Qindong's ears had unconsciously turned red. After hanging up the phone, Su Zhixia proudly waved her phone at Qindong. Auntie said you have to move in with me. She also specifically told us to spend more time developing our relationship. Su Zhixia emphasized the words cultivate feelings, as if afraid Qindong wouldn't hear her. How about it? If there are no problems, I'll contact the moving company right away and have them come over tomorrow to move your things. Chapter 79, Cohabitation begins. What could Qindong say? He could only reluctantly agree. When are you moving in? Su Zhixia tried her best to suppress her excitement. This Sunday. Good. If it's Sunday, there's still time. She immediately messaged Zhang Shui, asking her to buy a house. If it's for 2 people, then it definitely can't be small. It needs to be at least 300 square meters, otherwise it will be too crowded. We also need to set aside a room for Qindong as a study, and if Qindong's parents come to stay, we'll also need to prepare a guest room. Su Zhixia frowned. If that's the case, then 300 square meters doesn't seem enough. Why not just buy a 500 square meter apartment? Then I'll come over on Sunday to help you move. Do you have a lot of stuff? Or should I just call a moving company for you? Qindong shook his head, no need. You're a girl, you can't be of much help here. I'll just call a truck to take you there. I suspect you look down on me. By the way, what do you usually do on Saturdays and Sundays? Su Zhixia asked curiously. Reading and running, Qindong answered truthfully. In fact, most of the time, he was immersed in systematic training. Otherwise, his medical skills wouldn't have improved so quickly. Su Zhixia found that the more she looked at Qindong, the more she liked him. No wonder he was the man she had her eye on. He was already so outstanding, yet he was also so hardworking. Su Zhixia looked at Qindong, and a bold idea suddenly popped into her mind. Dr. Chen, would you like to earn some extra money? How about you become my personal assistant? She's such a clever little devil. Having Qindong as her personal assistant not only enhances their relationship, but Qindong also can't refuse some of her requests. Just thinking about it makes her feel wonderful. Isn't your assistant Zhang Shui? Qindong asked in confusion. How could she be so capricious? Just a while ago she was asking him to be her private doctor, and now she's become her personal assistant? Su Zhixia had already guessed that he would ask this question. Zhang Shui is my secretary, not my assistant. Besides, she doesn't interfere in my life. Anyway, we're going to live together, so you can just consider it fulfilling your duties as a boyfriend. Plus, you get paid, which is great. You just need to cook for me on weekdays. As for the house cleaning, I will hire a cleaning service regularly. Actually, nothing else mattered to Su Zhixia. What she really wanted was to eat the food Qindong cooked. But she couldn't let Qindong cook every meal. She wasn't shameless enough to do that. Isn't it easy? You need to eat anyway, so it's like taking me along. I'll even pay you a salary, Su Zhixia tempted her. Qindong remained unmoved. Since you can hire a cleaner, why not hire a chef as well? Anyway, this young lady definitely doesn't seem to be short of money. How can the food cooked by that chef compare to yours? If I'm busy with work or working overtime, I'm afraid I won't be able to get back in time to cook for you, so I think it would be more reliable for you to hire a chef, Qindong politely declined. Su Zhixia felt annoyed. Did this man really not understand what she meant, or was he just pretending not to understand? Is the food the main point? The main point is who cooked the food. Ding. Host's current living environment detected. Becoming Su Zhixia's personal assistant will trigger a side quest. Chen Dong? Seriously? Is this system kidding him? This can trigger a side quest? So the system made him Su Zhixia's assistant? Would you like to accept the side quest check-in task? Based on Chen Dong's understanding of the system, he knew that he could get a reward as long as he checked in, but he wasn't sure what kind of reward the life assistant could give. When Chen Dong's gaze met Su Zhixia's longing eyes, his heart softened suddenly. I promise you, okay? If he doesn't agree to this young lady's request, Su Zhixia might keep pestering him until tomorrow. Su Zhixia beamed with joy. Congratulations, host. You have successfully started the side quest. This system is always weird. Then it's settled. I'll send you the address when I get back, and I'll come over on Sunday to move with you. Su Zhixia was overjoyed. Alright, stop grinning like an idiot and come eat dinner. Chen Dong pan-fried the steak he bought last time and then cooked some spaghetti. Simple and delicious. By the way, has Zhang Zhaozhao contacted you recently? Su Zhixia asked casually. Chen Dong was taken aback, then shook his head. Speaking of this, Zhang Zhaozhao hasn't contacted him for a while. The girl's affection was always intense but short-lived, so Chen Dong didn't take it to heart. Su Zhixia chuckled to herself upon hearing this. Zhang Zhaozhao hadn't contacted Chen Dong not because she didn't like him anymore, but because she didn't have the time. When Su Zhixia learned that Zhang Zhaozhao was a dance student, he specially built a building for Zhang Zhaozhao's alma mater so that they could reserve the spot for Zhang Zhaozhao to study abroad. Zhang Zhaozhao had no reason to refuse such a good opportunity. She was probably busy with the procedures for going abroad at this moment. Want to steal Chen Dong from her? Don't you even know if you're qualified? Chapter 80 TV Interview. The next day. Chen Dong noticed that his colleagues were acting strangely today. They were either touching up their makeup in front of the mirror or tidying up their appearance. Even the burly men who usually pick their toes have started to pay attention to their appearance, borrowing razors from all over the place. Even Zhao Hua was no exception. When Chen Dong entered the office, he saw Zhao Hua sitting at his desk shaving. You little rascal, you came to the hospital to shave? Chen Dong asked, frowning as he voiced his doubts. Zhao Hua exclaimed in surprise, didn't you know? I just received news that the TV station is coming to interview our hospital today. The last bombing case shocked the higher-ups, so the TV station sent people to interview us. What does this mean? It means we're very likely to be on TV, even if it's just one shot. Zhao Hua couldn't contain his excitement. This was something to be proud of, something that might only happen once in his life. He only just found out. If he had known earlier, he would have made sure to look his best at home before coming to work. Speaking of this, Zhao Hua became somewhat envious of Chen Dong, who always seemed so perfect. When he didn't shave, the group of women thought Chen Dong looked intellectual and mature. When he shaved, the group of women thought Chen Dong was exceptionally handsome, a veritable heartthrob in the entertainment industry. Why didn't his mother give birth to him looking like Chen Dong? I'm so envious. It turned out that a reporter was coming to interview him. Chen Dong understood, go to your own spot and don't disturb me while I'm writing the prescription. Chen Dong said irritably. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a large group of reporters arrived at the hospital. Among them were staff from the city's television station, as well as other media outlets, and this young anchor was also mixed in. Dean Zhang personally led them on a tour of the hospital. Dean Zhang, it said that the explosion was prevented from causing any deaths because one of your hospital's doctors made an accurate judgment? Dean Zhang, is this true? Dean Zhang, may I ask what that doctor's name is? Could you please bring him out? The internet portrays Chen Dong as a godlike figure, but people only know that there is such a doctor and do not know his name. We do have such a doctor in our hospital, and this is indeed a true story. Moreover, most of the injured in that bombing were rescued by this doctor. He is the pride of our hospital. To rescue the wounded, he didn't close his eyes for 36 consecutive hours, remaining steadfast at his post without a single complaint, Dean Zhang stated truthfully. May I ask Dean Zhang to bring this doctor out? We'd like to interview him. Dean Zhang, could you please invite this doctor out? We'd like to write a special report about him. Dean Zhang smiled but did not speak, avoiding the topic. Of course, our hospital has many other excellent doctors who also worked very hard in the factory explosion case. You are welcome to conduct interviews if you wish, Dean Zhang said, pointing to the rows of doctors on the right. If any of you journalists wish to visit the patients, please ask a nurse to show you the way, Dean Zhang said with a smile. These doctors were all involved in the rescue efforts following the factory explosion. The reason Dean Zhang didn't bring Qindong out wasn't because he didn't want Qindong to be interviewed, but because Qindong had previously stated that he didn't like being too high profile. These reporters were all incredibly astute. They could easily tell that Dean Zhang was politely declining. After failing to find Qindong, they rushed to interview other doctors. The doctors being interviewed all had beaming faces and were talking animatedly as they recounted the events of that day to the reporters, each one wishing they could record for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Among them was a live streamer named Lin Yaoyao, who couldn't compete with the group of reporters at all, and didn't even have a chance to hand the microphone to the doctor. After squeezing through the crowd for a while, Lin Yaoyao gave up, took her phone and walked to the side, where she was currently doing a live stream. As you can see, it wasn't me interviewing these medical workers, but rather that I simply couldn't compete with this group of people. Lin Yaoyao said helplessly. A barrage of comments flashed across the phone screen. Charge, Yaoyao. Take them down. What a joke. Is there anyone Yaoyao can't beat? Yaoyao, don't be a coward. But I'm still more curious about who that doctor they're talking about so much is. Is he really that amazing? +1 to the comment above, you're not the only one who's curious. My neighbor works at this hospital, and she told us personally that the doctor single-handedly saved over 100 lives. Holy crap, really? That's incredible. Yaoyao, since the hospital is unwilling to reveal who this doctor is, why don't you go and find out? Lin Yaoyao rolled her eyes speechlessly when she saw this comment. Are you kidding me? Since the hospital isn't willing to reveal it, they must be keeping the doctor's identity a secret. How am I supposed to find out for you? Instead of me having to find out, I'd rather have the guy upstairs try to curry favor with his neighbor. Judging from this, those reporters will probably be interviewing until noon. Let me take you to see the working environment of the medical staff. Lin Yaoyao held up the camera and walked down the long corridor. The doctor's offices are located on both sides of the corridor. At this time, almost all the doctors were being interviewed in the lobby, while their offices were empty. The emergency room is the only exception. The noise outside did not affect Qindong's speed in reading the medical books at all. This medical book was a reward from the system, and he has already read about 2/3 of it. I'm almost done watching it. Huh, there's a doctor here all alone? What is he doing? Is he reading a book during this break? It seems the person upstairs was right. Not only did they see it, but Lin Yaoyao saw it too. At this point, even if a doctor went to the front to watch the commotion, he probably wouldn't be criticized. Yet this person sat there so quietly, flipping through medical books, as if the noise outside had nothing to do with him. Qindong immediately caught Lin Yaoyao's attention. Noticing the commotion at the door, Qindong raised his head slightly, his gaze meeting Lin Yaoyao's eyes. Bathed in sunlight, he exuded an air of mystery in his white coat, and coupled with his outrageously handsome face, he always gave people a sense of unreality. The viewers in the live stream could see it all clearly. Absolutely stunning. This is absolutely incredible. How can there be such a handsome man in the world? Ah. I entered Yaoyao's live stream to see pretty girls, but I didn't expect to see such a handsome man. Okay, I admit this guy is more handsome than me. Why are you, a man, getting so agitated? Anyone who didn't know better would think you have some kind of unusual hobby. Does anyone know this doctor's WeChat ID? I'd like to talk to him about issues related to human offspring. How can this doctor's eyes be so beautiful? They're like obsidian. Upstairs, please stop showing off your elementary school diploma, okay? One person wrote a petition in blood, begging this doctor to debut. Screenshot taken. Screenshot is nothing. I've already set it as my screensaver. Yaoyao, hurry and get this doctor's WeChat ID. I'll send you 3 rockets. Help me get this doctor's WeChat ID. I want your WeChat account too. I'll send you 6 spaceships as a reward. Lin Yaoyao was shocked to see the gifts in the live stream increasing rapidly. She never expected that the live stream in which she received the most gifts in her history would be because of a man. Are you here for a medical checkup? Qindong asked, frowning. Lin Yaoyao shook her head blankly. In all her years as a live streamer, she had never seen any celebrity or internet celebrity who was more handsome than this man. Hello, I can pick. Lin Yaoyao was interrupted by her companion before she could finish speaking. Yaoyao, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and come over for a photo. Lin Yaoyao wanted to say something more, but was violently dragged away by her friend. Chen Dong simply shrugged when he saw this. What a strange reporter. He didn't know that Lin Yaoyao wasn't a reporter, but an internet celebrity with millions of followers. Chapter 81: A petition with 10,000 signatures begging him to debut. Chen Dong didn't take the reporter's interview to heart and continued to clock in as usual. But to his utter surprise, his photos circulated online overnight. Shocking. A handsome man appears at Huan Hospital. He's actually a professional doctor? The editor mistakenly thought a top celebrity was hospitalized, but he's actually a doctor? What score would you give this person's looks? Chen Dong's photos quickly went viral online, and posts about him received tens of millions of views. Below are even more comments from netizens. I'm here to rescue someone from the sea. What's this doctor's name? He's so good looking. Does anyone know his contact information? The accompanying image is a screenshot from Lin Yaoyao's livestream. You watched Yaoyao's livestream too? She seems to be a doctor at Huan Hospital. Seeing this photo instantly gave me a sense of peace and tranquility. This man could easily make a living based on his looks, so why does he choose to rely on his talent? His gaze was absolutely amazing. Mom, I'm in love. I'm here at Huan Hospital. Upstairs, I've already bought my plane ticket. I'm flying over tonight. Lin Yaoyao never expected that her unintentional shot would generate such a huge amount of traffic. Because of this doctor, she went from a 1 million follower internet celebrity to a 10 million follower one overnight. However, the number of fans has not stopped growing. The speed at which he gained followers is arguably the fastest among internet celebrities. Everyone hoped she would do a live stream specifically to interview this doctor, and many wealthy people even gave her tens of thousands of yuan in tips. Her friends looked at her differently. Yaoyao, your luck is unbelievable. You can become famous just by walking around? What can I say except give you a thumbs up? Yes, Yaoyao, but to be honest, this doctor is really good looking. Yaoyao, people in our profession need to know how to attract attention. This doctor is being called the most handsome doctor online right now. You can ride his coattails. Lin Yaoyao was preparing for her live stream that evening when she saw the messages from her friends, and she was just stunned for a moment. Should we go to the hospital to conduct an exclusive interview with this doctor? Putting aside the doubts of netizens, she was also very curious about this doctor. In the end, Lin Yaoyao still carried her tools of the trade and took a taxi to Huan Hospital. As soon as Lin Yaoyao arrived at the hospital entrance, she encountered many people who shared the same goal as her. Without a doubt, these people were all here for Chen Dong. Lin Yaoyao clenched her fists. She hadn't managed to get the headline news yesterday, but she was determined to interview Chen Dong today. Traffic was secondary. She wanted to see if this man was as eloquent and articulate as he appeared. But when they rushed to the hospital director told them that Chen Dong was off duty and not at the hospital that day. Today wasn't supposed to be Chen Dong's day off, but because he had to perform surgery last night, the hospital director specially granted him leave. The reporters, who were initially very excited, failed to capture the information they wanted and instead began interviewing Chen Dong's colleagues. As a result, a great deal of information about Chen Dong was unearthed from his colleagues. This colleague naturally included Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua never expected that he would be interviewed alone today, even though he only had a few inconspicuous shots yesterday. You guys are talking about Chen Dong. He's practically a monster. Zhao Hua rambled on, as if he could talk to a reporter for 3 days and 3 nights straight. The key point is that the reporters didn't seem impatient at all, and they all enthusiastically took notes. Let me put it this way, Chen Dong only spent half an hour taking the medical license exam. After arriving at the hospital, he went from being an intern to a full-fledged doctor in just 1 month. During this period, he performed dozens of surgeries, and the risk index of any surgery he participated in was reduced by 50%. And the bombing a few days ago, if Chen Dong hadn't noticed something was wrong immediately and requested an emergency ambulance, there would have been no casualties. In that bombing, Chen Dong alone rescued hundreds of injured people. He didn't sleep for 36 consecutive hours because of the bombing. While everyone else was rescuing patients, he was still rescuing patients even when everyone else was taking their turn to rest. Even after his condition improved, he stayed at several posts to take care of patients. It is no exaggeration to call him the greatest people's doctor. Chen Dong is practically Zhao Hua's idol. This is even more exciting for Zhao Hua than if he himself were to be in the news. The reporters recorded everything Zhao Hua said. Thank you for your cooperation, Dr. Zhao. Do you have any videos or photos of Dr. Chen? Zhao Hua raised an eyebrow. I do have quite a few videos of Chen Dong performing surgery. Reporters rushed to watch, but were stunned by Chen Dong in the video. So, when a man is focused on doing something, he can really be this handsome? This is not just about being handsome on the outside, but about the kind of charisma that emanates from within. That calmness beyond that of someone searching, that rationality in the face of danger. The reporters practically worked through the night to write their reports, and now Chen Dong has topped the charts on all major platforms. Whoever can write their interview report first will be able to ride the wave of traffic. Chen Dong, the most beautiful frontline worker, is actually the mysterious doctor who turned the tide in the bombing case? Called the most beautiful frontline worker in history, his colleagues praise him highly. What kind of doctor could do this? Let's take a look. Then netizens discovered that in the reports from a few days ago, every doctor interviewed mentioned the name Chen Dong. Even if Chen Dong doesn't appear in the interview footage, people will still inevitably mention him. And everyone praised him. I thought the name Chen Dong sounded familiar, and it turns out we'd already heard of him in a report a few days ago. This doctor is not only handsome, but also incredibly skilled. Oh no, I want to have his babies. What should I do? Chen Dongzhang has become an internet sensation at an unprecedented speed. At this time, he was completely unaware of all this and was even fast asleep at home. I woke up feeling refreshed, but what's with these dozen or so missed calls? Chen Dong frowned, somewhat annoyed. Was that Zhao Hua calling? Could something have happened at the hospital? Hey! What's up? Dong Ji, judging from your voice, you didn't just wake up, did you? The sky is about to fall outside, and you're still fast asleep. You should go check the trending topics right now. Our hospital is full of female netizens who come to see you for treatment. Zhao Hua emphasized the words female netizens. What are you talking about? Chen Dong was completely baffled. Zhao Hua recounted the events to Chen Dong without embellishment, because the facts alone were already shocking enough that there was no need for him to exaggerate. Do you know how many people online want you to debut? If you debut, I guarantee they'll all be willing to prepare the funds for you, Zhao Hua remarked. Women really are creatures who judge by appearance. Chen Dong yawned. I thought it was something serious. I'm hanging up now. It's clear that Chen Dong doesn't value these things very much. Because of Chen Dong, the hospital also gained some exposure. Dean Zhang has received so many banners that he's tired of them, and Huan Hospital has even been named the most beautiful people's hospital. They also received a large amount of donations, all because of Chen Dong. If it weren't for Chen Dong's bombing incident, they wouldn't have been able to seize the initiative and save all the injured, and no reporters would have come to interview them. If it weren't for Chen Dong, how could the hospital have received a second exposure? Even if the bombing was shocking, it was far from going viral across the entire internet. It can be said that all of this is supported by Chen Dong's good looks and talent. Dean Zhang practically had his excitement written all over his face, but the person involved seemed completely oblivious to it all. Chapter 82 Living Together. Buy a house? Zhang Shui looked at Su Zhixia in shock. Why would you buy a house, miss? Don't you already own several properties? Why do you need to buy another one? Zhang Shui was a little depressed. Is buying houses all the hobbies of rich people? Su Zhixia said sweetly, I'm going to live with Chen Dong. I own several properties, but they are all under my grandfather's surveillance. If I bring Chen Dong to live there, he will find out within an hour. What? You're going to live with Dr. Chen? Zhang Shui's mouth was so wide it could fit an egg. These two were moving too fast. They just met each other's parents a few days ago, and they're already living together? Mum. Su Zhixia's face was full of happiness. She was already starting to fantasize about her life after living with Chen Dong. By the way, Zhang Shui's house needs to be near the hospital, so it will be convenient for her to work in the east of the city, and the security facilities in the community must be good. You don't need to buy a very big one, a 5-bedroom, 2 living room, 2 kitchen, 2 bathroom house will be fine. Zhang Shui? 5 bedrooms, 2 kitchens, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms isn't that big enough? She clearly doesn't understand the world of the wealthy. Okay, I'll take care of this for you in a bit. Su Zhixia tossed a card to Zhang Shui. There's 10 million in this card. If it's not enough, just call me again. To casually take out 10 million to buy a house, can a group president like him really say it so easily? Zhang Shui, how should I deepen my relationship with Chen Dong after we start living together? This is also a difficult problem for Su Zhixia. Because Su Zhixia has only met a handful of men since birth, she has no idea how to get along with men, let alone live with them. Chen Dong was the first man she pursued. Isn't that easy to handle? You're already living with him, what are you afraid of? Men need more time to spend with them. Just spend more time with him. Most men like virtuous wives and loving mothers. Didn't you say you were going to learn to cook a while ago? That's exactly what's coming in handy. When Dr. Chen comes back and sees the steaming hot food on the table, he'll be incredibly touched, Zheng Shui said casually. As for why she knows so much, it's not because she has a lot of dating experience. It's because Zheng Shui is a huge fan of romance novels, and these are things she learned from those novels. Cooking. Su Zhixia was a little annoyed. She had forgotten about it for a while and hadn't had time to learn it. But it seems like I'm not qualified to do cooking. Su Zhixia told Zhang Shui about hiring Chen Dong as her personal assistant. You're making Dr. Chen your personal assistant? Or is it just about him cooking for you? But aren't you just treating Dr. Chen like a chef? Zhang Shui hit the nail on the head. Is there a problem? Su Zhixia didn't think there was anything wrong with her actions. Since Dr. Chen has agreed, then there shouldn't be any major problems. Zhang Shui stroked her chin and said thoughtfully, but men all like virtuous wives and loving mothers. The way you're doing it, it feels like you're living a superior-subordinate relationship. Su Zhixia hadn't thought so before, but now that Zhang Shui had said it, it did seem to make some sense. But she'd already said it, and Chen Dong had agreed she couldn't possibly go back on her word now. What should I do now? Zhang Shui shrugged, what else can we do? Let's just do it this way. Just don't do this kind of thing again. Furthermore, in your daily interactions with Dr. Chen, try to act as his girlfriend rather than as his superior. Zhang Shui knew that Su Zhixia always kept a very low profile, but that wasn't the proper way for a couple to behave. In fact, Su Zhixia just needs to treat Chen Dong with a normal attitude. Su Zhixia always loved Chen Dong cautiously, afraid that Chen Dong would be displeased in the slightest. Alright, miss, I'm going out to buy you a house now, Zheng Shui said with a smile. Don't forget to invite me to dinner for your housewarming celebration. Su Zhixia smiled and said, moving to a new house is nothing. I'll invite you to the wedding banquet later. Chen Dong's office. With few patients in the afternoon, Zhao Hua started taking advantage of the situation again. Brother Dong, you've become a viral sensation online this time, even surpassing the popularity of top celebrities in the entertainment industry. Don't you have any thoughts on that? Chen Dong said irritably, what could I possibly think? How about we invite Xiaoli and the others to go out for a meal on Sunday? Let's celebrate for you? Zhao Hua seemed even more excited than Chen Dong. What's there to celebrate? I'd rather stay home and study medical books than go out. Besides, he's moving on Sunday, so he simply doesn't have time. Zhao Hua leaned over with a gossipy look on his face. Brother Dong, to be honest, you're not going out for drinks with us on Sunday, are you going on a date? No. Chen Dong glanced at Zhao Hua indifferently. This kid is still as gossipy as ever. What? Dong Ji has a girlfriend? The trio of Xiaoli, who regularly brought Chen Dong water, food, and afternoon tea, were quite surprised when they heard Zhao Hua's words. Zhao Hua nodded, of course someone as charming as my brother Dong has a girlfriend. Do you think everyone is like you guys, still single? Who is this sister-in-law? Could she be from our hospital? Zhao Hua also piqued the gossip interest of Xiaoli and the others. Chen Dong discovered that they were all incredibly gossipy. How would I know? You should ask brother Dong. Zhao Hua replied irritably. He was a gossip expert, not a detective. Dong Ji, is it true? You've been secretly dating behind our backs. As expected of my Dong Ji. Dong Ji, how about you go on a date with your girlfriend this weekend? Zhao Hua, Donggu hasn't been drinking with us since he got a girlfriend. Chen Dong, don't make wild guesses. I'm not on a date with my girlfriend. I'm moving this week, so I don't have time to go out drinking with you guys. Let's wait until next week. Zhao Hua, holy crap. My brother Dong is moving? Has he already found a moving company? Does he need my help? Don't let my small arms and legs fool you, I'm actually quite strong. The three of them, including Xiaoli, were not to be outdone. And Dong Ji, if you're moving, take us with you. The three of us love moving the most. Yes, our three favorite sport is moving. Moving is a great way to stay healthy. Chen Dong's lips twitched violently when he heard their words. Of course, he knew what these guys were thinking. It's simply so that he can choose a few of them as his medical assistants next time he performs surgery. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so eager to come to him every day. Ever since he gave Zhao Hua one of his study notebooks, all the interns in the hospital have been exceptionally enthusiastic about him, treating it like a hot commodity. Zhao Hua and the other three all expressed their willingness to help Chen Dong move. No need, I've already called a moving company. Actually, that's not the main point. The main point is that Su Zhixia will also be there, and it would be quite awkward if we bumped into each other. On Sunday, Su Zhixia got up very early. She wasn't this excited when she was going to sign a project worth hundreds of millions before. Because today she's going to live with Chen Dong. Chen Dong simply called a moving company. Actually, he didn't have much stuff. The furniture and appliances all belonged to the landlord. All he could take with him were some clothes, his gym equipment, medical facilities, and the like. The most important thing is medical facilities, most of which are system rewards. I didn't realize, Dr. Chen, you're always this diligent when you're resting at home? Su Zhixia suddenly realized that Chen Dong's success wasn't without reason. With such talent and dedication, how can anyone else catch up with him? Master, be careful with these things, don't break them, Chen Dong said with a smile. These medical facilities were all system rewards, and he didn't know where to buy them, so it would be quite troublesome if they were damaged. The movers nodded repeatedly and said with a simple smile, "Don't worry, we've been in this business for a long time, we're experienced and won't damage it." The envy in their eyes when they looked at Chen Dong was palpable. This woman looks beautiful and rich. This man has definitely hooked up with a powerful woman, hasn't he? Isn't this awesome? If they had Chen Dong's looks, why would they be working as movers here? Why are there such big differences between people? Chen Dong felt that there was something strange about the way the movers looked at him, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. In just one morning, Chen Dong had moved all his belongings over and successfully checked out of the apartment. Chapter 83: Couple Toothbrushes. At noon, Chen Dong and Su Zhixia grabbed a quick bite to eat outside. Why don't you go ahead and do your thing? I'll go out and buy some daily necessities. Are all CEOs this leisurely these days? Buy daily necessities? I'll go with you. I also want to buy some things. Su Zhixia's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile. For Su Zhixia, any time spent on Chen Dong is not a waste. Company matters can be dealt with later, but the opportunity to spend time with Chen Dong is one I may not have the chance to seize again. Su Zhixia took Chen Dong directly to the supermarket at the entrance of the residential area. Do you want to buy a toothbrush? Chen Dong nodded. The toothbrush at home just happened to need replacing. He usually uses an electric toothbrush after all. As a doctor, he knows just how important oral hygiene is. When Su Zhixia saw Chen Dong pick up a blue electric toothbrush, she quickly tossed the pink one next to it into her shopping cart as well. Seeing Chen Dong's surprised look, she just smiled and said, I also need to change my toothbrush. Look how well these couple toothbrushes match, just like us. Toothbrushes really do need to be replaced every 3 months. I didn't know you were so particular about oral hygiene. Su Zhixia? What's with that serious expression on your face? I'm saying sweet nothings to you, and this is your reaction? Is this the normal reaction a man should have? Chen Dong was indeed different from others. He was her type. Chen Dong and Su Zhixia's outstanding looks attracted many people in the mall. After walking around, I heard a lot of praise for them. Especially Chen Dong. If it weren't for the woman beside him, those girls holding their phones and itching to make a move would probably have already taken action. Next, Su Zhixia followed Chen Dong around and picked out the exact same towels and bath towels as him. Let's get a bottle of shower gel too. Su Zhixia nodded repeatedly, a little bit of joy suddenly welling up inside her. She would be using the same shower gel as Chen Dong from now on, and just thinking about it made her very excited. What should we do? Could there be something wrong with her? Doesn't this look a bit like a psychopath in some dramas? When it's time to pay the bill, use my payment code. Su Zhixia showed her her payment code. How could we let a girl pay? Chen Dong pushed Su Zhixia's phone away. I'll pay. The cashier was a man. Seeing the two of them exchanging pleasantries, he simply took the barcode scanner and scanned Su Zhixia's QR code. Payment successful. As she spoke, she gave Chen Dong a knowing look, like, we're all men, we understand. This left Chen Dong somewhat amused and exasperated. This guy had clearly misunderstood something. Dude, your girlfriend is really beautiful. Faced with the cashier's praise, Su Zhixia rarely smiled. It wasn't because the cashier complimented her on her looks, but because of the words girlfriend. Chendong smiled but didn't say anything. I'll carry it. Su Zhixia took the bag directly, giving Chendong no time to react. Chendong was taken aback and tried to snatch the shopping bag away. How can you let a girl carry things? Don't move. Su Zhixia snapped. You're my man. How can I let you do chores? Anyway, Su Zhixia refused to let Chendong bring it, and she carried it to the parking lot by herself. Chendong couldn't help but look at her with new respect. I didn't realize you were so strong, Chendong said sincerely, without any other meaning, just a simple exclamation. But when Su Zhixia heard these words, they took on a different meaning. You don't like me like this? If you like delicate girls, I can become a little more delicate too. Whether in the workplace or in life, Su Zhixia has always had the personality of a strong woman, which makes it difficult for her to switch to that persona in front of Chendong. Zhang Shui had told her long ago that men all like women who are petite and dependent. She was trying to align herself with that direction, but unexpectedly, she was exposed today. No, I think you're fine the way you are, Chendong said calmly. Really? Su Zhixia felt a surge of joy. Did Chendong acknowledge her? If Su Zhixia had a tail, it would probably be wagging its tail to the sky. Just look at her smug face. After arriving home. It has to be said that Zhang Shui is very reliable. The house she bought not only has a decoration style that suits Su Zhixia's taste, but it is also brand new and has never been lived in. This is my bedroom, you can sleep next to me. Su Zhixia, of course, if you're scared, I can sleep with you. Chendong. What's a grown man afraid of? Take a look at this decorating style. Do you like it? If not, I'll have someone come and redo it right away. Chendong's bedroom is a cool-toned white, and it is fully furnished. The key point was that it was next to Su Zhixia's room. He suddenly asked with some wariness, "You didn't make a copy of the key to my room, did you?" He was genuinely afraid that Su Zhixia would break into his room in the middle of the night and have ulterior motives towards him. How could that be? I'm not that kind of person. Su Zhixia smiled awkwardly, her inner thoughts seen through by Chendong. She had indeed just tried to secretly take Chendong's room key out to make a backup. By the way, about the personal assistant you mentioned, when are we going to sign the contract? Chendong suddenly remembered this. Only after a formal contract is signed can attendance be recorded. Since the rewards are given by the system anyway, why not take them? Su Zhixia was taken aback, not expecting Chendong to really take this matter to heart. She hurriedly said, I'll have Zhang Shui take care of it right away. I also forgot to talk to you about salary. How about I give you 300,000 a month? In fact, Su Zhixia felt that 300,000 yuan a month was too little for Chendong. She wished she could pay Chendong 3 million yuan a month. However, she felt that if she set the price that high, Chendong would definitely not accept it. No way. Chendong refused without hesitation. Although he had never worked as a personal assistant, he knew that personal assistants could not possibly earn such a high salary. Let's go by the market rate. If you try to rip me off, I won't take the job. Su Zhixia blinked. Was this considered high? How about 20,000 a month? This price is more reasonable. Chendong nodded, let's go with this price. Okay, we'll sign the contract after Zhang Shui finishes it. Chapter 84 Signing in for 100 days. The next day, Chendong was a little happy as he left his new home, because it was finally going to be 100 days since he started signing in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in for 100 days. You are rewarded with a super gift pack. Would you like to open the gift pack, host? Open. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a top-tier neurosurgery repair knowledge set, 100 experience points, 10 simulated surgeries, and 10 million huaxia coins. The reward has been issued. Access top-tier neurosurgery knowledge. Chendong silently recited in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Chendong felt countless pieces of information appear in his brain. This unfamiliar information reveals insights into how to repair neurology and related fields. These were all pieces of knowledge that Chendong had never seen in medical books before. He quickly absorbed this knowledge and integrated it into his own mind. After Chendong finished absorbing the nutrients, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, having waited until the 100th day. I didn't expect the rewards for signing in for 100 days to be so generous. This system is rarely this generous. He was actually rewarded with 100 experience points. Doctor, can you check my husband's brain to see what's wrong with him? A woman with a weathered look let a middle-aged man in. The middle-aged man was wearing flip-flops, a short-sleeved shirt, and baggy shorts. His hair was unkempt, and he hadn't shaved. He exuded a greasy vibe. Wasn't he the quintessential middle-aged man? Moreover, the middle-aged man looked quite dejected. Chen Dong took the registration slip. Wang Dachui, 45 years old. Tell me about your symptoms. Wang Dachui stared at Chen Dong without saying a word, while his wife looked anxious. I don't know what's wrong with my husband these days, he keeps complaining of headaches. Do you think he's gone crazy from writing novels? I've never heard him complain of a headache before. Chen Dong nodded and reassured her, don't worry, family member. Is it a frequent headache? He needs to understand the situation before he can make a judgment. Say something. The doctor is asking you a question, why won't you answer? Are you trying to drive me crazy? What will happen to me and the baby if something goes wrong? The woman was so anxious she was about to cry. Upon hearing about the child, Wang Dachui's indifferent expression softened slightly. I already told you it's just a common headache, nothing serious. You insisted on bringing me to the hospital. I haven't even updated my blog yet. Hearing this, the woman could no longer hold back and erupted like a volcano, saying, Wang Dachui, that's enough. How long are you going to keep dreaming? All you do is write novels, but I haven't seen you produce anything worthwhile. All these years I've worked so hard to earn money to support the family, toiling away to support your dreams. All I wanted was for our family to be okay. But what about you? You're over 40 years old, can't you be more realistic? Nobody wants to read your novels at all. The woman's eyes reddened slightly, and a layer of mist filled her eyes. Wang Dachui seemed surprised that his usually gentle wife would suddenly lose her temper. He looked at his wife in shock, moved his lips, but ultimately said nothing. Seeing him like this, the woman was furious. Wang Dachui, you're something else. I kindly took time off to come to the hospital with you, and this is how you behave? Then you might as well not come at all. Even if something happens to you later, it has nothing to do with me. After saying that, the woman picked up her bag, turned around, and left. Wang Dachui wanted to chase after them, but in the end he sat down instead. Having witnessed all of this, Chen Dong suddenly didn't know what to say. Doctor, could you please examine me and see if there's anything wrong with my body? In the end, Wang Dachui sighed and compromised. Recently, news about online writers who died suddenly has been circulating online. He didn't seem to care about these things, but his wife kept insisting on bringing him over for a full checkup after seeing the news. Unfortunately, Wang Dachui was always in good health, so he never found an opportunity. But recently, for some reason, Wang Dachui has been feeling tightness in his chest and headaches. I often feel nauseous, and today when I took my temperature, I was surprised to find that I had a slight fever. But Wang Dachui still didn't take it to heart. He thought the fever was probably because the air conditioning had been set too low a few days ago. How could this be related to the brain? But when his wife found out, she practically dragged him to the hospital. In neurology, headaches can be a symptom of many diseases. To find out the specific cause, a brain CT scan is needed. Chen Dong said calmly, otherwise he wouldn't be able to make a judgment. Wang Dachui sighed, well, since we're already here, let's get a checkup done. Chen Dong quickly wrote out a list for Wang Dachui. Looking at the dejected man, he shook his head to himself. Are all online writers like this? After a long time, Wang Dachui took his brain CT scan and found Chen Dong. Doctor, I don't understand this stuff either, so I'll have to trouble you to take a look at it for me. Chen Dong nodded, took the film, and then his brows furrowed. Your condition seems quite serious. There's skin necrosis, and even blood clots, Chen Dong said solemnly. These are symptoms of meningitis. Do you have symptoms such as fever, vomiting, or chills? Wang Dachui nodded honestly, still puzzled, and asked, but what does this have to do with my headache? Chen Dong frowned. Many patients, like Dachui, thought that neurological diseases had nothing to do with fever. But the brain controls the entire body, and once there is a problem, it will affect all the organs in the body. Wang Dachui's condition appears to be meningitis. However, Chen Dong is still unable to determine the exact type of meningitis that Wang Dachui has. Your condition requires further examination. I'll give you a referral. Go and get an EEG and a cranial MRI first. Wang Dachui hadn't expected that he would have to undergo so many tests just because he had a headache, and he immediately wanted to back out. Maybe I should just give up and get some headache medicine instead. His royalties for this month haven't arrived yet. Look, the child's tuition is due soon, and his wife's salary isn't enough. Where would they get the money to do so many tests? The brain is an important part of the body. I still suggest you do some other tests first, because your symptoms are very similar to those of meningitis. If it really is meningitis, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Dong is very responsible for each and every one of his patients. Wang Dachui hesitated, but doctor, I only have a mild headache, it's not as serious as you're making it out to be. How can I make a diagnosis if you don't get these tests done? You can choose not to get them done, but meningitis can be fatal if it progresses to a later stage. You can gamble with your life, Chen Dong said coldly. What could be more important than one's own life? Wang Dachui sighed and finally relented. All right, doctor, I'll do it your way. Give me the prescription. Chapter 85 Bacterial Meningitis. The results are in. Wang Dachui did indeed have meningitis. Bacillus meningitis. You should call your family. You need to be hospitalized, Chen Dong said truthfully. And she will need to be hospitalized for observation for a period of time. Upon hearing that he needed to be hospitalized, Wang Dachui reacted violently. What? I need to be hospitalized? Forget it, doctor, I'm not getting treatment. It's just meningitis, isn't it? Besides, his doctor friend told him that most cases of meningitis don't require surgery. Why do I need to be hospitalized? I might as well just grab some medicine from a pharmacy later. Chen Dong wanted to try to persuade Wang Dachui, since his condition was considered severe for meningitis. However, Wang Dachui took advantage of Chen Dong's inattention and slipped away. By the time Chen Dong chased after him, he had already disappeared from sight. Chen Dong shook his head helplessly. Why do some people always think they are smarter than doctors? There are countless people like Wang Dachui who joke around with their own lives. Even if Chen Dong wanted to, he couldn't control it all. Forget it, let him be. When Wang Dachui's headache becomes unbearable, he'll naturally come back. At noon, Chen Dong went to Su Zhixia's office to have lunch together as usual. This seems to have become an unspoken understanding between the two. In the afternoon, the once quiet hospital suddenly became noisy. Chen Dong frowned and noticed Zhao Hua beside him. Why is it so noisy outside? Could it be that another patient's family member is causing trouble? Zhao Hua shook his head. How could he possibly know? Director Wang, who was usually silent, suddenly spoke up. Don't you know that today is the day the vice president is returning? The vice dean went out of town for training and only returned today. I guess it was one of the vice president's students who came out to greet him. Our hospital has quite a few students who are vice presidents. I see. Chen Dong nodded. No wonder it was so lively outside. Is the vice dean very capable? Zhao Hua suddenly asked a seemingly random question. Director Wang smiled and said, the vice president has been in this profession for over 30 years. Among the older generation of doctors in our hospital, besides the president, the vice president is the best in terms of medical skills. Director Li from the orthopedics department next door is a student of the vice president. Director Li was actually the vice dean's student? Chen Dong really didn't know about this relationship. No wonder that Director Li is so arrogant. It turns out he has the vice president as his backer. Zhao Hua always spoke so bluntly. Fortunately, Director Wang just smiled and didn't say anything. At the same time, teacher, you're finally back. While you were away, our hospital produced a very outstanding new talent. The vice dean hadn't even warmed his seat when Director Li rushed over to complain. A very outstanding newcomer? Vice Dean Zhang Wei said, is it someone named Chen Dong? How did you know, teacher? Director Li asked, puzzled. I've heard the dean mention some of it. During the time he was away, he often saw Dean Zhang and some senior colleagues from the hospital discussing a newcomer named Chen Dong in the group chat. At the time, the vice dean was quite dismissive, thinking that the dean and the others were making a mountain out of a molehill. He was just an intern. How much more capable could he be? They're making a fuss over nothing. They're so old, what kind of people haven't they seen? Therefore, the vice dean did not take Chen Dong seriously, because he felt that no matter how capable Chen Dong was, he was still just a young boy in his eyes. Hearing the vice president's casual words, Director Li quickly said, teacher, this Chen Dong is really capable. He just came to the hospital and completed his internship in a month. Moreover, Dean Zhang is now interested in promoting him. I heard that Dean Zhang is going to attend the exchange meeting next week, and I'm planning to bring him along. What? The vice dean was very surprised. He had known Dean Zhang for so long, and he had never seen Dean Zhang appreciate any newcomer so much. Usually, when Dean Zhang wanted to take people to exchange meetings in other places, he would only take some more senior doctors. I have never mentored a new person. This is enough to prove how much Dean Zhang values Qindong. Teacher, you haven't been at the hospital for a while, so you may not know how much Dean Zhang spoils Qindong. The mistakes Qindong made, the dean even helped cover them up. Taking the opportunity, Director Li subtly criticized the vice president, quickly informing him about Qindong's treatment of that patient. Qindong clearly doesn't respect the hospital's rules. The vice dean slammed his hand on the table. Foolish. Has old Zhang gone senile? How can you spoil a newcomer like this? I don't believe that newcomers' medical skills are that great. During his time studying in another city, he met some truly impressive students, each one a top performer in the medical field. Under Director Li's deliberate or unintentional slander, the vice president lost all goodwill towards Qindong, whom he had never met before. However, Qindong has been very popular lately. He's arrogant and domineering, and he doesn't even respect me, the director. He didn't listen to me when he was an intern under me, let alone now. Teacher, you are the vice president of this hospital, so you have to take this matter seriously. The vice president nodded. Don't worry, Lao Zhang is usually too busy to manage those young punks at the hospital. But now that I'm back, I won't let this kid continue to be so arrogant. Young people should keep a low profile. A smug look flashed across Director Li's eyes. He wanted to see how long Qindong could keep up this act. Actually, there was a reason why Director Li talked so much with the vice president. Director Li had long known that the vice president's ambitions lay not in the position of vice president. With Dean Zhang about to retire, I wonder how many people in the hospital are eyeing his position. This includes the vice president, who is only 50 years old. He became famous at a young age and worked his way up to the position of vice president. The vice president wanted to become the president before he retired. That's why he tried to win over Director Li, not just because he had brought Director Li into the hospital during her internship, but more so because he needed Director Li's support. Director Li was aware of this, which is why he told the vice president about Qindong's situation. By the way, teacher, Mr. Su has been staying in the hospital for the past 2 months. It seems he is focusing his attention on the hospital. Upon hearing this, Dean Zhang narrowed his eyes. If that's really the case, then that's wonderful. His goal is that position, so he inevitably needs Su Zhixia's support. After all, this hospital belongs to the Su family. If Su Zhixia supports him, then who in the entire hospital would dare to stand up against him? Chapter 86 has been discovered. Oh no! It's raining outside. Zhao Hua, who had just finished checking the rooms, still had some water droplets on him. Luckily I ran fast, or I would have been soaked. But it's almost time to get off work. How am I going to get home if this sudden downpour starts? Director Wang pushed up his black-rimmed glasses. Isn't Didi Chuxing popular now? You can take a taxi back. Qindong was organizing his patient records when it suddenly started raining on such a sunny day. Zhao Hua said with a bitter face, I haven't even received my salary for this month yet. Where am I going to get the money for a taxi? Zhao Hua suddenly changed the subject and looked at Qindong. Brother Dong, how about you give me a ride? I really envy people like Qindong who own cars. Qindong was about to casually agree, but then he suddenly remembered that he hadn't driven over today. His car was taken for maintenance today. He had been riding in Su Zhixia's car this morning. Isn't it a coincidence? The only time I didn't drive, it started pouring rain. My car was sent for maintenance. Only then did Qindong realize the sadness Zhao Hua was feeling. Oh no! How am I going to get back? Zhao Hua wailed. No, I have to call my dad and ask him to come pick me up. I don't want to be soaked to the bone. Seeing this, Director Wang casually remarked, luckily, my wife passes by our hospital every day on her way home from get off work, so she just gives me a ride home. Zhao Hua's eyes welled up with tears. Was this mocking them, a group of single people? No, to be precise, it was mocking him, a single person, because Qindong already had a girlfriend. Why am I suddenly feeling even more upset? Qindong looked out the window at the torrential rain, which showed no sign of stopping, and sighed softly. Forget it, I'll just take a taxi home today. After trying to hail a taxi for more than 10 minutes, I still couldn't get one. It seems that the heavy rain today really makes it difficult to find a taxi. Qindong had no choice but to cancel the order and sent Su Zhixia a message. Mr. Su, could you give me a ride? Since they're living together now, it's a good opportunity to ride back in Su Jisha's car. When Su Jisha received this message, she was in a small meeting with Dean Zhang and the vice dean. The vice president was speaking enthusiastically. President Su, I've learned a lot while I was away from home, and I think our hospital can follow suit. Wait a minute. Su Jisha interrupted him directly, picked up her phone and started replying to messages. Wait for me downstairs for 2 minutes, I'll be right there. Su Jisha then noticed that it was already past get-off work hours. When the vice dean saw Su Jisha replying to the message so seriously, he immediately guessed that President Su might be replying to a message from Grandpa Su. Otherwise, whose news could make President Su take it so seriously? Let's end the meeting here for today. I have something to attend to now. We'll continue tomorrow morning. I also have some thoughts I'd like to share with you. Not to mention the vice president, even President Zhang was a bit dumbfounded. They'd only been in there for less than 5 minutes, and the meeting was already over? So what was the point of Su Jisha calling them over? The vice president was somewhat dissatisfied, but dared not speak out. He was hoping to leave a good impression on Su Jisha so that he would have a better chance of winning when the dean election came later. Dean Zhang nodded to Su Jisha and then left. The vice dean could only leave silently. There was nothing he could do, since he had no say in the matter. After everyone left, Su Jisha hurriedly grabbed her bag and entered the elevator. Chen Dong was already waiting for her in the underground parking lot. I'm sorry, something came up and I was held up for a bit, Su Jisha said apologetically. Didn't you drive here today? Chen Dong, the car was taken for maintenance. If he had known it would rain heavily today, he definitely wouldn't have taken his car for maintenance. The quiet parking lot seemed to contain only the two of them. Their voices echoed. As Director Lee was humming a tune and preparing to go home, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure not far away. Aren't those Chen Dong and Su Jisha? Wait, why is President Su with Chen Dong? Director Lee frowned and hid behind the car to peek. He then saw Chen Dong get into President Su's car, which sped away, leaving behind a trail of exhaust fumes. Director Lee suddenly had a bold guess. Could it be that Chen Dong, that brat, is pursuing President Su again? Director Lee became increasingly certain of his guess. It must be true. Chen Dong was trying to take advantage of Chen Dong. How dare they bother President Su? Don't they even know if they're qualified? If Grandpa Su finds out about this, Chen Dong will definitely be in big trouble. Thinking of this, Director Lee suddenly had an idea. If he told Old Master Su about this, Old Master Su would definitely remember his favor. Moreover, President Su definitely doesn't like Chen Dong. If President Su did like Chen Dong, it wouldn't be just Chen Dong relentlessly pursuing him. Chen Dong would definitely want to tell everyone in the hospital that he's dating President Su. So Chen Dong sneaked into the underground parking lot today, probably because he hasn't won over President Su yet. However, it is undeniable that Chen Dong and President Su do appear to be quite close. Director Lee defined all of this as Chen Dong's one-sided, persistent pestering. The problem now is that he can't see Grandpa Su, so there's no way he can pass on this message to him. However, Director Lee thought of the vice president, who must also be extremely disgusted with Chen Dong right now. Because Chen Dong is on Dean Zhang's side, Dean Zhang won't listen to him after he retires. Director Lee knew the vice president's personality very well. The vice president was definitely intolerant of any wrongdoing. Chen Dong, I gave you a chance, but you couldn't seize it. Did you think that just because Dean Zhang is backing you up, you can do whatever you want in the whole hospital? They don't even realize that Dean Zhang is only a few years away from retirement. If Dean Zhang retires, the vice dean is the most likely person to take over as dean. Director Lee smiled sinisterly, and the more he thought about the day Chen Dong would be packing his bags and leaving, the more agitated he became. Chen Dong was unaware that Director Lee had witnessed him getting into Su Jisha's car. What are we having for dinner tonight? Su Jisha was already looking forward to every day she would spend with Chen Dong. While at work, she kept thinking about getting off work. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. It's like a sense of belonging to a home. In Zhang Shui's words, she never felt this way before. Su Jisha is a strong woman. She wished she could eat and sleep at the company all the time. Therefore, Su Jisha's office always has a bathroom and kitchen, which was designed because Su Jisha works day and night. What would you like to eat? Chen Dongka has not forgotten that he is now Su Jisha's assistant and has to take care of her daily life. Can I eat whatever I want? Then I want to eat you. Su Jisha teased Chen Dong while driving. Chen Dong remained unmoved and said, let's have stir-fried green peppers and eggs for dinner. We happen to have some eggs at home. Su Jixia. Now, Qindong can remain unfazed by Su Jixia's sweet words. I'm saying sweet nothings to you, and you're talking to me about stir-fried eggs with chili peppers? Su Jixia was both amused and exasperated. After arriving home. Ding! Host has arrived at the new work location. You may now clock in. Would you like to clock in? Sign in, Qindong silently repeated to himself. Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in for the first day and gaining the drawing skill. Qindong raised an eyebrow. Drawing skills? This time, the system's reward was rather unusual. He had thought it would be work-related, but it turned out to be so casual. However, learning to draw is a good idea. It can be a way to cultivate a hobby. After all, Qindong was quite willing to spend his time on these kinds of things. There are 24 hours in a day. Besides eating, sleeping, and working, people have a lot of free time. Back in college, Qindong was a person with a very strong sense of time. He would use his spare time to learn new things, such as basketball, football, table tennis, or musical instruments like guitar and piano. As a result, he knows a little bit about everything, but he can't be said to be an expert in anything. He remembered that he had specifically enrolled in a painting class when he was in college, but he didn't enroll again after completing one semester because he was busy with his studies. If he remembers correctly, he seems to have brought all the drawing boards and brushes he bought before for learning to paint. When I have some free time, I can start drawing again. What are you standing here for? Su Jixia asked, puzzled. It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of something. I just checked the fridge and there are still some pork ribs and corn. How about we have pork rib and corn soup for dinner? Su Jixia nodded. She didn't care what she ate, as long as Qindong cooked it. Chapter 87 Thunder. After dinner, the downpour showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it intensified. Accompanying the streaks of lightning across the sky was a thunderclap. Most importantly, the power was out at home. Fortunately, by this time, Qindong and Su Jixia had already returned to their respective rooms. No need to worry about the problem of groping in the dark anymore. The power went out? Qindong frowned slightly, but fortunately it wasn't a big problem. He had bought a small night light before, which could now come in handy. When Qindong was shopping at the supermarket, he saw that this little night light was quite exquisite and could last for a week on a single charge, so he bought it on a whim. When Qindong turned on the night light, the whole room became much brighter. I didn't expect this thing, which looks so small, to be so awesome. Are you asleep? Qindong suddenly received a message from Su Jixia. No, what's wrong? Su Jixia did not reply. Less than half a minute later, Qindong suddenly heard a knock on the door. It's me. Qindong opened the door and looked at Su Jixia, who was wearing pajamas outside. What's wrong? Su Jixia glanced at Qindong cautiously, and said hesitantly, I can't sleep, can I chat with you for a while? If you're going to sleep, then forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. Come in. The room was very clean and simple, thanks to Qindong's efforts. Can I sit on the bed? Can. Power outages are common on rainy days, Su Jixia said, trying to start a conversation. Well, the power should come back on once the rain stops, but the weather forecast says it'll rain until 3 or 4 in the morning, Qindong said. If you're scared, you can take the nightlight from my room. Upon hearing these words, Su Jixia suddenly stiffened, forcing a smile as she said, Why would I be afraid? It's just a rainy day. Immediately afterward, a bolt of lightning struck, and Su Jixia almost instinctively trembled. Qindong noticed that Su Jixia's hands were hanging down, and they were clenched into fists unnaturally. Was she afraid? This is a subconscious reaction, and perhaps even Su Jixia didn't realize that she had inadvertently revealed a side of herself. Are you afraid of thunder? Qindong asked directly. Su Jixia never expected that Qindong could see through her. She bit her lower lip tightly, her beautiful eyes filled with grievance. Don't you think I'm too timid? Having her thoughts exposed, Su Jixia could no longer pretend and had no choice but to admit it. She has been afraid of thunder since she was a child. When she heard the rumbling thunder outside while she was inside the house, she was too scared to speak. That's why he thought of coming to chat with Qindong, but he didn't expect that Qindong would see through him. What should I do? Does Qindong think he's too timid? Su Jixia felt somewhat ashamed of her behavior, realizing that she was afraid of thunder even though she was a grown woman. Hearing this, Qindong asked, somewhat puzzled, Don't you think so? Why would I think you're a coward? Isn't it normal to be afraid of thunder? Everyone has things they are afraid of, and some fears are beyond our control. This was the first time Qindong had seen Su Zhixia, the powerful CEO, reveal such a vulnerable side. Su Zhixia usually gave him the impression of being strong and calm. He suddenly felt a pang of guilt. So, are there things you're afraid of? Hearing Qindong say this, Su Zhixia felt a little better. It turned out that Qindong didn't think she was too timid. Qindong nodded and said frankly, "Of course I am. I was terrified of cockroaches when I was a child, and I still feel scared when I see them now." Qindong had never mentioned this to anyone except his parents. Su Zhixia was the first to know about it. After all, it's quite embarrassing for a grown man to be afraid of small insects like cockroaches. He brought this up specifically today to soothe Su Zhixia's emotions. Unexpectedly, Su Zhixia burst into laughter after hearing about this. "Ha ha, Qindong, you're actually afraid of cockroaches? Ha ha, I'm sorry, forgive me for not being able to hold back. You're so cute." Qindong's face darkened as he looked at Su Zhixia, who was laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, hiccup." Su Zhixia finally managed to stop laughing, and she realized that she probably shouldn't have laughed at this time. Cough cough cough, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you." "You're not angry, are you?" Qindong shook his head. What was there to be angry about over such a trivial matter? Immediately afterwards, a bolt of lightning seemed to split the sky in two, and the sound of thunder always rang out when people weren't paying attention. Su Zhixia was startled and instinctively shrank into Qindong's arms. Qindong wanted to push Su Zhixia away, but when he met her doe-like eyes, he could only say helplessly, "Then we can only hug for a little while." Su Zhixia nodded obediently and snuggled into Qindong's arms. The two were speechless for a moment, and Su Zhixia even wished that time could stand still at this moment. Qindong's embrace was so warm and comfortable, just like him, making people feel safe. "Qindong, actually, I'm afraid of thunder not because it's scary," Su Zhixia suddenly said. "My parents had a car accident on a rainy night like this." "Do you know why they got into a car accident?" "I was in kindergarten at the time. My parents were hit by a truck on their way to pick me up. By the time they got to the hospital, it was too late to save them," Su Zhixia said in a low voice, her mood noticeably somber. "Since then, every time I encounter a rainstorm like that day, I can't help but feel afraid, as if I've returned to the evening of the day they died, that deep sense of powerlessness." Su Zhixia didn't know why she wanted to confide in Qindong. Perhaps Qindong couldn't understand this feeling, but she still wanted to say it. Qindong fell silent upon hearing this. He never expected that there was such a reason behind Su Zhixia's fear of thunder. "Don't be too sad. After all, no one wanted that to happen back then, and you were so young at the time. It wasn't your fault." Qindong reached out and ruffled Su Zhixia's hair, offering silent comfort. Su Zhixia sniffed, and suddenly felt a soreness in her nose, and a wave of tears well up in her heart. Over the years, Qindong has been the only one who has advised her not to feel too guilty. "Qindong, thank you. Thank you for not minding my timidity, thank you for being there for me, thank you for listening to my story, and thank you for comforting me." Su Zhixia's tears soaked Qindong's pajamas, but she was completely unaware of it. Qindong didn't say anything, letting Su Zhixia hug him and cry for more than half an hour until his butt hurt from sitting. When he tried to let go, he found that Su Zhixia had fallen asleep in his arms, with tears still clinging to her delicate eyelashes. Qindong originally wanted to wake Su Zhixia up, but after thinking about it, he held back. Chapter 88: A Secret Meeting. Director Li told the vice president everything he had seen in the parking lot that evening. "Are you sure you're not seeing things?" Director Li replied firmly, "I'm not so blind as to be. It's definitely President Su and that brat Qindong." The vice dean nodded thoughtfully. "Old Master Su definitely doesn't know about this, otherwise he wouldn't allow President Su to be with a poor loser. If he tells Grandpa Su about this, he might be able to get a favor from Grandpa Su." The vice president did have some connection with Old Master Su, because a couple of years ago when Old Master Su was sick, he and the president went to see him. "Teacher, what do you think about telling Grandpa Su about this?" It's not uncommon for Director Li and the vice president to think alike. "I have my own plans for this." "Alright, go do your night shift. I'll call Grandpa Su right now." The vice dean replied with a smile. He didn't think that Su Zhixia getting together with Qindong meant she liked Qindong. President Su must have been deceived by Qindong's sweet talk. If he tells Grandpa Su about these things, it would be equivalent to bringing Su Zhixia to her senses. Then, both President Su and Old Master Su will definitely be grateful to him. The vice dean thought he had made a good plan. After Director Li left, he called Grandpa Su. Fortunately, it's only a little past 8 o'clock in the evening, and Grandpa Su was still reading in his study instead of resting. Hey, Grandpa, it's me, Zhang. Ah, right. It's that Xiao Zhang from the hospital. As he casually flipped through a book, Grandpa Su asked, "Oh, it's Xiao Zhang. What brings you here so late?" "It's nothing serious. These days, Mr. Su has been staying at the hospital to oversee things, right? One of the doctors I know saw Mr. Su leave with a man, and that man is a doctor at our hospital. I just wanted to ask if you're feeling unwell?" Zhang Wei has been in the workplace for decades, so he wouldn't speak so bluntly. Anyway, he has already revealed the information he wanted to tell the old man. How he interprets it is up to the old man. Upon hearing this, old Master Su paused in his actions. "What did you say? Jixia took a man with her?" The old man immediately grasped the key point, which was exactly what Zhang Wei intended. "Oh? Grandpa, you didn't know?" The vice president said in an annoyed tone. "I'm so sorry, Grandpa Su, I thought you weren't feeling well, so I called to check on you." "It's nothing. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." Grandpa Su hung up the phone in a hurry and rushed downstairs. "Old master, where are you in such a hurry to go?" the butler couldn't help but ask. "Go and find out where Miss is now?" Grandpa Su knew his granddaughter's personality. If he called Su Jixia directly, she definitely wouldn't tell him. It would be better to have the housekeeper investigate. Although the butler found the old man's actions somewhat inexplicable, he still did as he was told. However, he didn't know that Su Jixia had bought the property, and it took him a lot of effort to find out about it. According to Mrs. Financial Records, she recently purchased a property in the city center, the butler said cautiously. Because Su Jixia used to always work overtime at the company, and it was common for her to stay out all night. So when Su Jixia didn't come back so late today, they didn't notice anything amiss. If it weren't for the vice president's phone call, the old man would never have suspected anything. What? That girl bought another house? Doesn't she already own several houses? Why is she buying another one? Old Master Su said with a frown. If he remembered correctly, he had already bought 3 houses for this girl in the city center last year for Jixia's birthday. Why is this girl secretly buying a house outside behind his back again? Old Master Su suddenly remembered what the vice president had just said, and his face immediately darkened. "Butler, quickly prepare the car." "What's wrong, sir?" "Go to the young lady's new house." Seeing the old man's appearance, the butler didn't dare to ask any more questions and hurriedly drove the car out. Actually, it's hard to say how angry Grandpa Su is right now. He was more shocked than anything else this girl actually had a man outside? That's impossible. What man could possibly get into her daughter's body? Grandpa Su always felt that something was wrong. In all of Su Jixia's life, he had never seen a man who could catch her eye. Normally, if any suitor gets too close to her, she'll shut them down. Therefore, when Mr. Su heard the vice president's words, his first reaction was not anger but shock and doubt. When the housekeeper drove old Master Su to Su Jixia's house, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Grandpa Su stared at the tightly closed door in front of him, his expression complex. He gave the butler a wink, and the butler immediately understood. Just as Qindong carefully placed Su Jixia on the bed, he heard a rapid knocking at the door. Who could it be so late? This is Su Jixia's house. Could it be Zhang Shui? He had heard Su Jixia mention Zhang Shui before, and that she always liked to deliver documents to her at night. Su Jixia was a light sleeper, and she woke up when someone knocked on the door. She groggily opened her eyes and looked at Qindong blankly. "Who's knocking on the door?" Qindong shook his head. "I'll go see if it's Zhang Shui who's here." Su Jixia grabbed Qindong's arm and said, "Let me go." "You sit here." How could she let her precious child do something as simple as opening the door? Su Jixia didn't even realize how she had drifted off to sleep in Qindong's arms. The unique minty scent emanating from Qindong made her want to sleep. Perhaps Qindong possesses a natural sense of security. Who is it? So late at night. It really disrupted her relationship with Qindong. Su Jixia groggily opened the door, only to find old Master Su and the butler standing outside. She was instantly wide awake. Chapter 89 is over. Why did he come? Just as Grandpa Su was about to greet Su Jixia, she slammed the door shut. Grandpa Su stared at the tightly closed door, then glanced at the butler in disbelief. Was she inside just now? The housekeeper was also surprised by Su Jixia's actions and nodded blankly. "Miss closed the door just now." Su Jixia, inside the room, was very nervous. Oh no, this is terrible. Why did he come? Why did her grandfather have to come at this time of year? Chen Dong is still inside. Aren't they going to bump into each other now? Su Zhixia was extremely nervous and didn't dare to open the door at all. Hearing the noise, Chen Dong, who was inside the room, couldn't help but ask, "Who's here?" "Go inside first, don't come out." Su Zhixia quickly closed Chen Dong's door and repeatedly told him not to come out. Chen Dong looked completely bewildered. What was going on? Why do I feel like I've been caught cheating? Open the door, miss. Butler Lu urged from outside. Su Zhixia said directly, "What are you doing here so late?" "I'm going to sleep now." "You should go back now. We can talk about it tomorrow." "If she's coming, why didn't you call her so she wasn't prepared?" The relationship between Grandpa Su and Su Zhixia was already rather strained, so hearing her say that inevitably made him feel a little uncomfortable. "Open the door. I have something to discuss with you," Old Master Su said in a commanding tone, his voice strong and clear. He was used to talking to Su Zhixia like that. Su Zhixia gripped the doorknob tightly. "I don't want to see you today. You should go home now." His intuition told him that something was amiss. Su Zhixia kept refusing to let him in, which meant there must be someone hiding inside. Could it really be the man the vice dean was talking about today? Grandpa Su became increasingly curious. Who could possibly make Su Zhixia so nervous? "If you don't open the door, I'm going to call a locksmith." Smack! Su Zhixia opened the door and looked coldly at Old Master Su. "What exactly do you want? Why do you always make decisions on your own? Why didn't you tell me you were coming here so late at night?" As the head of a company, Old Master Su was naturally used to giving orders, and he would do whatever he decided to do. That's why Su Zhixia was so annoyed by him. Grandpa Su snorted coldly, "Can't I even come to see my own granddaughter?" "Old Lu, you go back first, I'll stay here tonight." That's what Grandpa Su said without any politeness. Butler Lu responded respectfully and then went downstairs. Su Zhixia looked at Old Master Su, who was sitting on the sofa without any ceremony, with a shocked expression. "You're going to live here?" Grandpa Su nodded. "What? Can't I, as your grandfather, stay here for one night? And when did you buy this house without telling your grandfather? Could it be that you're keeping a man in this house?" Old Master Su was incredibly excited, even somewhat expectant. But he was used to speaking seriously, so he still had a straight face when he said this. Su Zhixia interpreted this expression as anger. Chen Dong, who was inside the room, also heard the commotion outside, and he immediately guessed what was going on. It looks like Su Zhixia's family has come knocking on the door. Su Zhixia secretly sent Chen Dong a message. "My grandfather is here. Stay in your room and don't come out." Judging from her grandfather's tone, if he knew she really had a man hiding in the house, who knows what he would do to Chen Dong? Chen Dong smiled wryly upon seeing the message. He never imagined he would be caught cheating one day. His room is quite big, but there's nowhere to hide. We can't exactly let him crawl under the bed, can we? Chen Dong sat on the bed, his feelings were indeed somewhat complicated. "Where are the men?" Su Zhixia said coldly. "You came all this way in the pouring rain just to see if there are any men in my house? If that's the case, you can go back now. I can tell you frankly that it's not true." Grandpa Su clearly didn't believe Su Zhixia's words. "When you lie, can't you at least hide the shoes by the door? You can't exactly say you've started wearing size 40 shoes now, can you? These size 40 shoes are clearly men's shoes. There were also obvious slipper footprints in the house. If I'm not mistaken, almost everything in this room is for two people, right? Or even for couples?" Old Master Su said in a deep voice. Su Zhixia, a woman, wouldn't leave such large footprints, and she also bought so many men's products. She hadn't expected that Old Master Su would be so observant. Oh no! Is Grandpa Su going to find out? If Grandpa Su finds out about Chen Dong's existence, he will definitely not let him off the hook. Based on the way Old Master Su came to catch them in the act in the middle of the night, Su Zhixia could guess what was going on. Those items were left behind by the previous owners, and I haven't had time to have them cleaned up yet. Grandpa Su looked at Su Zhixia quietly, clearly not believing her explanation. "Then why would you buy this house when you own so many properties? If I remember correctly, you also own a house in this neighborhood." Su Zhixia, whose lie had been ruthlessly exposed, forced herself to remain calm and said, "I just like the style of this house." "Grandpa, if you have nothing else to do, you should go back. Don't disturb my rest. I have to get up for work tomorrow morning. Grandpa Su ignored Su Zhisha's words and instead walked into the inner room. If you don't tell me, I can find it myself. Come out, I know you're in there, the old man said sternly. Seeing that she was about to be exposed, Su Zhisha hurriedly said, Stop. Grandpa, are you interfering in my life? Grandpa Su turned to look at Su Zhisha, his expression unreadable. Grandpa, I respect you and call you Grandpa, but have you really fulfilled the duties of a grandfather? When I was 5 years old, other children were playing in the mud, but you forced me to sign up for more than a dozen extracurricular classes. I didn't have an hour to catch my breath, 7 days a week. I thought things would get better when I got older, but then you arranged for me to study economics so I could take over the company. I had no choice. From my childhood until now, haven't you been the one to call the shots in my life? Have you ever asked me if I wanted to? Can you please stop being so selfish? Why are you interfering in my life so arbitrarily? I'm an adult now, and I know what I'm doing. You didn't have to come to me in this downpour so late. Even if I did do it, it was my own choice. If you don't leave, I'll pretend you don't have a grandfather anymore. Su Zhisha's icy tone told Grandpa Su that she was not joking. If Grandpa Su doesn't leave today, Su Zhisha is absolutely capable of severing the relationship between grandfather and granddaughter. Grandpa Su stared blankly at Su Zhisha, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak. He just wanted to inquire about Su Zhisha's private life. He didn't expect his arrival to excite her so much. And then there were those things from when he was a child. He thought he was helping Su Zhisha by doing this, but he never expected it would cause her so much harm. The words "I'm sorry" stuck in Mr. Su's throat, but he ultimately couldn't say them. Having been a leader his entire life, Mr. Su habitually exudes an air of authority when speaking to others. This habit is still hard to break when facing one's own family. Finally, old Master Su took one last deep look at Su Zhisha just as she was about to leave. But the door opened quietly. Wait a minute, Grandpa. Chapter 90 First Meeting. Chendong looked at Grandpa Su and introduced himself in a generous manner. Hello, Grandpa, my name is Chendong, and I am a doctor at Huan Hospital. Both Grandpa Su and Su Zhisha looked at Chendong with surprise. Su Zhisha did not expect Chendong to come out on his own, nor did she expect Chendong to introduce himself to Grandpa Su. Are you Zhisha's boyfriend? Old Master Su asked with a stern face. Why does the name Chendong sound so familiar? Chendong, I guess so for now. I am Su Zhisha's grandfather. Old Master Su really didn't know what to say. I know. For a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Chendong spoke first, saying, Grandpa, please sit down for a while, I'll make you a cup of tea. Chendong noticed that there were many water droplets on old Master Su's clothes. Given the heavy rain outside, he must have gotten soaked on his way here. So while making tea, Chendong also brought a new dry towel for Grandpa Su. You. Grandpa, wipe your hair and clothes. You'll easily catch a cold if you don't wipe them on a rainy day, Chendong said with a smile. Grandpa Su felt a warmth in his heart and took the towel to wipe himself a couple of times. I didn't expect Chendong to notice such details. This kid has quite good observation skills. Moreover, having lived most of his life, old Master Su was able to discern what kind of person Chendong was. Although Chendong is just an ordinary doctor now, his extraordinary temperament and refinement determine what kind of person he is. What a good kid. You could tell from the fact that he had just agreed to come out of the house. Grandpa Su greatly admired Chendong, but on the surface he still maintained a serious demeanor. What terrified Su Zhisha was that her grandfather was notoriously difficult to get along with. He always said he had a bad temper, but she felt his temper was even worse. Su Zhisha was afraid that the old man would make things difficult for Chendong, so she kept a close eye on the old man. Chendong brewed a pot of warm tea for the old man. Grandpa, have some tea to warm yourself up. This kind of weather is perfect for tea. Looking at Chendong's skillful technique, Grandpa Su exclaimed in amazement, You can even brew tea? Nowadays, young people are addicted to carbonated drinks. Apart from their older generation who love tea, there are hardly any people who know how to brew tea anymore. Chendong nodded, I've learned a little. In his spare time, he would learn things outside of medicine to broaden his interests and hobbies, or you could say to pass the time. Sit down, old Master Su said, pointing to the seat opposite him. Chendong didn't stand on ceremony and sat down directly. However, old Master Su stared straight at Chendong, his eyes unconsciously carrying a sense of oppression. This is not Mr. Su's fault, it's a habit he's developed over many years. If it were any other younger generation, they would have been too intimidated by the oppressive aura emanating from Old Master Su to look him in the eye. But Qindong met Old Master Su's gaze, smiled slightly, and showed no fear or panic in his expression. His calm demeanor surprised even Grandpa Su slightly. This young man is quite something. His granddaughter has really struck gold. No wonder Su Zhixia was so protective of him just now. However, he wouldn't eat Qindong. He was just hoping Su Zhixia would get married soon. However, Su Zhixia stared at her grandfather with a wary look on her face, as if she were protecting her own. How old are you this year? 24, Qindong answered truthfully. Are you still interning at Huan Hospital? At this age, he should still be doing his internship at the hospital. Su Zhixia said, Qindong is already a certified doctor. Oh? This was unexpected for Old Master Su. You passed your internship so quickly? Su Zhixia said with a proud look on her face. Qindong passed his internship in just 1 month. Her proud little face made it seem as if the person wasn't Qindong, but her. Even the seasoned Mr. Su, who had seen many storms, was somewhat shocked. This is the first time I've seen a doctor complete their hospital internship so quickly. He knew that the hospital director, Old Zhang, was shrewd and not so muddle-headed as to be completely obtuse. That means this young man really has the ability. That's great. This is more than just a treasure. However, with Su Zhixia's terrible temper, wouldn't Qindong be at a disadvantage if she were with him? Grandpa Su suddenly felt a little sorry for Qindong. Although his granddaughter was good in every way, her temper was really hard to describe. It's probably because of him. Good job, young man. You have a bright future. Old Master Su said with admiration. Just work hard at the hospital. He'll bring up the matter of promoting Qindong with Lao Zhang later. Su Zhixia was dumbfounded. Wasn't her grandfather very opposed to her dating men? What's with that relieved expression? It seems his grandfather really likes Qindong? Could it be that Qindong won over his grandfather with his charm? Su Zhixia felt that something was off. Qindong nodded neither humbly nor arrogantly. He showed no pride in the face of praise from his elders, and instead said modestly, Yes, I still have many shortcomings and need to learn from other doctors. That's true. After all, studying medicine is different from other disciplines, so naturally, the more cautious you are, the better. After all, one mistake could cost a life, Old Master Su said with emotion. Nowadays, doctors as dedicated as Qindong are rare. Most young people are thinking about how to get a medical license and keep their secure jobs. They don't think about how to improve their medical skills. This is also the point that Mr. Su regrets the most. When Mr. Su started his business from scratch, the first business he did was in medicine, which led to the establishment of Huan Hospital. Although the Su family is now involved in a wide range of fields, the Old Master Su still values hospitals the most. He highly values the doctors at Huan Hospital, so Huan maintains very strict control over the recruitment process. Doctors who try to slack off will never pass the exam. Grandpa Su's thought was that making money didn't matter, but he had to do his best to cure the patient's illnesses. This is the essence of a hospital. Huan Hospital's fees are not considered high compared to other hospitals. Most ordinary people can accept it. This was Mr. Su's original intention. In fact, in some matters, Grandpa Su's thoughts were the same as Qindong's. Qindong's initial idea for studying medicine was to save people. He could earn money through other jobs, but studying medicine was just his hobby and dream. Studying medicine is so tough, why did you decide to study medicine in the first place? Old Master Su suddenly asked. Qindong smiled and said, When I was young, a neighbor of mine got cancer. But late-stage cancer is extremely difficult to cure. At that time, I went to visit him with my elders. I saw him lying in bed suffering from the disease, and his family was powerless to help him. Since then, that image has been deeply etched in my mind. When I was young, I was filled with enthusiasm and wanted to learn medicine to save lives. That initial intention hasn't changed. But if you say you don't want to make money, that's definitely a lie, Qindong replied easily. The atmosphere immediately became lively. Even Grandpa Su's tense expression relaxed considerably, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. That's a good dream. The fact that he has persevered until now further proves Qindong's willpower. Can you drink alcohol? Grandpa Su jumped around the topic a bit too fast, and Su Zhixia, sitting next to him, could hardly keep up with her grandfather's pace. Qindong glanced at Old Master Su with surprise, but still said truthfully, I can drink a little bit. Chapter 91 Sworn Brothers. In that case, let's have some grandfather and grandson. Mr. Su has only had one hobby over the years: he loves drinking. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was addicted to alcohol, but since Su Zhisha's parents passed away, he has rarely drunk alcohol. Since then, he has taken his health very seriously, not only giving up alcohol but also starting to focus on health preservation. Even Su Zhisha found this behavior somewhat inexplicable. Grandpa Su was overjoyed today, not only because he had found the grandson-in-law he had been looking for, but also because this grandson-in-law was so outstanding. From any perspective, Mr. Su was extremely satisfied. "Grandpa, would you like some white wine or red wine?" When they moved, the two of them bought some wine, and it was Su Zhisha who suggested buying it. At the time, Su Zhisha was thinking of finding an opportunity to get Chendong drunk, and then. She never expected these things to come in handy so quickly, although the scene was a little different from what she had imagined. "Let's drink baijiu." Old Master Su felt that his own wine was more enjoyable to drink, and he found the foreign wines boring. Su Zhisha frowned. "Drink less." "Don't worry, don't you know your grandfather can drink a lot without getting drunk?" "Su Zhisha, I was talking about Chendong. I'm worried he'll get a headache if he gets drunk." Old Master Su. Chendong brought over 2 bottles of baijiu Chinese liquor and a plate of peanuts from the kitchen. These were all bought with Su Zhisha at the supermarket before, and now they're all coming in handy. After a few drinks, Old Master Su felt a burning sensation in his stomach. This baijiu was indeed potent. "Xiao Chen. Tell me, how did you and Ji Xia meet?" Without realizing it, Grandpa Su started addressing Chendong much more affectionately. Su Zhisha looked at Grandpa Su with surprise. At first, she was worried that Grandpa Su would hurt Chendong. Now it seems her worries were completely unnecessary. "How can you put up with Ji Xia's terrible temper?" Chendong glanced at Su Zhisha. "President Su has a pretty good temper." In any case, Su Zhisha never acted like a little girl in front of him, and always considered his needs in everything she did. "Stop trying to defend this girl. She's my granddaughter. Do you think I don't know what she's like?" "Grandpa, why are you talking nonsense even though you're not drunk yet?" Su Zhisha glanced at Grandpa Su with displeasure. At first, Grandpa Su was worried that Chendong wouldn't be able to outdrink him, so he didn't dare to drink freely. But as the drinking progressed, Chendong remained completely calm and composed, while Old Master Su somehow managed to get him drunk. They talked about everything under the sun, from the origins of medicine to the decline of traditional Chinese medicine. Grandpa Su discovered that his views actually aligned with Chendong's. With a flushed face, he held Chendong's hand, and even though he was already a little unsteady, he insisted on standing up. "Why don't you become my godson from now on?" "Chendong? Su Zhisha? How did she suddenly become a generation younger for no reason?" "Grandpa, what are you saying? You're drunk." Su Zhisha tried to help Grandpa Su up, but was shoved away. The usually stern and serious old man, Mr. Su, was now like a child when he was drunk, throwing a tantrum. "Who's drunk?" "I'm not drunk. I can still stand steadily, I don't need your help." Grandpa Su pushed them all away, but then he accidentally fell onto the sofa. Seeing this, Su Zhisha was both angry and annoyed, and said with dissatisfaction, "You can't even stand up straight, but you still have to show off. This old man is just used to showing off. He's been showing off his abilities his whole life, so what's left for him to pretend to be when he's old? Isn't there a guest room? Let's help Grandpa to sleep there." Su Zhisha rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Why should I help him up? Let him sleep on the sofa. Didn't he want to adopt you as his godson? Why haven't you changed your mind?" Su Zhisha said quietly. This left Chendong somewhat amused and exasperated. "If I really acknowledge the old man as my godfather, wouldn't our generational hierarchy be messed up? You have to know what my name is? I'll call you whatever you like, as long as you like it." Su Zhisha's words almost made Chendong choke on his own saliva. What did she mean by that? Could you please be more mindful? The old man is still sleeping right next to us. Su Zhisha instantly understood the meaning in Chendong's eyes and said with a smile, "Don't worry about him. He falls into a deep sleep as soon as he drinks. But he hasn't drunk this much in a long time." Su Zhisha looked at the several empty wine bottles on the table. As her grandfather's business grew bigger and bigger, all the drinking buddies who used to sit and drink with him disappeared. Even those who came to drink with her grandfather usually had ulterior motives. So she rarely saw her grandfather drinking after that, which was probably part of the reason. What Su Zhisha didn't know was that the main reason Grandpa Su didn't drink was to take good care of his health. Because she has already lost her parents, she cannot afford to lose a grandfather as well. Grandpa Su thought that no matter how bad his health was, he had to hold on until Su Jixia got married and had children before he could leave in peace. That's why he later started to focus on health and exercise and quit drinking. It was clear that Grandpa Su genuinely liked Qindong, and Su Jixia breathed a sigh of relief, as long as her grandfather didn't make things difficult for Qindong. We can't let Grandpa sleep here all night, can we? It's all right. It's not cold now anyway, and he's healthy enough not to get sick, Su Jixia said nonchalantly. Actually, her main concern was that Qindong wouldn't be able to carry the old man. Although the old man looked very thin, he actually weighed about 120 pounds. It's all right, open the door and I'll carry him in, Qindong insisted. He really couldn't bring himself to leave an elderly person sleeping in the living room. My grandfather is a bit heavy. Qindong seemed to know what Su Jixia was worried about. He smiled, squatted down in front of the sofa, put the old man's hands on his shoulders, and lifted the old man up on his back with a little effort. The key point is that his facial expression was very relaxed, and he didn't seem to be putting in any effort at all. As a man, you should still pay attention to physical exercise. Su Jixia looked at Qindong in surprise and quickly opened the door to the guest room. She was afraid of tiring Qindong out. After settling the old man in, Qindong prepared to go back to rest. I've been chatting with the old man for over an hour, and it's almost 11 o'clock now. If I don't rest soon, I'll be sleep deprived. Why are you following me? The power's back on now, you can sleep alone. The phone rang when the old man arrived. Su Jixia looked at Qindong pitifully, but it's still thundering outside, I'm scared. Chapter 92. Are they scared? So? Qindong raised an eyebrow. Can I sleep with you? No way. Qindong refused outright, not believing that Su Jixia was simply afraid. After all, a lot can happen when you sleep in the same room. Su Jixia thought of Zhang Shui's argument, men all like girls who are a little weak. She immediately cleared her throat. Why, I'm scared? Qindong? Is this the aloof and arrogant CEO? Could it be that he's been reborn? You've been possessed? This was almost Qindong's subconscious thought. Su Jixia. Just let me sleep with you. Su Jixia raised her hand and swore, I promise I won't do anything tonight. I swear. Qindong stared intently at Su Jixia. Do you think your words still have any credibility? Su Jixia. It seems there really isn't one. Please, just let me sleep with you. I can sleep on the floor if necessary. Su Jixia used a feigned retreat as a tactic to advance. Seeing Su Jixia's humble demeanor, Qindong could only sigh and agree. Okay, then I'll sleep on the floor, and you can sleep on the bed. Upon hearing this, Su Jixia's eyes lit up immediately, and she nodded repeatedly in agreement. No matter what, as long as I can sleep in the same room as Qindong, that's fine. That way she could get closer and closer to him. Moreover, the minty scent on Qindong made me feel very safe. Qindong took a cotton quilt directly from the cabinet and spread it on the straw mat on the floor, so that the floor wouldn't feel hard when he slept on it. Su Jixia lay on the bed where Qindong had slept, feeling Qindong's presence overwhelming her. It gives me an overwhelming sense of security. She glanced cautiously at Qindong, who was lying on his side on the ground, and a little scheme began to form in her mind. Qindong should have been asleep by now, right? Su Jixia tiptoed off the bed and quietly lay down next to Qindong. I'm so content. I wish I could sleep with Qindong every day. Just as Su Jixia was secretly delighted, Qindong suddenly opened his eyes. Why did you run down here? Actually, he had already noticed it when Su Jixia got out of bed, because he wasn't fully asleep at that time. Qindong has always been quite cautious. It's unclear whether this is a habit he developed while studying medicine. Caught red-handed, Su Jixia said awkwardly, I was afraid you'd catch a cold sleeping on the floor alone. I have to say this explanation is just too ridiculous. Qindong saw through Su Jixia's thoughts at a glance and said with a half smile, then why don't you sleep on the floor? Okay, I admit it, alright? I just want to sleep with you. I'm very well behaved when I sleep, I promise I won't touch you in any way. Besides, aren't you my little assistant now? How about you sleep with me? I can pay you a salary, by the hour, how about that? Upon hearing Su Jixia's impolite request, Qindong couldn't help but twitch his lips and said, there's no clause in the contract that says you have to sleep with your boss, is there? Su Jixia said dejectedly, then what's wrong with you sleeping with me as my boyfriend? The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, and her eyes involuntarily reddened. Chen Dong was truly afraid of this young lady. Let's go to bed. However, I want to clarify one thing first, it's just for sleeping. Su Zhixia was surprised that Chen Dong would compromise so quickly, and hurriedly agreed, don't worry, I'm a gentleman. Chen Dong glanced at Su Zhixia, his eyes filled with extreme distrust. It's precisely because it's her that I'm worried. Fortunately, Su Zhixia was also very tired that night. She fell asleep on the bed while holding Chen Dong's arm, and had no chance to do anything to Chen Dong. The deafening thunder outside still raged, but it had no effect on Su Zhixia whatsoever. Sleeping next to Chen Dong made me feel especially safe. The next morning, Su Zhixia, who was sitting across from him, woke up early. This is the biological clock she has developed over the years, which causes her to wake up at 6 o'clock the next day no matter how late she goes to bed. Su Zhixia knew that Chen Dong was a light sleeper, so she always got out of bed quietly, afraid of disturbing his sleep. After Su Zhixia finished washing up, she originally wanted to order breakfast first, so that she could have breakfast together with Chen Dong when he woke up. I never expected to see Grandpa Su putting on his shoes. Their eyes met, and it was quite awkward. Is Chen Dong awake? Old Master Su regretted asking the question as soon as he finished. How could he have asked such a stupid question? Su Zhixia wasn't with Chen Dongshi, so how could she know if he was awake? He's still sleeping, Su Zhixia replied instinctively. After he finished speaking, both of them were stunned. How did you know? Su Zhixia, I slept in his room yesterday. Old Master Su looked somewhat awkward. He regretted asking such an embarrassing question. Then you need to rest more, since you tend to get tired at night. Su Zhixia. Grandpa Su cleared his throat and said, I'll head back now. Su Zhixia frowned. It was only 6 in the morning. Why were they in such a hurry to go back? Could something have happened? However, she didn't voice her true thoughts. Su Zhixia's personality prevented her from saying these things aloud. Instead, he simply nodded indifferently. Actually, the reason why Grandpa Su wanted to go back so early was not for any other reason. It was because he remembered what he had said when he was drunk last night, and he was afraid that he would feel very awkward when he saw Chen Dong later. He actually tried to get Chen Dong to be his godson. He had never done anything so humiliating in his life. Just then, Chen Dong also woke up. Is the old man going back so soon? During the day, the old man reverted to his usual serious demeanor. Chen Dong, stay and have breakfast. Grandpa Su was clearly surprised that Chen Dong would invite him to have breakfast. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to stay. Although Su Zhixia used to spend most of her time at home resting, the time she and her grandfather could eat together was extremely rare. It used to be that he didn't have time, but after Su Zhixia took over the company, it became that Su Zhixia didn't have time. Moreover, when the two of them ate together, it often ended on a sour note. So gradually, Su Zhixia began to avoid Old Master Su. I'll call Butler Lu right now and have him bring breakfast over. He knew that neither Grandpa Su nor Su Zhixia could cook. So Mr. Su decided to have the housekeeper deliver it. What would you like to eat? Old Master Su asked Chen Dong before making the call. Su Zhixia, standing to the side, was quite shocked. It was unusual for the old man to be concerned about other people's thoughts. In the past, these kinds of crucial decisions were basically made by the old man. Just like when Su Zhixia enrolled in extracurricular classes and took over the company after graduating from university, these were all decisions made directly by the old man, without ever asking for her opinion. She wouldn't find it strange if someone else said such a thing, but it's different with Grandpa Su. He spent half his life giving orders. How could he possibly consider others? They even proactively ask others what they like to eat? This is abnormal, extremely abnormal. No need, Grandpa, I'll make it for you. What would you like to eat? Anything is fine with me, the old man said nonchalantly. Can you even cook? This surprised the old man somewhat. In today's fast-paced society, how many men still know how to cook? I know a little. Su Zhixia, Chen Dong's cooking is especially delicious. Su Zhixia felt that Chen Dong was spoiling her stomach. I really didn't realize that. Old Master Su exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected that Chen Dong, a doctor, would know so much. Chapter 93 Cherish It. For breakfast, Chen Dong made a stomach-soothing millet porridge, made a pot of soy milk, and stir-fried 2 side dishes. Knowing that the old man was from the north, he also took out some old-fashioned steamed buns from the refrigerator and steamed them. These steamed buns were made by Chen Dong himself when he had some free time. They weren't frozen steamed buns bought from outside. The taste difference is quite significant. No wonder he said your cooking is delicious. Grandpa Su didn't hold back his praise. These old-fashioned steamed buns taste just like the ones from our hometown. Grandpa Su hasn't been back to his hometown for a long time. Back then, he ventured out on his own and settled down in the mountain city. Then the whole family moved here. They would only go back for important clan events, otherwise, they wouldn't easily return on ordinary days. Not to mention, you can't even taste the authentic flavors of your hometown. Chendong steamed bun evoked a sense of emotion in Grandpa Su. And this millet porridge is also warming to the stomach, showing no stinginess from his family's private chef. You should know that he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to bring back 4 rooms from a 5-star hotel from his home. If one day you don't want to be a doctor anymore, you can open your own small restaurant. The business will definitely be booming, said Grandpa Su. Chendong smiled upon hearing this. My cooking skills are only good enough for my own family to eat. Over breakfast, Chendong and the old man chatted and laughed, creating a very relaxed atmosphere. As a result, the relationship between Su Zhixia and the old man has also improved considerably. At least this breakfast was the only one they had eaten peacefully together in the past few years. After breakfast, Su Zhixia and Chendong prepared to go to work. Butler Lu also came to take the old man back. Before leaving, Grandpa Su exchanged WeChat contacts with Chendong and said meaningfully, "Cherish it." Actually, he said those 4 words to Su Zhixia. After all, such a good man is hard to find even with a lantern. However, she misinterpreted it as the old man telling Chendong to cherish what he had. Butler Lu, I never expected that Zhixia would actually have such good luck, finding such a fine young man. Old Master Su said to the butler with some emotion, recounting what had happened last night. Of course, the part where he got drunk and grabbed Chendong, wanting to recognize him as his godson, was left out. It was just too embarrassing. Wait, sir, you said the son-in-law's name is Chendong? The butler was slightly shocked. Yes, he's a doctor at our hospital. Old Master Su was overjoyed. It was like finding a treasure. You could tell he was in a good mood today just by looking at the slight upturn of his lips. I never imagined he was Chendong, the butler exclaimed in surprise. Old Master, do you remember the bombing near the hospital a while back? Grandpa Su nodded slightly. The bombing had caused quite a stir, so he had heard about it. After all the injured were taken to hospitals under their own name, and it is said that it was only thanks to one doctor that the lives of all the injured were saved. Without that doctor's accurate diagnosis, the ambulance would never have arrived in time. Chendong is that doctor. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Master Su was also filled with shock. No wonder he found the name Chendong familiar. It turned out that he was the young doctor that Lao Zheng often mentioned to him. When Dean Zhang chats with the old man, he always mentions a doctor named Chendong, and he speaks highly of this doctor. Even the old man remembered the name. But he never expected that the man he met last night was the doctor that Lao Zhang had mentioned. This connection is truly quite subtle. Is he the doctor that Lao Zhang was talking about? There's no mistake. It must be him. The butler said, Old Master, you've really struck gold this time. Dean Zhang always talked about how outstanding that young doctor was, and even wanted him to be his son-in-law. But he didn't expect that the young lady had already run off with him. Butler Lu had been by Old Master Su's side the longest, so they could joke around like old friends on a daily basis. Grandpa Su couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this. Ha, old Zhang planned everything, but he didn't expect this, did he? If that's really the case, then Chendong can no longer be described as a prodigy. She passed her internship in just 1 month and performed dozens of surgeries in 3 months without a single failure. They have helped more than 100 patients. Besides monster, Old Master Su really didn't know what other words to use to describe Chendong. Otherwise, Old Master Su became worried again. Old Lu, Chendong is so outstanding, I'm worried that Jixia won't be able to win his heart. Since Chendong is so outstanding, he must have no shortage of women around him. Moreover, his own granddaughter has such a bad temper. What if Chendong can't stand it one day and breaks up with her? No. Old Master Su cannot let this happen. How can I let my grandson-in-law, whom I've finally found the right person, slip away? Old Lu, you really need to help me think of a solution. Old Master Su suddenly became worried. Butler Lu thought for a moment and said, how about you give him more money? But Chendong doesn't seem like someone who likes money. From their conversation last night, Grandpa Su could tell that Chendong doesn't really value money. Whether he likes it or not is his business. Giving him a large sum of money will make him feel your sincerity. After thinking it over carefully, Old Master Su realized that Butler Lu's words made sense. Then how much do you think I should transfer? How about we just transfer 10 million? Old Master Su hesitated. Would 10 million be too little? It has to be said that Grandpa Su and Su Zhixia are indeed grandfather and granddaughter, and they are very similar in some ways. Su Zhixia was also worried that she might not give Qindong enough money. Butler Lu shook his head. 10 million is too much. After all, you want to keep Qindong's heart, not pay him a breakup fee. Besides, he definitely won't accept such a large amount of money you're transferring. Grandpa Su suddenly had a bright idea and said, then I'll transfer him 200,000 yuan, which is the money for the drinks last night and the breakfast this morning. That way he'll have no reason to refuse, right? And it'll also let him know that I'm a reasonable grandfather who would never take advantage of him. Butler Lu thought the idea was excellent. I think it's a great idea. Grandpa Su acted immediately and transferred the money to Qindong. Qindong was at work when he received the transfer. Old man, what's wrong? The transfer of 200,000 yuan left Qindong somewhat bewildered. Are all rich people this generous? They just transfer money right away? Could it be a breakup fee? Qindong had a bold guess in his mind. This is the money for last night's drinks and this morning's breakfast. I can't take advantage of you. If it's not enough, just let me know. Because if you want to buy anything in the future, just swipe Zhixia's card directly, don't be polite with him. Qindong. Is the world of the wealthy always this simple and unpretentious? Why did Mr. Su's words make him feel like he was being kept? It has to be said that this feeling is quite subtle. Chapter 94 received recognition. Qindong casually sent a screenshot of the transfer to Su Zhixia. Su Zhixia replied instantly as always, what? The old man actually transferred money to you? Su Zhixia subconsciously thought this was a breakup fee. It has to be said that he and Qindong really thought of the same thing. That shouldn't be the case. Wasn't the old man chatting quite harmoniously with Qindong? Why would she transfer money to Qindong as soon as she got back? Zhang Shui, who was delivering documents to Su Zhixia, noticed Su Zhixia's nervous expression and casually asked, what's wrong? Did Dr. Chen say something to you? Su Zhixia was unsure what old Master Su was thinking. Qindong didn't reply to her messages again, and she wondered if he was busy with something. She felt extremely uneasy. Zhang Shui, what should we do if the old man gives Qindong a breakup fee? What angered Su Zhixia was that the old man was offering a breakup fee, so why only 200,000 yuan? Who did he think he was? Ha? Zhang Shui looked at Su Zhixia with a puzzled expression. You mean the old man gave Dr. Chen a breakup fee? Su Zhixia clearly saw shock on Zhang Shui's face. Yes, they met yesterday. This was absolutely explosive news, and it took Zhang Shui a while to process it. How could you let them meet so quickly? Isn't this development a bit too fast? And wasn't Su Zhixia worried before that Qindong's presence would make Grandpa Su unhappy? If she remembered correctly, Su Zhixia seemed to have been hiding Qindong's existence all along, right? Su Zhixia knew exactly what Zhang Shui was thinking. She said helplessly, in short, I didn't arrange their meeting. It's hard to explain in a short time. You'd better help me analyze why the old man would give Qindong a breakup fee. Do you think it's too late for me to break off my relationship with him now? Upon hearing Su Zhixia's words, Zhang Shui almost choked on her own saliva. Seriously, miss, are you serious? Su Zhixia looked distressed. Actually, I don't want to sever ties with the old man, but he can't tolerate Qindong. What can I do? The old man was a very important person to her, but wasn't Qindong just as important? Zhang Shui had followed Su Zhixia for so many years, so she naturally understood what Qindong meant to Su Zhixia. Therefore, she didn't say much, but just sighed softly. I advise you to think carefully about severing ties with the old man. I think the old man really insulted Qindong. Why was the breakup fee only 200,000 yuan? Zhang Shui? This breakup fee of 200,000 seems a bit low, doesn't it? According to the tropes in novels, shouldn't the old man have thrown out hundreds of millions right away? Unless. Zhang Shui, quick-witted, said, what did Dr. Chen say about this? Are you sure it's a breakup fee? Have you asked him clearly? Because Qindong only captured the transfer scene when he took the screenshot, he didn't capture what the old man said, so Su Zhixia didn't know what had happened. Su Zhixia shook her head, and then immediately received a message from Qindong. He said it was money for yesterday's drinks and today's breakfast. Qindong originally didn't want to accept it, but the old man forced him to, so he had no choice. However, Qin Dong couldn't bring himself to take advantage of the older generation. So he invited the old man for drinks again, and the time was set for next week. In fact, the old man wished he could see Qin Dong every day. This young, promising, and humble man was the successor in the old man's mind. Although Qin Dong is not his grandson-in-law is the same. Su Zhixia finally breathed a sigh of relief after learning the truth. As long as it wasn't a breakup fee, everything would be fine. However, it's quite strange that the old man would actually transfer money to Qin Dong on his own initiative. According to the old man's thinking, it is an honor for the younger generation to treat him to a meal. Why would he transfer money to the younger generation? Su Zhixia shared her doubts with Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui analyzed, actually, it's very simple. It means that the old man wants to have dinner with Dr. Qin again next time. Perhaps the master felt that if he took advantage of Dr. Qin this time, it would be difficult to invite him to dinner next time. Su Zhixia suddenly realized, was her grandfather really that arrogant? Su Zhixia had never imagined that her grandfather would care so much about the person he liked. Su Zhixia always thought that the old man couldn't tolerate someone like her with no background. However, after everything happened, Su Zhixia gradually changed her opinion of the old man. This feeling is really quite subtle. Su Zhixia sent Qin Dong several messages in a row, but there was no reply. She wondered what he was busy with. In fact, Qin Dong is very busy right now because the brain tumor patient who secretly slipped away last time has returned to the hospital. However, he was brought in by ambulance while unconscious. When the hospital checked his records, they found that Qin Dong had treated him, so the patient fell back into Qin Dong's hands. After a series of examinations, Qin Dong could only sigh and say that ignoring the doctor's advice was ultimately his own fault. If your husband hadn't thought the tests were too expensive, and had just listened to my advice, things wouldn't be like this today. But given the current situation, surgery is the only option. Qin Dong said with a hint of helplessness, it's pointless to say anything now, because what's done is done. Chapter 95 Surgery, Emergency Rescue for Meningitis. The man's wife looked at Qin Dong with a face full of terror, and said with tears in her eyes, "Doctor, please save him. It's all my fault. If I hadn't had a serious illness years ago, he wouldn't have thought of being so frugal." The woman began to blame herself. Having witnessed many such scenes during his time as a doctor, Qin Dong said with a touch of helplessness, "Don't worry, I will do my best. All we can do is try our best, since being a newcomer is essentially defying fate." Amid the woman's worried gaze, the nurse wheeled the man into the operating room. Qin Dong and several doctors followed closely behind. Bone flap removal surgery. The moment Qin Dong saw the patient, he already had a plan in mind. In clinical practice, surgery is generally not required for most types of meningitis. For example, if a patient has viral or bacterial meningitis, most patients will have a good prognosis after 2 to 3 weeks of standard antiviral and anti-infective treatment and will not require surgery. Even if patients experience symptoms of high intracranial pressure such as headache, nausea, and vomiting in the early stages, these symptoms can generally be relieved by administering symptomatic dehydration treatments such as mannitol, glycerol, fructose, and hormones. However, if the patient has a more severe form of meningitis, such as cryptococcal meningitis, this type of meningitis is basically incurable, and as the disease progresses, the patient may develop hydrocephalus and uncontrolled intracranial hypertension. In such cases, decompressive craniectomy or ventricular puncture and drainage may be necessary to alleviate symptoms. Wang Dachui exhibited this symptom. Of course, to confirm the nature of meningitis, a lumbar puncture and cerebrospinal fluid examination are usually required to determine whether it is viral meningitis, bacterial meningitis, or cryptococcal meningitis. Only after performing a lumbar puncture and examining the cerebrospinal fluid can the nature of meningitis be determined. That's why Qin Dong asked Wang Dachui to do a few more tests, otherwise, his judgment alone wouldn't be enough to be completely certain. Unfortunately, Wang Dachui didn't trust him, which was a rather frustrating thing for Qin Dong. If patients do not trust their doctors, their condition will naturally not be cured. Outside the operating room, Wang Dachui's wife, Li Xiaofan, waited anxiously. Accompanying him were Wang Dachui's parents and son, as well as her parents. It can be said that Wang Dachui's life was tied to the hearts of his entire family. Wang Dachui's mother suddenly grasped Li Xiaofan's hand. "Did you just ask? Was the doctor treating Dachui a leading expert in this field?" Li Xiaofan was taken aback. She had been too worried and hadn't thought of this aspect. Now, recalling it, she replied blankly, "The doctor who treated Dachui seemed to be in his early 20s. I wonder if he was an expert. How could you be so foolish?" Wang Dachui's mother clutched her chest. Where would you find such a young expert? That doctor in his early 20s might have only been alive for a little over 10 days. How could you let him perform the surgery? Isn't this treating my son's life like dirt? Wang Dachui's mother became increasingly angry as she spoke. Where are the hospital leaders? Is this how the leaders of this hospital think? They actually assigned such a young doctor to my son. What will happen to our family if something happens to my son? As she was talking, she suddenly burst into tears outside the operating room. Seeing this, the nurse quickly comforted her. Auntie, don't cry. We can talk things over, can't we? Wang Dachui's mother, with snot and tears streaming down her face, said, My son is about to die, what else do you want to discuss with me? I only have one son. What will I do if he's gone? The nurse watched helplessly as this scene unfolded. It was the first time she had ever encountered such a situation. It was unusually quiet outside the operating room, as everyone anxiously awaited their loved ones inside. But after Wang Dachui's mother made such a fuss, everyone turned to look. There was a lot of discussion about it. Director Wang, who had just come out of the operating room, saw this scene and asked with a stern face, What are you all making such a fuss about here? Didn't you see the big words written at the entrance? No loud noise is allowed outside the operating room? If you keep making a scene, I'll call security. Director Wang is a doctor who has been in this field for decades, so he is quite adept at handling even such medical disputes. After all, I've seen it all before. Wang Dachui's mother was immediately intimidated by Director Wang's demeanor. Who are you? When he saw Director Wang's name tag, he immediately leaned over as if he had found a pillar of support. You're the director of this hospital? Then you have to be the judge. My son's condition is so serious. All the tests show that if my son is not treated properly, he could very well die. Why didn't your hospital arrange a renowned expert for my son? Instead, you let some young kid perform the surgery? People around initially thought Wang Dachui's mother was extremely rude for causing trouble in a hospital, but after hearing what she said, they actually felt some sympathy for her. After all, everyone here has a son, and if it were them, they probably wouldn't be able to understand the hospital's actions either. A young doctor? Director Wang frowned and asked the nurse beside him, What's going on? In general, in cases of emergency, their hospital would arrange for an experienced doctor to handle the situation. After all, they can understand that doctors who have just finished their internships do not have much clinical experience and are unable to deal with some emergencies. There's no way to guarantee a patient's life. Life is not a game. It's not just family members who value it, but doctors value it even more. Seeing that she finally had a chance to speak, the nurse quickly said, The doctor who performed the surgery on Wang Dachui is Dr. Chen Dong. Director Wang, who had been quite puzzled, suddenly understood. It was Chen Dong. Then there was no problem with the matter. Grandma, just relax and wait over there. Your son will be fine. Director Wang had great faith in Chen Dong's medical skills, believing that there was no surgery that Chen Dong couldn't handle. For Chen Dong, meningitis surgery is no small matter. If Chen Dong knew that Director Wang of his department trusted him so completely, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wang Dachui's mother was completely stunned, but the other party is just a young boy. How can I not worry about my son's life? If your child's life were in his hands, could you still say such things so casually? Director Wang glanced at the typical rural woman indifferently and said, If even Dr. Chen can't cure your son, then I'm afraid no one in our hospital can cure his illness. After saying that, he turned and left, not wanting to get entangled with the rural woman any further. Watching Director Wang's departing figure, Wang Dachui's mother asked in a daze, What did that director mean just now? Li Xiaofan shook her head, saying with a hint of understanding, Is he saying that the doctor inside is very skilled? Wang Dachui's mother was an unfortunate young man in his early 20s. No matter how powerful she was, how powerful could she be? Their medical experience is not as good as those of the veteran doctors who have been practicing for more than 10 or even decades. Seeing that things had come to this, Wang Dachui's mother had no choice but to put her hands together and pray for her son's well-being. Chapter 96 Surgery Successful. The commotion outside the operating room did not affect the surgery inside at all. An hour later, the light on the operating room door came on. Chen Dong slowly walked out of the operating room and said with a slight weariness, The surgery was a success. Once the patient wakes up from the anesthesia, he can be transferred to a regular ward. It usually takes about 2 hours for the patient to become anesthetic. Wang Dachui's mother was already in despair, but when she suddenly heard this good news, she was completely overwhelmed. What did you just say? Chen Dong patiently repeated what he had just said, and this time not only Wang Dachui's mother, but also Li Xiaofen were stunned. The first to react was Wang Dachui's father, who had been silently smoking to the side. His dark face was visibly flushed with excitement. He gripped Chen Dong's hand tightly, as if he wanted to crush it in half. "Dr. Chen, right? Thank you so much. Thank you for saving my son's life," Old Wang said gratefully. Chen Dong smiled slightly and subtly withdrew his hand. "This is what I should do." Although the surgery was successful, the patient should rest well after returning home and not overwork himself. Chen Dong gave several instructions on things to pay attention to. The group nodded and wrote it down. After Chen Dong left, the whole family gathered together. Wang Dachui's mother said excitedly, "I never imagined that I had underestimated him before. He's practically a miracle doctor." She was aware of Wang Dachui's condition, because more than one doctor had mentioned during his previous examinations that his condition was critical. Be prepared to never wake up again. This news almost made Wang Dachui's mother faint, which is why she was so angry when she later learned that the hospital had assigned such a young doctor to Wang Dachui. Because Wang Dachui's mother felt that even the hospital had given up on her son. Old Wang narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "It's a pity we misunderstood them before. Now we have to make a banner for them and send it over no matter what." Li Xiaofen, yes, I definitely want it. Without this young doctor, her husband might not have survived. Compared to her husband's life, what is a banner worth? Let alone one time, even 10 times would be worth it. Since Wang Dachui's parents have made such a statement, his in-laws have nothing to say. Besides, they also believe that their son-in-law's life was indeed saved by this young doctor. Moreover, they are now certain of one thing: everything the director just said was the truth. They thought the director was just making excuses for his hospital staff, but they didn't expect this young doctor to be so capable. Another surgery was completed. Looking at the experience points on the system interface, Chen Dong felt a little more relaxed after adding 10 points. At least there was something to gain. However, this was his first time performing surgery for meningitis, and he had never simulated it in the system before, so it took him a full hour to complete the surgery. Moreover, the amount of effort involved is unimaginable to outsiders. Once Chen Dong starts performing surgery, he becomes completely immersed in it. They naturally expend more mental energy than others. When Chen Dong came out of the operating room, he had already decided that he would spend his experience points to simulate several meningitis surgeries in the system when he got back. He felt that he didn't have a good grasp of the surgery. For example, he was somewhat unfamiliar with some clinical situations. In Chen Dong's world, everything must be pushed to the limit, especially in the field of medicine. Because during surgery, even a slight detail could lead to the loss of a life. And never take chances. There's a saying that goes, the more familiar the road, the easier it is to crash. This means that people are more likely to make mistakes when they are familiar with something. Chen Dong wholeheartedly agrees with this statement, so no matter the circumstances, he always maintains a high level of energy regarding his patient's conditions. "I will not be negligent just because I am familiar with the illness." After returning to his office, Chen Dong drank a bottle of Red Bull. The medical assistants in the operating room hadn't come out yet, and Chen Dong specifically instructed them to observe the patient for a longer period of time. Because no matter what, the brain is different from other parts of the body. Zhao Hua also went to perform surgery with Director Wang, which is why she didn't come over to gossip again when Chen Dong returned to the office. This gave him a rare moment of peace and quiet. Chen Dong took out his notebook and carefully recorded the unexpected situation that had just occurred in the operating room. As the saying goes, a bad pen is worse than a good memory, and this is a good habit that Chen Dong has cultivated over the years. Chen Dong's notebook can be said to encapsulate the essence of most of the medical field, which is why the interns in the hospital are all eager to copy Chen Dong's notebook. Unfortunately, the number was limited, and many people didn't get a turn. Old Master Su is now considering whether he should take the initiative to talk to Dean Zhang and ask for a promotion for Chen Dong. After all, it doesn't seem right if his granddaughter's husband is just a doctor. Doesn't that mean that any random department head in the hospital has more power than his granddaughter's husband? That won't do. Old Master Su is extremely protective of his own people at heart. Especially given that he still values Chen Dong highly. Old Lu, what do you think? Should I transfer Chen Dong to the position of director, or directly to the position of vice president? When Old Lu heard this, he almost choked on his own saliva. Old man, aren't you the one who hates people who use connections the most? When Su Jixia first graduated from university, she was supposed to take over the company, but in order to hone her skills, the old man insisted on letting her rise from a junior employee to the position of president she holds today. The old man was actually so blatantly trying to give Qindong preferential treatment? This is enough to prove just how much the old man likes Qindong. Old Lu frowned and said, "I'm afraid this is not a good idea, sir. If you promote Qindong to a higher position today, even if it's just a minor director position, he will be criticized." The old man said with dissatisfaction, "I'd like to see who dares to criticize him in the hospital? Do they not respect this old man? And with all those achievements he's made, even if he's not qualified to be a vice dean or director, he should at least be qualified, right? Grandpa, Qindong is still too young. Doesn't the dean admire him? I think when the time is right, the dean will naturally promote him." Old Lu added, "Besides, sir, you don't want everyone to think that Dr. Chen got the position of director by relying on the back door, do you? This is why Dean Su has not transferred Qindong's position." The old man felt that what Butler Lu said made some sense, but he still felt somewhat indignant for Qindong. "Never mind, let's see when the hospital staff is reassigned next time. If there's a suitable position, just push Qindong up there. If the timing isn't right, he'll just transfer the hospital shares to Qindong's name. Let's see who dares to gossip about Qindong if he becomes a shareholder." Chapter 97, Nothing happened for a long time? The Vice Dean's office. Director Li asked anxiously, "Teacher, what exactly does this old man mean? Why haven't we made a move yet?" The vice president couldn't figure out what the old man was thinking either. He had already told the old man the news yesterday, and the old man's reaction at the time was quite furious. Shouldn't Qindong have been kicked out of the hospital the next day? How can they be so relaxed while performing surgery? Director Li also couldn't understand this problem. Do you think it's possible that the old man didn't find Qindong when he rushed over? Director Li thought it was quite possible. It's very likely that Qindong had already left at that time. "This is my fault. I should have taken a picture of them when I saw them in the underground parking lot," Director Li said with some regret. How could he not regret missing such a good opportunity to squeeze Qindong out of the hospital? The vice dean sneered and said, "What's there to be afraid of? As long as Qindong is still with Su Jixia, we're not afraid of not being able to find evidence against them. Besides, the old man will definitely think that Qindong seduced Su Jixia. Given Su Jixia's qualities, how could she possibly be interested in Qindong?" Director Li felt that the vice president's words made sense, and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Then, starting today, should I keep an eye on their whereabouts?" When the time was right, he took the picture. He wanted to see how Qindong would try to argue then. The Su family, such a prestigious and influential family, is not something Qindong can even dream of. While the vice president and Director Li were plotting, they had no idea that Mr. Su had taken a great liking to Qindong ever since they met him, and was practically ready to have Qindong call him dad. If they knew these things, they certainly wouldn't have dared to jeopardize their futures with such thoughts. Some people think that relationships in hospitals are simpler, but actually, they are just as simple. After all, in the workplace, what colleague relationship is simple? Intrigue and backstabbing are everywhere. However, all of this was temporarily irrelevant to Qindong after he finished lunch in the president's office. Qindong then discovered that a large number of banners had inexplicably appeared on his desk. "What's going on?" Qindong looked at Zhao Hua, who was playing games next to him, with a puzzled expression. Without looking up, Zhao Hua said, "You're finally back. A whole bunch of people just arrived, claiming to be family members of the patients you're treating. They brought all these things over. Moreover, these family members were quite clear-headed, knowing that doctors cannot accept gifts, so they all presented banners instead. It's said that the organization is run by a woman named Li Xiaofan." Through Zhao Hua's intermittent description, Qindong finally learned the whole story. It turned out that Li Xiaofan's family wanted to present him with a banner, but they happened to run into other patients' families at the hospital. Unexpectedly, these people hit it off immediately and agreed to come and present him with a banner at noon today. That's why there are these things on the table. Qindong was somewhat moved. These things were not just ordinary banners to him, but recognition of his medical skills. He carefully hung all the banners on the office wall. Their emergency room office was considered quite spacious by the standards of the hospital, but almost 2 walls were covered with Qindong's banners. After finishing his game, Zhao Hua saw this scene and said with some envy, "I wish I could be a part of it." Director Wang walked in after finishing his meal and happened to see this scene. He joked, "If you put the same effort into studying medicine as you do into playing video games, it might not be impossible." The problem is that Zhao Hua himself doesn't care. How did you do on the exam? Director Wang asked casually. Zhao Hua shook his head. The results aren't out yet. He outwardly appeared indifferent, but inwardly he cared deeply. But he was afraid that the outcome would disappoint him greatly, so he deliberately put on this act. Zhao Hua, I wish I had half of Dong Ji's brain. Director Wang said irritably. Quan Du's current success is indeed inseparable from his talent, but it is even more due to his hard work. Many times, even after we have finished get off work, he is still in the hospital organizing files and carefully recording every patient he has treated. Actually, these are all experiences you can accumulate. You are currently interning, so you can take this opportunity to learn more and accumulate experience, especially since you are in the emergency department now and have such a good teacher like Qin Dong by your side. Director Wang's words were not exaggerated at all. Even he, a director with decades of medical experience, highly recognized Qin Dong's medical skills. Qin Dong smiled modestly. As if inspired by Director Wang's words, Zhao Hua even used his lunch break to practice problems. Director Wang, went to sleep in a small cubicle next to the office. Before he knew it, Qin Dong was alone in the office again. He drank Red Bull in the morning, which made him quite energetic, so he simply pulled out 2 sheets of drawing paper from the cabinet next to him and started drawing. Whenever he has free time, he wants to do something. For example, playing the piano, painting, or dancing and singing. However, Qin Dong is more skilled at drawing. When he was young, Eileen Chang sent him to an art class for 2 years. As for why he didn't go later, it's because Qin Dong had already mastered most of the painting techniques during those 2 years. So he felt there was no point in going any further, and simply asked Yang Ailing to suspend the classes. As Qin Dong put pen to paper, images were already forming in his mind. During his 1-hour lunch break, he had almost finished sketching the lines. There's no ink in the office, so I guess I'll have to go back and add the color. In the afternoon, a woman walked in, scratching her head and looking at Qin Dong with a pained expression. Doctor, I have a lot of red spots on my body. Can you take a look and tell me what's wrong? An ordinary woman might feel embarrassed, but she had been suffering terribly from these red spots for the past few days and just wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. Red spots? If red spots appear on the body, then these red spots could be many things. For example, herpes, urticaria. Are there any on your arm? The woman nodded and eagerly lifted her clothes on her arm. Look, these are the red spots, they're so itchy. At first, she didn't take it seriously, thinking that her clothes on the balcony had been crawled over by spiders or some small insects, and that she had simply changed and washed them. But the red spots became increasingly itchy, and when she couldn't stand it anymore, she went to the pharmacy and bought several tubes of ointment. The result was useless, and they didn't arrive at the hospital until several days later. These red dots are really torturous. Chapter 98 Shingles. The woman did indeed have some red rashes on her arms. I suggest you go to a dermatologist for a checkup. This was, after all, the emergency room, but before Qin Dong could explain why. The woman said urgently, Doctor, please take a look at me quickly, I really can't stand it anymore. A hint of despair crossed her face. This thing actually requires a visit to a dermatologist? Wouldn't that mean it would take even longer? Then you should get a blood test first. Only after a blood test can Qin Dong make a specific judgment. However, these red spots do resemble shingles. After the results came out, Qin Dong found that it was indeed as he had thought. Shingles is an infectious disease affecting the nerves and skin, caused by the varicella zoster virus. It is called shingles because the rash is distributed in a band-like pattern. These types of diseases are contagious to some extent. The rash of shingles usually occurs on one side of the body. Moreover, shingles initially presents as just some red rashes on the surface of the skin. It will gradually turn into a noticeable blister. Once the blisters turn into blisters, it's not just about itching anymore. Qin Dong noticed that the woman didn't have many red rashes on her arms. Are your symptoms located on your chest, abdomen, or limbs? The woman nodded, and said slightly embarrassedly, I only felt itchy in my chest a while ago, but I didn't expect it to spread to my limbs as well. This is what made her want to go to the hospital for a checkup. That must be what they mean by covering up with symptoms. Doctor, what should I do? Qin Dong noticed that the blisters on the woman's hand hadn't yet turned into blisters, but were gradually becoming transparent. Although it sounds scary, it's not a big deal. Go get the medicine according to this list, and come back after you get it. I will tell you how to use these medicines. In fact, every medicine has an instruction manual, but with a responsible and conscientious attitude towards every patient, Qindong always explains it to them in detail. The woman returned shortly afterward, carrying a small bag of medicine. This pink liquid is calamine lotion. Before using any other ointment, you must first use this calamine lotion. In short, apply this calamine lotion to all your red spots. Apply acyclovir 3 to 4 times a day, and after the calamine lotion has dried. Calamine lotion has a soothing and cooling effect on the skin and can be used to relieve possible itching. Acyclovir is the cheapest antiviral drug, but its daily dosing frequency and total dosage are higher than other drugs. Acyclovir can be used to treat itchy red rashes. After you take these Chinese medicines home, take them twice a day, 1 packet each time. These Chinese medicines are all for clearing damp heat. Drinking them for 2 or 3 days should be enough. Qindong said calmly that he had only prescribed a 2 or 3 day supply. Come back to the dermatology department of the hospital for a follow-up examination after you finish using these medications. Traditional Chinese medicine believes that the early stage of shingles is mainly due to damp heat obstruction and excessive damp heat toxins, while the later stage is mainly due to heat-damaging qi stagnation and blood stasis, or spleen deficiency and impaired function, with residual toxins remaining. That's why Qindong prescribed him some traditional Chinese medicine to dispel dampness and heat. However, traditional Chinese medicine takes effect too slowly, so it still needs to be used in conjunction with Western medicine ointments. The woman nodded repeatedly, carefully writing down what Qindong had said. Chen Dongxing stretched and ended his busy day as the sun set. Su Zhixia naturally wanted to go back with Qindong, but Qindong drove himself today, and Su Zhixia had to go back to the company for an emergency meeting, so Qindong did not walk with Su Zhixia today. This greatly disappointed Director Li, who had been squatting in the underground parking lot for half a day. He had specifically taken half an hour off to squat in the underground parking lot, hoping to see Su Zhixia and Qindong walk out together, but why was it only Qindong alone? This is really not normal? Director Li was both angry and annoyed, but had nowhere to vent his anger. He secretly made up his mind that he must find a scene of Qindong and Su Zhixia together. After returning home, Qindong was too lazy to cook, so he simply ordered takeout. He then returned to his room to continue working on his unfinished painting. So much so that when Su Zhixia returned home, she found the entire living room eerily quiet. Could it be that Qindong isn't home today? I haven't heard where he's going, Su Zhixia wondered, knocking on Qindong's door. When Su Zhixia saw Qindong open the door and look puzzled, she explained, I thought you weren't home. She peered inside curiously. What are you doing hiding in your room all by yourself? Qindong joked, would you believe me if I said I hid a beautiful woman in my house? Su Zhixia snorted, if you were really hiding a beautiful woman, you probably wouldn't be willing to open the door for me, would you? As he spoke, he glanced at the object a few more times, still not entirely convinced. All right, my dear lady, I was just joking with you. There's no woman in the house. As he spoke, Qindong pulled out a piece of drawing paper from behind his back as if performing a magic trick and handed it to Su Zhixia. This is a gift for you. Qindong had already decided where the painting would go when he painted it. Qindong realized that although he had known Su Zhixia for so long, he had never given her anything, but Su Zhixia had always given him a lot of things. Although Su Zhixia forced him to accept these things, Qindong still remembered them. He dislikes owing favors to others, and he dislikes accepting gifts from others. He wasn't without suitors during his school days, and countless people gave him gifts. Among those gifts were many very valuable ones, but he never even glanced at them and returned them all. In all his life, he has only ever truly accepted gifts from Su Zhixia. Su Zhixia took the painting from Qindong's hand in a daze, her expression gradually becoming somewhat subtle. Which master's work is this? Qindong painted a starry sky, but it wasn't like a typical starry sky with countless stars. This painting presents two styles of lines, one is long, distorted lines, and the other is short, broken lines. The two elements work together to create a dazzling and fantastical scene. In terms of composition, the turbulent sky contrasts with the peaceful village. The flames achieve a visual balance with the horizontal mountains and the sky. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be wonderful. Chapter 99 The Master's Painting. Actually, Su Zhixia didn't know much about painting, but because her grandfather was an avid collector of paintings, she gradually gained some knowledge about them through exposure. The old man wasn't the kind of person with outdated ideas. He not only loved Eastern works but also appreciated the beauty of Western works. The Su family's library still holds a considerable collection of Western paintings. Su Zhixia had seen many paintings, but she had never seen one with this style before. With great excitement, she asked, "Did you buy this painting?" I wonder who this master is. Immediately, Qindong looked at Su Zhixia with a strange expression. What expert? This is my drawing. A gift for you. What? Su Zhixia was shocked. Is this really just a casual sketch by Qindong? Yet, it is absolutely perfect in terms of both composition and lines. She even thought it was painted by some master artist. Qindong nodded. The ink isn't dry yet. If you don't like it, I can give you something else next time. For a moment, Qindong couldn't figure out what girls really liked. He did search online, but the answers were all too general, either about clothes, bags, or lipstick. Qindong felt that Su Zhixia would have all these things. After all, Su Zhixia's family background is so privileged, what doesn't she have? That's why he thought of painting, which is a rather unique gift. I love it. How could I not love it? Excitement is an understatement to describe Su Zhixia's current feelings. Qindong actually gave her a gift, and it was even hand-drawn by him. Just for this one thing, Su Zhixia felt that her life had been worthwhile. Su Zhixia couldn't help but tiptoe and leave a red mark on Qindong's cheek. Thank you, Qindong. I really love this gift. To show how much he valued the gift, Su Zhixia decided to frame it immediately and hang it in her room. She watched him day and night. This was Qindong's deep love for her. However, this intense affection was entirely imagined by Su Zhixia herself. Qindong simply wanted to express his gratitude to Su Zhixia for her kindness during this time. Qindong, is there anything else I don't know about you? Su Zhixia stared at Qindong with near-obsessive fascination. This man is so perfect, with superb medical skills, he can dance, and even his casual drawings look like those of a master. Su Zhixia really didn't know what Qindong couldn't do. Qindong smiled helplessly. There are many things I can't do. For example, his potted plants never survive. Of course, Qindong wouldn't tell Su Zhixia this. Su Zhixia carefully carried the painting back to her room, her eyes filled with love. This is the first gift Qindong has ever given her, and she must cherish it. A certain haughty young lady couldn't resist taking a picture and posting it on her WeChat Moments. Mr. Su happened to see this post on his WeChat Moments. A gift carefully prepared for me by my boyfriend. Even the caption is filled with affection. When Mr. Su saw this post on his WeChat Moments, he did indeed frown. How come he's never seen this painting before? However, from any perspective, the painting technique is on par with any famous painter of the last century. He possesses the gentleness of the East, yet also carries a touch of Western imagination. These two elements combined perfectly, and Mr. Su felt that the other party must be very knowledgeable about painting. This information came from Qindong. Could it be that Qindong also enjoys researching this? No, he had to find out from Qindong who painted this picture. I wonder if that master has any remaining works. If so, he'll get his hands on them no matter the cost. This is simply a gem among paintings. Strangely, this painting isn't signed. Did the artist not want to be too high profile? Indeed, if he wanted to be high profile, this one painting alone could make him famous far and wide. Grandpa Su was somewhat moved and immediately sent Su Zhixia a message. Was that painting in your WeChat Moments a gift from Qindong? Why don't you reluctantly part with it and give it to Grandpa? Grandpa Su said the most shameless things in a very serious manner. Those who know him well know that he is truly a person obsessed with painting. If you want to ask the old master for help, he might not even blink an eye at giving you anything else. But if you give him a painting, that's a different story. Regardless of whether the item is good or bad, he will always give you a second look. When Su Zhixia received this shameless message from Grandpa Su, she replied without hesitation, "No way." But the first gift Qindong gave her was as precious as her lifeblood, and she wouldn't give in even if the recipient was her grandfather. Old Master Su had long anticipated this outcome, so he had no choice but to go and find Qindong. "Xiaodong, which master painted that oil painting you gave to Zhixia?" In terms of composition, the painting is extremely accurate. The trees set off the sky, and the houses below support the boundless universe, achieving a subtle balance in composition. In particular, the lines of those cypress trees are drawn smoothly and uniquely. In terms of painting techniques, it does not use simple lines and planes to represent objects. Instead, it uses dots to depict the light and shadow of objects, achieving effects that traditional paintings could not. At the same time, he also focused on using exaggeration and contrast to add dynamism to the light and shadow. The town in the foreground, depicted with short, clear horizontal lines, contrasts sharply with the dominant curved lines at the top of the painting. The intersection of the church's slender spire with the horizon, and the cypress tree's top cutting right through the swirling, flying nebula, all contribute to a sense of fluidity in the scene. The painting is primarily composed of blue and violet, with touches of starlight like yellow. The deep blue base creates a somber atmosphere, enhancing the darkness of the night. The cypress trees in the foreground are rendered in deep green and brown, signifying the envelopment of night. Bright white and yellow are used to depict the stars and the halo around them, giving a warm and bright feeling. The painter used thick, short brushstrokes to weave together curved, swirling lines, creating wave-like patterns that give the painting a dazzling and fantastical appearance. The swirling sky in the painting contrasts with the peaceful village. Amidst a vast expanse of cool-toned flowing nebulae, an orange moon shines brightly, illuminating the silent night house like a beacon, leaving a lasting impression with its fantastical colors. The overall color scheme is harmonious. The ink is well balanced, with appropriate shades and tones, perfectly complementing the atmosphere of the painting. Grandpa Su really couldn't wait to take possession of this painting. However, he also knew his granddaughter's temper. If he tried to force her, Su Zhixia might cut ties with him directly because of this. So Mr. Su wanted to ask Qin if this master had any other works. "You mean that painting? I just painted it this afternoon." Qin was truly at a loss. Su Zhixia subconsciously felt that this was the work of a master from the last century. As a result, even Mr. Su, who cherishes paintings, thought so. After Qin replied to the message, old Master Su suddenly disappeared. I don't know what they went to do. Chapter 100 Treasure. Qin, open the door. Old man? Hearing the noise, Qin opened the door and looked at old Master Su in front of him with a puzzled expression. What is this old man Su doing here so late at night? Grandpa Su walked in excitedly. Qin, what did you just say? That painting was painted by you? Quick, show it to me. Su Zhixia was startled when she saw the old man, and looked at Butler Lu in confusion. What are you two doing here so late at night? Is he here to disturb her in Qin time alone again? Thinking of this, Su Zhixia said with a hint of dissatisfaction, I don't have any empty beds here today, so you can sleep here. Even if she did, she wouldn't want to take him in. In the past, Grandpa Su would have scolded Su Zhixia for not respecting her elders, but today he didn't want to argue with her about it. Don't flatter yourself. I'm not here to see you today. I'm here to see Qin. The old man said with a touch of arrogance. After learning the old man's purpose, Qin said, that painting is with President Su now. Grandpa Su looked at Su Zhixia with shining eyes. Quickly show me that painting in your WeChat moments. When the old man learned that the painting was done by Qin, he was incredibly shocked. This painting is an exceptionally fine masterpiece from any angle. How could it possibly have been drawn by a young person? If someone else had said these words, the old man would have definitely scolded them for deceiving art. However, when Qin said these words, the old man felt that it was not impossible. Su Zhixia was completely baffled by the old man's excited expression. However, she still took out the painting that she had already collected from her room. Grandpa Su took out the magnifying glass he always carried with him and began to examine it carefully. Su Zhixia and Qin were left standing to the side. Seeing this, even the housekeeper, Lu, couldn't help but laugh and explain to Qin, that's just how the old man is, he can't move once he sees a painting. Actually, Mr. Su didn't really have many favorite things in his life, one was painting and the other was wine. Later, he also gave up drinking, leaving only collecting paintings as his hobby. But now it's hard to come across any works that truly impress him. Since the passing of those masters, the works of the so-called masters who followed have been simply unwatchable. Ha 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 ha. I never expected to have such a capable junior by my side. Old Master Su's tense expression dissipated, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. This painting is amazing. With Mr. Su's expertise in appraising paintings over the years, this painting could definitely fetch 10 million or even more. Xiao Chun, you said you just casually painted this picture, why don't you sell it to me? This old man will absolutely not take advantage of you. How about a flat price of 30 million? Su Zhixia initially thought her grandfather had gone mad and wandered into her house, but after hearing these words, she realized that he had come to take her things. No way. Before Qin could speak, Su Zhixia immediately refused. This painting was a gift from Qin. You think you can buy it for a mere 30 million? Grandpa, are you here in the middle of the night just to steal my things? Su Zhixia said irritably, don't even mention that you're my grandfather. Even if you were my ancestor, I still wouldn't sell it to you. This was the first gift Qin had given her, but Su Zhisha naturally cherished it immensely. How can it be measured by price? The old man was so angry at Su Zhisha's words that he puffed out his beard and glared at her. I can raise the price. This painting perfectly matches Mr. Su's aesthetic taste in every aspect. Su Zhisha raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you think I look like someone who's short of money? Old Master Su. Now that most of the Su family's assets are in Su Zhisha's name, how could Su Zhisha be short of money? Seeing that Grandpa Su was about to argue with Su Zhisha, Chendong quickly said, Grandpa, if you like it, I can paint another one for you. The previously angry old man, Mr. Su, immediately put on a smiling face. Really? Chendong nodded, never expecting that his painting would almost trigger a fight between grandfather and grandson. That really was his fault. Grandpa Su glanced at Su Zhisha with a smug look on his face and said provocatively, then mine is better than this brat's. As the saying goes, old people are like children, and the old man really is becoming more and more like a child as he gets older. Especially that temper. Okay, I promise I'll draw better than Mr. Su. Chendong coaxed the old man like a child. This made the old man a little embarrassed. I can't let you work for nothing. How about I give you a painting for 100 million? The old man tentatively asked if 100 million was too little, and he could add more. Chendong shook his head. I just drew these pictures casually, how can I take your money? If you offer me money, I won't draw it for you. It wasn't anything particularly valuable to begin with. When the old man heard Chendong say that, he had no choice but to compromise, but in his heart, he found Chendong, his grandson-in-law, to be more and more pleasing to the eye. The old man had even decided that if Su Zhisha couldn't keep Chendong, he would adopt Chendong as his son. He left half of his family business to Chendong. If Chendong knew what old Master Su was thinking, he would definitely be both amused and exasperated. Su Zhisha said with dissatisfaction, why are you paying attention to this old man? Painting is so tiring for your hands. Just ignore him. How could her grandfather be so unreasonable? He actually made Chendong paint another picture? Doesn't this old man know that painting is a very energy-consuming activity? At this moment, Su Zhisha felt incredibly sorry for Chendong. She wouldn't have posted it if she had known the old man would see it. Chapter 101 Giving Birth. Su Zhisha knew that Chendong had to get up early for work the next day, so she sent him to sleep. After Chendong left, the old man mysteriously pulled Su Zhisha into the study. Why did you drag me here? It's so late, you should go home. Su Zhisha felt that the old man's presence was seriously hindering her from communicating with Chendong. The old man cleared his throat and looked at her seriously. Don't you plan to have a child? Su Zhisha was a little confused when she heard this. Huh? The old man looked at him with the eyes of someone who had been through it all, and said earnestly, let me tell you, don't think that you are still young and it's okay to have children later. The best way to keep a man is to have a child for him. Chendong is so outstanding, aren't you worried? Even if you get married, there's still a chance of divorce. What if Chendong gets seduced by someone else? The old man was even more anxious than Su Zhisha at this moment. He couldn't let such a good grandson-in-law go to someone else's house. Su Zhisha didn't expect the old man's topic to jump around so much, suddenly bringing up the children. Grandpa, I haven't decided whether or not to have children yet. Upon hearing this, the old man said with exasperation, can't you have some ambition? Take down Chendong as soon as possible, so that this old man won't have to worry about you anymore. If Su Zhisha can really marry Chendong, then he can finally relax a bit. Even though the old man is now retired, he still worries a lot about Su Zhisha. If Chendong gets snatched away by someone else, let's see where you go to cry then. Su Zhisha's mind stirred, and she began to waver. Yes, after all, Chendong is so outstanding. And even the most beautiful face will grow old one day. What if she gradually becomes less beautiful, while Chendong remains so outstanding and there will be even younger girls around him? Very good, Su Zhisha already felt a sense of crisis. Grandpa, I understand. Su Zhisha said this, but in her heart she was thinking that she didn't even have a chance to make a move. After all, Chendong was wary of her like a notorious womanizer. That's all the old man could say about this. Since you've taken my advice to heart, I won't say anything more. The old man didn't linger at Su Zhisha's house and left with Butler Lu. Before leaving, he reminded Su Zhisha to take good care of Chendong's health and not to act like a spoiled princess, since being a doctor is a very demanding profession. Through the crack in the door, Su Zhisha could see the light emanating from Chendong's room. Is Chendong still awake? Su Zhisha went to the kitchen with practiced ease, heated up a cup of milk, and brought it to Chendong's room. Why haven't you rested yet? At this moment, Qin was leaning against the bed reading a medical book. In fact, his consciousness had already entered the system, where he scanned the system's rewards. He hadn't fully absorbed all the rewards the system had given him before. I can only try to figure it out at night. Seeing Qin like this, Su Zhixia felt a little sorry for him. Actually, you don't have to work so hard. With her family fortune, she could easily support 10 Qindongs, let alone one. Have a glass of warm milk, it will help you sleep. Qin smiled and nodded. Only 20 minutes had passed outside, but he had already spent a whole day and night inside the system. A day and a night is enough for him to do a lot of things. They simulated 2 or 3 surgeries and absorbed dozens of medical techniques. Qin felt that his knowledge had increased significantly. I am indeed quite tired. Qin, let's have a child. Su Zhixia said this very seriously, without any intention of joking with Qin. Qin nearly choked on the hot milk in his mouth. No way. Putting aside the fact that he has no plans to get married for the time being, even if he did, he wouldn't want to have children so soon. He hasn't finished his career yet, and having a child at this time would not only be bad for him, but also irresponsible to the child. If someone decides to have a child, they will focus their attention on their family rather than their career. Moreover, Qin felt that his relationship with Su Zhixia was not close enough to the point of having a child. Su Zhixia had expected this outcome, but she was still somewhat disappointed. Why don't you want to have children with me? Is it because after 3 months, you won't have any connection with me anymore? Their 3-month agreement was like a bond that bound the two of them together. At least that's the case for Su Zhixia, because Qin can't leave her during these 3 months. But who can say for sure what will happen in 3 months? Qin shook his head. Don't overthink it. I just want to focus on my career. Besides, our 3 months aren't over yet, are they? His words seemed to give Su Zhixia renewed hope. That means you do have feelings for me, right? Qin nodded honestly. He never denied his feelings if he liked someone, he liked them if he was moved. A real man should be bold and responsible, why should he hide it? He wanted to wait 3 months before determining whether this feeling was just a passing fancy or true love. There is a difference between a fleeting infatuation and love. Su Zhixia was so happy that she couldn't help but stand on tiptoe, her little hands twisting together uncontrollably. Can I sleep with you tonight? No. Qin refused as usual. Sleeping with her wasn't Su Zhixia's ultimate goal, she probably wanted to make it a fait accompli. After all, he was a grown man, and sleeping with a woman like Su Zhixia, who had a curvaceous figure and was incredibly beautiful, while having to restrain his desires, was just too unbearable. He's not a saint. Su Zhixia compromised and said, then how about I work here? She said that because she knew Qin wouldn't be asleep anytime soon. For some reason, Su Zhixia always felt exceptionally at ease when she was with Qin. The sense of security that emanated from within her was something she had never felt from anyone else. Therefore, she especially liked to stay in places where Qin was, not just the bedroom, but even the office, kitchen, and living room. Su Zhixia felt that wherever Qin was, even the air smelled fresh. Qin shook his head. Don't you have a study? Besides, I'm going to bed in half an hour. It's already 9:30, and Qin's biological clock is always very punctual. He wouldn't stay up all night unless there were some unavoidable reasons. Su Zhixia said pitifully, then I'll stay for half an hour. I promise I'll leave right after half an hour. Seeing Su Zhixia's appearance, Qin immediately softened. All right then. Su Zhixia immediately grabbed her laptop and sat down at Qin's desk, typing away furiously on the keyboard. Qin, on the other hand, was completely absorbed in the system. In Su Zhixia's view, he was just engrossed in reading medical books and didn't realize that anything was wrong. Men who work hard are handsome. Su Zhixia held her face in her hands, swooning, and even took many photos of Qin's profile. Qin didn't notice any of these things. When Qin came out of the system again, he found the room unusually quiet. Su Zhixia, who was working diligently, somehow fell asleep on her computer. Her phone was still under his hand, and most importantly, she hadn't even turned off the screen. So much so that Qin immediately saw himself on Su Zhixia's phone screen. Your screensaver is yourself, and your theme background is also yourself. If you even scroll down, you'll find that his photo album is full of his own pictures. However, most of those photos were taken secretly. Qin calmly put Su Zhixia's phone back where it was, but his feelings were somewhat complicated. He tried to wake Su Zhixia, but after waking up in a daze, Su Zhixia actually walked right past him and went to sleep in his bed. Her legs were still clamped around his blanket. This posture looked very practiced. Chapter 102 Having a Child? Qindong originally intended to carry Su Zhixia back to her room, but later found that even in her sleep, Su Zhixia still clung to him. This seemed to be a subconscious action, so Qindong let Su Zhixia sleep in his room. The next day, after breakfast, Qindong went to work as usual. Upon seeing this, Su Zhixia quickly got out and drove her car over. However, Qindong did not get into her car. Su Zhixia thought Qindong hadn't seen her, so she kept honking her horn at him, almost causing the patrolling security guards to mistakenly think she was disturbing the peace. Why isn't Qindong coming to work with me today? Su Zhixia was somewhat disappointed as she watched Qindong get into his car. She was quite happy to find herself waking up in Qindong's bed this morning. At least Qindong didn't kick her out again, did he? Isn't this a sign that the relationship is heating up? Why didn't Qindong want to ride in her car to work this morning? Love is a wonderful thing. You can feel disappointed by the slightest thing your partner does. Su Zhixia suddenly received a message from Qindong. I won't be taking your car to work today. A colleague wants to borrow mine. I heard that Zhao Hua is going on a blind date this weekend, so he borrowed my car. Qindong wasn't a stingy person, it was just a car, so he figured he could just borrow it. Su Zhixia, who was initially feeling quite sad, suddenly felt cheerful upon seeing this message. Is Qindong trying to explain to her? If Qindong is explaining to her, does that mean she has a place in his heart? Otherwise, why would Qindong spend this time explaining to her? With just a few words from Qindong, Su Zhixia had already thought of names for their child in her mind. It was Qindong's words that made Su Zhixia feel relaxed and happy. So much so that Zhang Shui was somewhat incredulous when she met her. Why is Miss in such a good mood today? Could it be that she and Dr. Chen have slept together? Zhang Shui joked. Su Zhixia rolled her eyes. Stop making fun of me, it's not that fast. She did want to have a child with Qindong, but he wasn't willing, and she couldn't have a child on her own. If you ask me, you should hurry up and make it a done deal with Dr. Chen, otherwise all those nurses who dress up in Dr. Chen's office every day could become your rivals. Zhang Shui shook her head helplessly. Although Su Zhixia was very outstanding, she had too many rivals in love. Sometimes, having a man you like who is too outstanding can be a painful thing. Su Zhixia snorted coldly, dare to steal my man? I can make them lose their jobs. I want to see how they can steal my man when they can't even afford to eat. Su Zhixia said without any politeness, after all, she had the ability. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui couldn't help but applaud President Su. But you can only guard against it for a while, not forever. Why don't you have a child with Dr. Chen? That way, Dr. Chen won't be able to run away. Moreover, once a man has a child, his mind will be entirely focused on the child. Although Zhang Shui also felt that her words were somewhat selfish and that she had not considered Qindong at all. But she is Su Zhixia's friend, so she can only consider things from Su Zhixia's perspective. Zhang Shui and the old man both urged her to have a child, and Su Zhixia sighed softly. She wants to have children too. But this isn't something she can decide on her own. She hasn't even had a physical relationship with Qindong yet, so how can she have a child? Moreover, judging from what Qindong said yesterday, he probably doesn't have any plans to have children anytime soon, so Zhang Shui's suggestion probably won't work. Let's talk about this later. Su Zhixia didn't bring up the matter again, but instead focused on the work at hand. During this period, Director Li had been closely observing Qindong's movements. He discovered that Qindong would not go to the cafeteria for lunch, but would wait until everyone had left before taking the elevator to the president's office. Director Li's face turned red with excitement. What does this mean? This proves that Qindong and Su Zhixia are indeed having an affair. As the saying goes, perseverance pays off, and he finally learned of this important news. Director Li was waiting early at the elevator exit on the 12th floor of the hospital. When Qindong enters the president's office, he will take a picture of this scene. With photographic evidence, Grandpa Su will surely believe them. They'll just kick Qindong out of the hospital then. After all, who would want a poor loser as their grandson-in-law? If Grandpa Su really likes Qindong, then he must be out of his mind. Anyway, Director Li felt that someone as shrewd as old Master Su would never be interested in a loser like Qindong. Qindong felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him intently when he entered the president's office today, a feeling that made him very uncomfortable. But when he turned around, he didn't see anyone. Or is it just my imagination? Today I asked the kitchen to make your favorite braised beef and stir-fried shredded potatoes with vinegar. Su Zhixia said with a smile that she gives the kitchen different instructions almost every day. That's thoughtful of you. Su Zhixia was overjoyed to receive Qindong's praise. She couldn't hide her joy. I'm glad you like it. After taking pictures of President Chen Dongjin's office, Director Li hurriedly left. What he was actually more curious about was what happened after Qindong went inside. But after Qindong went in, he closed the door behind him, so he didn't see anything. But that's enough. At least with this one photo, we can conclude that Qindong and Su Zhixia are entangled. When Director Li excitedly arrived at the vice president's office with the photos, he overheard the vice president talking to another person. The vice president said, "The hospital has sent you out for 3 months of training. When you return, you will definitely be given priority for the vice president position. I did everything I could to get this opportunity for you, so you must cherish it. A hospital doesn't only have one vice president, his hospital only has one because of vacancies. Their hospital is currently training talent, it remains to be seen who can seize the opportunity. Thank you, Vice Dean. I will never forget your kindness once I take that position." Director Li recognized the voice. Wasn't it Director Qian from the internal medicine department next door? Director Qian and he arrived at the hospital at the same time and were both students of the vice president. But from any perspective, Director Li believed that the vice president liked him a little more. After all, the vice dean usually doesn't take the initiative to contact Director Qian, but he is very concerned about him. However, this conversation made Director Li realize that his status in the vice president's heart was actually lower than that of Director Qian. He had heard about this opportunity for further study, and she had tentatively asked the vice dean if he could try to get it for him, since who wouldn't want such a good opportunity? After returning from his advanced studies, he became the vice president of the hospital. However, the vice president said that it was the president's decision, and he was just a vice president and could not interfere. Director Li felt it was quite a pity about this. I never expected Zhang Wei to be deceiving him. Director Li felt like a million curses were running through his mind. If he hadn't still had some sense, he would have rushed in and questioned the vice president about why he did this. What exactly did Director Qian do wrong? But Director Li knew he couldn't do that. If he did, it would mean he had a falling out with the vice president. No matter what, Zhang Wei is now the vice president of the hospital. If you fall out with him, you'll definitely have a bad time. Unless he says he doesn't plan to stay at this hospital anymore. For a moment, Director Li's feelings were very complicated, with resentment and unwillingness intertwined in his heart. He left with a cold face, as if he had never been there at all. Back in his office, Director Li became increasingly frustrated with the matter. He was wholeheartedly concerned for the vice president, but the vice president didn't treat him like a human being. Why not give him this opportunity? What makes him inferior to that Director Qian? Director Li's face darkened. Since the vice president was so unjust and ruthless, then he wouldn't hold back. Chapter 103 Extortion. As he looked at the photos on his phone, a bold idea popped into his mind. Everyone looks out for themselves, otherwise, they'll be condemned by heaven and earth. If he takes this photo to Su Zhixia, he might be able to gain some benefits for himself. After making up his mind, Director Li sneaked into the president's office during working hours. Just then, Zhang Shui, who was about to leave, bumped into him. "Director Li, what are you doing here?" Director Li remained calm and said, "I have something to discuss with General Manager Su." Zhang Shui nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Su Zhixia, who was engrossed in editing her document, thought Zhang Shui had returned. "Weren't you going to the company? Why are you back so soon? Didn't you realize you forgot something?" "It's me, Mr. Su." Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, Su Zhixia looked up in surprise. This person looks familiar. If she's not mistaken, isn't he some kind of department head at the hospital? However, Su Zhixia comes into contact with so many people every day that she doesn't bother to remember them unless they are very important. "Did you need something from me?" Su Zhixia asked coldly. Director Li sat down unceremoniously in the chair opposite Su Zhixia, arrogantly crossed his legs, and darted around with his eyes like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Su Zhixia really disliked his expression. Her tone rose slightly, hinting at a hint of anger. This person not only entered without his permission, but also acted so ungrateful. Director Li didn't consider himself an outsider at all, because he felt that he had Su Zhixia's weakness in his hands, and Su Zhixia would have to compromise even if she didn't want to. Because if Su Zhixia didn't agree to his request, he would send the photo to Old Master Su. In time, someone will naturally meet his demands. Director Lee felt that his plan was absolutely flawless. If the circumstances hadn't prevented it, he would have applauded himself. Mr. Su, I have something to discuss with you today. Su Zhixia looked at him quietly, signaling him to continue. Director Lee didn't bother beating around the bush with Su Zhixia. He simply unlocked his phone and placed it in front of her, saying, President Su, take a good look at this photo. I took this photo by chance. If you like it, I can sell it to you. The implication couldn't be clearer. When Su Zhixia's gaze fell on the phone screen, she frowned slightly. Wasn't this the scene of Chen Dong entering her office? How did Director Lee manage to take that picture? Su Zhixia wasn't stupid. She could figure out what had happened if she thought about it carefully. It's likely that Director Lee planned this all along and carefully designed the photo to be taken. How dare he try to blackmail her with this photo? She and Chen Dong are having a secret relationship. That's only because Chen Dong doesn't want to be too high profile. She was willing to spread the news whenever Chen Dong wanted. This Director Lee doesn't even know his place. He's using this information to threaten her. Su Zhixia sneered repeatedly, her face remaining impassive as she said, Your name is Director Lee, right? What do you mean by that? Are you trying to threaten me with this? Director Lee said with a smile, Mr. Su, you flatter me. How could I dare to threaten you with this? I just want to make a deal with you. What do you want? Su Zhixia asked deliberately. When Director Lee heard Su Zhixia say that, he thought she was scared, and he immediately felt that his plan was indeed effective. Actually, I don't want money or anything. The hospital recently had a spot for further training in another city, right? I was wondering if I could have that spot? Others might not be able to get it, but as long as Su Zhixia speaks up, the spot will definitely be his. After all, this hospital belongs to the Su family. It's just a spot for further studies, isn't it? Su Zhixia said casually. This led Director Lee to mistakenly believe that she was someone who could be easily manipulated. If he had known that Su Zhixia was so easy to talk to, why would he have bothered to work so hard to please the vice dean? He could easily take some dirt on Su Zhixia and use it to blackmail her. However, as it turns out, Director Lee was being too naive. Things are far more complicated than that. What does the elective course at Huan Hospital have to do with you, Director Lee? Su Zhixia's casual question left Director Lee stunned. He hasn't realized what this means yet. What do you mean by this, Mr. Su? Su Zhixia, it doesn't mean anything. I'm just in a bad mood and I want to fire someone. Congratulations, you're quite lucky to have bumped into me. Su Zhixia's casual words shocked Director Lee. What? Su Zhixia wants to fire him? How can that be allowed? The benefits at Huan Hospital are already better than those at other hospitals, and Director Lee has been working here for almost 10 years. He's finally about to make it big, so being fired at this point would be like all his hard work was for nothing. No, he absolutely cannot be fired. Director Lee's face turned deathly pale. President Su, why are you firing me? Aren't you afraid I'll send this photo to old Master Su? Su Zhixia thought that this Director Lee was really brainless. She actually dared to fire him, which meant that she was not afraid of the existence of this photo at all. I don't know what this person was thinking, daring to use this photo to make a fuss. Was it to remind her that the punishment was too lenient? Director Lee, I'm only firing you because you're a long-time employee. Get out of here before I change my mind. Su Zhixia said coldly. Do you really think she's someone you can bully? Director Lee tried to plead, President Su, please don't fire me. I know I was wrong. I'll just delete this photo and never show my face in front of you again. Please let me stay in the hospital, I can't live without this job. He really needs this job. Director Lee was so frightened that his palms were sweating, and he pleaded repeatedly. However, Su Zhixia's expression remained unchanged. Are you going to get out of here yourself, or should I call security to drag you out? Director Lee saw the cold glint in Su Zhixia's eyes and knew that she was truly capable of doing such a thing. It immediately wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. He left the president's office reluctantly, because he was worried that if he didn't leave, Su Zhixia would really call security to take him away. He'll be the one who loses face in the end. Chapter 104. He really got fired. Su Zhixia's cold words still echoed in Director Lee's ears, and his heart felt as if it were bleeding. But all I could do was resign myself to tidying up my desk, feeling utterly disheartened. Even if Director Lee is stupid, he can tell that even if he doesn't leave now, Su Zhixia will kick him out of the hospital. If he were to leave on his own initiative now, it would sound better. But if others knew that he was fired from Hawaiian Hospital, not only would he lose face, but whether he could find another job would be another matter entirely. Director Lee felt a deep sadness and regretted his foolish decision to go to Su Jixia. He even tried to use that photo to threaten Su Jixia. He was filled with regret, but there's no going back. When Director Lee and his students saw him packing his things, they couldn't help but ask with some confusion, "Teacher, did you ask for leave?" The other party was unaware that Director Lee had been dismissed and assumed that Director Lee was taking a long leave to go home and recuperate. After all, this kind of thing is not uncommon in hospitals, and being a doctor is a very demanding profession. Director Lee tried his best to make his expression look better, and said with a forced smile, "I'm going to develop my career elsewhere. Otherwise, this city is only so big, with only a few hospitals. Even if he goes to other hospitals, there's no guarantee he won't run into someone he knows." For him, moving to a different place to live is the best option. Director Lee never expected that his unintentional decision would bring such a huge upheaval to his life. He was filled with deep regret. The intern was also puzzled. "Everything's fine here, why do we have to go to another place? Their hospital treats its doctors quite well. Not to mention doctors, even ordinary nurses earn 2,000 yuan more than nurses in other hospitals." That's why he was so puzzled as to why Director Lee, who was doing so well, would suddenly be moved to a different place. Logically speaking, with Director Lee's senior qualifications, he might be able to reach the position of vice president if he continues to work his way up. Director Lee glared at him angrily. He had never thought this brat was such an eyesore before. "Can't you tell he doesn't want to bring up this issue?" "It's none of your business," Director Lee replied curtly. The doctor was also puzzled. He just wanted to show concern for his teacher, but the result was truly ungrateful. Forget it. Remembering Director Lee's usual temper, he was too lazy to argue with Director Lee about these things. Anyway, Director Lee is going to leave soon. Not long after the intern left Director Lee's office, almost the entire hospital knew that Director Lee of the orthopedics department had resigned. This includes Zhao Hua, the gossip prince. Zhao Hua was incredibly excited when he heard the news. Qindong, do you know that Director Lee has actually resigned?" Zhao Hua's eyes gleamed with excitement. Director Lee had finally resigned. Director Lee used to enjoy making trouble for them, especially Qindong. If Qindong made even the smallest mistake, Director Lee would hold on to it relentlessly. Zhao Hua had disliked Director Lee for a long time, but no matter what, Director Lee was still a director, so even if Zhao Hua didn't like him, there was nothing he could do. "Now that I've heard the news that Director Lee is resigning, I wish I could set off 2 strings of firecrackers at the hospital entrance to celebrate." Of course, this was just his thought. He certainly couldn't be so arrogant on the surface. Qindong was slightly surprised and somewhat shocked by Director Lee's sudden resignation. Why would someone resign when everything is going well? This is not like Director Lee's style. When he was still an intern, Director Lee was already eager to work his way up to the position of vice dean. "How could you be thinking of resigning so soon?" Qindong shook his head as expected. He couldn't figure out what Director Lee was thinking either. If they knew that Director Lee didn't resign voluntarily but was dismissed by Su Jixia, they probably wouldn't be so confused. Who knows what that old fox is thinking? It's good that he resigned, so he won't be thinking about how to cause you trouble all the time, Zhao Hua said irritably. Qindong smiled but didn't say anything. He wanted to say something more, but Director Wang stopped him. "All right, whatever the reason for Director Lee's resignation, it's not something you should be discussing now. After all, this is a hospital, and talking too much about this kind of thing will also have an impact on Zhao Hua himself." Zhao Hua is currently interning in the emergency department and still listens to Director Wang's instructions. Upon hearing Director Wang's response, he immediately changed the subject. "It's been raining for days on end, when will it stop?" Zhao Hua clutched his wallet with a pained expression. "I've been taking taxis all these past few days, and if this keeps up, my wallet is going to break down." No one wanted the rain to stop more than Zhao Hua. "Speaking of this, I'm especially envious of my brother Dong. He's successful in his career and became a car owner at such a young age." Qindong smiled slightly. "I heard you're going on a blind date this weekend? Aren't you only in your early 20s? Why are you going on a blind date so early?" Zhao Hua messaged him yesterday asking to borrow his car, which is how Qindong found out that Zhao Hua was going on a blind date. Zhao Hua said with a bitter face, "Don't even mention it, it's all because of my mom. They keep saying that a man should start a family before he can establish a career. They're always talking about starting a family and establishing a career. I'm so tired of hearing it. This blind date was also found for me by her. She said he was a teacher at a middle school. If it weren't to shut my mom up, I wouldn't want to go. I'm so young, I want to have more fun for a few more years. Zhao Hua's thoughts reflect the sentiments of most young people today. Chen Dong smiled but didn't say anything, though he understood Zhao Hua's thoughts. In fact, the phrase establishing a career and starting a family often needs to be understood in reverse. You can only start a family after you have established your career. Once your career is stable, love will naturally follow. This is Chen Dong's own understanding. While looking at the patient's information, Director Wang couldn't help but laugh and said, I see that quite a few of the nurses in the hospital like you. Why don't you pick one of them? When people first meet Director Wang, most people would assume he is a rigid and outdated person. However, once they got to know him, both Zhao Hua and Chen Dong found Director Wang to be witty and humorous, often uttering a witty remark, which was quite different from his serious appearance. They are the kind of people who make a name for themselves overnight. As Zhao Hua continued speaking, she shifted the topic to Chen Dong. Speaking of which, Dongji, didn't you already have a girlfriend a long time ago? Doesn't your family urge you to get married? He was about the same age as Chen Dong, but he had never heard Chen Dong mention his family pressuring him to get married. It's normal for people their age to be pressured by their families to get married. When this matter was mentioned, Chen Dong thought of his mother. Although Yang Ailing has returned to her hometown, she still sends him messages every day to inquire about the progress between him and Su Zhixia. She even gave Chen Dong a strict order: he had to get Su Zhixia pregnant within 3 months, no matter what. Even through the screen, Chen Dong could feel her burning desire to hold her grandson. However, when Eileen Yang sent him these messages, he subconsciously chose to ignore them. What else could he say? If he directly rejected Yang Ailing, she would probably make a huge scene. They even came at him with knives to attack him. Chapter 105: Being Pressured to Get Married. Chen Dong gave Zhao Hua a wry smile. My mom is also urging me to get married. We're both in the same boat. Zhao Hua glanced at Chen Dong with sympathy, as if she had found someone who shared her pain, and the bitterness in her heart suddenly burst forth. Why are mothers these days so worried? Aren't they happy playing mahjong or going for a walk these days? I've told my mom at least 100 times that getting married is just a matter of time. There is no need to rush it. But my mom didn't seem to hear a single word. Chen Dong had a deep understanding of this point. She had once explained the same principle to Yang Ailing. But this is how Eileen Yang replied to him at the time. Take advantage of your youth and good looks now, otherwise when you get old, which young girl will be interested in you? Are you planning to stay single for the rest of your life then? So, in his mother's eyes, this is the only thing he's good looking about? Chen Dong was speechless, unable to even begin to criticize his mother's outrageous actions. Director Wang, a man who has never been pressured to get married, is not a good man. When I first graduated from university, my mother arranged for me to go on blind dates. Recalling the past, Director Wang looked somewhat weathered. Chen Dong and Zhao Hua exchanged a glance. It seems that every man eventually embarks on the path of blind dates. Thinking about it this way made them feel a little better. I don't know if it's because of the rainy day, but there are fewer patients in the hospital. The emergency room was unusually quiet. While Chen Dong was chatting idly, the vice president on the other side was not as relaxed as him. When the vice president learned that Director Li was going to resign, he was completely unsettled. They went straight to Director Li's office and closed the door behind them. At this moment, Director Li was still organizing his things and was somewhat shocked when he saw the vice president. I don't believe you'll resign on your own. The vice president is undoubtedly the one who knows Director Li best. After all, when Director Li first came to this hospital, he was one of the best students that Director Li had personally mentored. Director Li was furious when he saw the vice president, because he remembered the conversation he had overheard outside the vice president's office. If it weren't for those conversations, why would he have gone to the president's office in a fit of anger to threaten Su Zhixia? Now the vice dean has the nerve to pretend to care about him? Does he still think he's some kind of clueless idiot? Thinking of this, Director Li's attitude towards the vice president became much colder. What does this have to do with you? The vice dean did notice the difference in Director Li. After all, Director Li used to call him teacher so affectionately. She was nothing like the cold and aloof person she is today. What happened? The vice dean asked, frowning. Director Li sneered. I didn't resign on my own, I was fired by Su Zhixia. Why is it that he was fired by Su Zhixia, but the vice dean can stay here safely? Perhaps there will be another chance to become the dean in the future. Thinking of this, Director Li felt extremely unwilling. If it weren't for you, how could I have been fired by Su Zhixia? Jealousy and resentment spread wildly in Director Lee's heart. The Vice Dean was baffled by Director Lee's words. What do you mean by that? I came here out of kindness to show my concern for you. Don't be ungrateful. You think I don't appreciate kindness? Put away that fake smile. Don't think I can't see what you're up to. I know everything about how you kept it from me and gave the training opportunity to Director Chien. Hearing Director Lee's words, the Vice President was somewhat surprised, not expecting that he knew everything. Now that Director Lee knows, there's no need for him to hide it anymore. He did indeed give the opportunity for further study to Director Chien. For no other reason than that Director Chien was related to his family, and could be considered a distant cousin. If Director Chien becomes the Vice President, the two of them can support each other. No matter what, the two people are related by blood. But Director Lee is different. If Director Lee were to become the Vice President, would he still stand on the same side as him? Zhang Wei couldn't guarantee anything, nor did he want to take that 1% risk, which is why he chose to give the opportunity for further study to Director Chien. And they deceived Director Lee. Director Lee felt a surge of anger when he saw the Vice President so openly admit what he had done. Since you've already made up your mind, why are you still using me as a pawn? You want to report the relationship between Su Zhixia and Chen Dong, but you're struggling to find evidence for me. So I can take this evidence and go to the old man to profit from it. If I hadn't taken a picture for you, would Su Zhixia have found out? If Su Zhixia hadn't discovered me, why would she have fired me? Director Lee cleverly omitted the part about extorting Su Zhixia. They shifted all the blame onto the Vice President. The Vice Dean, unaware of the truth, genuinely believed that this was the real story. I couldn't help but feel a little guilty towards Director Lee. Director Lee caught a glimpse of guilt in the Vice Dean's eyes, and he decided to add fuel to the fire. Now look what happened. I've been fired. You no longer need to worry that I will threaten your interests. The Vice Dean sighed. In the end, it's still my fault for letting you down. You can tell me what kind of compensation you want, and I will try my best to meet it. Despite feeling guilty, the Vice President was actually more worried that Director Lee would expose this matter after leaving his post. He won't get any benefits at all, and Su Zhixia might even find a way to kick him out of the hospital. Wouldn't all his hard work over the years have been for nothing? So he had to find a way to shut Director Lee up. Director Lee was certainly aware of the reason behind this, and immediately asked for 3 million. He had already secretly calculated that even if he moved to a new city and sold his house there, he could still raise 5 or 6 million. If he gets another 3 million from the Vice President, even if he moves to another city, his whole family can live a good life. It must be said that Director Lee's plan was truly brilliant. But the Vice President wasn't one to compromise so easily. He was stunned when he heard the 3 million. Are you crazy? Where am I supposed to get so much money for you? That's your problem. Don't forget that I lost my job because of you. If I bring this matter to Master Su's attention, do you think he will stand up for me? The Vice President had met Mr. Su years ago and knew that Mr. Su was a man who could not tolerate any wrongdoing. If I knew about his underhanded tactics, I would kick him out of the hospital no matter what. The Vice Dean said through gritted teeth, fine. The word was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Chapter 106. Do you think you're young? Hello, Mom? As Chen Dong cooked, he pondered why his mother had suddenly called to check on him. It seemed illogical. A cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Son, have you had dinner yet? The concerned tone sent a chill down Chen Dong's spine. Forget it, just talk normally. Chen Dong sighed. He really wasn't used to Yang Ailing acting like this. Eileen Yang said irritably, I'm just concerned about you as a mother, don't you understand? I heard that you and Zhixia are living together? Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. This news must have come from Su Zhixia, right? I never imagined that the two of them had formed such a united front. Chen Dong wasn't particularly surprised, because the two women had a good relationship even before Yang Ailing returned to her hometown. Don't blame me for not reminding you, boys need to take the initiative in some things. You can't always expect Zhixia, a girl, to take the initiative in everything, can you? Yang Ailing said in an unfriendly tone. This morning, when she was chatting with Su Zhixia, she tentatively asked Su Zhixia when she planned to have a child. However, Su Zhixia said that although they were living together, they had not yet had a physical relationship. This sudden news almost infuriated Eileen Yang. The two of them were actually living together, but they hadn't gotten to that point yet. Why is her son so disappointing? These past 2 days, While she was at her hometown, when her relatives and friends came to visit, everyone was holding a little baby in their arms. Her skin was fair and tender, and she was incredibly cute. Eileen Yang wished she could snatch one back and have him as her grandson. Chen Dong understood what his mother meant, but he pretended not to understand. "Mom, what are you saying? Don't play dumb with me. You came from my belly, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Now that Jixia has gone this far, shouldn't you, as her boyfriend, take the initiative? Jixia is a good girl. You've met a lot of people, including your mother, and you've known more girls than you've eaten meals. So I could tell at a glance that this girl truly loves you. Don't let her efforts go to waste. You two are still young, you can have a child sooner rather than later." Yang Ailing had already planned in her heart that if they wanted to have a child now, they could wait another 3 or 4 years until their first child was a little older before having a second child. Anyway, she and Lao Chan are still young, and they can help Chen Dong take care of the children for a few years. If the couple gets old, it's one thing if they can take care of themselves, let alone raise children. That's why Yang Ailing hopes that Chen Dong can have children as soon as possible. This feeling intensifies, especially when seeing other people's fair and chubby little babies. Chen Dong held his phone between his shoulder and cheek, rinsing rice in his hand. "Okay, I understand, Mom." That tone was incredibly perfunctory. Yang Ailing was furious. "I knew you brat didn't take my words to heart. You don't listen to your elders, and now you're paying the price. I'm telling you, one day you'll regret this." If Yang Ailing continued to criticize him to this extent, she could probably rant for 3 days and 3 nights. Chen Dong chose the most decisive method and hung up the phone directly. Having children now? It's too early for Chen Dong. Neither marriage nor having children were in his plans before he turned 27. Chen Dong felt that these arrangements should be made after he turned 30. By then, his career should have stabilized. However, in the minds of older generations like Yang Ailing, getting married after the age of 30 was something only unambitious people would do. Why should her son, who is young and promising, wait until he is over 30 to get married and have children? Yang Ailing was so angry when she saw the phone being hung up that she almost smashed it. If it weren't for old Chen stopping him, he probably would have bought a high-speed rail ticket right now and gone to beat up Chen Dong. All right, the child has his own ideas, so don't interfere too much. Eileen Yang said irritably, "I'm his mother, of course I have to keep an eye on his marriage. And even if we take a step back and assume the worst, if he doesn't marry Zixia now, when does he plan to get married? Wait until he's 30? We parents can afford to wait, we can wait a little longer to have our grandchildren, but can that young woman afford to wait? Don't forget that Zixia is about the same age as Chen Dong. Are you expecting a young girl to spend her youth on him?" Although Eileen Yang also felt that her son was very outstanding, she couldn't let a young and beautiful girl spend all her youth and energy on him. It must be said that Eileen Chang's values were remarkably sound. Old Chen fell silent after hearing these words. After hanging up the phone, Chen Dong also began to think about this problem. If he waits until he's 30, Su Zixia will also be around 30. For a woman, she has already missed the most beautiful years of her life. Chen Dong sighed softly. Half of the 3 months that he had agreed upon with Su Zixia had already passed. Undeniably, he felt that living together with Su Zixia was quite nice. Although Su Zixia is from a wealthy family, she is willing to do anything for him. When we go grocery shopping, we don't even let him carry the groceries, we treat him like royalty. Chen Dong isn't a block of wood, of course he could feel Su Zixia's love for him. He thought that perhaps marrying Su Zixia and having children would be a good choice. But what makes Chen Dong hesitate now is his career. He is afraid that after marrying Su Zixia, he will focus all his attention on his family. Chen Dong initially chose this job to pursue his dream. If he focuses his energy on his work, he definitely won't be able to take care of Su Zixia. This is a difficult situation where you can't have it both ways. Su Zixia probably came back late today because of work. When she returned, Chen Dong had already prepared the meal. "Go wash your hands and eat, we've been waiting for you," Chen Dong said with a smile. Su Zixia, who was originally exhausted, suddenly felt energized and all her fatigue disappeared when she saw Chen Dong's smile. Chen Dong really is her source of strength, Su Zixia thought to herself. She must never let this man go, no matter what. This man can only be hers. 3 dishes and a soup are enough for 2 people. These dishes are all home-style stir-fries that Chen Dong recently learned. It's delicious and cozy, and feels especially like home. During the meal, Su Zixia glanced at Chen Dong and realized that this kind of life was exactly what she had imagined. Chapter 107, Leaving You for a While. Eat more vegetables. I never see how much you eat. Shendong put 2 pieces of food into Su Zhixia bowl. He felt that Su Zhixia always ate very little. Su Zhixia didn't expect that he would notice her actions. Was he concerned about her? Su Zhixia said shyly, eating too much will make you fat. She wanted to maintain a good figure, otherwise Shendong would dislike her. Shendong looked at her in surprise. Don't tell me you're already so slim, and you still need to lose weight? You're so skinny you're just bones, why don't you eat more? Otherwise it'll be uncomfortable to hold you. Shendong said subconsciously. Upon hearing these words, Su Zhixia was deeply moved. He actually cares about me so much, he likes me too, right? Shendong, will you marry me? Su Zhixia looked at Shendong expectantly. Shendong's lips twitched. Here we go again. Let's forget about marriage, but to be fair, you really should eat more, you're too thin. If you hug me every day, I'll consider eating more. If Shendong is willing to hold her every day, what's there to be afraid of even if he gets very fat? She never cared about other people's opinions, only about Shendong. Shendong knew that if he spoke again, Su Zhixia would make even more outrageous demands, so he simply kept quiet. I'm very serious, Shendong. If you don't want to get married now, we can get engaged. If you are willing to get engaged to me now, I can transfer all my shares and assets to you. Shendong reluctantly put down his chopsticks and looked at Su Zhixia, who was looking at him with deep affection. Whether I am willing to get engaged or marry you, it is not out of greed for your money. If we ever get married, I hope it's because of love, not money. Shendong is not a person who values money. If he liked money, he would have agreed to marry Su Zhixia the first time she proposed. Su Zhixia was taken aback, not expecting him to say that. However, she soon felt relieved. This was the Shendong she loved. The men she likes never care about these things, do they? She shouldn't have said those things, they tainted their originally pure feelings with the smell of money. Su Zhixia was a little annoyed and silently picked at the rice in her bowl. Shendong kept piling food onto her plate, saying, eat more. Chubby girls are more pleasing to the eye. Someone as thin as Su Zhixia would feel like you'd be touching bones. I really don't know what's wrong with people these days. They actually think that the thinner a person is, the more beautiful they are? So why don't you like the white bone demon in Journey to the West? He was so thin he was just skin and bones. Shendong didn't quite understand this idea, so he thought it would be better for Su Zhixia to gain a little weight. No matter how much food Shendong put on Su Zhixia's plate, she would immediately finish it all. Finally, Su Zhixia touched her round belly and said with a wry smile, I can't take it anymore, I really can't eat anymore. Shendong smiled slightly, is my cooking not good? The food you cooked is the best I've ever eaten, Su Zhixia replied instinctively. Then eat more next time, and try to gain 5 or 6 pounds in a month. Su Zhixia was moved, as if she had made a connection. Why are you suddenly concerned about me? Is it because you also have feelings for me? I don't know why, but she was filled with sadness when she said those words. Shendong did not deny the fact. Well, no matter what, you are my girlfriend now. I can't let others think that I'm mistreating you. Shendong's teasing words almost made Su Zhixia burst into tears. It feels so good to have Shendong acknowledge my identity. Could you say that again? Can you call me your girlfriend from now on? Shendong was both amused and exasperated. Who calls their girlfriend every day in chat? Even young couples deeply in love don't usually do this. Then why don't you call me wife? Actually, I don't mind if you call me wife. Shendong. Okay, I was just kidding. If you like it, I can eat half a bowl more rice than usual from now on. Su Zhixia has always believed that men prefer girls with a slender figure, so she has been dieting recently and lost 10 pounds in just 1 month. Apart from the lunch she had with Shendong, she usually ate an apple for breakfast and dinner. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to collect them so quickly. This is also one of the reasons why she developed stomach problems. Shendong patted Su Zhixia's head and smiled indulgently. Okay. That smile was absolutely captivating to Su Zhixia. She clutched her heart, her face filled with infatuation. No, Shendong, don't ever look at me like that again. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist pouncing on you. Shendong. Where's the haughty and aloof persona you were promised? What happened to your CEO persona? So this is what kind of person you are. If I had known you were this kind of person, I would never have let you have me. After dinner, Su Zhixia took the initiative to put the dishes in the dishwasher, since the family hadn't bought one before. Su Jixia never cooks, so she only bought the dishwasher after she learned that Qindong had arrived. She was worried that Qindong would get too tired from washing dishes. Qindong, there's something I want to discuss with you. Su Jixia looked at Qindong hesitantly. I might have to leave you for a while. Qindong looked up in surprise, forgetting even the medical book in his hand. Where are you going? Could it be that Su Jixia is going on a business trip out of town? After all, given Su Jixia's status, it's normal for the company president to go on a business trip out of town. However, just thinking about this made Qindong feel a sense of disappointment. It seems that ever since he met Su Jixia, he and Su Jixia have hardly been apart. Qindong was completely unaware that, without realizing it, his thoughts had begun to fall on Su Jixia. Su Jixia said dejectedly, I need to delete it for a while, because our family has always been doing charity work. Every year around this time, I represent our group to visit impoverished households in the mountains. Qindong nodded. He seemed to have heard this mentioned before. The Su family was the biggest philanthropist in Shanchang, and Su Jixia had been vigorously developing charitable projects every year since she took over the company. She is also one of the few female philanthropists in the country. Qindong still remembers how Zhao Hua described Su Jixia. There aren't many people as beautiful and kind-hearted as Ms. Su. I wonder which brat will get the best deal. Thinking of this, Qindong actually found it a little funny. Zhao Hua probably never dreamed that the brat he was talking about would actually be him. What are you laughing at? Qindong's laughter aroused Su Jixia's curiosity. Qindong quickly stopped laughing and shook his head. It's nothing. Mr. Su, I think the children in the mountainous areas need a free medical clinic. Chapter 108 Accompanying Doctor. Su Jixia stared blankly at Qindong's serious expression. What do you mean by that? Her heart was pounding uncontrollably. Is it what she thinks? What should I do? I can't help but start to look forward to it. Su Jixia, please keep quiet. What if things don't turn out the way she wants in the end? She'll be upset again. Su Jixia tried her best to stay awake, but the anticipation in her heart was impossible to suppress. Qindong looked at her with a smile. President Su, don't forget, I am now your personal assistant. Since you're going to the mountains, as your personal assistant, I'll definitely have to go with you. Otherwise, how can I take care of your daily needs? Moreover, I think children in mountainous areas really need a free clinic. Qindong said this from the bottom of his heart. After all, the mountainous areas are full of impoverished households. Let alone a physical examination once a year, they probably won't go to the hospital even once every 3 years. Although Qindong had never been to a mountainous area in his life, he had heard many descriptions of mountainous areas in television reports. They can't even afford to eat, so how can they afford to have a medical checkup? When I have a cold or fever, I just pick some herbs from the mountains to deal with it. Qindong didn't have the ability before, but now that he does, he wants to help others. Su Jixia was so moved that she couldn't speak. She hadn't expected it to be just as she had thought. Qindong actually decided to accompany her to the mountains. Su Jixia covered her mouth, her eyes filled with emotion. Despite being moved, Su Jixia remained rational. Qindong, I'll take other doctors with me to conduct physical examinations for them. You should just stay at the hospital and continue working. Su Jixia said these words with obvious sadness. But she had been to the mountains and knew how difficult the conditions were there. Not to mention getting sick, sometimes you had to walk 10 miles to fetch water from a well just to get a sip. The first time she went there, she returned after 2 or 3 days because she couldn't adapt to the environment. Even so, she still fell seriously ill after returning and stayed in the hospital for more than a month. Su Jixia thought it might be because her body was too delicate, but no matter what the reason, she didn't want Qindong to suffer like that. Because Qindong is her man, how could she bear to let her man suffer like this? Qindong put his hand on Su Jixia's shoulder, looked at her seriously, and said, word by word, President Su, I know you're doing this for my sake, but I have my own thoughts. You can't bear to see me suffer, but have you ever thought that I'm a grown man? If even you, the CEO, can endure hardship, what can't I endure? Qindong believed that there was nothing a grown man like him couldn't handle. Moreover, he knew he would have to endure a lot of hardship when he first chose to become a doctor. Moreover, he didn't intend to spend his entire life holed up in the hospital treating patients. He was in the hospital simply to gain experience and knowledge. Medical students like them have to come into contact with all kinds of patients. Su Jixia shook her head. I can agree to anything else, but not this one. Qindong simply couldn't imagine how harsh the conditions were in the mountains. Mr. Su, loving someone shouldn't mean restricting them, Chendong said earnestly. How could he not know that Su Jixia was concerned about him? Su Jixia bit her lip, looking embarrassed. She was extremely conflicted. She knew that what she was doing was a bit selfish, but I'm a grown man, I have my own judgment. Besides, conditions in the mountains are so harsh, who will take care of you if I'm not here? Chendong couldn't help but pinch Su Jixia's delicate face and sighed softly. I don't know how this pampered CEO could endure life in the mountains. It must have been really tough on her. Su Jixia ultimately decided to take Chendong with her, and repeatedly reminded Chendong to put himself first. Don't worry, I have that much common sense. And having a doctor with me on the way makes me feel much more at ease. Su Jixia looked at Chendong tenderly. You went to the mountains because of me? She couldn't help but ask. No, Chendong said with a smile. But when Su Jixia met Chendong's eyes, she felt that Chendong was lying. He must have gone to the mountains because of me, otherwise why would Chendong choose this particular time to go with me? The more Su Jixia thought about it, the more convinced she was that her guess was correct. Her heart was pounding like a deer's. Is this what it feels like to be loved? I feel warmth coursing through my veins. Is there a more beautiful moment than this? Su Jixia looked at Chendong and felt that he was changing. He was starting to acknowledge her place in his heart and was starting to care about her. It turns out that the saying hard work pays off is true. Before meeting Chendong, Su Jixia never believed in the idea that water dripping on stone can wear it down. After meeting him, she believed it. Su Jixia firmly believed that with enough effort, even an iron rod can be ground into a needle. Today, Chendong is willing to open up to her. If she persists a little longer, Chendong will definitely be willing to marry her. This realization made Su Jixia very happy. She blushed and kissed Chendong on the cheek. Chendong, I love you. These 5 simple words, spoken by Su Jixia, were filled with sweetness. Chendong responded to her silently with his eyes. At this moment, Chendong's heart was also very complicated. Even though he and Su Jixia were not married yet, what was the difference between their life as a couple? All that's missing is a marriage certificate. From the moment Su Jixia suggested going to the mountains, Chendong realized the sense of loss in his heart. A real man is courageous and responsible, so Chendong offered to accompany her to the mountains. Chendong admitted that he was indeed tempted. In Chendong's view on love, loving someone means giving them the best. Because a person's love in this lifetime is limited, regardless of whether he and Su Jixia end up together, at least they love each other now. Chendong didn't want to worry about the future anymore, he'd just take it one step at a time. Even if it really comes to marriage in the end, it wouldn't be a bad thing if it were her. Chapter 109. Did you take the wrong medicine? Is next Monday the time to go to the mountains? Zhang Shui looked at Su Jixia with utter helplessness. Are you out of your mind? It's only 9 in the morning, just an hour before work starts, and you've already asked me 7 or 8 times. We do need to go to the mountains next Monday, but why do you look so happy? Didn't you say you didn't want to go? Every time Su Jixia returned from the mountains, she would fall seriously ill, but she represented the Su family's reputation, so she had to be present. Before Su Jixia took over the company, it was always Grandpa Su who went there. Su Jixia gave a haughty snort, playing with her nails as she replied, What do you know? My boyfriend is coming with me this time. She really doesn't like going to the mountains. In fact, when she goes to the mountains, it's just to take a few photos on behalf of the Su group. As for the charitable funds and donated items, they would have already been transported there by designated personnel. Moreover, what those impoverished households in the mountainous areas need are these supplies, not her concern. But if she doesn't show up in the mountains, people will say she's hypocritical and has no sincerity at all. Every time Su Jixia sees such messages, she can't help but want to argue with them. Don't those people have brains? What do impoverished households really need? Unrealistic concern or money? If she's being hypocritical, then is the money the Su family donates to charity projects every year fake? She just didn't want to go because she couldn't adapt to the new environment. However, due to external pressure, they had no choice but to go. Oh. 3 seconds later. What? Your boyfriend? You mean Dr. Chen will be going with you too? Isn't Su Jixia's boyfriend Dr. Chen? Su Jixia nodded smugly. He only wanted to come with me because he cared about me. I told him not to come with me, since not everyone can endure the conditions in the mountains, but he was worried about me and insisted on coming with me after hearing the news. Zhang Shui looked at Su Jixia with suspicion. Why don't I believe what you're saying? Su Zhixia. I really want to dock your pay. No, I believe you, okay? They keep deducting her salary. What happened to our supposed best friend relationship? Humph, if she hadn't been coerced by the company, she would have told the truth. Seeing this, Su Zhixia nodded in satisfaction. I knew he had feelings for me all along, so all my love for him wasn't in vain. Even if Qindong didn't respond to her, Su Zhixia wouldn't give up on her feelings for him. From the moment she fell in love with Qindong, Su Zhixia never imagined she would receive a response. After all, he was so outstanding that countless girls liked him, and she was just an insignificant one among them. How could she possibly imagine receiving his love? Qindong's willingness to accompany her to the mountains was something Su Zhixia never expected. Beyond being moved, I felt mostly joy. Because Qindong also admitted that he had feelings for her. When Qindong admitted this fact, Su Zhixia couldn't wait to give him everything she had. So, Dr. Chen really agreed to go to the mountains with you? Are you willing to go? Zhang Shui asked Su Zhixia teasingly. Isn't that obvious? How could I bear to let my man suffer in the mountains? But I have no choice, he insists on staying with me, he can't rest easy without me by his side. Besides, we've been together for so long and never been apart, so he'll definitely miss me. Su Zhixia felt secretly delighted. Zhang Shui was speechless upon hearing this. Well, she had been forced to eat dog food for no reason. Why did she ask that question? Wasn't she just asking for trouble? Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with a woman in love. Since you've already decided to bring Dr. Chen along, you should prepare in advance. And the charity auction is scheduled for this Sunday. Would you like to bring Dr. Chen along? A woman who had once been lost in romantic fantasies suddenly remembered that there was such a thing as a charitable villain. Wait a minute, I'll ask him when we eat later. Su Zhixia still respected Qindong's opinion. Zhang Shui nodded, then you and Dr. Chen can go and be all lovey-dovey. I'm going downstairs to arrange the charity auction. Every year when Su Zhixia visits impoverished households in mountainous areas, the Su Group holds a charity auction. Asking celebrities from high society to participate is a way to make a contribution to impoverished mountainous areas. People can donate their own items, which will then be auctioned off, with the proceeds going to charity. They would also put up a banner with the donor's name on it. This is a source of pride for the wealthy and powerful families in high society. Therefore, they almost always participate enthusiastically. After all, they're not short of money. Spending a little money can save face for them, so why not? Moreover, the title of great philanthropist can help them a lot. Su Zhixia suddenly called out to Zhang Shui, wait a minute, I just remembered that you haven't prepared anything for me for this charity auction yet? As the organizers, the Su family also needed to donate items. Moreover, the value of this item cannot be less than 10 million. Otherwise, it would make the Su family seem petty and stingy. Zhang Shui gave Su Zhixia a strange look, have you lost your mind from being in love? That's why Zhang Shui dared to say that to Su Zhixia. If it were anyone else, they would have been fired long ago. Didn't you prepare these things yourself in previous years? In previous years, Su Zhixia would usually donate her own jewelry, or antiques and paintings from her home, to charity auctions. Sometimes, even though it hurts, Grandpa Su would reluctantly take out 1 or 2 pieces of calligraphy or painting. Su Zhixia thought for a moment and decided to discuss this matter in detail with Qindong later. Okay, I'll think about what items to donate later and then contact you. Chapter 110 Requesting Leave? While Su Zhixia was fretting over the charity auction, Qindong was also facing his own troubles. When he came to work today, he casually mentioned to Director Wang that he wanted to take leave. You're taking a whole week off? Are you going back to your hometown to get married? Director Wang asked on a whim. Qindong shook his head, if it's a wedding, I absolutely have to invite you to the wedding banquet. Zhao Hua, who was browsing the internet, caught a whiff of gossip and asked casually, then why did you take a week off? To go home and husk corn? Qindong rolled his eyes at Zhao Hua, I'm going to the mountains. He did not deliberately try to hide this matter. Zhao Hua was shocked when he heard this, you're going to the mountains? He glanced down at his phone screen. It was media coverage promoting the Su family. Because next week is the Su family's annual donation day. Every year on this day, the president of the Su family goes to the mountainous areas to visit and comfort impoverished households. They brought them subsidies and supplies. What a coincidence, Qindong is also going to the mountains. Zhao Hua found himself unusually clever, actually managing to sniff out a secret. Could there be any connection between these two things? The oblivious Xiao Hua blurted out, "Brother Dong, you're not going with President Su, are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Hua regretted it. How could Chen Dong possibly go with President Su? These two people are completely unrelated. He had seen President Su come to see Chen Dong before, but that only happened once or twice. At the time, Chen Dong also said that he was treating President Su's illness. Xiao Hua also felt that there was nothing between the two of them. After all, President Su always has a cold and sour face, and it's said that he has a bad temper. How could someone as outstanding as Chen Dong possibly be interested in her? Xiao Hua thought Zheng Xiaoxiao, who had come to see Chen Dong before, was quite nice. She and Chen Dong looked like a perfect match. Unfortunately, Chen Dong doesn't seem to be interested in her. Chen Dong glanced at Xiao Hua in surprise, not expecting that Xiao Hua's pig brain would actually work quite well at this crucial moment. However, he did not answer Xiao Hua's question. His relationship with Su Zhixia is not public yet, and making it public now would bring them a lot of trouble. Therefore, Chen Dong decided to keep it a secret for the time being. When the time is right, they will naturally find out. Xiao Hua didn't say anything in response to Chen Dong's silence. Director Wang also felt that Xiao Hua's imagination was too wild. How could he connect Chen Dong with General Manager Su? Director Wang had only met President Su a few times, but having met countless people in his life, he also felt that President Su was a very difficult person to get along with. With Chen Dong being so outstanding, what kind of girl couldn't he have? There's no need to put up with a rich girl. Director Wang, I've already asked. If I need to take leave, it needs to be approved by you first, and then by the dean. Since Chen Dong is now a full-fledged doctor at the hospital, he still needs to follow the hospital's leave application process. So it will be a bit more troublesome. However, it should be easy to talk to Director Wang, but I don't know if the dean will agree. Director Wang nodded. Write down the leave application and I'll sign it for you. As for the dean, that's hard to say. Director Wang gave Chen Dong a look that said, "Good luck to you." I also reminded him, when you talk to the hospital director, speak properly. The director really dislikes hospital staff taking such long leave. He thinks it's irresponsible to work. You should be able to understand that, given our kind of work. Chen Dong nodded. If he needed to ask for leave, he would definitely have to tell the dean in advance. After Director Wang signed the leave slip, he put it away, thinking he would get the dean's signature later. Director Wang, but why would you suddenly decide to go to the mountains? I was thinking that poor people in mountainous areas might not even get a physical checkup once a year, and they mostly do manual labor. If this goes on for a long time, their health is very likely to suffer. They don't have the means to get a medical checkup, and by the time they realize their bodies can't take it anymore, it's usually a serious illness. So I was thinking that next week, the Su group is also going to the mountains to offer condolences, right? I can go with them and do my part. Director Wang nodded, his eyes filled with appreciation as he looked at Chen Dong. There aren't many young people like you who are willing to put in the effort these days. Young people these days are not very willing to endure hardship. They prefer to stay in their comfort zone and are unwilling to step out even halfway. Director Wang didn't think these young people were bad after all. Everyone has their own choices. Under these circumstances, Chen Dong's sentiments become all the more precious. You're a good kid. This is a good opportunity for you to go out and gain some experience. When Director Wang was young, he was fortunate enough to go to a mountainous area to provide free medical services. That experience completely overturned his outlook on life, and it was after that Director Wang became even more hardworking than before. He realized that, at least compared to many others, they were still lucky. Zhao Hua's eyes gleamed with excitement. Can I go with you, Brother Dong? Before Chen Dong could even speak, Director Wang rejected Zhao Hua's idea. I'm afraid that won't work. Why? Because you are not a formally registered doctor yet, you are not qualified to practice medicine, Director Wang stated this fact ruthlessly. Zhao Hua was dumbfounded. Then I won't go to provide free medical consultations for them. Can I be Dong Ji's assistant instead? That's a good idea. Director Wang looked at Chen Dong. What do you think? Chen Dong hesitated, pondering whether or not to bring Zhao Hua along. If Zhao Hua were to be brought along, given his big mouth, his relationship with Su Zhixia would definitely become public knowledge. But this was indeed a good opportunity, as Chen Dong genuinely treated Zhao Hua as a brother. Perhaps with this experience, Zhao Hua will be able to successfully complete her internship. When will your documents be issued? Zhao Hua barely passed the exam last time, but the certificate hasn't been issued yet. Zhao Hua, I reckon it'll be in the next day or two. Then come with me once your documents are issued. If they aren't, you'll have to stay in the hospital. Zhao Hua excitedly hugged Chen Dong, almost kissing him. Chen Dong pushed him away with disdain. Can you stop acting like a woman? I'm not gay. Chen Dong's office was filled with laughter and cheerful conversation, which made the passing nurses turn around frequently. Chapter 111: The Shattered World of Two. During lunch, Chen Dong casually mentioned Zhao Hua to Su Zhixia. Su Zhixia's heart skipped a beat. Chen Dong was going to bring his colleagues along? Doesn't that mean her imagined world for two is shattered? Su Zhixia originally planned to take this opportunity to cultivate her relationship with Chen Dong, since she was afraid of being seen by her colleagues at the hospital. So they didn't have much contact. They would usually have lunch together, and then Chen Dong would rush back home. Finally, a new opportunity arrived. Another third party has appeared. Su Zhixia hadn't even met Zhao Hua yet, but she already harbored a grudge against him. What's going on here? Why is Zhao Hua getting involved in this mess? Do you really think the mountains are fun? Seeing Su Zhixia's changing expression, Chen Dong couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? You don't seem to be feeling well? Su Zhixia quickly forced a smile. No, I'm just thinking about the charity auction in a couple of days. By the way, speaking of which, are you free this Sunday? Would you like to come with me to the charity auction gala? Chen Dong frowned. Didn't we go to a charity gala once before? Why is there another charity auction gala? This time it's different. This time the organizer is our Su family, and this is an auction. I see. Why don't you come with me on Sunday? Su Zhixia looked at him expectantly. She especially enjoys attending formal occasions with Chen Dong. Since almost no one knows Chen Dong in this situation, she can openly and legitimately hold Chen Dong's hand. Do you really want me to come? Su Zhixia nodded like a deer, looking rather adorable. Of course I want to. You have no idea how safe I feel when you're by my side. Okay. Since you want to, I'll go with you. Because I'm your boyfriend. Su Zhixia felt as if she had been hit with a sweet attack. Why does the word boyfriend sound so sweet and cuddly when Chen Dong says it? She felt her whole body go limp. Chen Dong, you are really becoming more and more fascinating to me. If I had to use one thing to describe you, it would be poison. I've been addicted to you ever since I met you. Chen Dong looked at Su Zhixia in surprise. Your sweet talk skills have improved quite a bit. He's not very good at expressing his emotions these days, so when he heard Su Zhixia's sweet words, he just said a couple of teasing remarks. In truth, Chen Dong was deeply moved. After all, what man wouldn't be moved by being deeply loved by such an outstanding woman? When Chen Dong returned to his office, he found that Zhao Hua had not used his lunch break to play games. That's extremely rare. I'm so angry. Dong Ji, you're back. Have you seen the messages in the class group chat? Chen Dong shook his head, looking at Zhao Hua with a puzzled expression. What made you so angry? You didn't even see the message in the class group chat? You should check it quickly. Bi Wang is showing off again. Zhao Hua said with great disdain. You could tell from his eyes that he was very agitated at the moment. Chen Dong's fingers deftly tapped the class group chat on WeChat. Since they graduated, Chen Dong has turned off notifications for this group. He felt that there were too many group messages to read, which would disrupt his work efficiency. Chen Dong hates being disturbed while working the most. I just opened the group chat and there were over 300 new messages immediately. The incessant, urgent WeChat ringtones almost sent Chen Dong to his death. He hadn't heard the WeChat ringtone in a long time. Aside from Su Zhixia sending her messages occasionally, his WeChat was unusually quiet. Chen Dong read through the details one by one and gradually understood what had happened. He thought something serious had upset Zhao Hua so much, but it turned out that their former class monitor had become a full-fledged doctor at a top-tier tertiary hospital. However, it didn't specify which hospital it was. A tertiary-level special-grade hospital is the highest-level hospital. Hospitals are classified into 3 levels, Level 3, Level 2, and Level 1. The higher the hospital's level, the higher its grade. Level 1 hospitals are the lowest level, meaning they are township health centers. Level 2 hospitals are county-level hospitals, and Level 3 hospitals are city-level hospitals. Hospitals like Beijing or Shanghai are Level 3 grade A hospitals. This news shocked Chen Dong quite a bit. Sure enough, after Lu Sanfeng finished announcing the news, the comments below were all people offering their blessings to him. Chen Dong knew why Zhao Hua was angry. It was because while accepting everyone's blessings, Lu Sanfeng casually mentioned that Zhao Hua had failed the certification exam several times. This Lu Sanfeng is as foul-mouthed as ever. Why bring up something like this? No wonder Zhao Hua was angry. Look at his smug face. Back in college, this Lu Sanfeng always liked to compete with you for everything. The position of class monitor should have been yours, but he took it from you. Zhao Hua couldn't help but stand up for Qindong, so what if you became a full-fledged doctor? What's there to be proud of? You've been out of your internship for over a month now, and I haven't seen you showing off at all. Qindong laughed and turned off his phone. Let them say what they want. We're not saints, how can we control what other people say? Holy crap! That shameless Dong Gu actually tagged you. Zhao Hua shoved the phone directly in front of Qindong. Look. I'm so angry. It's one thing to criticize me, but why does it have to criticize you? What right does he have to come and show off in front of you? Lu Sanfeng directly tagged Qindong and asked him which hospital he was currently interning at. The key word is internship. Lu Sanfeng is clearly looking down on Qindong. Qindong shook his head. Forget it, let's ignore him. He felt there was no need to argue with the other party about these things, and those who knew the truth would only see him as a clown. No matter how you explain the facts to someone who doesn't know them, they'll only think you're trying to cover it up. Qindong had long since become indifferent to these things during his university years. He now only wants to focus on perfecting his medical skills. Even Zhao Hua couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Dong, sometimes I really admire you. It's unbelievable that they can be so thick-skinned as to ignore others' provocations. Zhao Hua was now itching to rush over and kill Lu Sanfeng. However, he was only thinking about it. If he actually killed Lu Sanfeng, he would inevitably face imprisonment. It's not worth it, Zhao Hua shuddered and shook his head repeatedly. Chapter 112 Shameless. However, Lu Sanfeng's next action showed Qindong and Zhao Hua what shamelessness truly meant. Lu Sanfeng, after graduation, we classmates have all been busy with our careers and haven't had a meal together. How about I, as the class monitor, take the initiative and treat you all to dinner the day after tomorrow? I have some business to attend to in Shancheng the day after tomorrow. And Chuxia, okay. And Chuxia hadn't said anything, but simply sent a good message, which caused a sensation in the whole class. It wasn't for any other reason than that she was the school's famous beauty queen. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has an outstanding temperament. Her mentors have all praised her for being exceptionally talented. With the beautiful woman from Anhui University appearing, how could they possibly disagree? Even if they're at the ends of the earth, they'd still want to fly back for a meal. For no other reason than to be classmates with Chuxia. When Zhao Hua saw these messages, he scoffed, simp, in the end you'll have nothing. Although he also likes beautiful women, he's different from the other guys in his class who fawn over them. At least he has some self-awareness. Lu Sanfeng was overjoyed to see Chuxia grace him with her presence. Zhao Hua didn't bother to read any of the subsequent messages praising Lu Sanfeng, so he simply put his phone in his pocket. To Qindong's surprise, Lu Sanfeng actually messaged him privately. Lu Sanfeng has Qindong's WeChat, but the two have never chatted since graduation. Because the two of them didn't have a very good relationship to begin with. Dr. Chen, you'll definitely come the night after tomorrow, right? Lu Sanfeng deliberately addressed Qindong in this way because he felt that Qindong had not yet passed his probationary period, and this address was an indirect way of provoking Qindong. Only those who have completed their internship can be called doctors. He refused to believe that anyone in his class would finish their internship earlier than him. Qindong raised an eyebrow indifferently, completely ignoring Lu Sanfeng's message. As a result, Lu Sanfeng wouldn't let it go and kept sending him messages. This forced Qindong to consider blocking him. Finally, just as Qindong was getting impatient, a little girl knocked on the door. The little girl was about 7 or 8 years old, but she was unusually thin, with deep sunken cheeks. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were abusing their children. The woman who brought the child was around 30 years old. She looked very haggard, and didn't even notice that her stray hairs were stuck together with sweat on her forehead. Doctor, could you please take a look at my daughter and see what's wrong? The woman slowly described the girl's symptoms. My daughter has been vomiting, but we've been to many hospitals for tests and they haven't been able to find anything wrong. They suggested that I come to a big hospital for a checkup, so I brought the girl here. Huan Hospital is, after all, a municipal hospital, and it's quite well known in the area. Otherwise, the woman wouldn't have thought of bringing her daughter here for a checkup. Qindong frowned upon hearing this. He kept vomiting? That's a pretty broad range, because many diseases can have these symptoms. Are there any other symptoms? Only by clearly explaining the situation can he narrow down the possibilities and then determine which specific tests need to be done. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make a diagnosis based solely on vomiting. The woman shook her head with a wry smile. We haven't found anything else wrong, just vomiting. We did a lot of tests at other hospitals, but all the doctors there said there was nothing wrong with my daughter. It's impossible for someone to be without a problem. If they weren't, why would they keep vomiting? The woman tenderly stroked the girl's dry, yellow hair. Her daughter had never been this thin before. Her weight was perfectly normal, and her diet was very regular. She started vomiting incessantly from some unknown day, and initially took her daughter to the township hospital for examination. The township hospital then suggested they go to a larger children's hospital. The woman had no choice but to take her child to the county's maternal and child health center. After an examination, the doctor there said that her daughter probably had a stomach problem, prescribed some traditional Chinese medicine to help regulate her digestion, and then sent them home. But even after her daughter finished those doses of traditional Chinese medicine, there was still no sign of improvement. Women who don't understand medicine also feel that this is not normal. They had no choice but to bring their child to Huan Hospital. Only she herself probably knows the hardships she endured. Chen Dong found this matter was proving to be rather difficult. He listened to the child's lungs with a stethoscope, and everything seemed normal. That's the most routine checkup. Because many diseases can cause vomiting, I can't determine what the disease is based on just one symptom. Some tests are needed. Chen Dong explained very clearly that he was afraid the other party would be unwilling to undergo the examination. To everyone's surprise, the woman said without the slightest hesitation, "Okay, doctor, just write down the order for whatever tests you need, and we'll come back after we've finished the tests." The woman was exhausted and heartbroken. She didn't care about money. She would go bankrupt to cure her child's illness. Moreover, she has already spent a lot of money since the day her daughter fell ill, and all she wants is for her daughter to get better. After all, money can be earned back. Chen Dong seemed to understand her maternal love. He quickly filled out the examination form and then asked the woman to go to the front desk to pay the fee. After a series of examinations, Chen Dong found that the girl didn't have any illnesses. Her blood tests and other results were all normal. An endoscopy was performed, but nothing was found in the girl's stomach. There can't be vomiting for no reason. There must be some underlying cause. Chen Dong couldn't understand it. He had seen so many cases, but this was the first time he had ever seen anything like it. This matter touched on a blind spot in Chen Dong's knowledge. The woman looked at Chen Dong nervously. "Doctor, is my daughter's condition very serious?" Chen Dong shook his head, placed the test results on the table, pointed to the data on them, and said, "Your daughter is perfectly fine. Whether it's her lungs, stomach, or even abdomen, she's very healthy. I haven't found the cause of your daughter's vomiting yet. However, I believe you're not talking about stomach problems. Stomach problems are usually noticeable. But you can't see anything about the girl." This is what made Chen Dong feel strange. When the woman heard that even the doctors at Huan First Hospital couldn't determine the cause of her daughter's illness, she almost fainted. Good heavens, what on earth is going on? Why would you treat her daughter like that? The girl grasped her mother's thin, bony hands, and said with her bright, dark eyes, "Mom, how about I give up on treatment? It's just vomiting anyway. Maybe my body will get used to it after a while, and it won't be a big deal." Although she was only 7 or 8 years old, she knew what money meant to her family, yet her mother could spend all the family's wealth on her without hesitation. She even had a big argument with her father about this. As a result, her father has not returned to this day. The girl felt very guilty, feeling that it was because of her that her once warm and cozy home had become so broken. So she didn't want to get treatment anymore, since the doctors couldn't figure out the cause anyway. Why should mom spend this money on this? Chapter 113 Strange Illness. The woman, who had been speaking gently, suddenly snapped, "Say that again?" Even Chen Dong was frightened by the way the little girl spoke. Chen Dong never expected the woman to suddenly change her attitude. "You think you can just say you're not going to treat me anymore? I've already mortgaged my house, and you're telling me you're not going to treat me? How can you face your mother like this? I told you not to worry about the money, I'll take care of it. You just need to focus on getting your health back in order." As she was talking, the woman suddenly burst into tears, burying her face in her hands. It seemed as if she wanted to cry out all the grievances she had held in these past few days. This was the first time Chen Dong had encountered such a situation, and he could hear the despair in the woman's tone. Selling her property to pay for her daughter's illness is not something an ordinary mother could do. The girl looked at her mother, who was squatting on the ground, with guilt, and tears streamed down her face. "I'm sorry, Mom. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have said those things and made you angry. Please don't cry. It's all my fault. I will obediently seek treatment." The girl, at a loss, comforted her mother. Chen Dong couldn't stand it anymore and handed the woman some tissues, speechless for a moment. He had never comforted a woman before, and he didn't know how to comfort her. The woman then realized that there was a doctor in front of her. She quickly wiped away her tears and stood up. Forcing a smile, she said, "I'm sorry, doctor, you must be laughing at me." Chen Dong shook his head and remained silent. The woman continued speaking to herself, "To pay for my daughter's treatment, I divorced my husband and sold our house. But why can't they find the cause after visiting so many hospitals?" A deep sense of despair enveloped the woman. During the days she took her daughter to see the doctor, many people advised her, including her friends, her relatives, and even her mother. They all said that if the cause of the illness could not be found, it was fine, it was just vomiting, nothing serious, and she might get better in a couple of days. But looking at her daughter's increasingly thin body, she just couldn't convince herself otherwise. That's why she disregarded everyone's objections and sold everything, leaving her only property as the house left by her ex-husband. Chen Dong could see the fatigue on the woman's face. After she calmed down a bit, he said, "This is indeed the first time I've seen a situation like this. If you'd like, I can apply for MDT treatment for your daughter." The woman asked, puzzled, "What do you mean?" Chen Dong smiled slightly. MDT stands for Multidisciplinary Team MDT. It is a working group composed of experts from departments such as surgery, oncology, radiation oncology, radiology, and pathology. For a specific disease, through regular consultations, it proposes the best treatment plan suitable for the patient, and then the relevant disciplines or multiple disciplines jointly implement the treatment plan. This treatment model has absolute advantages. Then Chen Dong explained the advantages of this treatment model to the woman. He liked to explain everything clearly to his patients. As for how to choose, that's up to the patient. Compared to interdisciplinary diagnosis and treatment, this model can determine better treatment plans, provide opportunities for learning and exchange, and is conducive to improving overall skill levels, optimizing resources, and improving diagnostic and treatment efficiency. We can also strengthen cooperation among doctors, medical technicians, and medical staff. This will reduce the drawbacks of individualism and empiricism, and promote the standardization of diagnosis and treatment. It will save time for doctors and patients, and enable timely and rapid diagnostic plans. Urging doctors to provide more rigorous diagnosis and treatment can achieve a synergistic effect greater than the sum of its parts. After Chen Dong explained it this way, the woman immediately understood what it meant. She looked at Chen Dong earnestly. "If possible, could you please help me apply?" Chen Dong nodded. "Don't worry, I'll tell the director about this when he gets back." Given Chen Dong's current level, if he wants to apply for MDT treatment, he must first report to Director Wang, but Director Wang just took Xiaohua on rounds. So we have to wait for Director Wang to come back. The woman said she would bring her daughter to the hospital again tomorrow. Not long after the two of them left, Director Wang returned. "Why do you look so worried? I rarely see you like that. Is something wrong? Have you encountered something you can't solve?" Director Wang asked with concern. Chen Dong recounted what had just happened to Director Wang and handed the examination results to Director Wang's desk. "I really can't understand what these symptoms are." While Director Wang was away, he took the opportunity to check the system. However, he used up all his experience points from the previous simulated surgery and had no experience points left, so he was asked to check. Chen Dong suddenly felt a pang of regret for his previous extravagance. Director Wang frowned. In all his years of medical practice, he had never encountered such symptoms before. "I'd like to help her apply for MDT treatment." Chen Dong shared his thoughts. Director Wang waved his hand and said, "Xiao Chen, there are many conditions to meet when applying for MDT treatment. It's not something you can apply for casually. Didn't you say that mother and daughter would come again tomorrow? Tell them to come tomorrow, and I'll give them a checkup." Actually, when Director Wang said this, he wasn't very confident, because he felt that apart from being younger, Chen Dong was no less capable than him in terms of experience and ability. If even Chen Dong couldn't diagnose the illness, he wasn't very confident either. However, he is now a department head, and he can't just turn patients away. Chen Dong nodded. This was the only option for now. However, Chen Dong couldn't figure out why a 7 or 8-year-old girl would vomit so frequently. And everything about his health is normal. While their hospital's equipment may not be 100% accurate, a complete set of tests is unlikely to be wrong. If there is any illness in the body, it can be detected. This is what truly frustrated Chen Dong. Chen Dong wasn't in the mood to cook when he got home from get-off work today. This matter had been bothering him, so he had no choice but to order takeout. Then he sat on the sofa and began to think about the illness. He didn't even notice when Su Zhixia returned. Su Zhixia thought Chen Dong was asleep on the sofa with his eyes closed, so she tiptoed in, afraid of disturbing him. "When did you get back?" Chen Dong glanced at the time. An hour had passed without him realizing it. "My takeout should be arriving soon." But he still had no clue about this matter. "I didn't disturb you 10 minutes ago because I saw you were sleeping." "I didn't sleep," Chen Dong answered truthfully. "Let's have takeout tonight, I don't want to cook." Su Zhixia didn't ask why, only assuming that Chen Dong was too tired from work today. But he noticed that even while eating, Chen Dong was in a daze, something Chen Dong had never done before. In the past, Chen Dong was always extremely focused no matter what he was doing. "Chen Dong, are you alright?" Su Zhixia asked with some concern. "Are you too tired?" Chen Dong shook his head. "I'm full, you eat first." Then he went back to his room. Chapter 114 Official Doctor. When Chen Dong returned to his room, he was scrolling through his phone out of sheer boredom. But I found that the class group on WeChat was discussing the topic of vomiting. Chen Dong is now extremely sensitive to the words O2, and he clicks on them almost subconsciously. It turns out that one of their classmates said that they had been hosting a rather strange little girl these past 2 days. She complained to them in the group chat that she had no physical illnesses, but she would still vomit. This symptom immediately caught Chen Dong's attention. Isn't this exactly the same as the little girl he served today? He quickly tagged that classmate and asked what the little girl's name was. "Song Tai, I don't remember what the name is, but I think this symptom is quite strange, so I'm sharing it with you." Song Tai specifically tagged Lu Sanfeng, "Squad leader, you're so smart, have you ever seen this symptom before?" Lu Sanfeng, who was tagged, immediately jumped out. When he saw Chen Dong's message, he couldn't help but frown because Chen Dong hadn't replied to his message yet, but was chatting in the group. Isn't this a blatant disrespect for him? Lu Sanfeng couldn't hold back any longer and said sarcastically, "Chen Dong, why aren't you replying to my messages? You're definitely coming the day after tomorrow, right?" Lu Sanfeng directly asked Chen Dong this question in the class group chat. Only then did he answer Song Tai's question. He's perfectly healthy, has no illnesses whatsoever, yet he's vomiting? I've never seen this symptom before. Do you have that little girl's medical records? If so, I can take a look. Song Tai, it was a patient I instructed the doctor to receive. I only glanced at him from the side, so I definitely don't have his medical records here. After all, he hasn't even finished his internship yet. Chen Dong, who had been secretly watching the screen, quickly sent over 2 drawings upon seeing this. This is the medical record he photographed today, which belongs to that little girl. The little girl's name is Huang Kaifeng, and she is exactly 8 years old this year. Lu Sanfeng never expected that Chen Dong would have the little girl's medical record. "Chen Dong, how did you get this medical record? Could it be that this little girl also went to your hospital? Don't tell me it's such a coincidence that it was your supervisor who received her?" It was the sharp-eyed Song Tai who noticed the key point. "Something's not right, Chen Dong. Why is this form signed with your handwriting? Shouldn't it be the handwriting of your supervising doctor? Only qualified doctors are authorized to sign medical records." Upon hearing Song Tai's words, Lu Sanfeng also noticed, "How come your hospital is in such a mess? How dare an intern write a prescription for a patient? Do you think I'm worried about delaying their treatment? Which hospital are you from?" Lu Sanfeng's words were full of sarcasm towards Chen Dong. Chen Dong frowned. He posted the medical records not to draw attention to his signature, but simply to see if this group of people could figure out what the illness was. As a result, everyone managed to escape. They all came to criticize him for prescribing the patient without his consent. Some people even directly mocked him, saying he was unfit to be a doctor and didn't even know the basic rules. Chen Dong ignored those words. He was wrong. Why did he post those things in the group? None of them are competent, all they do is show off. Chen Dong was speechless. Finally, Zhao Hua stood up to explain for Chen Dong, "You all need to look carefully. I've never seen an intern in any company dare to write an order on their own. Shouldn't you use your pig brains to think about this?" Chen Dong had already become a fully qualified doctor. He was already a fully qualified doctor after only 1 month of internship. If it weren't for seeing this group of people talking about his Donggu, Zhao Hua, who was working overtime, wouldn't have bothered to pay any attention to them. The group that had been attacking Chen Dong lowered their hands, dumbfounded. How could this be? Chen Dong had already become a licensed doctor? But how long have they been in the hospital? How long have they been out of school? And Chen Dong is already a licensed doctor? Zhao Hua knew they wouldn't believe him, so he deliberately showed them a picture of the name tag in the office. It does indeed say Dr. Chen Dong on it, not intern Chen Dong. These few simple words are enough to explain everything. Lu Sanfeng was dumbfounded, Song Tai was dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned, and for a moment they even forgot to say congratulations. See? My brother Dong doesn't want to talk about it because he's low-key, but that doesn't mean anything can climb on his back and act arrogantly. Zhao Hua's words were quite clear, even Lu Sanfeng realized that Zhao Hua was targeting him. Lu Sanfeng gritted his teeth until they were shattered. What a fine Chen Dong, what a fine Zhao Hua. They actually pulled a trick on him, like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Could you please take a look at the medical records? Chen Dong said helplessly. He had originally thought that having more people researching the issue might resolve it sooner. He soon realized he was wrong. This case is a bit unusual. Why would someone vomit if there are no other abnormalities in their body? I also think it's a bit strange, so I'll show it to my advisor. My supervisor is the head of the department. I'll ask him about it when I get to work tomorrow. There wasn't a single substantial suggestion, and even Lu Sanfeng, who had been enthusiastic at first, shut up and said nothing more. Chen Dong rolled his eyes, speechless. Lu Sanfeng, I just sent a message to my supervisor, but he went abroad to study and is probably busy now, so he didn't reply to the message in time. After all, being the director of a hospital is quite busy. These words seemed to be deliberately said to Chen Dong and Zhao Hua. Chen Dong glanced at it briefly and then turned off his phone. It didn't matter to Chen Dong who Lu Sanfeng's mentor was. But it's a different story for the sycophants in the group. Holy crap, Brother Lu, your advisor is actually the dean? Brother Lu, why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Brother Ma Bike. Even your mentor is more awesome than ours. A barrage of compliments made the wind on the road whirl and almost made people lose their bearings. Zhao Hua, seeing this, wanted to complain. If Chen Dong wanted to, there would be plenty of people wanting to take him as their apprentice. What does the director of a mere tertiary hospital amount to? Zhao Hua really wanted to slap Chen Dong's achievements in their faces. Unfortunately, Chen Dong himself is very low-key, so Zhao Hua did not take matters into his own hands. Chen Dong's silence was interpreted by Lu Sanfeng as a sign of inferiority. Chapter 115 I thought of it. Chen Dong, who was about to go to sleep, suddenly sat up straight in bed. His eyes widened, sparkling with excitement, because he had an idea. He realized why the little girl had these symptoms. He focused excessively on his physical condition because he made a mistake that most doctors make, subconsciously assuming that vomiting was related to his physical symptoms. Vomiting only occurs when there is a problem with the body. Actually, it's not just that mental or psychological problems can also cause vomiting. Because a person's mind and body are actually closely related. Just like depression, no one with depression has ever been physically strong, right? Moreover, people are more likely to catch a cold or fever when they are in a low mood. That is a fact. The little girl's vomiting was likely caused by psychological or emotional factors. With this breakthrough, Chen Dong indeed saw the mother and daughter guarding his office the next day when he went to work. Doctor. The woman looked at Chen Dong hesitantly, though she wanted to say something. Chen Dong gave him a faint smile. Don't be in a hurry. I already have a guess about this matter, but I need you to confirm my guess. The woman looked at Chen Dong in surprise, not understanding what he could have come up with in just one night. However, she still nodded cooperatively. Doctor, please feel free to ask whatever you need to know. I'd like to know about your family situation, including the environment in which your children grow up. These are very important to the illness, Chen Dong emphasized, hoping that the woman would take this to heart. Although the woman couldn't understand why Chen Dong was asking these questions, she looked at her emaciated daughter and didn't press the matter further. He truthfully told Chen Dong about his family situation. Chen Dong learned from the woman that her husband was an extremely irresponsible man, and that when the two of them worked outside, she was basically the only one earning money. But for her daughter's sake, she had to maintain the facade of peace in the family. Huang Kaifeng was raised by her grandmother in the countryside from the age of 2. I can only see my parents a handful of times each year. The woman felt she should take her daughter to live with her because her daughter's grandmother had a preference for sons over daughters. So even when her daughter was raised in the countryside, she was often beaten and scolded by her grandmother. That's what made the woman have this idea. However, after bringing their daughter over, the couple's relationship did not improve. Instead, they often argued and fought in front of their daughter. After listening quietly to everything, Shendong nodded, understanding. I never imagined that this girl grew up in such an environment. Little friend, can you answer how many questions? Huang Kaifeng nodded obediently. Do you love your dad? Huang Kaifeng shook her head without saying a word, but her brows were tightly furrowed, making her already somewhat eerie face even more frightening. Do you like your mother? Huang Kaifeng nodded, and her expression relaxed as she thought of her mother. Chen Dong became increasingly certain of his guess. Does your husband often hit or scold the children? The woman was taken aback, hesitated for a few minutes, and then answered truthfully, Yes, doctor, how did you know? How could you make that judgment based on just a few questions? Chen Dong put down his pen and looked at the woman seriously. I think I roughly know what illness your daughter has. This is a rare type of vomiting disorder in the medical field. It has nothing to do with physical health, it is caused by psychological problems. I think you should take your daughter to see a psychologist. Chen Dong's words were not intended to insult the little girl. He explained his assessment to the woman in detail. First of all, your family's living environment will have a great impact on the child's psychology. Moreover, based on your description, I can also understand that your husband is a very short-tempered person who beats and scolds the child and has no patience at all, right? The woman nodded slightly, without refuting. That's right. The child was oppressed by his grandmother when he was in the countryside. In his young mind, he must have had some expectations for his parents. But when he returned to his biological parents, he found that his father was no different from his grandmother. This creates a sense of disparity in children's psychology, and living in such a repressive environment for a long time can lead to psychological problems, not to mention children, even adults. Does this mean my daughter has depression? Women know nothing about psychological issues, she's only heard of depression. Chen Dong shook his head. It's not that serious, but you must pay attention to children's mental health. Chen Dong emphasized this issue repeatedly. I can prescribe some traditional Chinese medicine for your daughter to regulate her body, but you, as parents, will have to deal with her psychological issues yourselves. If the situation gets worse, I suggest you take her to see a psychologist. You should encourage your child more and spend more time with her. Never yell at her. His illusions about his father have been shattered. He can't live without his mother, do you understand? Chen Dong isn't omnipotent either, at least compared to a professional psychologist, he's definitely not as good. That's why he suggested the other person see a professional psychologist. After learning the real reason for her child's illness, the woman felt incredibly distressed and pained. She never imagined that it was her ex-husband who had caused her child so much suffering for so many days. If she had known, she would have severed ties with her ex-husband long ago. The woman always thought that by carefully maintaining her marriage, she could ensure her child had a happy childhood. Little did she know that it was precisely because of her marriage that her child would suffer so much misfortune. Thinking of this, the woman couldn't help but pick up the child, who burst into tears. Baby, mommy is so sorry. If only mommy had noticed this sooner. The woman thanked them repeatedly, took the medicine, and then left with her child. After the woman left, Chen Dong rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Fortunately, nothing too serious happened. He carefully recorded the medical history in his notebook. That's why they say you should learn as long as you live. If it weren't for this patient, he might still not know why people vomit for no reason. Chapter 116 is another breakthrough. When Director Wang returned from the morning meeting as usual, he saw Chen Dong sitting at his seat writing furiously and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you writing so early in the morning?" "This medical record is quite rare, I have to write it down. A bad pen is worse than a good memory." Chen Dong smiled and finished the last stroke. Director Wang nodded. "Didn't that mother and daughter say they were coming today? They won't wait until the afternoon to come, will they? They just came and left." Chen Dong answered truthfully, "I already know the reason." Chen Dong told Director Wang his analysis in detail. Director Wang listened intently to Qindong's words. By the end, everyone couldn't help but clap and cheer. Well done, Qindong. Your thinking ability is much better than ours, these old men. Even my old man hasn't figured it out yet. We're really too prone to making mistakes in this matter. Even Director Wang initially thought that the habitual vomiting was due to a health problem. I never imagined it was a psychological issue. After Qindong pointed it out, Director Wang remembered that there were indeed such cases in history, but they were extremely rare. Especially since it happens to children, people don't tend to associate children's vomiting symptoms with their own feelings. Because this phenomenon is so rare. I didn't expect it to be resolved so quickly. I even brought this up as a topic for our meeting today. We old men argued heatedly in the meeting room over this child. Even now, when this matter is brought up, Director Wang can't help but laugh out loud. Zhao Hua also found it very strange. Can such symptoms really exist? I really learned a lot. Qindong laughed. If I hadn't encountered this yesterday, I probably wouldn't have known that such a situation existed. So the ancient saying that one should learn until old age is not without reason. Qindong has always considered this sentence to be especially important and has always kept it in mind. Noon. During the meal, Su Zhixia couldn't help but keep stealing glances at Qindong. Ask whatever you want. Qindong was helpless. He was worried for Su Zhixia. Su Zhixia hesitated and said, "Have you been preoccupied with something these past few days? I noticed you seemed distracted during dinner last night." This morning. What shocked Su Zhixia was that even if Qindong didn't get up to make breakfast, he would still order takeout for her. Even if there's no time to order takeout, I'll leave her a note or send her a message. But when Su Zhixia woke up today, she found that Qindong had left without saying a word. This puzzled Su Zhixia. Qindong then realized what had happened that morning. Because of the reasons he had thought of yesterday, he wanted to get to the hospital early this morning to see if he could wait for the mother and daughter. He was in a rather excited state. He wanted to confirm whether his guess was right or wrong. For a moment, I forgot to tell Su Zhixia. I'm sorry, I had something to do this morning and I was in a bit of a rush. Qindong said with some guilt. Why do I feel so strongly involved? I'm starting to think of myself as a scumbag. Su Zhixia shook her head and chuckled. Why should I apologize? I'm not blaming you, I'm just worried about your health. If you're too embarrassed to ask the director for leave, I can ask the dean for leave on your behalf. If you want, this entire hospital is yours. You don't need to be polite. Put. Qindong, then I dare not accept it. Alright, is there anything I need to prepare for the charity auction gala this Sunday? Qindong suddenly remembered this. Since it's a charity auction gala, we should at least prepare some items to auction, right? He specifically searched it on Baidu and found that guests attending such galas are expected to donate some items. Let me prepare it for you. As Qindong placed a piece of food into Su Zhixia's bowl, he said, It's alright, I'm a grown man, I can't trouble you with everything, can I? Although he is dating Su Zhixia, he doesn't want to be a kept man. Su Zhixia originally wanted to say that she had everything arranged, but when she was about to speak, she remembered what Zhang Shui had said. If she helped Qindong blindly, it would hurt the man's pride. So she swallowed back the words that were about to come out. Since that's the case, let Qindong prepare it himself. At worst, we can just take pictures of the items he prepares. Actually, Su Zhixia was worried that the things Qindong prepared might not be appropriate for the occasion, such as being too cheap, and she didn't want Qindong to waste too much money on such things. Forget it, if anyone dares to say anything bad about her man, she'll make them pay. Su Zhixia's man is not someone that others can talk about as they please. During lunch break, Zhao Hua, without fail, played games in the office. Upon seeing Qindong return, Zhao Hua quickly put away his phone. Dong Ji, will you go to the class reunion on Saturday? Qindong shook his head. What are you going to do? You might as well stay home and sleep. He had nothing to talk about with those pretentious show-offs. He would rather spend that time discussing medical techniques with a few people. Qindong is a typical medical fanatic. Zhao Hua had already figured this out, and those people in his class really did like to show off, even though they didn't have any real skills. However, I think you should go to this class reunion, since Shuxia is coming too. And Shuxia just messaged me specifically to ask if you're going? I think Mei still has feelings for you. Qindong glanced at Zhao Hua indifferently and said warningly, You'd better put away your gossipy little thoughts. Actually, there was nothing between Qindong and Shuxia. It's just that Shuxia pursued Qindong during their student days. That's why Lu Sanfeng and his ilk were so keen on ostracizing Qindong. However, Chen Dong didn't care about any of that. Brother Dong, and is so beautiful, you actually don't plan to rekindle your relationship with her? Zhao Hua asked, his eyes filled with shock. Sometimes he even doubted whether Chen Dong was a man at all. Chen Dong rolled his eyes. Continue, my big head, I have a girlfriend now. Dong Ji, you keep saying you have a girlfriend, but I've never met your sister-in-law. You're not just lying to us, are you? Don't think I can't tell you're trying to trick me. Keep your little schemes to yourself. Chen Dong went straight back to his seat, and soon after, he received a message from Shusha. Chen Dong, where are you working now? If it's a job and not an internship, then it means Shusha already knows that he has become a full-fledged doctor. And they chose to believe him. Chen Dong slowly typed out a question mark. I didn't mean anything by it. Do you remember our university professor? I invited him to this party. He misses you a lot, and he'll come all the way back from overseas for it, so you should be able to attend, right? Chen Dong stared at the screen for a long time before finally typing OK. While playing games, Zhao Hua noticed Chen Dong's commotion and couldn't help but ask curiously, could it be a message from the beautiful one? Yes. Chen Dong did not deny it. Zhao Hua? He actually guessed right. Let me guess again, is it possible that the beautiful one is here to invite you to a party? So, did you agree? I already told the beautiful one that you wouldn't go, but she insisted on coming to ask you herself. Do you think I could fool her? Zhao Hua suddenly froze halfway through his sentence. Wait, what did you just say? You agreed to go to the class reunion? Chen Dong nodded, yes. Zhao Hua's eyes were filled with complex emotions. You actually went to the class reunion secretly. Chen Dong. Didn't I tell you I wasn't hiding anything? I knew I misjudged you. Zhao Hua sighed. The beautiful one invited you personally, and you actually accepted. Is our years of brotherhood no match for a woman? Chen Dong rolled his eyes speechlessly. Go away, go to hell. Can you stop talking like a girl? I'm starting to suspect you have some ulterior motive towards me. I went to the class reunion because the old professor was also coming. The old professor and his family immigrated overseas back then, and I haven't seen them since. And Shusha invited them this time. Otherwise, Chen Dong wouldn't want to attend such a boring party. After learning the truth, Zhao Hua suddenly fell silent. So it was because of the old professor. He also knew what the old professor meant to Chen Dong. As both a teacher and a friend, it can be said that Chen Dong's current achievements are 70% due to his own talent and 20% due to his old professor. Chapter 117 Rare Cases. Sanfeng, which hospital is that medical record you sent me yesterday from? A doctor, well past 50, adjusted his reading glasses and asked his student with a serious expression. This doctor was Lu Sanfeng's mentor and also the head of the family. Lu Sanfeng appeared respectful, completely unlike his arrogant demeanor in the group chat, teacher, that was posted in the class group by one of my classmates. This medical record does seem quite rare, so I would like to ask you what could have caused it? The dean looked puzzled. This case seems somewhat familiar. However, he couldn't recall where he had seen it before for the time being. Your classmate actually encountered such a patient? Where is this patient now? If possible, I would like to meet this patient. He devoted his entire life to studying medicine. Other things probably couldn't interest him. Lu Sanfeng knew exactly what his teacher was thinking, and he dared not offend his mentor. I don't think so. After all, my classmate's level is just so-so. Let me ask for you. The hospital director nodded. If the other party is willing, they can come to our hospital for treatment, and all expenses will be waived. The cost isn't the main issue. The main problem is this rare occurrence. This was the first time he had ever seen such symptoms in all his years of medical practice. If there are no problems with any aspect of your health, then what could be causing the vomiting? This question piqued the dean's curiosity. Lu Sanfeng quickly opened the class group chat and tagged Chen Dong directly in the chat. Can you still contact that patient from last time? Give me his contact information, and I'll talk to him again. My teacher, who is also the director of the tertiary hospital in Yanjing East District, is very interested in this patient. If my teacher were to help, he would definitely be able to cure this patient. Lu Sanfeng spoke with pride. After all, having such an excellent teacher made him feel proud. Sure enough, after he said those words, the classmates who saw the message showered him with praise. Only Chen Dong, the person in question, remained silent. Lu Sanfeng was somewhat annoyed. Why wasn't Chen Dong replying to his messages again? Was he doing it on purpose? He tagged Qindong again, saying sarcastically, "Qindong, you're not replying to my messages because you don't want to give me your contact information, are you? I know you don't like me as a person, but we medical students can't be petty, and we can't let our emotions affect the patients. If my teacher takes over, this patient has a high chance of recovery. If a patient misses the best treatment period because of your opinion, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life." Qindong wasn't intentionally ignoring Lu Sanfeng's messages, because he wasn't even looking at his phone right now. Zhao Hua was the first to see the message, and he was so angry that his teeth were itching. "I've never seen such a despicable person. Look at what he said. It's as if you're some kind of wicked person." Upon hearing Zhao Hua's complaint, Qindong immediately understood that something had happened in the class group chat again. It's obvious without even thinking that it must be Lu Sanfeng. I think Lu Sanfeng shouldn't be called Lu Sanfeng, but rather Lu Sanfeng, meaning Crazy Lu. This guy is absolutely insane, like a mad dog. Why is he still biting people and won't let go? You'd better check the group messages quickly, otherwise Lu Sanfeng might turn black into white. Zhao Hua was somewhat worried about Qindong, as he couldn't stand these people slandering Qindong. Even though he had already stood up to clarify things for Qindong, his explanation seemed weak and powerless in comparison to Lu Sanfeng's words. "Zhao Hua, that patient was cured by Qindong long ago. Why would you need to jump around here? Lu Sanfeng, then why doesn't Qindong dare to speak up? If he was really cured, why doesn't he dare to come out and explain?" Under Lu Sanfeng's explanation, Qindong's refusal to come out actually made him seem guilty. Qindong raised his eyelids and couldn't help but laugh as he watched Lu Sanfeng jumping around and slandering him. This Lu Sanfeng really can say anything. Qindong didn't explain, but directly retrieved the little girl's medical records from the computer system, took a screenshot, and sent it to the group. The little girl's medical record clearly stated 3 large characters, "cured." Even if they wanted to pretend they didn't see it, they couldn't. Moreover, the cause of the illness and the treatment method are clearly written on it. There is absolutely no way Qindong could have fabricated the evidence. Lu Sanfeng wouldn't be so foolish as to accuse Qindong of falsifying medical records after Qindong had retrieved them. As soon as this screenshot was posted, everyone suddenly fell silent. Especially those few people who were dancing the most enthusiastically just now. Seeing this, Zhao Hua couldn't help but sarcastically say, "Don't you all say Qindong is incompetent? I think the ones who are truly incompetent are you. You guys are all good at bragging in the group, but what happened? You didn't even pass your internship? No matter what Qindong is like, he's a licensed doctor now. Why do you need to tell him what to do?" Lu Sanfeng was at a loss for words when he saw this. He had originally intended to remember this incident and use it to mock Qindong in the class group chat. As a result, after Qindong revealed his medical records, he became a complete clown. Lu Sanfeng was furious. Although he didn't want to believe that Qindong had done it, the doctor's signature on it couldn't be faked. But at that moment, the dean asked him with a serious expression, "So, Sanfeng, what did your classmate say?" Lu Sanfeng's expression stiffened, but he had to force an awkward smile. "My classmate cured the patient." As he spoke, he sent the screenshot to the dean's phone. "Teacher, take a look at his treatment method. I have a feeling it's not that simple." Lu Sanfeng couldn't see anything wrong, so he wanted the dean to find Qindong's weakness. He couldn't stand this humiliation. Back in school, Qindong had always been superior to him. Now that they had graduated, how could he let Qindong ride on his head? He clearly thought Qindong wasn't doing as well as him. After all, the hospital he was currently working at was a prestigious hospital in Yanjing. Qindong, however, stayed in his hometown. These two are simply not comparable, okay? The dean carefully examined the screenshots on his phone. "I remember now. That's right. I just realized that I've been overlooking the most important piece of information all along." The dean couldn't help but clap his hands in approval after seeing the solution. He finally remembered what he had just forgotten. He had forgotten that in addition to the body's own organs, psychological factors can also cause physical discomfort. He had been stuck in a misconception, which is why he kept feeling that something was wrong. Overjoyed, the dean couldn't help but ask, "Sanfeng, is this Qindong your classmate?" Lu Sanfeng's face was grim, but he still had to answer, "Yes, teacher. I didn't expect your classmate to be so outstanding. I wonder if he'd be interested in developing his career in Beijing." The dean showed great interest in Qindong. The dean thought that the person who could write this solution must be an elderly person. Unexpectedly, it was a young man the same age as Lu Sanfeng. Lu Sanfeng was already considered quite outstanding among his peers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted Lu Sanfeng as his student. It seems that this Chen Dong is truly a man of hidden talent. Lu Sanfeng never expected that his attempt to steal a chicken would backfire. He originally wanted the dean to find Chen Dong's flaws so that he could criticize him in the group chat. As a result, he didn't gain anything, but Chen Dong became a familiar face in front of the dean. Lu Sanfeng gave a perfunctory reply. He probably has no intention of developing his career here. He wouldn't let Chen Dong get past him. Lu Sanfeng clenched his fists and made a silent vow. But in her heart, she secretly made a mental note of Chen Dong's actions. Chen Dong was caught in the crossfire. Chapter 118 Assistance Sign in Time. Congratulations, host, you have completed 120 days of daily check-ins. Reward, plus 20 experience points. He now has about 50 experience points, and he still has a bunch of hemostatic grass seeds in his system, which he hasn't planted yet. Chen Dong had been trying to find time to cultivate them, but sometimes he would get so busy that he would forget. I happen to have nothing to do after get off work today, so I'll go to the flower and bird market later to buy a pot and plant it on my balcony at home. When Su Zhixia returned, she saw Chen Dong working with the soil. Are you planning to grow potted plants? Su Zhixia asked in surprise. After all, Chen Dong used to have a lot of potted plants at home, but he later gave them all to his landlord. Chen Dong felt it would be too much trouble to bring all those bottles and jars over. Chen Dong, you could say that, but it's a bit different from ordinary potted plants. What's the difference? Su Zhixia asked curiously, putting down her bag and leaning closer. She squatted down next to Chen Dong. Why does this soil smell so good? Su Zhixia sniffed. She found the soil in Chen Dong's hands particularly pleasant. Although she doesn't grow potted plants herself, someone regularly maintains greenery in her office to purify the air. She felt that the soil in those places didn't smell as good as the one in Chen Dong's hand. Was it just her imagination? Chen Dong smelled it, and it did smell quite fragrant. This soil was delivered along with the seeds of the hemostatic herb. He didn't know what kind of soil it was, but since it was a gift from the system, it must have something special about it. Why is this seed so dark? Will it even grow? Su Zhixia asked curiously, stretching out a hand and poking the round seed on the ground with her finger. This is a herb with an excellent hemostatic effect. Most importantly, I'm probably the only one in the world who has the seeds of this herb. Chen Dongjia wasn't showing off, he was simply stating a fact. He searched through all the major medical books, but indeed found no record of hemostatic herbs in history. That means that only the system can provide both the hemostatic herb and its seeds. Su Zhixia was somewhat surprised as to why Chen Dong would tell her this news. According to what you're saying, these seeds must be very precious. Aren't you afraid I'll steal them? Su Zhixia asked with a smile. Chen Dong smiled, completely unconcerned. Why would you take my seeds? Besides, they're just a few seeds. Take them if you want. How can you call it stealing? If someone else had stolen his things, Chen Dong would definitely not let it go. But Su Zhixia is different. Su Zhixia is his girlfriend now. Even if she gave the things away without his permission, he wouldn't say anything. However, Chen Dong knew that Su Zhixia wouldn't do that, because Su Zhixia always respected his opinion. How could she have secretly touched his things without his permission? Chen Dong knew Su Zhixia wouldn't do it, and Su Zhixia knew he trusted her. This is probably the tacit understanding between two people. The two smiled at each other. Su Zhixia, seeing Chen Dong busy at work, felt embarrassed to just squat down and watch. How about I help you loosen the soil? These soils smell nice, but they're particularly difficult to work with, not for any other reason than that they're exceptionally hard. It's as hard as soil that hasn't been exposed to the scorching sun for a month. In Chen Dong's words, the bodies in the morgue's frozen car are no different from those in the freezer. Just watch from the side. If you get really bored, you can play some games or something. This soil smells nice, but it's also quite dirty. I don't want to get your hands dirty. Chen Dong glanced at Su Zhixia's fingers. They were fair and slender, and didn't look like they had ever done manual labor. Chen Dong's hands had developed thick calluses from holding a scalpel for a long time. Actually, people on the internet say that doctors have the most beautiful hands, but Chen Dong doesn't think so. Doctors work very hard every day and don't have time to take care of their hands. Their hands are used to hold scalpels, but they don't need to be so effeminate as to use skincare products every day. Therefore, Chen Dong looks down on those people on the internet who pretend to be doctors and show off their hand photos. Isn't this just riding on the coattails of a doctor? He usually ignores people like that, but this is different. Whenever he encounters someone like that, he has to go up and fight. Su Zhixia didn't even frown. She picked up the clods of dirt on the ground and, imitating Qindong, rubbed them apart little by little with her hands. They showed no disgust at the dirtiness, nor did they utter a single complaint. Seeing this, Qindong chuckled. What a silly girl. Didn't I tell you not to move? Su Zhixia gave a haughty snort. I'm your girlfriend. If I can't even help you with this little thing, then what use am I to you? Qindong shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to let her go. However, it turned out that with Su Zhixia's involvement, the whole process did indeed speed up considerably. Qindong originally planned to resolve this matter within an hour, but now only half an hour has passed and it's all done. Qindong dusted off his hands. I'll wash my hands and then cook for you. What do you want to eat today? Seeing Qindong's hurried appearance, Su Zhixia couldn't help but laugh out loud. You don't need to be in such a hurry, I'm not that hungry right now. At this time of day, Qindong would have already prepared the meal. That's why he was a little worried that Su Zhixia might go hungry. Su Zhixia finished cleaning up the rest and quietly sat down next to Qindong. I want to eat crayfish today. Qindong shook his head. No, your stomach isn't good, you can't eat anything too spicy. Su Zhixia playfully stuck out her tongue, but thanks to your care, my stomach isn't as fragile as it used to be. Su Zhixia suggested eating crayfish because she saw that Qindong had bought crayfish tails several days ago and put them in the refrigerator, but hadn't cooked them yet. Later, Su Zhixia overheard Zhang Shui mentioning that it was crayfish season, and realized that Qindong might not have made any to take care of her. After all, Qindong is a foodie. No way. Qindong refused firmly. Although he also craved crayfish, he knew very well that Su Zhixia's current physical condition meant she couldn't eat anything too spicy. It's okay, you can just put in less chili. Finally, after Su Zhixia's persistent pleading, Qindong took out the crayfish flavor from the refrigerator. There's really nothing we can do about her. Qindong felt that if things continued like this, he would eventually be defeated by Su Zhixia. Chapter 119. A casual person? At dinner time. Wearing gloves, Su Zhixia kept peeling shrimp for Qindong. Eat more, I think you're so thin. You work so hard, you should eat more, you know? Qindong was so thin that it broke her heart. Qindong looked at the mountain of crayfish piled up in front of him, all of which Su Zhixia had peeled herself, and a thought crossed his mind. No need to peel them for me, I can peel them myself, you can eat them yourself. Su Zhixia shook her head. I just like peeling crayfish. Qindong? What a strange hobby. Looking at Su Zhixia's stunning beauty, Qindong suddenly remembered a very serious problem. Mr. Su, why did you propose to me the moment you saw me? Was it really because of his good looks? Qindong had always been skeptical about this. If he didn't understand, Su Zhixia might still have this misunderstanding. However, after spending time with her, Qindong realized that Su Zhixia wasn't such a superficial person. Su Zhixia was even more surprised that Qindong would suddenly bring up this matter. She said somewhat awkwardly, why did you suddenly ask that question? I'm just really curious, does love at first sight really exist in this world? Is it definitely love at first sight, or just lust at first sight? Facing Qindong's unwavering gaze, Su Zhixia suddenly became somewhat melancholic. You really don't remember? Actually, that wasn't our first meeting, and do I look like such a shallow person? Among the rich second-generation men who pursued Su Zhixia in the past, there were quite a few good-looking ones, but none of them ever moved her heart. Until she met Qindong, Su Zhixia initially thought that since her grandfather was urging her to get married anyway, she might as well marry Qindong. But the more time she spent with Qindong, the more she realized that he perfectly matched all the criteria she had imagined for a husband. Moreover, after spending time together, she found herself falling hopelessly in love with him. This man has that kind of charm, every move he makes captivates her. Her pride and her self-control proved utterly inadequate in front of Qindong. Therefore, her feelings for Qindong were never love at first sight, but rather a premeditated scheme. However, Qindong was still naively convinced that it was their first meeting. Have we met before? Qindong thought and thought but still couldn't figure it out. Su Zhixia was so beautiful, if they had met before, he certainly wouldn't have forgotten her. Su Zhixia nodded. So much time has passed, it's normal that you don't remember. I was kidnapped when I was 10 years old. The kidnapping was planned by the company's second largest shareholder, who was the person with the most shares besides my grandfather. He wanted to kidnap me to threaten my grandfather into giving up the company. Of course, my grandfather couldn't agree to it. Enraged, the kidnappers wanted to kill me. If you hadn't happened to be on your way home from school, I might be dead already. Recalling the past, Su Zhisha's face was full of sorrow. More than a decade has passed since she was kidnapped, but the image of the kidnappers threatening her still seems vivid in her mind. She still shudders and gets goosebumps when she thinks about it now. It's easy to imagine how much of a shadow that incident cast on her. Dong seemed to recall that he had rescued a kidnapped girl when he was a child, but Dong's eye carefully examined Su Zhisha, his mind filled with doubt. Are you sure it was me who saved you? He remembered that the girl he saved was a chubby girl, not nearly as pretty as Su Zhisha. Could there be some mistake somewhere? Su Zhisha blushed and said, when I was 10 years old, I was sick and took a lot of medicine, which made my body become bloated and weak. Dong immediately understood the reason behind it, so that's how it is. I told you there's no such thing as love at first sight in the world, so you've been plotting against me for a long time. Hearing Dong say that, Su Zhisha retorted defiantly, humph. So what? Anyway, you're my boyfriend now. Regardless of what methods she used, she had already lured him away. Thinking of this, Su Zhisha's mood instantly brightened, and she even started peeling crayfish much faster. Dong shook his head helplessly. It turned out he had walked into a wolf's den from the very beginning. It seems it's too late to regret it now. After dinner, Dong loosened the soil around the hemostatic plant and watered it again. The herb that stops bleeding came with an instruction manual, which speaks volumes about the system's thoughtfulness. They even took into account that he didn't know how to grow crops. This hemostatic herb needs to be watered every 6 hours. Su Zhisha asked curiously, when will it sprout? It should be tomorrow. So fast? Su Zhisha found it amazing. This thing sprouts even faster than potatoes. Dong said half-jokingly, what do you think about me donating the auction results from Sunday night? Su Zhisha's eyes lit up, but she shook her head. You should keep such a precious thing for yourself. Su Zhisha was well aware of how much of a role a good medicine could play in a critical moment. Although modern medical technology has achieved excellent hemostatic effects, the fact that Dong values this hemostatic herb so much indicates that it must have some extraordinary properties. It would be a shame to simply donate it. It's alright, I have plenty of these seeds. As he spoke, Dong pulled out a bag of seeds from his person as if by magic. The system said it would reward him with a bag of seeds, and it really was a huge bag full. It weighs a full pound. That's enough for Dong to grow a lot of hemostatic herbs. Chapter 120 Is Life a Game? The next day at work, Dong had just entered the office when he saw Zhao Hua with dark circles under her eyes. You stayed up all night playing games again? Zhao Hua took a sip of coffee and replied wearily, how could that be? I stayed up all night yesterday reading medical materials. This surprised Dong. It wasn't something Zhao Hua would do. When did Zhao Hua become so diligent? Facing Dong's questioning gaze, Zhao Hua smiled wryly, don't look at me like that. Do you think I wanted to? I was forced into this. Who forced you? Isn't it the class reunion tomorrow night? Those show-offs definitely won't miss such a good opportunity to show off. I can't embarrass myself. Zhao Hua finished the entire cup of coffee in one go. Dong smiled and shook his head. He wished Zhao Hua could work this hard all the time. Around noon, a boy wearing ripped jeans walked in casually, chewing bubblegum. He simply placed the registration slip on the table, crossed his legs, and looked so relaxed that it was hard to believe he was there to see a doctor. Dong raised an eyebrow. This metallic outfit, and he's still a trendy guy? Is there something you need, little brother? To everyone's surprise, the boy frowned and said, I'm not a little brother. I've been experiencing heart pain lately. Could you take a look and tell me what's wrong? The boy was playing with his phone while he said this, seemingly completely unconcerned about his physical condition. Heart pain? There are many causes of heart pain. Pain in the precordial region may be related to the heart, lungs, arteries, skin, subcutaneous tissue, and even some mucous membranes. The three major types of heart pain that require the most vigilance are coronary angina, aortic dissection, and acute pulmonary embolism. When coronary heart disease and angina pectoris become severe, myocardial infarction may occur. Patients usually experience severe chest pain during strenuous exercise or emotional excitement, with a squeezing sensation, as if something is blocking their chest. In severe cases, even taking nitroglycerin cannot relieve the pain. Patients with aortic dissection often have a history of hypertension. Once aortic dissection occurs, the pain is extremely severe and unbearable. The third disease is called pulmonary embolism, also known as lung embolism. Pulmonary embolism is often accompanied by heart pain, as well as symptoms such as shortness of breath and cyanosis of the lips. Patients often have a history of lower limb edema or prolonged bed rest. Countless symptoms flashed through Chun Dong's mind. When did these symptoms begin? The boy finally put down his phone. After thinking for a while, he said, "It seems to have been about 2 weeks ago, but it could also have been a week ago. I can't quite remember." Seeing the boy's nonchalant attitude, Chen Dong was furious. This was simply treating life like a game. "Since it's been so long, why didn't you see a doctor sooner? Do you know what the heart is? If your heart has a problem, you won't survive." The boy replied nonchalantly, "Doctor, I just have a heartache, is it really that serious? My heart has always been fine, I've never had heart disease or anything like that." In the boy's mind, it seemed that only heart disease could kill people. Chen Dong was no longer in the mood to blame the boy for his ignorance. His thoughts reflected the sentiments of many young people today. However, from a medical perspective, problems related to the heart are quite serious. After all, a person lives on this heart. Do you think only heart disease can kill people? Chen Dong continued, seeing the boy's questioning look. Your heart pain could be caused by coronary heart disease, angina, or even other reasons. These symptoms can be fatal if they become severe. Chen Dong didn't say these words to scare the boy, he just wanted to tell this ignorant child just how important the heart is. In fact, not only the heart, but every part of the body has a vital responsibility. Once other organs have problems, the whole body will be affected. Seeing the boy in this state, when will these children be able to gain a basic understanding of medicine? At the very least, you should know what you should and shouldn't do. Seeing the boy's severe dark circles under his eyes, Chen Dong sighed, "How long has it been since you slept?" The boy was taken aback and subconsciously asked, "How did you know I wasn't asleep?" His dark circles are darker than a panda's. "I'm not blind, of course I can see it." It wasn't long, just 36 hours. He had planned to get a good night's sleep after playing games all night the night before last, but then the promotion match happened. So he planned to finish the game during the day, but who knew that his bad teammates would keep making him drop in rank? So they played until this morning. If he hadn't been experiencing severe heart discomfort, he probably would have continued playing. After all, it used to be okay to go for 48 hours without sleeping. Looking at the boy's innocent appearance, I really didn't know what to say. You are young now and treat life like a game. Perhaps you will regret it when your health really starts to suffer. Despite the doctor's explanation, the boy still hadn't grasped the seriousness of the situation. Instead, he said impatiently, "Doctor, please take a look and tell me what's wrong with me? I'm waiting to go home and play games." At his age, what else can he do if he doesn't play video games? This doctor looks so young and good looking, how can he be so old-fashioned? Chen Dong didn't say much, but gave the boy a few orders. Go get an electrocardiogram first, then get a chest X-ray and CT scan. Also, do a complete blood count. These are all basic tests, but the boy looked impatient and said, "An electrocardiogram is enough, why do I need to get some lines?" "Doctor, are you trying to trick me into spending more money?" The boy had an expression that said, "I knew your purpose all along." Zhao Hua, who was organizing documents nearby, finally couldn't help but interject after hearing this, "Hey kid, are you going to do it or not? You have to do these tests at any hospital anyway. If you don't want to do them, then don't come to the hospital." Why are young people these days so arrogant? They act like complete idiots, like everyone owes them something. The boy snorted coldly, and in the end, whether out of fear or something else, he still took the form and went out for the examination. Chapter 121 Inspection Results. When Chen Dong saw the test results, his brows furrowed slowly. "You have a myocardial infarction." Before Chen Dong could finish speaking, the boy stood up from his chair. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could it be a myocardial infarction?" Although the boy didn't quite understand the meaning of myocardial infarction, he knew that things had become very serious when he heard the word infarction. Chen Dong directly showed him the test results and explained them one by one. The electrocardiogram showed ST segment elevation with an upward arch, pathological Q waves, and T wave inversion. Increased cell count, increased erythrocyte sedimentation rate, and increased C-reactive protein serum. Myocardial necrosis marker tests showed increased levels of myoglobin, troponin, and creatine kinase isoenzyme. Would the test results lie to you? The boy slumped weakly into the chair, frantically scratching his hair. The arrogant boy who had been just moments before finally showed fear. "Doctor, what should I do now? Does a myocardial infarction mean death?" He still didn't quite understand what a myocardial infarction meant. Myocardial infarction is an acute condition that can be life-threatening, caused by acute blockage of the coronary arteries, resulting in necrosis of the heart muscle due to lack of blood supply and impaired heart function. It falls under the category of acute coronary syndrome. Then why did I have a myocardial infarction? My parents are both very healthy and don't have any hereditary diseases. The boy couldn't understand how such a thing could happen to him. Qindong glanced at him and said, "Spend less time playing games and more time studying. You should all be talking about that in your biology class. At this age, you should have taken biology classes, yet you don't even know basic common sense. Do you like sweets? Do you often stay up late playing games? And do you particularly dislike exercise, right? Haven't you noticed that you've become unusually irritable lately? You've also gained weight noticeably." The boy was somewhat surprised. Why was Qindong able to describe his situation so accurately? Don't be surprised, these are all warning signs of a heart attack. If you had gone to the hospital earlier, the situation might not be so serious. Upon hearing Qindong's words, the boy turned pale. "So, am I beyond saving now?" "Don't worry, I'm here and I won't let you die." Qindong found it somewhat amusing that the arrogant young man from just a moment ago had suddenly become a completely different person. Based on the results of various examinations, the teenager's myocardial infarction was not particularly serious. It's far from being at the point where surgery is needed. I'll prescribe some medicine for you, and then you need to come to the hospital regularly for an electrocardiogram as I tell you. An electrocardiogram ECG can monitor the condition of the heart, which is a relatively safe approach. The boy dared not disobey this time and nodded repeatedly. Okay, I'll listen to whatever you say, doctor." Qindong prescribed bisoprolol to the boy, a drug used to reduce myocardial oxygen consumption. There are also antithrombotic drugs like aspirin and lipid-lowering drugs like atorvastatin. Go to the pharmacy to get your medicine first, then come back to me and I'll tell you how to take it. Watching the boy's retreating figure, Qindong couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's so good to be young. His sigh was overheard by Zhao Hua, who was standing nearby. "The way you talk makes it sound like you're so old." "You are still young." Qindong smiled but didn't say anything. The boy returned quickly, and Qindong carefully explained to him how to take the medicine. They were even worried that he wouldn't be able to handle it, so they specially wrote him a list. The boy was so grateful that he almost knelt down before Qindong. "Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. You're a miracle worker." Qindong smiled and shook his head. "You should play fewer games in the future. If you have a myocardial infarction, you need to rest in bed more, and it's best to be in a quiet environment around you." The boy nodded. "Don't worry, doctor, I've memorized everything." After the boy left, Qindong began to fill in the boy's medical records. "I treated another patient today." Qindong stretched, realizing he was still a long way from the 1,000 patients the system had mentioned. "You should play fewer games. You think you can stay up all night, but your heart might not be so lucky, especially for us medical students who are already very careful about all parts of our bodies. You're still damaging your health like this." Qindong shook his head, quite helpless. He had mentioned this to Zhao Hua before, but Zhao Hua didn't take it to heart, always thinking that he was still young and could still cause trouble. "Zhao Hua, I can't keep staying up late anymore. If I keep doing this, I'll ruin my health. I was thinking of going back to my hometown to become a village doctor in the future." Yes, he didn't have any particularly lofty ideals. He just wanted to spend the next 10 years or so in the hospital and then return to his hometown to be a leisurely village doctor when he got old. "But I think my biggest problem right now is the class reunion tomorrow night," Zhao Hua said with a bitter face. "I don't want to be ridiculed by those guys. If only I were like you, Dong Ji, I wouldn't have to worry about these things. I could just pull out a medical record and slap them in the face." Zhao Hua looked on with envy, while Qindong simply smiled and remained silent. Chapter 122 Class Reunion. Before we knew it, the day of the class reunion arrived. Zhao Hua looked at Qindong with a strange expression. "Brother Dong, you're not planning to go there wearing this, are you?" After taking off his white coat, Qindong was only wearing casual sportswear, looking completely ordinary. Qindong nodded, but then asked, "Is there something wrong with my clothes? Today is the day of the class reunion. You're dressed so casually, who knows what those people will say about you behind your back." Zhao Hua had even thought of what to say for that group of people. Qindong said nonchalantly, "I'm not going to see them." He attended the class reunion because the old professor would also be there. If the old professor doesn't go, he won't bother with these guys. Zhao Hua knew that Qin was always easygoing, so he didn't say much. Are you going now? If so, could you give me a ride? Zhao Hua specially wore her most expensive suit so that she wouldn't be looked down upon at today's class reunion. After all, this is the first time we've met since graduation. If you want to see how well someone is doing, the first thing to look at is their clothes. Good. The location for the class reunion was chosen by Lu Sanfeng. Originally, everyone said they would split the bill, but Lu Sanfeng insisted that he would treat everyone. This is essentially a celebration for Lu Sanfeng, as he has officially become a doctor. When someone invites you to dinner, why wouldn't you accept? Of course, you wouldn't refuse. The Imperial Hotel? This Lu Sanfeng certainly has a big budget. Although Huangtian Hotel is not considered a 5-star hotel in the mountain city, it is still quite famous. There are nearly 30 people in their class, so the cost of this meal must be at least 10,000 yuan. Lu Sanfeng was quite willing to spend the money. When Qin and Zhao Hua arrived, everyone was already seated. Our academic genius Chen is here. Lu Sanfeng stood up with a smile. I thought you wouldn't do me the honor of coming, academic genius. Zhao Hua felt utterly disgusted by Lu Sanfeng's pretentious attitude, while Chen Dong's face remained expressionless. Chen Dong casually pulled out a chair and sat down, with Zhao Hua sitting to his left. There's an empty seat on the right. I wonder who else hasn't arrived yet. Lu Sanfeng's face turned ugly when he saw that Chen Dong was ignoring him. Seeing this, everyone felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward and quickly tried to smooth things over. Chen Dong, since you're late, you definitely have to punish yourself with 3 drinks, and Zhao Hua too. Yes. 3 drinks as punishment, that used to be our class rule. Chen Dong, you wouldn't even give me that much face, would you? We've all gathered here today to have a good time, so let's not cause any unpleasantness. Zhao Hua was just about to say that Chen Dong drove over and couldn't drink alcohol. Their words effectively blocked all of Chen Dong's escape routes, leaving him no room for rebuttal. Chen Dong looked at them and smiled faintly. I can't drink alcohol. Zhao Hua nodded repeatedly. That's right, Chen Dong can't drink alcohol, but he drove here today. Upon hearing this, Lu Sanfeng said, Pfft. Zhao Hua, we all know you have a good relationship with Jackie Chan, but if you want to exonerate him, you don't have to come up with such an excuse, do you? Song Tai, exactly. You don't even know how to come up with a good excuse? Zhao Hua, you really went too far this time. And Chen Dong, you don't have to refuse to give us even this much face. We're classmates, isn't it just a matter of letting you have a drink? If you give us another reason, we might believe you. We would even believe you if you said you took your medicine today. Obviously, no one believed that Chen Dong had already bought a car. After all, they had only graduated a short time ago, so how could Chen Dong possibly afford a car? They were assigned by the school to do 2-year internships, and after graduation, they found suitable hospitals to start their own internships. I spent those 4 long years interning. How much money did I earn? How could I possibly afford a car? Seeing that they all looked down on Chen Dong, Zhao Hua hurriedly tried to explain on Chen Dong's behalf. Chen Dong shook his head at Zhao Hua, saying, What does it matter to me whether they believe me or not? Chen Donglai attended this class reunion without ever expecting them to treat him differently. During college, Lu Sanfeng, relying on his family's wealth, led his classmates to isolate Chen Dong, but Chen Dong didn't care about any of it. He was a little annoyed he shouldn't have let Chen Donglai attend this class reunion. Seeing that Chen Dong remained silent, Song Tai immediately brought up another topic. Song Tai, I heard that you've become a full-fledged doctor at a tertiary hospital, Brother Lu. You'll have to look after us brothers from now on. Lu Sanfeng said modestly, It's nothing serious. But we're all classmates, so please feel free to ask if you need any help in the future. Even if I can't help, I'll ask my teacher for help. Is Brother Lu's teacher the director of a tertiary hospital? Song Tai, that's right. Lu Gu and I are in the same hospital. You guys don't know, when the hospital director personally came to our department to take Lu Gu as his student, all the nurses were dumbfounded. Song Tai and Lu Sanfeng were not originally from the same hospital. It was Lu Sanfeng who used his influence to give Song Tai a backdoor, which allowed Song Tai to pass the interview. That's why Song Tai always spoke up for Lu Sanfeng. In fact, he had been Lu Sanfeng's lackey since their student days. He was also the person Zhao Hua looked down on the most. After all, Brother Lu is not only talented but also capable. He must have attracted quite a few young nurses at the hospital, right? I really envy Brother Lu. With Brother Lu's conditions, finding a girlfriend is not an easy thing, unlike me who has been single since birth. Lu Sanfeng smiled slightly. Actually, I'm single now too. At this moment, Song Tai shook his head in agreement. I think Lu Gu is single because he's too outstanding. Ordinary girls really aren't good enough for him. Yes. I think it wouldn't be an exaggeration for our Brother Lu to be paired with a princess. Speaking of which, Brother Lu's future wife must be an exceptional woman. Their children will be a perfect match. Since Lu Sanfeng was treating everyone today, these old classmates were willing to give him face. Chen Dong was so tired of hearing such flattery that his ears were practically calloused. Why hasn't the old professor arrived yet? He came to the class reunion today to see the old professor, but he still hasn't seen him. Lu Sanfeng said slowly, I just sent a message to the old professor. He said he's on his way, but there's some traffic. Let's wait a bit before he starts the meal. My God, Brother Lu, you actually have the old professor's contact information? Everyone knows that the old professor immigrated abroad after he taught our class. Yeah, Brother Lu, how did you get the old professor's contact information? I heard that the old professor lost contact with China after he immigrated abroad. Hearing their surprise, Lu Sanfeng's vanity was greatly satisfied, but he still pretended to be mysterious and said, actually, it's nothing special. It's just that when our dean took me to an exchange meeting abroad, I accidentally saw the old professor. That's when I got the old professor's contact information. Lu Sanfeng deliberately omitted the details, but in reality, he did go to that overseas exchange meeting and, just as he said, met the old professor. The old professor had long forgotten who he was, and if it weren't for his teacher's sake, the old professor would never have given him his contact information. The reason he was able to invite the old professor today is because of Chen Dong. The old professor only dared to come because he wanted to see Chen Dong. Back in college, Chen Dong was the professor's favorite student. The old professor had praised Chen Dong's talent many times, and Du Xiaofeng even caught the old professor explaining problems to Chen Dong in private on several occasions. However, he did not intend to reveal this fact. At least in this way, everyone would think that the old professor only attended the class reunion because of his reputation. Everyone knows that the old professor immigrated abroad to retire, and retirement means he won't care about the past anymore. Unless you have a huge favor to ask the old professor to come. After all, the old professor had taught countless students throughout his life far more than just these 20-odd. Chapter 123 The Class Beauty Arrives. When former classmates meet again, seeing how well they are doing in Lu Sanfeng's business, they can't help but have other ideas. If they can get along well with Lu Sanfeng, they might be able to use that connection to get into the tertiary hospital where Lu Sanfeng works. After all, there is a big difference between a tertiary hospital and the hospital they are currently in. Moreover, tertiary hospitals like this will definitely have more room for development in the future. Everyone started having their own agendas. Only Chen Dong remained seated, his expression unchanged. As Zhao Hua listened to their flattery, he almost had to suppress the urge to curse. Is this a class reunion or Lu Sanfeng's private flattery party? Even the friendship among these former classmates has changed at some point. The interests have become intertwined. Lu Sanfeng scanned the crowd. Besides the old professor, is anyone else absent? Song Tai, with his sharp eyes, said, it seems that the class beauty hasn't arrived yet. Lu Sanfeng nodded, the old professor will be here soon, why don't you order first? Eat to your heart's content today, it's on me. How could we do that, Brother Lu? This hotel isn't cheap either. How about we split the bill, someone said awkwardly. Lu Sanfeng smiled, a hint of arrogance in his eyes, it's alright, everyone can eat as much as you like. I just received an acceptance letter from a foreign publication a few days ago. Their journal has decided to publish my paper, and I'll use the royalties to treat you all to a meal. Seeing Lu Sanfeng's magnanimous demeanor, no one overlooked the key point in his words. What? Brother Lu, your paper has been accepted by a foreign university? Holy crap, could it be that Rain Valley magazine? Lu Sanfeng nodded, yes, it's been too long since I wrote a paper. I didn't expect them to take notice of it. It's an honor for me. Rain Valley magazine is one of the 3 most famous newspapers and magazines abroad. Countless people would do anything to get their hands on it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hua scoffed dismissively, what's so great about that? But Song Tai, who was standing next to him, overheard his words. Zhao Hua, you seem pretty unconvinced. What? Do you think you're better than Brother Lu? Zhao Hua shook his head, how can I be as awesome as him? After all, he's our class monitor. But his sarcastic and strange demeanor didn't sound like he was saying anything nice. Lu Sanfeng was also somewhat displeased. Zhao Hua, what do you mean by this? I don't mean anything by it, but some people get complacent after achieving a little success, not realizing that there are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. Didn't your teacher teach you this phrase when you were in school? My third-grade nephew already knows how to be modest and humble. Lu Sanfeng was so angry at Zhao Hua's veiled insults that his face turned green. What I've done isn't really an achievement, after all, there are many people more capable than me. I just couldn't control my emotions when I saw these former classmates at the class reunion today. I just wanted to share my joy with you. If you don't want to hear it, I can just not say it. Zhao Hua pursed his lips. Look how well those words were spoken. Lu Sanfeng had said all the nice things. Yeah, Zhao Hua, why are you talking about the class monitor like that? We're all in the same class, and we were just sitting together chatting about what's been going on lately. Why are you getting so worked up? Song Tai was the first to start mocking Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua simply couldn't stand the pretentious attitude after all, those who were truly capable remained silent. With Song Tai leading the way, everyone stood up and criticized Zhao Hua for what he had done wrong. They wanted to force Zhao Hua to apologize to Lu Sanfeng. Chen Dong couldn't stand it anymore and said in a deep voice, I think Zhao Hua is right. Lu Sanfeng, what? It's really nothing special, are we not allowed to talk about it? Zhao Hua breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Chen Dong had finally stopped being silent. He just couldn't stand Lu Sanfeng's constant nagging and his occasional attempts to kick Chen Dong while he was down. They've achieved some small successes and they're already smug about it. They really don't know the meaning of the word humility. If Lu Sanfeng was simply showing off his achievements, then he was not qualified to say anything. Lu Sanfeng's mistake was that he shouldn't have used Chen Dong as a stepping stone. Lu Sanfeng's smile froze on his lips, and he looked at Chen Dong with a gloomy expression. Chen Dongxiu remained calm and composed in his seat, showing no fear, and didn't even utter a second word. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat stiff. Song Tai, the lackey, said, Since you say Brother Lu isn't anything special, then may I ask what you've done? What right do I have to mock Brother Lu? Chen Dong glanced at Song Tai indifferently, and just as he was about to say something, the door to the private room was pushed open from the outside. I'm sorry I'm late. I hope I've kept you waiting. A girl in a white dress, with a gentle demeanor, said breathlessly. This isn't Shuxia, their class beauty. 4 years have passed since graduation, but they still feel that Shuxia is no different from before. It's as if her appearance never ages, she remains as pure and lovely as ever. Especially her big, moist eyes. Out of the 29 students in her class, almost 20 had openly pursued Shuxia. There was only one girl in their class, Shuxia, and today she was incredibly beautiful. How could anyone not miss it? Seeing this, Lu Sanfeng pretended to be a gentleman and said, Actually, we haven't been here long either. Yes, we just arrived not long ago. It's okay if we're a little late. You've come at the right time. Come sit down and order. When Chen Dong arrived, he was a completely different person. Lu Sanfeng pulled out the chair next to him, expecting Shuxia to sit beside him. Unexpectedly, Shuxia took the initiative to pull out the chair next to Chen Dong and sat down on Chen Dong's right. They completely overlooked Lu Sanfeng. Lu Sanfeng, who was already in a bad mood, felt even more annoyed at the sight of Chen Dong and wanted to throw him out immediately. This Chen Dong will ruin his plans. Shuxia smiled sweetly at Chen Dong. It's been a long time, Chen Dong. You don't mind me sitting here, do you? Chen Dong didn't say anything. So what? You still sat down, didn't you? Did he think he could kick her out? He wouldn't stoop to doing something so ungentlemanly. Just because of a seat, the boys in the class became envious and jealous of Chen Dong. Why did the beautiful girl from Anhui University choose to sit next to Chen Dong? It must be because Chen Dong's seat was the closest to the door. No one thought anything was wrong with this, they simply thought Chen Dong's seat was closer to the door. Chapter 124, Buying Wine. It took about 5 minutes for the old professor to finally arrive. Although he is over 70 years old, he still walks with a brisk pace. After all, the professor is a medical expert and usually takes good care of his health. When Chen Dong saw the old professor arrive, he immediately stood up straight and said, Professor, you've come. Everyone thought Chen Dong was overestimating himself. The old professor might not even remember who he was, yet he dared to speak to the old professor in such a tone? Did he really think he was an acquaintance of the old professor? If we're talking about someone who was truly familiar with the old professor, Lu Sanfeng is probably the only one. However, something happened that left them dumbfounded. Qindong, I didn't expect you to actually come. The old professor laughed and hugged Qindong. It's been quite a few years since I've seen you. Qindong laughed. Professor, you immigrated overseas without a word back then, how come you didn't even tell us? Yes, I was in such a rush back then that I didn't have time to deal with many things, and I forgot to let you know. This is the only thing the old professor has regretted over the years. He originally intended to inform Qindong before immigrating, but at that time she was not in good health and had been hospitalized for treatment. It was for this reason that his family decided to immigrate abroad and take him abroad for treatment. After all, the level of medical care abroad is better than that in China. It was for this reason that the old professor missed the opportunity to notify Qindong. Over the years, the old professor has always wanted to return to China to see Qindong whenever he thinks of him, but his family won't allow it. This time, he finally found an opportunity. Lu Sanfeng didn't expect the old professor to be so familiar with Qindong right away. Wasn't this a slap in the face to him? Lu Sanfeng was filled with resentment. He quickly spoke up, hoping to become familiar with the old professor. Professor, there's an empty seat next to me. Would you like to sit down? Lu Sanfeng originally thought that the old professor would give him face no matter what, since he was the one paying for the meal. The old professor squinted, looking puzzled, then suddenly realized and said, I remember now, you're the young man who contacted me, right? What's your name, Zhang Sanfeng? No need, just add a chair next to Qindong. Lu Sanfeng. Professor, my name is Lu Sanfeng. He said this almost as if he was suppressing the frustration in his heart. If the other person hadn't been a highly respected old professor, he would have kicked him out long ago. Isn't this undermining him? He had invited the person, and he had just been bragging to his classmates, but when this old professor arrived, he couldn't even remember his name. The group looked at each other, seemingly not quite understanding what was going on. Wasn't Lu Sanfeng quite familiar with the old professor? How come the old professor doesn't even remember his name? On the contrary, Qindong didn't say anything from beginning to end, but the old professor only remembered him. This matter surprised them somewhat. What the old professor said next shocked them even more. Lu Sanfeng, right? Thank you for telling me that Qindong will also be attending this class reunion. Otherwise, I would have missed another chance to see him. The old professor said with a sigh. He lost contact with Qindong after he immigrated overseas. I never expected that our reunion would be like this. Everyone was stunned, even Lu Sanfeng's lackeys didn't know what to say for Lu Sanfeng for a moment. So the old professor didn't come to the class reunion because of Lu Sanfeng? He came specifically to see Qindong? But are all of them just tools? For a moment, everyone's gaze toward Lu Sanfeng became somewhat complicated. What was Lu Sanfeng pretending for? They thought he was very familiar with the old professor. Their previous fervent praise of Lu Sanfeng was mostly due to Lu Sanfeng's close relationship with the old professor. Although the professor has immigrated abroad, he still has connections in China. With just a casual remark, they can avoid many years of hard work. That's why they tried so hard to please Lu Sanfeng, hoping to get in touch with the old professor. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. It's infuriating. Isn't this just a waste of their feelings? If it weren't for the fact that Lu Sanfeng paid for the meal, they would have left long ago. Lu Sanfeng was in an awkward position. To ease the tension, he could only say to everyone, please don't stand on ceremony with me today. Order whatever you want to eat. Everyone's expression softened a bit. Brother Lu, I've heard that this place has really good wine. How about we get a bottle? A classmate casually asked a question. Lu Sanfeng waved his hand and said, we'll take 2 bottles. Brother Lu is so generous. I have to say, my brother Lu is really generous. Seeing how generous Lu Sanfeng was, everyone's resentment dissipated instantly. Lu Sanfeng breathed a sigh of relief, but secretly harbored resentment towards Qindong. If it weren't for Professor Qindong's disrespect, why would he have been so disrespectful to him? If Qindong knew what Lu Sanfeng was thinking, he would feel very innocent, since he hadn't said more than 10 sentences from beginning to end. Can this really generate hatred points? The old professor originally wanted the waiter to add a chair next to him, but Zhao Hua stood up tactfully and said, Professor, please sit here. I'll sit in that empty seat. The old professor exchanged a few polite words before sitting down. Thank you, young man. Zhao Hua quickly seized the opportunity and said, "Professor, my name is Zhao Hua." The old professor nodded. "Zhao Hua, right? I'll remember that." Seeing this scene suddenly filled me with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Why could even Zhao Hua show his face in front of the old professor? They are now very regretful that they didn't sit next to Chen Dong in the first place. If they had been sitting next to Chen Dong back then, they would be the ones the old professor remembers now. Zhao Hua sat down in the empty seat next to Lu Sanfeng with a smile, completely ignoring Lu Sanfeng's disgusted expression. Although the old professor and Chen Dong had not seen each other for many years, when they met again, they were like old friends and talked about everything. Chen Dong also told the old professor about the medical records of the little girl he had met a few days ago. The old professor remarked with emotion, "Chen Dong, you have indeed made a lot of progress compared to before. I am very pleased to see your progress." And Xuxia listened quietly to the conversation between the old professor and Chen Dong, but in her heart she was thinking about her own affairs. During the meal, many people tried to offer the professor a drink, but he declined them all. "I'm sorry everyone, I've never been in good health and can't drink alcohol." Hearing this, everyone had no choice but to give up. After all, the professor was quite old, and they couldn't bear the responsibility if something happened to him today. Seeing that he couldn't get anywhere with the old professor, Lu Sanfeng had no choice but to change his target and kept calling on Xuxia to come eat. And Xuxia smiled politely and said, "Thank you. Chen Dong, this poached chicken is pretty good, you should try it." And Xuxia picked up a piece of food from Chen Dong's bowl with her chopsticks. Her enthusiastic manner was completely different from when she was being perfunctory with Lu Sanfeng. Lu Sanfeng. At this moment, Lu Sanfeng felt like he had been screwed over. Did he get the wrong script? Why is the whole world revolving around Chen Dong? This is clearly his home turf. He didn't invite Chen Dong to dinner to let him steal the spotlight. Lu Sanfeng truly regretted treating everyone to dinner. Chen Dong simply declined the offer of hospitality from the beautiful woman from Anhui University. "Sorry, I don't really like poached chicken." He has a girlfriend now, and although Su Zhixia isn't around right now, he's not that casual about it. If Su Zhixia finds out that he ate food that another woman had added to his plate, she will definitely be jealous. Seeing this, Zhao Hua immediately remembered that Chen Dong had a girlfriend and couldn't help but tease him. "Brother Dong, are you looking like this because of your girlfriend?" Anyone could see tonight that Xuxia had feelings for Chen Dong. As a result, Chen Dong remained unmoved in the face of such a beautiful woman, which made everyone so angry that their teeth were itching. They practically wanted to shout to God. They were willing to accept the services of beautiful women. Why can't they just attract beautiful women? Unfortunately, it seems that God cannot hear their voices. Upon hearing this, Xuxia's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. "Chen Dong, you're married?" Chen Dong shook his head, "No." And Xuxia breathed a sigh of relief and silently cheered herself up. As long as she is not married, she still has a chance. After graduating, she was determined to improve herself so that she could be worthy of Chen Dong, so she chose to study abroad. Unexpectedly, this departure lasted for 2 or 3 years. When she returned, she was busy stabilizing her job. I only had the chance to meet Chen Dong now. Chapter 125 Heartbreak. Anyone with eyes could see that the atmosphere between the two was subtle. Especially Lu Sanfeng, who had his mind completely focused on Xuxia. When he learned that the person his beloved goddess was in love with was actually Chen Dong, he wanted nothing more than to kill Chen Dong. How come Chen Dong has such good luck? Not only is he outstanding at work, but he has also won the appreciation of the old professor, and even Xuxia looks at him differently. This was something Lu Sanfeng had never expected, and it was also what made him extremely jealous. Lu Sanfeng ate the meal in a very unpleasant manner, and his expression only improved slightly when the waiter brought in the bill. He wanted to show Xuxia that this society isn't just about looks. Money and status are even more important. Lu Sanfeng knew that when the waiter read out the bill, the group of people would be shocked. "Mr. Lu, your total bill for this transaction is 673,800 yuan. Since the amount you spent was relatively large, I can decide to round down the 3,800 yuan. You only need to pay 670,000 yuan. How do you plan to pay the 670,000 yuan? Faced with the waiter's smiling face, Lu Sanfeng wondered if he had misheard. "How much did you say?" He froze in mid-air when he reached for his bank card. The waiter said with a smile, "Sir, 670,000 yuan. This is a big order. Once the 670,000 yuan is in her account, she will receive a bonus of around 30,000 yuan. Lu Sanfeng's smile froze on his lips. Not only was he stunned, but all his classmates were also dumbfounded. They never expected that a meal could cost 670,000 yuan, which was equivalent to the richest man in a small county. Even in Chongqing, 670,000 yuan could buy a decent small apartment. As a result, they ate it up at the dinner table today. Before coming here, Lu Sanfeng had already planned his budget for today. He thought that this meal would cost around 100,000 yuan at most. This amount of 670,000 was something he hadn't expected. In other words, he simply doesn't have that much money to pay the bill right now. Could I see the bill? Lu Sanfeng asked, forcing a smile. The waiter nodded and took out the bill that had been prepared in advance. When Lu Sanfeng saw the prices behind this string of dishes, he felt his scalp tingle. What shocked him most was that they spent 400,000 yuan on just 2 bottles of wine. In other words, a bottle of wine here costs 200,000? Is this wine made of gold? It's so expensive. Lu Sanfeng, of course, did not say those words, because he did not want others to see his embarrassment. He's already lost face tonight. If he can't pay the bill, he'll be utterly humiliated. Lu Sanfeng took a deep breath and, trying to appear calm, sent a message to his teacher. After not receiving a reply, I asked all my relatives and friends again. In the end, they only managed to borrow 200,000 yuan. Even including the money in his card, it only amounted to 300,000. Lu Sanfeng had only recently graduated and usually spent money extravagantly, so it was quite remarkable that he had managed to save so much money. But that's not enough to cover the cost of food. The waiter had been standing there for so long without seeing Lu Sanfeng make any further moves, and he couldn't help but become a little impatient. Sir, how would you like to pay? We accept cash, credit cards, and WeChat Pay. Lu Sanfeng felt his face burning with pain. The students around Lu Sanfeng looked at him with puzzlement. Even in Xuxia and the old professor looked over with the same puzzled expression. Because Lu Sanfeng had emphasized at the dinner table no less than 10 times that he would be treating everyone, as if he was afraid that someone else would snatch the bill from him. So now, no one steps forward when it's time to pay the bill. Moreover, this meal was quite expensive, costing a whopping 670,000 yuan. Even if they wanted to pay the bill, they wouldn't have the ability to do so. So everyone looked at each other, occasionally whispering a few words to each other. But not a single person stepped forward to pay the price. The awkward atmosphere made Xuxia restless, and just as he was about to take out his bank card from his bag to pay the bill, Chen Dong stepped forward and said to the waiter, "Let's settle the bill here." Then, with a calm demeanor, he pulled a bank card out of his pocket, just swipe the card, no PIN required. Payment successful. The cold, mechanical notification reminded everyone that Chen Dong had paid for the meal. Lu Sanfeng, who had been eager to pay the bill, didn't make a single move. After Chen Dong paid the bill, everyone realized that Chen Dong was actually very rich. Spending 670,000 yuan on a meal without even blinking? Zhao Hua said with some heartache, "Why are you paying for Lu Sanfeng?" After all, Lu Sanfeng had targeted Chen Dong before, and these people's remarks about Chen Dong were not very friendly. At worst, Chen Dong will just pay his share. Why should he care what they do? It's nothing. Chen Dong didn't say anything. After all, 670,000 was just a small amount of money to him. It's out, it's out. The waitress then realized that the real big spender was actually sitting on the other side. After paying the bill, she happily handed it to Chen Dong. She thought to herself that this man with an extraordinary demeanor was indeed different. He was so generous, unlike this man who had previously said he would pay the bill but hadn't done anything about it. After the waiter left, the atmosphere in the private room became somewhat awkward. Lu Sanfeng, in particular, was feeling incredibly embarrassed. Not only had Chen Dong stolen all the limelight tonight, but Chen Dong had also paid for the bill. This was more embarrassing for him than not being able to come up with the money. Chen Dong offered to pay the bill. Wasn't that just to embarrass him? If Chen Dong knew that he had helped Lu Sanfeng out of a predicament, he would think of him in this way and would definitely not have stepped forward to take responsibility. Chen Dong didn't want the atmosphere to become too awkward. After all, the old professor was still there. Lu Sanfeng's eyes were gloomy as he said sarcastically, "I underestimated you before. Well, you were a top student in school, so how bad could you be after you enter the workforce? So what if you have a little money? Why are you showing off like this?" The unpleasantness of the evening made Lu Sanfeng too ashamed to stay any longer, so he excused himself by saying he wasn't feeling well and left. After Lu Sanfeng left, Song Tai felt embarrassed to stay any longer. Although he wanted to build a good relationship with the old professor, the professor didn't seem inclined to acknowledge him, so he had no choice but to leave. The remaining people had the idea of currying favor with Qindong and the old professor, but it was just an idea, because they found that Qindong was still as unapproachable as he had been at school. Aside from Zhao Hua, who could exchange a few words with Qindong, it was in Shusha. They are now extremely regretful that they joined Lu Sanfeng in slandering Qindong and looking down on him in various ways. But it's too late to regret it now. After the class reunion, Qindong offered to take the old professor back to his hotel. "Qindong, it's been a pleasure chatting with you," the old professor said with a smile. "You're going to the mountains next week, right?" Qindong nodded. This was something he had mentioned to the old professor himself. "Then take me with you next week. I'll make one last contribution to society." Qindong was somewhat surprised, but did not refuse. He could understand the old professor's thoughts. During their conversation, Qindong had overheard that although the old professor was abroad, his heart was still with China. If it weren't for his health condition, the old professor would have flown back to China long ago. "Then contact me in advance when you go next week, and I'll take the opportunity to travel around China in the next few days." Chapter 126. Take Me Home. Just as Qindong was about to take the old professor back to the hotel, and Shusha, who had just come out of the restroom, called out to Qindong. "Qindong," and Shusha asked hesitantly, "Could you please take me home? I just had a few drinks, and besides, we haven't seen each other in a long time. There's something I want to tell you." And Shusha didn't finish her sentence, but anyone with eyes could understand the meaning behind it. She wanted to be alone with Qindong. Qindong originally planned to take the old professor back to his hotel and then take Zhao Hua back. Faced with Shusha, who reeked of alcohol, Qindong didn't know how to refuse her for a moment. If he didn't take Shusha home, and if something happened to her tonight, he would feel guilty. If he sends it back, how should he explain it to Su Jixia? When it comes to relationships, Qindong is exceptionally straightforward. He dislikes fickle women and doesn't want to be ambiguous with another woman while having a girlfriend. This is why he avoids Shusha. Slurring his words, a little drunk, Zhao Hua said, "Brother Dong, I think you should just take Miss in there too. It's not safe for her to go home alone at night, especially since she's so beautiful. What if something happens to her on the way? After all, we've been classmates for several years." Zhao Hua's words truly resonated with Qindong. He sighed helplessly, knowing that even for the sake of being classmates, he had to send Shusha back. "Get in the car, I'll take the old professor back to his hotel and then take you back." And Shusha nodded obediently and smiled gently at Qindong. Her gentle appearance was so captivating that anyone who saw her would be charmed. Even Zhao Hua, who had previously said he wasn't interested in Shusha, couldn't help but feel a little flutter in his heart. That's the charm of a beautiful woman. Zhao Hua's place wasn't far from the old professor's hotel, so after Qindong took the old professor back to his hotel, Zhao Hua offered to walk back himself. "Are you sure?" Qindong asked with some doubt. After all, Zhao Hua had just drunk quite a bit of alcohol. Zhao Hua nodded. "There aren't many cars on this little road, so you can rest assured to take the beautiful and back home. Don't worry, I know my own neighborhood well. Besides, do I look like I'm drunk?" Zhao Hua walked with ease and spoke clearly, certainly not appearing to be drunk. Watching Zhao Hua's departing figure, Qindong finally felt relieved and drove away. "Oh right, I forgot to ask where you live now?" After starting the car, Qindong realized that he didn't seem to know where Shusha lived. And Shusha said sweetly, "I live in Jinhua community." "Jinhua residential area? Isn't that my own residential area?" To be precise, it was in Su Jixa's residential area. Qindong glanced at Shusha in surprise. "What a coincidence. What's wrong?" And Shusha replied with a sweet smile, her gentle eyes seeming to drown Qindong in them. Qindong shook his head. "It's nothing. Jinhua community is considered one of the few high-end communities in the mountain city. And Shusha's family should be well off, so it's not surprising that she lives there. Did you stay in Chongqing after graduation?" And Shusha took the initiative to start a conversation. Actually, Chongqing is quite nice. If my family hadn't made me study abroad, I would have wanted to stay in Chongqing." And Shusha didn't care about Qindong's indifference and said to herself. Actually, when her family wanted her to study abroad, she considered many factors. She also felt that only by studying abroad could she be worthy of Qindong. When she returned, she found that many things were completely different from what she had imagined. Even Qindong already had a girlfriend. Despite her disappointment, Shusha wouldn't give up on pursuing Qindong. By the way, Qindong, if I encounter any patients I can't handle in the future, can I ask you for advice? Qindong, okay. Work matters or work matters. Qindong has always kept his personal life and work matters very separate. He doesn't let work-related matters interfere with his personal feelings. Even if one day his enemy were seriously injured in front of him, out of his duty as a doctor, he would still choose to heal him. This is a doctor's mission. Qindong, you weren't this cold to me before. Is it because you have a girlfriend? Shusha asked sadly, even though they used to be very good friends. This is just Shusha's own opinion. In Qindong's eyes, Shusha and Zhaohua were no different. Back when Qindong was isolated by Lu Sanfeng and his gang at school, only Zhaohua and Shusha could talk to him. Later, Shusha went abroad to study, and Qindong and Zhaohua's relationship became increasingly close. Shusha thought that with her return, everything could return to its original course. No. Qindong replied indifferently, we've arrived. I won't see you in. You can go back by yourself. There shouldn't be any major problems once you're inside the residential area. The security measures in this community are quite good. Qindong initially only planned to drop Shusha off at the entrance of the residential area, and then circle back from the other side of the area. Yes, he didn't intend to reveal his address to Shusha, just to avoid unnecessary trouble later. Shusha's eyes flickered upon hearing this, and she said with a forlorn expression, may I invite you up for a while? I still have so much to tell you. It's only 9 o'clock at night. If it's too late, you can sleep at my place. I have plenty of rooms. If it were any other man, and a stunning beauty like Shusha extended an invitation, he would have accepted without even thinking. This is a chance to stay overnight at a beautiful woman's house. Such a great opportunity to deepen our relationship, why not take it? But Qindong remained calm and refused, I'm sorry, I have to go back. My girlfriend will worry if I get back too late. Shusha clutched her chest in disbelief, you two, are already living together? Qindong nodded, left with the words take care of yourself and prepared to drive away. Because Su Zhixia had just sent him messages more than once asking when he would be back. Since he has already agreed to have a proper relationship with Su Zhixia, he should naturally treat her as his girlfriend. A good boyfriend would not ignore his girlfriend's urging. Just as Qindong was about to turn and leave, Shusha suddenly rushed up and hugged Qindong's waist. Qindong, please don't leave. Promise me you'll stay. That gentle, sweet voice, combined with Shusha's unique fragrance, was irresistible to any man. This scene was clearly seen by the slender figure not far away. A cool evening breeze swept over Su Zhixia's entire body, and she felt as if her blood had frozen. Qindong had told her that he was going to a class reunion tonight. It was supposed to end around 8 o'clock, but it was already past 9 o'clock, and Su Zhixia still hadn't heard from Qindong. She couldn't help but feel anxious. She was a little worried that Qindong might have drunk too much at the dinner table because he was too happy, so she thought she would go and check on him herself. If Qindong really drank too much, she could just pick him up and bring him back. Unexpectedly, this scene was discovered just as I reached the entrance of the residential area. Su Zhixia felt her blood rushing to her head. So this was the reason why Qindong wasn't replying to her messages? Chapter 127 Misunderstanding. Because his back was to Su Zhixia, Qindong did not see her presence. It's unknown whether Su Zhixia witnessed this scene. Su Zhixia was unsure how to react for a moment. She instinctively turned and left without disturbing Qindong. But they missed the moment when Qindong pushed Shusha away. You've had too much to drink, Qindong said casually, completely ignoring Shusha's hurt gaze. I'm going back now. After saying that, Qindong left without looking back. Shusha was left standing there, stunned, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't help but question Qindong's retreating figure. Qindong, are you really going to be this heartless? She really didn't want anything in return. When she learned that Qindong had a girlfriend, the thought of giving up crossed her mind. But even this fleeting thought caused her heart to suffer 1,000 cuts. She studied hard abroad and rejected countless suitors, also that she could return to China and show Qindong how outstanding she was. But now she realizes that she and Qindong can never go back to the way things were. Even if Qindong wasn't particularly affectionate towards her before, they were still considered friends. But what about them now? Qindong clearly didn't even want to be friends with her anymore. Shusha felt like she was suffocating. She really didn't want that much, she just wanted to stay by Qindong's side. She didn't want either titles or status. But why would Qindong, who was so humble, still reject her? And Chuxia couldn't understand it, nor could she comprehend it. She could only watch Qindong silently before leaving without looking back. Qindong returned home from the other side of the community, but when he opened the door, he found the living room completely dark. Qindong frowned subconsciously. Logically speaking, shouldn't Su Zhixia be home at this time? Why isn't even the living room light on? President Su? Qindong called out tentatively. But no reply has been received for a long time. Could it be that Su Zhixia isn't home? Qindong raised an eyebrow. That shouldn't be the case. Where else could Su Zhixia be at this hour if she wasn't home? Besides, Su Zhixia had just messaged him 20 minutes ago, asking if he needed any hangover soup. He was driving at the time and didn't see it. Where could Su Zhixia go all of a sudden? After knocking on Su Zhixia's door and receiving no response, Qindong was certain that Su Zhixia was not at home. He called Su Zhixia again, but the phone rang for a long time without being answered. Qindong was startled. Could it be that something had happened to Su Zhixia? Su Zhixia actually saw Qindong's call, but she just didn't answer it. The scene she had witnessed 10 minutes earlier was still lingering in her mind, impossible to shake off. By the time she realized she shouldn't have left so hastily, it was too late. Because when she returned, Qindong and the woman were no longer in the same place. Su Zhixia regretted it more and more. Why did she run away in such a hurry? It wasn't her who did something wrong. It must have been that woman who seduced Qindong. Su Zhixia firmly believes that Qindong is not the kind of man who would cheat on his wife with 2 women. After all, Qindong was the person she had her eye on, and she trusted her judgment. Su Zhixia dragged her tired body home, only to find Qindong sitting in the living room. Where did you go just now? Qindong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Su Zhixia return safely. If Su Zhixia doesn't come back soon, he's going to call the police. Su Zhixia shook her head. It's a bit stuffy at home, so I just went downstairs for a walk to clear my head. What's the point of relaxing? You've made yourself cry? Qindong gently wiped away the tears from the corners of Su Zhixia's eyes. Su Zhixia then realized that she had no idea when her face was covered in tears. She herself was unaware of this. Maybe the wind was too strong and got something in your eyes. Your explanation doesn't sound credible at all. Qindong was somewhat helpless. He couldn't even come up with a better excuse. There was no wind at night, so how could the wind have gotten into my eyes? Tell me, what exactly happened? Qindong pulled Su Zhixia to sit on the sofa, looking like he was all ears. This was the second time he had seen Su Zhixia cry. The first time was when there was thunder. It was during that thunderstorm that Qindong realized that even the powerful CEO Su Zhixia had a vulnerable side. Su Zhixia hesitated, unsure whether she should reveal what she had just witnessed. But Qindong is such a smart person. When Su Zhixia hesitated, he had already guessed a few things in his mind. Su Zhixia must have accidentally seen him and Chuxia struggling when she went for a walk. Qindong said with a hint of helplessness, "Don't you believe me?" Su Zhixia shook her head, wiped away her tears, and replied very seriously, "You are the man I've chosen, how could I not believe you?" If she doesn't trust Qindong, isn't that the same as not trusting her own judgment? When Su Zhixia decided on this man, she had already given him all her trust. If you believe me, why are you still crying? Although Qindong appeared calm and composed, Su Zhixia sensed a hint of amusement in his tone, which made her face flush. "Don't cry, there's nothing between me and that woman." Su Zhixia looked at Qindong in shock, her tone filled with disbelief. "Are you explaining this to me? If it's just the 2 of us and I don't explain to you, who am I supposed to explain to?" Qindong found Su Zhixia tonight to be adorably silly, which didn't fit her aloof and precious young lady persona at all. Su Zhixia was at a loss for words. She was surprised that Qindong was willing to set aside his dignity and explain such a baseless matter to her. She suddenly realized that he was being incredibly childish and unreasonable. How could her man endure such injustice? It was she who inflicted this grievance. The more Su Zhixia thought about it, the more she felt that she was not human. She shouldn't have doubted Qindong, and she shouldn't have shed tears over such a trivial matter. "I'm sorry." Su Zhixia apologized sincerely. Qindong ruffled Su Zhixia's hair. "When did you become so polite to your boyfriend? Could you say that again?" Su Zhixia's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this, and she no longer cared about her image. "What? If you admit you're my boyfriend." Su Zhixia always felt that these words sounded particularly meaningful coming from Qindong's mouth. just as Qindong himself acknowledged the fact that he belonged to her inside and out. You should go wash up and go to bed, it's so late, Qindong said, changing the subject. If he doesn't avoid this topic, Su Zhixia will definitely keep nagging him. Having lived with Su Zhixia for so long, he understands her personality. Chapter 128 Conversation. Put aside what you're doing and help me look up someone. Zhang Shui was about to report on her work over the past few days to Su Zhixia when she overheard these words. When Zhang Shui saw Su Zhixia's sharp eyes, she immediately understood the seriousness of the situation, because Su Zhixia rarely showed such a sharp and piercing look. Why are you so irritable so early in the morning? Who offended you? Could it be Dr. Chen? Isn't this young couple's relationship on the rise lately? Su Zhixia shook her head. This matter has little to do with him. I want you to help me investigate a woman. Zhang Shui sensed the juicy gossip and immediately perked up. A woman? What woman? Could it be a woman who's involved with Dr. Chen? After all, this is the only relationship that could make Su Zhixia so angry. A shameless little vixen. How dare she harass her man? What else could she be but a shameless vixen? I'm good at this. Zhang Shui prefers challenging work to boring and tedious tasks. In Su Zhixia's words, it would be a shame if Zhang Shui didn't become a paparazzi. What's your name? Have no idea. You must have seen what that person looks like, right? Su Zhixia shook her head. I don't know. Then what do you know? You don't know anything. How am I supposed to help you investigate, my dear lady? Yesterday it was too dark, and because of the distance, Su Zhixia couldn't see what she looked like. Su Zhixia didn't know the name at all, she only knew that the other person was someone from Qindong's class reunion. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have been together yesterday. Go check Qindong's classmates. After all, he went to a class reunion last night, so it's very likely that they were his former classmates. This should be relatively easy to find out, since there are probably not many girls in Qindong's medical class. Oh, by the way, she lives in the same neighborhood as me, the one you bought for me. This is also important information. Zhang Shui was utterly speechless. Was this all the information she had? But since the other party is her sugar daddy and best friend, she has to go for her best friend's happiness. I'm very curious about the relationship between Dr. Chen and that woman. Could it be that Dr. Chen couldn't resist temptation and had an affair? If Dr. Chen really cheated on Su Zhixia, how should she persuade her to let go? No, you don't even know who Qindong is. How could my man cheat on me? Su Zhixia said disdainfully. Just yesterday, she didn't realize it for a moment. Being blinded by sadness subconsciously led to the hasty decision to leave. If she had another chance, she would definitely go up and slap that woman twice to show her what cruelty is. I thought Dr. Chen was having an affair. Su Zhixia glared at Zhang Shui. Go to your work. If you don't see the information you found this afternoon. Although she didn't finish her sentence, Zhang Shui already understood what she meant. Zhang Shui shivered and immediately went to take care of the matter. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shui actually found out by investigating. She has a gentle and charming appearance, she's definitely a beauty in the making. This is something Su Zhixia cannot deny. She herself is exceptionally beautiful, but she cannot deny Enchuxia's beauty. Enchuxia's beauty is that of a refined lady from ancient times, radiating a gentle and delicate aura from her very bones, yet without giving the impression that she is easy to bully. This is exactly what can evoke a man's protective instincts. Men are most susceptible to this, so you'd better keep a close eye on your man, Zhang Shui kindly reminded him. Many men are two-faced, saying one thing to your face and another to your face. Su Zhixia knew exactly what Zhang Shui meant. Qindong isn't that kind of person. She flipped through the documents in her hand, but frowned when she got to the last page. Has this Enchuxia ever submitted her resume to our hospital? Zhang Shui nodded, yes, and Dean Zhang has already decided to hire her. And in the position of department head. After all, Enchuxia had studied abroad for 2 years and had achieved many successes, both big and small, during her year back in China. Dean Zhang probably didn't expect that such a talent would come to our hospital. To be honest, if we hire Enchuxia for the position of department director, our hospital will have gotten a great deal. This is an undeniable fact. This also proves just how outstanding Enchuxia is. Su Zhixia knew that if it weren't for Qindong, Enchuxia wouldn't have even looked down on this small hospital. She could easily go to a bigger city or a better place to develop her career. Su Zhixia sneered, I won't give her that chance. This was something Zhang Shui had anticipated. How could Su Jixia possibly allow her rival to seduce her man right under her nose? Should I speak with Dean Zhang? After all, this is such a big matter, we should at least inform Dean Zhang. Since Su Jixia usually doesn't interfere in the company's employee recruitment process, her sudden intervention inevitably raises some questions for Dean Zhang. Su Jixia shook her head, no need. Just send this woman a message using the contact information here, pretending to be from the hospital. I want to interview her myself. Zhang Shui didn't know what Su Jixia was planning, but she did as she was told. When Enxuxia received the message, she was very puzzled. Why do we need another interview if we've already had one? Zhang Shui explained that the hospital's leadership wanted to meet with her. She hasn't replied to my messages. What if she doesn't want to come? Zhang Shui looked at Su Jixia with confusion. She will definitely come. Su Jixia said with certainty. Why are you so sure? Su Jixia curled the corners of her lips and slowly said, because there is someone she wants to see here, no matter how difficult it is, she will find a way to get in. Women understand women best, so Su Jixia knew Enxuxia's purpose. How could Enxuxia be satisfied if she didn't achieve her goal? Just as Su Jixia had said, Enxuxia agreed and set the time for the afternoon. She really couldn't wait a second longer. However, this was exactly what Su Jixia wanted. Would Dr. Chen be angry if he knew about this? What are you angry about? Zhang Shui sighed, no matter what, Enxuxia is Dr. Chen's classmate. You made things difficult for his classmate without his consent and mixed up your personal feelings with work matters. How could Dr. Chen not be angry? After Zhang Shui said that, Su Jixia also felt that there was some truth to it. But if Enxuxia were to successfully enter the hospital and spend every day with Chen Dong, she definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Then what do you suggest I do? I can't just ignore this, can I? If Su Jixia hadn't interfered, Dean Zhang would have almost certainly recruited Enxuxia. Unless Dr. Chen doesn't know about this. Su Jixia and Zhang Shui exchanged a glance and immediately understood what Zhang Shui meant. I won't tell him. I hope that woman won't be so ungrateful. If that woman were to run to Qindong to complain, then Su Jixia herself wouldn't be a kind person. Would anyone think a woman who was successful in the business world is weak and easy to bully? Chapter 129. The time has been set. Zhao Hua mysteriously closed the emergency room door. Rumor has it, I just heard that a beautiful female director is coming to our hospital, and she's supposedly in surgery. Director Wang didn't even lift his eyelids. Why are you so agitated? It's not like our hospital doesn't have female doctors. Don't act like you've never seen a woman before, okay? Zhao Hua said with a smile. Director Wang, you don't understand, do you? That female doctor is incredibly beautiful, even comparable to our CEO Su. Director Wang remained largely unfazed. After all, he was already quite old, and even if the other person was very good looking, it wouldn't matter to him. But what does that have to do with you? With Qindong around, what does it matter to you how good looking he is? Unless you can get Qindong out of the hospital. As he said this, Director Wang glanced at Qindong. However, Qindong was not affected by their conversation at all and continued to calmly look at the previous medical records. Instead, Zhao Hua wore a bitter expression. Director Wang, is that even human language you're talking about? Of course I know that with Qindong's face in our hospital, there's nothing for me to do, but can't you let me fantasize a little? At least that beautiful woman hasn't arrived yet. Zhao Hua muttered to himself, maybe they like my delicate and pretty type. Director Wang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alright, I won't disturb your daydreaming anymore, but you can't continue daydreaming now, because you have to come with me to make rounds. Upon hearing Director Wang's words, Zhao Hua wailed helplessly, my god, do doctors really have no human rights? If I remember correctly, you're not a doctor yet, you're just an intern. Zhao Hua. Okay, Director Wang, could you please stop rubbing salt into the wound? After getting to know him better, Zhao Hua realized that Director Wang wasn't as dull as he seemed. On the contrary, he's an old man who keeps up with the latest trends. However, this was not a good thing for Zhao Hua, because Director Wang always used popular internet slang to satirize him. Not long after Director Wang and Zhao Hua left, Qindong received a call from Dean Zhang. Xiao Chen, come to my office. Dean Zhang, is there something you need from me? In just 3 months, Qindong couldn't even remember how many times he had been to the dean's office. While a regular doctor might not come in for half a year, he seemed to know his way around the office like the back of his hand. It's really nothing big. Do you remember when I told you about going to another city last time? Qindong nodded. Attending the open class is correct, right? Yes, they changed the time over there, but the time has been confirmed, and it's just in time to avoid clashing with your trip to the mountains. It's at the end of this month, on the 28th. Qindong pondered for a moment, then the time was about a week after he returned from the mountains. It's only the beginning of the month, after all. I'm notifying you so early so that you can prepare in advance. Dean Zhang's gaze towards Qindong was full of appreciation. By the way, Xiao Chen, I have one more spot for overseas study. However, in principle, such quotas should be reserved for senior doctors in the hospital, such as Director Wang and other directors. However, Dean Zhang believed that Qindong was a promising talent, and that given time, Qindong's achievements would certainly not be inferior to any of them. Therefore, Dean Zhang wanted to reserve the last spot for Qindong. You probably understand the pros and cons better than I do. You're a smart kid, so I won't say more about how to choose. Dean Zhang gave Qindong the right to choose. If an ordinary person were faced with this situation, they would definitely agree without thinking. After all, is there even a need to choose? Even a fool would know that it's definitely more valuable to go abroad for further education and then come back with a prestigious degree. Anyway, this matter isn't urgent. You can go back and think about it slowly. Qindong, no need, Dean Zhang, I can give you an answer right now. Dean Zhang's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good kid who knew how to be shrewd. Good boy, I knew you wouldn't let me down. Since you're willing, I'll go and talk to the people over there right now. With your excellent foreign language skills, living abroad won't be a problem for you. Dean Zhang, I think you may have misunderstood something. My choice is to give up this opportunity, Qindong said calmly. Dean Zhang was shocked to hear Qindong's choice. It was a completely unexpected answer. Are you sure? This is such a great opportunity, it might only come once in 10 years. If you miss this opportunity, who knows when the next one will come? Qindong nodded very seriously. I know exactly what I'm talking about, but in the end, I still want to thank Dean Zhang for your kindness. I'm the one who has failed to live up to your good intentions. Seeing Qindong's expression, Dean Zhang couldn't help but sigh. Are you really sure? Actually, I'm not in a hurry. After all, time doesn't come so quickly. You can go back and think it over carefully. Dean Zhang was worried that Qindong might have acted impulsively in making such a big decision in an instant. Qindong shook his head. I'm really sorry, Dean, but I have my reasons for staying. Actually, when Qindong had just graduated, he had an opportunity to study abroad, but he declined it. He wanted to stay in the mountain city, not only because it was his hometown, but also because he felt that even if he stayed in China, he could still have opportunities to learn. Sometimes you don't necessarily learn more by going overseas. While it is undeniable that medical conditions overseas are indeed more advanced than those in China. But that's exactly why Qindong wanted to stay nowadays. Medical students are scrambling to go abroad for further studies. There are very few medical professionals in China, and most medical students who go abroad for further studies never return. It's understandable that they would choose the higher salaries overseas, since everyone has the right to choose. But Qindong didn't want to do that, not because he was a great person, but because he just wanted to do what he could for China. While this was certainly part of the reason he rejected Dean Zhang, Qindong also understood that Su Zhixia's influence played a significant role. Seeing this, Dean Zhang could only sigh and say with regret, that's such a pity. In fact, when the dean decided to reserve this spot for Qindong, he was prepared to argue with those old fogies on Qindong's behalf. Because Qindong's experience is far from sufficient to qualify him for this position. But Qindong actually gave up this spot, which really surprised him. Since Qindong had already made his decision, Dean Zhang didn't say anything more. It's just a bit of a pity. After all, a promising talent like Qindong, if given a chance, his medical skills would definitely far surpass mine. Xiao Chen, may I ask why? There are people in this city that I can't let go of. Chapter 130. Tender as water. When Su Zhixia first saw Xia, a Chinese idiom suddenly flashed through her mind, tender as water. This woman is truly as gentle as a pool of water. No wonder Zhang Shui said that men all like gentle women, because it's really hard for anyone not to like such a woman. Even though Su Zhixia herself is a woman, it's really hard for her to feel disgusted by such a gentle girl. Because the other person spoke in a gentle and soft voice, Su Zhixia had nowhere to vent her anger. You should know why I called you here, right? Su Zhixia looked at the other person quietly. And Xia nodded. You're Qindong's girlfriend, right? She had long expected that Su Zhixia would come after her, but she didn't expect that day to come so soon. Well, since you know he has a girlfriend, you shouldn't get close to him. Su Zhixia didn't want to be too harsh, after all, they were both women. And Xuxia chuckled softly, a hint of sadness in her beautiful eyes, but you know that matters of the heart are uncontrollable. Once you fall in love with someone, it's truly a lifelong commitment. I don't know when you met Cheng Dong, but I've known him since college. Back then, he wasn't as famous or as outstanding as he is now. He has changed a lot in just 4 years. And Xuxia lamented that it was these 4 years that had created the distance between them. If she had known they would become so estranged, she would never have gone abroad for further studies. Well, I don't care what your relationship was before, but now I'm the one by his side, and I hope you won't bother us anymore, Su Zhixia said in a deep voice. She's already put it this way: any woman with a shred of self-respect wouldn't keep arguing with her like this. To Su Zhixia's utter surprise, and Xuxia calmly replied, Miss Su, I think you might not understand. Logically speaking, I've known Chen Dong for much longer. You're just someone who came later, why do you insist on making me leave? These words surprised Su Zhixia. She never expected that a woman who looked gentle and kind could say such sharp things. Since the other party was being so rude, there was no need for her to try to persuade her with kind words. After all, she wasn't exactly a gentle woman. The reason they spoke kindly to her was because they appreciated in Xuxia's gentle and kind nature. But Su Zhixia never expected that she would misjudge someone. She thought the other party was a little lamb that could be easily manipulated, but it turned out that the other party was a cunning and shrewd fox. Missin, you're so outstanding, why do you have to covet someone else's boyfriend? Su Zhixia said coldly. And Xuxia smiled and looked at Su Zhixia quietly without saying a word. And so the war between the two women began. They looked at each other, neither admitting anything. If one of them becomes afraid or backs down, it means that someone else has to step in. None of them wanted to give up Chen Dong. In the end, Xuxia compromised and said, I know he has changed a lot in the years I've been away. Logically speaking, he has a girlfriend now, so I really shouldn't bother you. But I don't mind. What? Su Zhixia frowned. She couldn't understand what Xuxia was saying. And Xuxia patiently repeated, I don't mind if he has a girlfriend. The meaning couldn't be clearer, she's willing to be a mistress. Su Zhixia. This Xuxia looks like a lady from a respectable family, so why is her thinking still stuck in those ancient times? I never like to share my things with others, especially my feelings. Su Zhixia said in an extremely domineering manner. If it were something else, she might have given it to Xuxia, even if it meant asking him to give up a project worth billions, she wouldn't have hesitated for a second. But Chen Dong is different. For Su Zhixia, Chen Dong is her life. Let alone sharing Chen Dong's love with Xuxia, it wouldn't even be acceptable for Chen Dong to show the slightest interest in Xuxia. Her man can only love her. And Xuxia hadn't expected that Su Zhixia would be so stubborn. Actually, she never thought that Su Zhixia would give Chen Dong to her, she just wanted to stay by Chen Dong's side. That's all. And Xuxia took a deep breath, are you so sure that Chen Dong will firmly choose you? She felt a little uneasy and nervous as she said this. Judging from Chen Dong's behavior yesterday, he does indeed have Su Zhixia in his heart. Su Zhixia was certainly uncertain. She had proposed to Chen Dong countless times and even offered many tempting offers, saying she was willing to transfer all her assets to him. Chen Dong still didn't accept her marriage proposal, but with the 3-month deadline fast approaching, they didn't know how much longer their relationship could last. It would be a lie to say I wasn't worried. But how could I show weakness in front of my love rival? Su Zhixia calmly replied, you don't need to worry about that. I know whether my man loves me or not. And Xuxia smiled slightly, stood up, and said without any anger, since Miss Su is so confident, then let's wait and see. She wanted to see how long Su Zhixia's confidence could last. And Xuxia left after giving a meaningful look. For the first time, Su Zhixia, the company's president, felt panic. Zhang Zhaozhao had never been this flustered when she was pursuing Chen Dong. Because no matter how beautiful Zhang Zhaozhao is, she has a way to get rid of this woman. But Xuxia is different, she has no way to control Xuxia's life. Chen Dong and Xuxia still have a past friendship, what if they really rekindle their old feelings? After all, there was no emotional foundation between her and Chen Dong. After Xuxia left, Su Zhixia couldn't sit still at all. She paced back and forth in the office, as if that could alleviate some of the panic in her heart. So this is the scene that Zhang Shui saw when she came in to deliver the documents. Your love rival is gone. Su Zhixia grabbed Zhang Shui's hand as if she had grasped a lifeline. Zhang Shui, please sit down and help me analyze this. I feel like I'm about to lose Chen Dong, what should I do? Su Zhixia, who is usually so elegant, grabbed her hair in frustration like a madwoman for the first time. This is so annoying. Zhang Shui stopped her from self-harming. Stop scratching, you don't have much hair left. What happened? Did your rival provoke you? That's about right. Do you think Qin Dong actually likes this type? Su Zhixia was extremely annoyed. But she could only confide her frustration to Zhang Shui. Because she met in Xuxia secretly behind Qin Dong's back. Su Zhixia explained the general situation to Zhang Shui. It seems this woman is no simple character either. Zhang Shui glanced at Su Zhixia with some sympathy. Men have always been interested in outstanding, beautiful, and charming women. And Xuxia's qualifications are in no way inferior to Su Zhixia's. A woman with such a gentle personality is like a confidant to a man. I think it depends on Dr. Chen's attitude. You can try to find out how he treats other girls first. Zhang Shui touched her chin and came up with a rather unreliable idea. However, Su Zhixia did not realize that something was wrong. In her panic, she forgot that Zhang Shui herself was also a woman with no dating experience. She even forgot the bad ideas Zhang Shui had given her before.